You are undoubtedly the worst group of trainees I have ever encountered. In the spacious training hall, a towering man, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall and built like a bull, bellowed with a voice as resonant as a bell, echoing off the dome of the hall. It's been 3 days, and aside from Fang Xin, most of you haven't even grasped the basic stances of the fundamental boxing techniques. Lei Tai felt a deep sense of exhaustion. As a practitioner who had comprehended the subtleties of internal energy, he wondered how he had ended up teaching at a martial arts academy if not for the promise of a secret elixir. However, the presence of these older students was a significant source of frustration. It was important to note that these students, all at least 20 years of age, were notoriously difficult to teach. This difficulty stemmed not only from their already established physical attributes but also from their matured thought processes. Simply put, they were not easily misled. Had it not been for the world-altering upheaval that occurred a year ago, it was unlikely that this group would have ever been exposed to true martial arts. Fortunately, among the 30-odd trainees, one individual brought him immense surprise. His gaze fell upon a handsome young man in the front right, standing at 5 feet 9 inches, whose physique was not particularly robust. Lei Tai nodded slightly. At the age of 23, this young man had astonishingly managed to reach the brink of mastery in the basic boxing techniques after just 1 day of instruction. If only such talent had been discovered a decade earlier. Lei Tai swallowed his regret. Fang Xin, step forward and demonstrate the basic boxing techniques for everyone. As Lei Tai's words echoed, the attention of all trainees turned to the young man in the front right. Sensing their gazes upon him, Fang Xin smirked and stepped forward into the designated sparring area, which was covered in blue rubber mats. The basic boxing technique is an essential foundational routine for any martial artist. Although it is termed boxing, it serves to condition the entire body, refining one's physical form and providing fundamental strategies for combat. The basic boxing technique comprises fundamental offensive moves, defensive maneuvers, and basic footwork. While breaking it down might seem straightforward, the challenge lies in executing the series of movements fluidly, necessitating years of dedicated practice. Many individuals struggle even with basic calisthenics during their school years, let alone serious martial arts training. It is common for newcomers to distort their movements upon first attempting boxing techniques. This is precisely why professional instructors are essential. Without proper guidance, practicing incorrect movements can lead to injuries. Otherwise, if it were simple, numerous martial arts videos would be circulating, and everyone would practice on their own rather than paying for classes. Training in martial arts has never been an easy endeavor. However, this was only true for the average individual. Fang Xin had only practiced for 2 days, and his time spent on the fundamental boxing techniques was less than 4 hours, yet he could already execute the routine with coherence and precision. What did this signify? It indicated his exceptional comprehension and remarkable adaptability. He was, without a doubt, a prodigy. Straight punches, hooks, uppercuts, jabs. As Fang Xin completed his demonstration, Lei Tai's voice rang out. Excellent. You have successfully grasped the fundamentals of boxing. However, you need to enhance your strength through regular physical training. His tone was filled with admiration. 2 days. To be precise, it should be 1 day. 1 day to achieve mastery at this rate. If his subsequent performance continued to excel, he might even be eligible for that prestigious assessment. A decision began to form in Lei Tai's mind. Thank you, coach, Fang Xin replied, yet golden text, invisible to others, flickered across his retina. You have practiced the basic boxing techniques, and your skills have improved. You have successfully comprehended the basic boxing techniques. Your basic boxing techniques have risen to LV1. Congratulations. You have unlocked the secondary profession martial artist. Congratulations. You have awakened the martial artist's innate talent. Martial prodigy. It is accomplished. After just over a day, he had finally unlocked it. Fang Xin harbored a secret. He was a traveler from another world, having been in this new realm for 2.5 days. Once he confirmed that he was indeed in a different world and not merely dreaming, he naturally awakened his extraordinary abilities. The series of notifications just now was a manifestation of his special powers. With a thought, a translucent panel resembling a video game attribute screen appeared before him. Secondary profession, martial artist LV1. 3100. Talent, martial prodigy, basic skill 1. Beginner body refinement technique LV 150-100. Basic skill 2. Basic boxing techniques LV 170-100. Professional tasks, none. Simple and clear. This panel provided a direct record of his professional information as a martial artist, converting each point of progress into quantifiable values. This was what his past life referred to as the classic one proof forever. What intrigued Fang Xin most was the fact that the martial artist profession had awakened a unique talent. It is crucial to understand that innate talents are exceedingly rare. Martial prodigy. You are one in a million, possessing extraordinary insight into martial arts, enabling you to swiftly grasp their essence. With an adaptability far beyond the norm, truly fitting. When Fang Xin first traversed into this world, he spent a day familiarizing himself with his surroundings before engaging with the foundational martial arts training for the first time. The following day. It was then that he recognized his own extraordinary potential. The basic boxing techniques imparted by Lei Tai, along with the associated physical training methods, were akin to the beginner body refinement technique displayed on his panel. He comprehended them with remarkable ease and excelled in practice. Alas, as thoughts of his unique abilities crossed his mind, Fang Xin's earlier elation waned slightly. What did it matter? Even being a martial prodigy, the martial artist could only serve as his secondary profession. Closing the panel, Fang Xin began to pay earnest attention to the lesson. The foundational courses offered at the Power Martial Arts Academy were not inexpensive. Each class cost 500 yuan, and he had enrolled for a month, amounting to a total of 10,000 yuan, even with discounts applied. 10,000 yuan was no trifling sum. It could not be wasted. Listen closely to me. Lei Tai's booming voice snapped Fang Xin back to reality. Martial training is not akin to a casual dance. Your horse stance should be as solid as an ancient tree's roots, and every punch should crash like surging waves. As he spoke, he demonstrated, his muscular back straining against his black tank top. You have received professional coaching, and your skill in basic boxing techniques has increased by 10, while your martial artist experience has risen by 6. Fang Xin's eyes lit up. Indeed, the money was well spent. Just a simple demonstration had significantly boosted his experience. At this rate, he would likely reach LV2 in the martial artist profession in a matter of days. How swift! Such was the weight of the martial prodigy talent. After the instruction came the time for free practice. Lei Tai moved among the trainees, continuously correcting their mistakes. Time ticked by. Soon, class time came to an end. Fang Xin completed another round of the basic boxing techniques, sweat pouring from his forehead, under the guidance of a professional. You have refined your practice of the basic boxing techniques. Your basic boxing technique experience has increased by 9. Your professional experience has increased by 5. Exhilarating. The sensation of giving his all and sweating profusely filled him with joy, especially knowing that each effort and every drop of sweat could be translated into tangible values. Lei Tai had been keeping a close watch on Fang Xin. Gifted and diligent, despite being slightly older, he was undoubtedly qualified to become a formal student at the academy, not to mention that he might even impress the master. Fang Xin, come with me. Chapter 2. I am a delivery person. Just as Fang Xin was about to change in the dressing room, Lei Tai called out to him, confused yet compliant. Fang Xin followed Lei Tai to a nearby lounge. Fang Xin, are you interested in joining the professional class? Lei Tai inquired bluntly upon entering. Professional class? This term was new to Fang Xin. As Lei Tai elaborated, Fang Xin began to grasp its meaning. It was essentially a selection system at the martial arts school. Currently, he was enrolled in the beginner class, which taught fundamental combat techniques to those lacking natural talent in martial arts. The professional class, while primarily focused on foundational martial arts content, catered to individuals with a certain aptitude for training. Consequently, the curriculum was more efficient and advanced compared to the beginner class. Moreover, the professional class included advanced courses, such as the foundational stance training. This method was a truly effective way to enhance physical fitness rapidly. Given Fang Xin's talent, remaining in the beginner class would hinder his martial arts progress. In fact, beyond the professional class, there existed an apprentice class. Gaining entry into this class provided a slim chance of becoming an official disciple of their school. At that point, not only would tuition fees be waived, but a monthly stipend would also be provided. Naturally, Lei Tai refrained from mentioning this last bit. Faced with such a promising opportunity, Fang Xin had no reason to decline. All right, fill out this application form and come by tomorrow at 8. You can head straight to training hall number 2, Lei Tai instructed. By the way, let me inform you that the daily course hours will double upon entering the professional class. But rest assured, the tuition fee remains unchanged. You won't need to pay any extra. As Fang Xin filled out the application form, he paused upon hearing that the course duration would double. Double the time? How can that be allowed? He exclaimed. Coach, could you tell me the specific schedule for the professional class? He needed to ensure he had ample time for his commitments. From 8 to 10 in the morning and 2 to 4 in the afternoon. You will learn the specific content once you join the professional class, Lei Tai replied. Do you have something else to attend to? Fang Xin nodded, resuming his writing. Yes, I need to make a delivery. Fang Xin was not joking. He genuinely had deliveries to make, and it was imperative. This necessity arose not merely from the fact that delivery was his job, but also because. Name, Fang Xin, age, 23, strength, 4. 6. Normal healthy male attribute is 5, constitution, 4. 5. Normal healthy male attribute is 5, speed, 4. 7. Normal healthy male attribute is 5, mentality, 5. 2. Normal healthy male attribute is 5, primary occupation, delivery person LV3. Click to view occupation information, secondary occupation, martial artist LV1. Click to view occupation information, attribute points, 2. Skill points, 2. This was his unique advantage. Stemming from a game he played prior to his transmigration, titled Infinite Career Life. In that game, players could assume countless professions and experience myriad career paths. Yet, why? Upon activating this advantage, was his primary occupation immediately bound to delivery person? Wasn't he martial artist far more appealing than delivery person? Just because he had been a delivery person in his previous life, did that necessitate him being one in this new world as well? It felt like a cruel joke. It is worth noting that although the occupation panel allowed for numerous professions, only 5 could be considered primary. To activate a second primary occupation, he would need to possess more than 5 secondary occupations, and the level of the first primary occupation must reach level 10. In other words, he could not acquire a second primary occupation in the near future. The distinction between primary and secondary occupations was significant. Primary occupations allowed for occupational ascension and fusion. Moreover, a critical point was that the level of secondary occupations on the panel could not exceed the highest primary occupation by more than 3 levels. If he did not elevate the level of delivery person, then his secondary occupation of martial artist could only advance to level 6 at most. Even if he were a martial arts prodigy, he could not surpass this limitation. Thus, it became evident that he had to continue delivering unceasingly. Fang Xin had expressed vehement objections. He hoped the Transmigrator Management Bureau would provide an explanation. Unfortunately, the occupation panel lacked intelligence, and the Bureau paid him no heed. His gaze fell upon delivery person, and a series of information materialized. Primary occupation, delivery person, level 3, 29,400. Occupational talent, none. Core skill, timely delivery LV 1, 85,100. Basic skill 1. Driving skill, electric vehicle, LV 3, 39,200. Basic skill 2. Route mastery LV 3, 27,200. Occupational tasks, none. These 3 skills perfectly encapsulated the role of a delivery person. Moreover, upon awakening in the occupation panel, his initial level had already reached 3. This had granted Fang Xin 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. What did this signify? It demonstrated that whether in his past or present life, he was undoubtedly an experienced delivery person. Grateful for the acknowledgement from the occupation panel, he vowed to exert even greater effort. Exiting the martial arts school, Fang Xin slightly raised his head, his gaze immediately landing on a large display screen on the opposite building. 326 days, 14 hours, 15 minutes, and 23 seconds until the blue star links to the cosmic star network. The countdown was prominently displayed, regardless of the time. Each glimpse of this notification filled Fang Xin's heart with exhilaration. Only less than a year remained. At that moment, the entire world would transform. This life of his should prove to be far more splendid than the last. A year ago, a civilization known as the Onung, self-proclaimed guides, landed on Blue Star and engaged in 3 days of extensive discussions with the leaders of the 5 major powers. No one knew the specifics of their discourse, but it was clear that thereafter, nations began to embrace martial arts. Numerous martial artists emerged from the shadows, and countless martial arts videos flooded the internet. Only then did people realize that martial arts could bestow unimaginable strength. With a single punch, one could shatter stones. With a mere finger, one could sever steel. Subsequently, countless martial arts schools that had previously remained concealed began to emerge into the public eye in response to the national call. Various martial arts academies sprouted up like mushrooms after rain. Fang Xin had discovered that in Yanpan City alone, with its population of several million, there were no fewer than 20 martial arts schools, and he had chosen the Linjiang Martial Arts School. Taking out his keys, he approached a modest electric vehicle in the parking area, expertly starting it. One of the reasons he selected the Lijiang Martial Arts School was its proximity to his home. He could reach it in just over 10 minutes on his electric bike. Before long, Fang Xin arrived at a community named Guanlan. Chapter 3. The joy of delivering food beyond imagination. Parking his electric bike beneath Building 2, Unit 2, Fang Xin ascended the stairs. A local resident. He had lost his parents in a tragic car accident when he was merely 18, leaving him a modest inheritance, including the very building he now stood before. The previous owner had possessed a small fortune, sufficient for a life of leisure, yet for reasons unknown, he had taken up the profession of a delivery rider. Though not his primary occupation, he managed to earn $3,000 to $4,000 a month. Presently, Fang Xin had ample motivations to continue this promising line of work. The Guanlan Community was an aging neighborhood, characterized by its antiquity. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Fang Xin produced his key and unlocked the door. Greeted by a faintly damp atmosphere, the walls, marked with wear and tear, hinted at the house's age. Tossing the key onto the sofa, he made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. After washing away the scent of perspiration and taking a brief respite, he donned his yellow delivery uniform, grabbed his keys, and stepped outside. Before leaving, he glanced at the wall clock, 11:05. Lunchtime and early evening were his unpredictable work hours. Activating the Cho Tuan Rider app, Fang Xin began to seize delivery orders. At this hour, the volume of requests was quite substantial. Success. He quickly secured his first order of the day. Mounting his battle-hardened electric bike, he twisted the throttle and surged forward like a nimble fish. Armed with 2 exceptional Level 3 delivery skills, Fang Xin's efficiency in fulfilling orders surpassed that of his peers. He instinctively navigated the optimal routes and, with his remarkable riding skills, delivered orders in record time. The only constraint to his delivery speed was the restaurant's preparation time. You have successfully delivered on time. Delivery Rider, Experience 1. Your skill, riding, electric bike, Experience 2. Your skill, route mastery, Experience 2. With the notifications converted to voice prompts, Fang Xin approached each delivery with renewed vigor. This was all about experience. At this pace, he would soon achieve another level up. Time slipped away, and Fang Xin found himself immersed in the world of deliveries. However, as the peak hours faded, the number of orders dwindled. His final delivery concluded with a frown. This last order. Upon reading the customer's peculiar request, Fang Xin's brow furrowed deeply. Looking for a tall, handsome, and strong delivery guy? If not, do not accept the order, or else a bad review will follow. What an odd demand. Peering into the bike's rearview mirror, he caught sight of his own striking visage. It must be said, the body he inhabited was not without its appeal, fitting the bill quite well. Fang Xin picked up his phone again and promptly canceled the order. My apologies, but I, Fang Xin, harbor no such mundane desires. My aspirations lie in the realms of panels, professions, and experience. In truth, he was concerned that the customer might resemble a Snorlax. Furthermore, such ambiguous requests left much to be desired. Closing the Cho Tuan Rider app, Fang Xin steered his bike back to the Guanlan Community. Upon opening his professional panel, he beheld the displayed data with a farmer's smile. Main profession, delivery rider, level 3, 59,400, professional talent, none, core skill, timely delivery LV 1, 92,100, basic skill 1, riding electric bike, LV 3, 68,400, basic skill 2, route mastery LV 3, 57,400. As effort transformed into tangible data, every action yielded visible progress. The sensation was undeniably addictive. At 2:30 in the afternoon, rather than returning home, Fang Xin ventured to a noodle shop named West Wind. Huagu, a bowl of chicken leg noodles, please, with a fried egg and a large pork chop. Upon entering, he called out with enthusiasm. Ah, it's Xiao Xin. Just a moment, it will be ready shortly. This noodle shop had been in operation for many years, and Fang Xin was a frequent patron. While the flavor was secondary, the cleanliness was paramount. He never had to worry about foodborne illness. Since becoming a delivery rider, he had not consumed a single takeout meal. Even when dining out, he only frequented a select few establishments. The sight of certain kitchen environments left him unable to eat, particularly when it came to dishes like fried rice or braised chicken, which could induce a sense of nausea. By comparison, the much-maligned pre-packaged meals seemed remarkably hygienic. Before long, a substantial bowl of noodles was placed before him. After a few days of martial training, Fang Xin noticed a significant increase in his appetite. This was a positive sign, indicating his body's craving for nourishment. Let us dig in. Fang Xin devoured the noodles with impressive speed, finishing the entire bowl, broth included, in under 5 minutes. Delightful. A hearty meal was indeed one of life's greatest pleasures. You eat so quickly. Be cautious of your stomach, Hua Gu, the shop owner, remarked as he emerged from the kitchen, noticing Fang Xin's rapid consumption. His full name was Cheng Hua, a fellow resident of the Guanlan Community. The noodle shop had been in business for over a decade, and their familiarity was well established. Burning through energy, Fang Xin replied, wiping his mouth with a napkin. After settling the bill on his phone, he rode his electric bike back to his apartment, placing the keys on the coffee table. He forwent rest and instead headed to his bedroom, activating his computer. Accessing the municipal website, Fang Xin intended to seek an additional side job, or more accurately, a secondary profession. With the professional panel activated, he understood the value of acquiring multiple professions, as each one offered attribute points and skill points upon leveling up. Attribute points could enhance his physical qualities, while skill points could directly upgrade skills. In other words, the more professions he possessed, the stronger he would become. If he were to acquire a dozen professions, each reaching level 2, he could elevate himself to superhuman levels merely through attribute points. Yet, while the ideal was enticing, the execution proved more challenging. Take the martial artist profession. Even with his innate talent, it had taken him 3 days to activate it. For other professions, activation could easily exceed a week, and leveling to 2 would require no less than half a month, an endeavor not to be taken lightly. This brought forth the concept of professional compatibility. The 2 professions he currently possessed aligned perfectly with his abilities, allowing for swift advancement, unlike other occupations. Sales? No, too time-consuming. Mechanic? Unfeasible due to its technical demands. After searching for quite some time, Fang Xin reluctantly released the mouse. There were nearly no jobs that matched his current conditions. Even the simplest security roles required a constant presence, making them impractical. What he sought was a profession that could be pursued in the hours outside of martial artist and delivery rider, such as after 7 p.m. Never mind. There is no rush, he thought, rubbing his eyes. He picked up his phone, opened the Douyin app, and began scrolling through videos to unwind. Today's donkey hoof repair was abysmal, a bad review. Oh, this carpet cleaning looks impressive like. This corpse is a bit lacking. Corpse. Fang Xin sat bolt upright. Disaster has struck once more. Another death has occurred in my neighborhood. The footage reveals individuals clad in uniforms, cordoning off the area, while numerous residents peer curiously from a distance. The crux of the matter lies in the video's location. Indeed, it is set within his own community. Has there been a spate of fatalities recently? Furthermore, why the use of the word again? Having viewed the entire video, Fang Xin found no substantial information and was left with no choice but to delve into the comments section. However, just as he opened it, the screen flickered, indicating that the video had vanished. Had the creator deleted it? So swiftly. Perhaps he would join the homeowners group another day to inquire further. With the video gone, Fang Xin chose not to pursue the matter any further, resuming his scroll through the next video. After a span of nearly half an hour, he shut off his phone, preparing to practice some fundamental martial arts techniques, when suddenly, his phone rang. Chapter 4. The mess left by Fang Xin in the realm of human experience. One must possess both courage and resilience, undeterred by the perils that life presents, with a spirited heart that remains steadfast through the years. Fang Xin picked up his phone, and upon glancing at the incoming call, his expression darkened. This particular number stirred within him. No, it should be said. It resurrected certain unpleasant memories belonging to the original owner. I truly wish to live another 500 years. The phone continued to ring, and ultimately, Fang Xin answered the call. Hello, Fang Xin. Where is my money? We agreed it would be deposited by the 15th of every month, and today is already the 17th. A barrage of accusatory questions erupted from the device. Fang Xin's demeanor turned icy. Indeed, one cannot nurture a white-eyed wolf. My apologies, I neglected to inform you that. Starting this month, you shall receive not a single cent, Fang Xin replied coolly. After stating this, he distanced the phone slightly from his ear. What did you say? An incredulous voice exploded from the receiver. Fang Xin, what the hell do you mean? Fang Xin rubbed his ear, his tone laced with a hint of chill, the literal meaning. If you cannot comprehend, perhaps you should return to elementary school for a refresher. His words were not loud, yet they seemed to strike a chord, plunging the other party into silence. After several seconds of tension, just as Fang Xin prepared to end the call, the voice on the other end resumed. Go to hell, Fang Xin. Your parents were my benefactors, Upon their demise, the financial responsibility falls to you. You should have divided their compensation with me. I'll give you half a day. If the money isn't transferred by then, don't blame me for coming to your house." The audacity of such a statement nearly amused Fang Xin. The caller, Xiao Chuxing, was a student once supported by the original owner's parents. How amusing. In this world, some individuals are grateful, while others are ungrateful, shamelessly demanding more. After the untimely death of the original owner's parents, he inherited their kindness and continued to send support to Xiao Chuxing monthly. He always remembered his parents' teachings. A gift of roses brings lingering fragrance to the hands. At that time, Fang Xin had just entered university. In fact, to continue supporting Xiao Chuxing, he abandoned his plans for a laid-back life and took up a job as a delivery worker. Eventually, when Xiao Chuxing gained admission to university, rather than expressing gratitude or relinquishing the support, he shamelessly requested an increase in funds, claiming that with university comes the need for greater financial support for his romantic pursuits. Even more ludicrous was the fact that the original owner acquiesced, doubling the monthly support from 1,000 to 2,000. This generosity accumulated over 5 years. To be honest, upon traversing into this realm and absorbing the original owner's memories, Fang Xin felt a mix of exasperation and disappointment over this matter. How absurd. You, a man standing 175 centimeters tall, ensnared by a worthless individual. Fang Xin understood the nature of people like Xiao Chuxing all too well. Your kindness and generosity merely serve as a justification for their insatiable greed. As for dealing with such a person, Fang Xin's response was succinct: "Get lost." Just as he was about to terminate the call, Fang Xin reconsidered and said, "Fine, wait there. I will transfer the funds shortly." After uttering this, he hung up and promptly blocked the number. Naturally, the money would not be transferred. Teasing the dog before the block was also a form of amusement. Enjoy your wait. However, after ending the call, he seriously contemplated Xiao Chuxing's threat to come find him. For a white-eyed wolf deprived of financial support, such an act was certainly within the realm of possibility. Yet, Fang Xin felt no fear. After all, this was still a society governed by law. Nevertheless, since the upheaval of a year ago, martial arts had transitioned from the shadows into the limelight, taking center stage in the lives of ordinary people. Tianxia mandated that all high schools and universities implement martial arts education. Xiao Chuxing had been studying martial arts at school for a year. His abilities, however, remained uncertain. What if he were to act out of desperation? Fang Xin pondered this as he opened his professional panel. Name: Fang Xin. Age: 23. Strength: 4, 6. Constitution: 4, 5. Speed: 4, 7. Mentality: 5, 2. Primary profession: delivery worker LV3. Secondary profession: martial artist LV1. Attribute points: 2. Skill points: 2. Gazing at the 2 and used attribute points. A slight smile crept upon Fang Xion's lips. "Come on, little wretch, let's see if I can bring you to your knees." In a moment of youthful exuberance, he declared, "Dark blue, no, infinite, enhance me." With that, the 2 attribute points vanished, and in the next instant, both strength and constitution increased by 1. The sensation was instantaneous. As if a surge of energy coursed through him, a wave of vitality surged within his chest, quickly radiating throughout his body. Thump, thump, thump. His heart began to race furiously. As the sound resonated, he felt a tearing sensation in his muscles, as an overwhelming strength emerged from every corner of his being. Before long, his arms and thighs grew thicker and more solid, while his chest and abdomen revealed distinct muscular contours. Strength: 465. 6 Constitution: 455. 5. This sensation, it was utterly exhilarating. Approaching the full-length mirror in the living room, Fang Xin shed his clothing, revealing a lean, powerful figure. Although he had previously maintained a decent appearance, unhealthy habits had led to some excess weight rather than muscle. This transformation, however, was remarkable. Just 2 points of enhancement had yielded such a significant change. Attribute points were indeed impressive. He stepped to the center of the living room, assuming a basic boxing stance. His fingers clenched into a fist as he struck out with force. The air erupted with a sharp, piercing sound of tearing. "Huh, Xiao Chuxing, I hope you truly come to find me, and that you are not merely blowing hot air." As night fell in Guanchang City, within a dormitory at Linjiang University, a rather handsome yet sharp-faced junior was furiously scrolling through his phone. "Damn it, where's my money? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" He closed his banking app and dialed the number he viewed as his personal cash cow. Sorry, the user you are trying to reach is currently on another call. Damn it, Fang Xin, you'll pay for this. Xiao Chuxing immediately realized that his number had been blocked. He would never abandon the money. He had plans to travel with his girlfriend next month and had enrolled in martial arts classes outside the school. Without Fang Xin's funds, he could forget about both the trip and the training. I can't let this slide so easily. His parents promised to support me. I deserve a share of that inheritance. The glow of the phone illuminated Xiao Chuxing's face, revealing a sinister expression. He quickly opened a ticketing app and purchased a high-speed train ticket to Yanpan City for the following day. Having practiced martial arts for a year at Linjiang University, he was confident he could handle a mere delivery worker. Of course, he did not intend to resort to violence. His aim was primarily intimidation. Fang Xin, I hope you can stand as resolutely under my fist as you did over the phone. Chapter 5. The New Coach. Shan, the first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the window and gently illuminated Fang Xin's face, awakening even before the alarm clock had a chance to ring. He rose and began his morning routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face. Last night, after delivering takeout, he had gone straight to bed without indulging in any late-night phone scrolling. For the first time, he felt as though he had enjoyed a particularly refreshing sleep. Descending the stairs, he hopped onto his beloved electric bike and headed to a breakfast shop outside his community, where he purchased 5 meat buns and a cup of soy milk, hanging them on his bike as he hastened towards the Lixiang Martial Arts School. Upon arriving at the school, Fang Xin parked his bike in the shed and, while munching on a meat bun, made his way upstairs. Brother Xin, you're here? A young man greeted him as he entered the changing room. This was a fellow student from his class, Zhang Jing, who was slightly younger than him. Fang Xin acknowledged him with a nod and raised the bun in his hand, offering, "Want one?" "And no, I had breakfast at home," Zhang Jing hurriedly replied. Fang Xin merely acknowledged him with an and said nothing further. It was merely a polite exchange, akin to the customary "let us do this again sometime." Of course, had Zhang Jing accepted, Fang Xin would not have hesitated to share. "Brother Xin, how did you learn the foundational boxing techniques so quickly? Is there a secret? Do tell." Zhang Jing inquired as they walked toward Training Room 1. The Lixiang Martial Arts School was vast, boasting 10 training halls. Fang Xin had originally trained in Room 1, which was in the same direction as Room 2. Zhang Jing was an enthusiast of martial arts. Had it not been for his commitments over the past year, he would have joined the school much earlier. He had often wanted to seek guidance from Fang Xin, but had never found the opportunity since Fang Xin would vanish right after classes ended. A secret? Fang Xin took a sip of his soy milk, contemplated for a moment, then replied earnestly, "I've only been practicing for 2 days. As for secrets, I simply kept practicing until it came to me." Zhang Jing exclaimed, "Wow, you're quite the humble one." Though slightly disappointed, he understood that Fang Xin was being genuine. Their instructor had informed them from day one that martial arts relied primarily on innate talent, followed by diligence. Zhang Jing's own talent, according to their instructor, was merely average. However, he did not aspire to achieve great fame in martial arts. His family was affluent, and his pursuit of martial arts was purely a passion. Moreover, in a year's time, he believed there might be other ways to enhance his strength. After finishing his bun, Fang Xin casually disposed of the wrapper in the corner trash bin, and the two arrived at the entrance of Training Room 1. Just as Zhang Jing was about to step inside, he noticed Fang Xin bypassing the door entirely, showing no intention of entering with him. "Brother Xin, where are you going?" "Oh, I've been promoted. I won't be in your class anymore." "Promoted?" As he saw Fang Xin walking toward Training Room 2, Zhang Jing suddenly realized and hurried to catch up. "Brother Xin, let me add you on WeChat. I never had the chance before." Such a legitimate request posed no reason for Fang Xin to refuse. After exchanging WeChat information, he turned and entered Training Room 2. Watching Fang Xin's departing figure, Zhang Jing blinked, as if making a decision. Inside Training Room 2, as Fang Xin stepped in, he immediately noticed a plethora of equipment absent from Training Room 1, specifically, punching dummies. At that moment, over a dozen individuals were engaged in their warm-up exercises. Fang Xin quickly discerned that the physical fitness and overall demeanor of these students were leagues beyond those of the novice class he had previously attended. "You must be Fang Xin." Before he could fully survey the room, a gravelly voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he was met by the imposing figure of a middle-aged man clad in a coach's uniform, holding a water bottle. The man had a robust physique, and even the loose-fitting uniform strained against his muscular build, exuding an aura of authority. Most striking was a scar on his forehead, near his right eye. resembling a serpentine pattern. Yes, coach, Fang Xin replied. Upon hearing his response, the man nodded. If all goes as expected, I shall be your instructor for the upcoming martial arts courses. My surname is Chun, and I am called Chunjinshan. Old Lei mentioned that you grasped the foundational boxing techniques within 3 days. Just luck, Fang Xin replied modestly. Huh, there is no such thing as luck in martial arts. What is effective, what isn't. While our professional class may not be at the highest level, it's not an arena for just anyone to enter. After exchanging a few brief words, Fang Xin began his warm-up and training in a nearby area. Official classes commenced at 8 o'clock, yet most students tended to arrive around 7:30. In martial arts, diligence and focus were paramount. It was rumored that students in the disciple class rose at 5 every morning to practice. As Fang Xin had never trained with punching dummies before, his warm-up consisted solely of basic physical conditioning and foundational boxing techniques. Thanks to 2 attribute points he had allocated, Fang Xin's physical prowess had already surpassed that of an average person, even though he was still at level 1 in foundational boxing. The strength and power of his well-built physique allowed him to deliver formidable punches. The training room echoed with the sound of air being sliced apart as Fang Xin struck, producing a slight whooshing noise from the sheer force of his punches. Chunjinshan had been observing Fang Xin closely. As he witnessed the speed and vigor of Fang Xin's movements, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. His proficiency in boxing is as Old Lei described. He has indeed grasped the basics, yet this young man's physique. Yesterday, Lei Tai had fervently recommended this student to him, claiming that Fang Xin possessed exceptional talent and had the potential to become an official disciple of their Dragon Elephant School. Chunjinshan had initially regarded this with skepticism, fully aware of the challenges involved in becoming an official disciple. Even he and Lei Tai were merely nominal disciples. But now, he still felt that Fang Xin was not yet qualified to be an official disciple. Nevertheless, this individual's physical capabilities rivaled those of seasoned fighters who had trained for years. The fact that he possessed such a physique without formal training was a testament to his extraordinary natural talent. Coupled with the martial arts aptitude Lei Tai mentioned, Fang Xin had a significant chance of entering the elite class. The elite class, also known as the preparatory class for disciples of the Iron Elephant School. Wait, Chunjinshan suddenly furrowed his brow. He recalled something. Why hadn't Lei Tai mentioned Fang Xin's impressive physical attributes? This was undoubtedly crucial information. Aside from Chunjinshan, Fang Xin's movements had also drawn the attention of other students. While they did not recognize him, as students in a professional class, they possessed a discerning eye. This newcomer might have average boxing skills, but the force behind his strikes was startling. One could only imagine the bruises they would sustain if struck by such a punch. At that moment, Fang Xin also sensed something unusual. He felt that the strength contained within his body had increased significantly compared to before allocating his attribute points. The actual values represented by those points seemed to exceed his expectations. Chapter 6. The Art of Stance. Soon, a bell chimed, signaling the commencement of class. Gather. The numerous students quickly stood in formation, and due to his status as a newcomer, Fang Xin was granted a position near the front. Given that this was not a school setting, Chunjinshan did not introduce Fang Xin, but instead commenced the lesson directly. The professional class was entirely distinct from the beginner class. The first phase of the course was dedicated to the teaching of stance practice, which is regarded as the foundation of many martial arts and an excellent means of physical training. Previously, this had been a closely guarded secret of the Martial Arts Academy, forbidden to be taught to those outside the core group of students. However, with Blue Star on the verge of launching into the cosmic expanse and various directives from above, many martial arts schools had relaxed their teaching restrictions. Before the gathered students, Chunjinshan gradually assumed a stance, his arms arched skyward, knees slightly bent as he settled into a horse stance, resembling a majestic ivory elephant reaching for the heavens. Fang Xin was transfixed. Chunjinshan's movements were deliberate and unhurried. The entire demonstration of 9 stances took nearly 10 minutes. The difficulty of these 9 movements escalated with each subsequent pose, culminating in some that appeared rather peculiar and intricate. In a daze, Fang Xin envisioned a formidable, colossal wild elephant radiating an overwhelming aura. An elephant? He pondered, bewildered as to why such a creature came to mind. At that moment, Chunjinshan reached the final movement, extending his arms and forcefully stepping down with his right foot. The rubber-covered floor reverberated with a resounding thud, causing the entire training hall to tremble slightly. Astonishing! Fang Xian's pupils constricted. He realized that this was no illusion. The man had genuinely struck the rubberized floor with such force. How much power must that require? While Fang Xian was still in awe of his new instructor's martial prowess, Shan, having completed the demonstration of all 9 movements, decided to invite the students to practice freely. However, after a moment of consideration, he suddenly called out, "Fang Xian, come up and demonstrate the movements we just practiced." "What? Me? I'm just a newcomer." Fang Xian was oblivious to the fact that Lei Tai had strongly recommended him to Shan, and now the instructor was testing him. Was he truly gifted? Seeing is believing. After all, he had once been a 4th-tier talent himself. Fang Xian stepped forward, recalling Shan's postures. He assumed the first stance, embodying the ivory elephant. His feet planted firmly on the ground, and then came to a standstill. During the instruction, the coach had mentioned that each movement of the stance practice must be held for at least 15 seconds to be effective. Before long, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his muscles, akin to an electric current. Was the effect this pronounced? The bodily response confirmed the efficacy of the stance practice. Yet, what was the underlying principle? With no time to ponder, Fang Xian moved on to the subsequent postures. In a trance, the image of the mighty wild elephant resurfaced before him. As he executed the movements, Shan, who stood quietly observing, began to display an unmistakable astonishment on his face. This fellow is actually able to perform the entire 9-form stance of the mighty elephant on his first attempt. Though the mighty elephant stance was merely a lower-tier practice of their Longxiang sect, it was not something that could be flawlessly executed after just a single observation. Particularly the last 3 stances, which were far too complex for a novice to master in one go. At the very least, he had been training for years and had never encountered such an individual. Unless, a phrase echoed in his mind. One spoken by their master during a morning practice session, martial arts prodigy. Yes, only a martial arts prodigy could master the complete stance on their first try. His breath quickened slightly. As a named disciple of the Longxiang sect, it was both his responsibility and duty to nurture the strength of their sect. Naturally, seeking talented disciples was the most effective means of strengthening their ranks. Additionally, there were small rewards for discovering exceptionally gifted students. Once Fang Xian completed the demonstration, Shan exhaled slowly, his expression returning to calmness. Not bad, though some movements could be more precise. Observe and learn. Fang Xian nodded, his eyes shimmering with a vision visible only to him. You have practiced the mighty elephant stance. You have comprehended the 9 forms of the mighty elephant. Congratulations. You have acquired the basic vocational skill, Mighty Elephant Stance LV1. Your basic physical training method has improved. Experience 43. The stance practice was indeed remarkable, transcending the ordinary realms of physical conditioning. He took a deep breath, feeling the invigorating pulse within his skin and muscles, an ache that resembled the aftermath of prolonged exertion. His body was evolving. This was a profoundly intense sensation, a visceral feedback from his own physique. The foundation of martial arts lies in physicality, and aside from daily training, stance practice is essential for honing the body. This mighty elephant stance requires a minimum of 20 minutes of daily practice. However, one must not overexert, as it could lead to physical harm. Upon returning to his place in line, Shan refrained from having all the students practice the stances in the martial arts hall. After practicing the stances, the sheer number of participants present would likely render them unable to stand, let alone continue with the subsequent lessons. This was, after all, a martial arts academy, not a school. Everyone had paid to learn, and time was of the essence. After issuing a brief reminder, Shan proceeded with the next phase of instruction, which continued to emphasize fundamental boxing techniques. This discipline amalgamated numerous martial arts styles and the wisdom of countless predecessors, requiring constant refinement until mastery was achieved. All of you have grasped the basics of boxing. Now, it is time for more intense training. Shan stated as he approached a heavy rubber-covered punching post, firmly grounding his feet before launching a powerful punch. Bang! The sound reverberated, sending a jolt through the hearts of the students present. To their astonishment, the hefty punching post, weighing over 200 pounds and anchored firmly to the ground, was propelled 5 to 6 meters away by the sheer force of his blow, crashing heavily to the floor, striking the post. With the post's descent, Shan uttered his final words. Incredible. Remarkable. The students, though they had joined the professional class earlier than Fang Xian, were witnessing Shan's prowess for the first time. This display of strength left them utterly captivated. Approaching the post he had just sent flying, Qin effortlessly grasped the top ring of the post with one hand, lifting it back into position with ease. That punch is the culmination of my 10 years of martial training. Now, each of you find a punching post and practice according to the routines outlined in the basic boxing techniques. Remember, the punching post is inanimate while you are alive. Imagine it as your adversary and employ every means necessary to defeat it. Strike fiercely and deliver powerful kicks. Do not be lackadaisical. The essence of our martial arts lies in the single word, strength. Qin Jinshan moved among the students, continuously offering corrections and guidance for their errors. His resonant voice echoed throughout the training hall. Coach, why aren't we using sandbags? Hitting this punching post is exhausting, and even with protective gear, it still hurts. One student exclaimed amidst their training. Chapter 7. The role of skill points. Striking a punching post is indeed distinct from hitting a sandbag, for the former is more rigid, weighty, and demands greater strength from the practitioner. The words of this student caused many to pause and gaze at Qin Jinshan. Many among them had previously trained at other martial arts schools, where they had practiced on sandbags. Upon encountering a punching post, Qin Jinshan halted, momentarily taken aback by the collective attention directed towards him. Did your former instructors never impart to you the most fundamental principles of martial arts? He pondered, sighing softly at the bewildered expressions of the students. It seemed that most instructors in contemporary martial arts schools had never genuinely committed to teaching their pupils. Their mindset remained entrenched in the bygone era of closed-door traditions and restrictive regulations on martial arts. Very well, let me elucidate briefly, he continued. You may be aware that our nation boasts a plethora of martial arts styles. The existence of these styles arises from the varied techniques and focal points each school emphasizes. Even within the same style of boxing, the results achieved by disciples from different schools can vastly differ. Is it due to the Manqiang post? An inquisitive student interjected. The Manqiang post is a result, not the cause, Qin Jinshan replied with a smile, resuming his stride. Since the inception of our Lixiang martial arts school, we have been renowned for our formidable strength. Should fortune favor us in the future, the other martial arts I impart to you will all embody the essence of strength. We have long conducted experiments demonstrating that the efficacy of training with punching posts surpasses that of sandbags by 10 to 20%. Understanding dawned upon the audience. They had not anticipated that martial arts encompass such intricacies. Coach, are you suggesting that we might become as robust as you in the future? Another student boldly inquired. As robust as me? Qin Jinshan quirked a smile. If you possess talent and demonstrate sufficient diligence, it is indeed possible. Yet, he internally dismissed this notion, recognizing that among the 28 students in the training hall, perhaps no more than 3 would reach his level. In fact, this was a specialized class, having already filtered for individuals with a modicum of martial arts aptitude. The path of martial arts was not so easily traversed. Many would falter along the way. Nevertheless, since they had invested in their training, it was only fitting to offer some encouraging words. As Qin Jinshan concluded his explanation, the students once again immersed themselves in their post-training. He could distinctly sense an invigorated enthusiasm among them. However, as seconds turned into minutes, the relentless practice began to sap their energy and fervor. Many unwittingly slowed their pace, with some even resorting to idleness, except for Fang Xin. Qin Jinshan's gaze fell once more upon this student, who had become his primary focus of observation. This young man maintained an extraordinary level of concentration and diligence throughout the session, striking the post with unwavering commitment and a singular focus. Training in martial arts was inherently tedious, and fatigue was a natural response. Even Qin Jinshan himself had succumbed to moments of laziness during his early training. Generally speaking, an individual like Fang Xin, who displayed such intense focus, would typically harbor a profound passion for martial arts. Yet, in Fang Xin's eyes, he detected no trace of that fervor, an intriguing student indeed. Glancing at the wall clock, Qin Jinshan clapped his hands and called out, "Training on the post is concluded. Let us take a brief respite before commencing the subsequent lesson." Fang Xin, however, did not rest. With a physique rating of 5, his endurance far surpassed that of the average individual. This level of training hardly warranted a break. Your basic boxing technique has improved. Experience 23. Your basic forging technique has improved. Experience 10. Your profession, warrior. Experience 18. He felt invigorated. Realizing he had miscalculated, he understood that at the current pace, within 2 to 3 days, his warrior level could reach LV2. At that point, he would accrue additional attribute points and skill points. Skill points. He still had 2 unspent. Initially, Fang Xin intended to reserve them for crucial moments or for particularly challenging techniques. However, he now deemed it unnecessary. Both attribute points and skill points could be obtained through leveling up his profession. He could always invest time to activate various secondary professions, setting aside distant pursuits. His warrior secondary profession could also be upgraded in the coming days, promising further skill points. Now was the time to utilize them. After a brief contemplation, he made his decision. He would invest in the Guanchang post. Currently, the only primary skill among his 3 warrior secondary profession skills was the Guanchang post, a foundational technique with the greatest potential for enhancement. What? You mentioned the delivery profession? After a few days of delivering, he would level up. As he confirmed his choice, the words Guanchang post flashed on his interface, its suffix transforming to LV2. With the upgrade of the Guanchang post, a torrent of information flooded Fang Xin's mind. Vivid imagery of his arduous practice with the Guanchang post indelibly etched into his consciousness, granting him instantaneous mastery of the LV2 technique. Simultaneously, he felt a warm current enveloping his muscles, causing them to tremble and manifest even greater strength. Before long, the muscle contours that had begun to develop on Fang Xin's physique became increasingly pronounced. A sudden realization struck him as he glanced at his profession panel. Strength, 5, 6, 5, 7 physique, 5, 5, 5, 6. The data representing his strength and physique surged like a dial, each value incrementally rising by 0.1 in less than a minute. Once again, he had grown stronger. I understand now. Skill points do not merely enhance the ultimate efficacy of a skill. The process of upgrading is also integrated into my being. It feels as though I have personally trained the Guanchang post to level 2. Truly, this was the advantage of his unique ability, empowering indeed. Thus, he would never experience the inability to control his newfound strength, for all of it was the fruit of his dedicated training. Releasing a heavy sigh, Fang Xin glanced at Chen Jinshan, noting that he remained oblivious to his transformation. He stepped away from the punching post, grateful for the loose-fitting training attire that concealed his physical changes from Chen Jinshan's discerning gaze. This served as a reminder: the utilization of attribute and skill points should remain discreet unless absolutely necessary. Soon, the brief intermission concluded, and Chen Jinshan gathered everyone to continue the lesson. This time, he shifted the focus from basic boxing techniques to foundational leg techniques. A decade ago, due to certain circumstances, the heads of various martial arts schools in the country united to compile a comprehensive volume titled Fundamentals of Martial Arts. Within this compilation, 5 distinct categories of pure striking techniques were outlined: basic boxing, basic leg techniques, basic footwork, basic palm techniques, and basic finger techniques. At Linjiang Martial Arts School, due to our core philosophical approach to martial arts, we shall only impart the foundational boxing and leg techniques in which we excel. The rest can be downloaded from the newly established Tianxia Martial Arts website for those interested. Once you have attained a moderate level of proficiency in these 2 foundational disciplines, compared to basic boxing, the foundational leg techniques appeared even more formidable, although the movements were broken down and practiced step by step. The sound of air being sliced by his swift kicks and strikes drew the attention of all present. It seems that Coach Chin is particularly adept at leg techniques. Fang Xin gazed intently, a thought emerging in his mind. After demonstrating the foundational leg techniques in their entirety, the class time drew to a close. Hey, shall we measure our punching power? I feel that my strength has increased over the past few days. Oh, come now. It can't have improved that quickly. We only measured it 3 days ago when the class started. The bull stance is indeed invigorating. We have truly made the right choice in coming to this martial arts school. The previous one was utterly lacking. Just as Fang Xin prepared to leave the training hall, a voice from behind him caused him to pause. Measure our punching power? Chapter 8. The Delivery Person's Task. Cuisine of foreign races. Upon surpassing the physical and strength thresholds of an average individual, how formidable could his punching power become? It was time to test it. Following a group of students, Fang Xin arrived at a training room on the 3rd floor of the martial arts hall. Among the usual training equipment, his gaze was immediately drawn to an unusual apparatus resembling a human figure, accompanied by a display screen. As the students approached the device, Fang Xin confirmed it was indeed a punching power tester. Lu Jian, you go first. All right, I'll take my turn. Among the group, a robust young man stepped forward, assumed a standard punching stance, and struck the test dummy's chest with considerable force. 142 kilograms, action valid. An electronic voice announced. and the corresponding value appeared on the display screen. Not bad. 142 kilograms. I heard the minimum standard to enter the disciple class is 200 kilograms. Lu Zi. You might have a chance. What chance? 200 kilograms is incredibly difficult. It'll take me at least a year to reach that. Hey, after a year, by then. Who would want to join the disciple class when we can connect to the star network? True enough. As they chatted, they took turns testing their punches. But Lu Zi's score remained the highest. Once they finished, they noticed Fang Xin standing nearby. Hey, are you going to test your punching power too? Seeing their friendly approach, Fang Xin smiled. I overheard your conversation about testing punching power and thought I'd give it a try. Go ahead, we've all completed our tests. The group stepped aside to allow Fang Xin to approach. Thank you. Upon reaching the test dummy, he noticed an instruction manual posted nearby. A quick glance sufficed for him to comprehend the usage instructions, without external assistance or the ability to charge up. Any striking action directed at the dummy would measure power, whether it be from fists, legs, or palms, lacking advanced striking techniques. Fang Xin took a basic stance from foundational boxing and delivered a punch to the dummy's face. The dummy responded with a ripple effect, absorbing the impact entirely. What material is this? Its shock absorption is remarkable. 207 kilograms, action valid. The electronic announcement stunned the group, leaving them frozen in place. What? 207? Worried they had misheard, Lu Jian and the others hurried to the display screen. There, in clear digits, was the reading, 207 kilograms. No doubt about it. It truly is 207 kilograms of punching power. Their astonished gazes turned to Fang Xin, filled with awe. It is known that the average adult male's punching power ranges from 60 to 100 kilograms, and 200 kilograms is already more than double that of an ordinary person. Brother, that's impressive. One of them gave Fang Xin a thumbs up. With that kind of power, you could compete professionally. Exactly. How did you train to achieve this? Fang Xin's professional panel momentarily flashed before him. I was naturally strong. He certainly would not reveal the existence of his extraordinary abilities. Yet saying he possessed innate strength was not entirely inaccurate, even if he did not share the surname Chang. Naturally strong? The group exchanged glances. Yet they seemed inclined to believe him. Bro, let us connect on WeChat. Before long, Lu Jian and the others had sent friend requests. Those with strength can effortlessly forge friendships with others. Fang Xin did not refuse. After adding Lu Jian on WeChat, he departed from the martial arts hall. He still had deliveries to make and could not afford to waste time. Upon exiting, Fang Xin sensed something amiss. Glancing up, he noticed dark clouds gathering in the sky. Is it going to rain? What bad luck. Rainy days were the bane of delivery personnel, although the pay sometimes increased. It severely hampered delivery efficiency and made one prone to getting soaked. In the past, he would take a break on rainy days. Now, equipped with a professional panel. Neither wind nor rain could deter his stride. The panel did not render him invincible, but every effort translated into tangible data. Hard work bore fruit, exponentially increasing one's motivation. After having lunch at the community entrance and returning home to shower and don his yellow uniform, Fang Xin's figure began to navigate through the streets. Course skill, timely delivery LV, 1, 99-100. After completing his last delivery the previous evening, this skill's experience had reached 99, just shy of leveling up. His goal for the day was to elevate this core skill of the delivery person profession to LV2. Fang Xin did not quite understand why this skill was so difficult to upgrade. It was worth noting that when he first awakened his professional panel, the delivery person profession had already reached level 3, while this core skill had languished at level 1. In truth, he was unaware of the skill's significance. Timely delivery LV. 1. Within this city, your delivered orders will not be delayed. Not delayed? What good is that? He had indeed utilized this skill but did not perceive any notable difference afterward. His speed ensured he would not be late regardless. Moreover, delivery was not solely reliant on the delivery personnel. The speed of the merchant's order fulfillment played a significant role. If the merchant was slow in preparing the meal, even the fastest delivery would be futile. Perhaps upgrading will bring some surprises. As time passed, Fang Xin's skills and profession steadily advanced. Your core skill, timely delivery, gained experience 1. Your core skill, timely delivery, has leveled up to LV 2. Upgraded? Fang Xin frowned, puzzled by the skill's nature. He felt no change during its usage or the upgrade process. The difficulty of upgrading was higher than that of the warrior profession skills. Yet the effects seemed to mock him. Forget it, let's focus on delivering. As he closed the professional panel, a sudden chill swept across his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was a raindrop. Before he could react, a downpour began, drenching him. Oh no, it's really raining. He retrieved a raincoat from his vehicle and donned it. Continuing with his deliveries. Nothing could impede him, not even the elements. You have a new delivery order. A notification chimed. Squealing tires echoed in the rain as Fang Xin abruptly squeezed the brakes, skidding several meters along the sidewalk before coming to a stop. His expression turned peculiar. The notification had not emanated from his mobile app, but directly resonated in his mind. It was the professional panel. Amidst the rain, a glowing panel appeared before him. Main profession, delivery person. Level 3, 107,400. Profession talent, none. Core skill, timely delivery LV 2, 1200. Basic skill 1, driving, electric vehicle LV 3, 128,400. Basic skill 2, route mastery LV 3, 135,400. Professional task, cuisine of foreign races, within the delivery person professional interface. The previously unresponsive taskbar now displayed changes. Cuisine of foreign races. What does that mean? As Fang Xin focused his thoughts, additional information about the professional task began to unfold. Deliver a designated serving of spicy hot pot to the hands of the Yuching ethnic customer. Chapter 9, Timely Delivery. What is the Rain Blue Clan? Does this race still exist on Blue Star? Fang Xin parked his electric scooter by the roadside and stepped aside to evade the rain. Taking out his phone, he searched for information on the Rain Blue Clan. A plethora of content appeared, but upon clicking, he found only fragments from online literature, entirely unrelated to the Rain Blue Clan. The absence of credible information suggested that the Rain Blue Clan might not be a race at all, but perhaps a faction? If this were merely a delivery from the Ugly Group Riders app, he would not have paid it much heed. However, this marked the first triggering of a professional task on his career panel, accompanied by the enigmatic Rain Blue Clan, prompting his curiosity to unravel the mystery. Faced with a lack of information, a more pressing question arose. Should he deliver this order? After gazing at the professional panel for a considerable time, Fang Xin ultimately resolved to undertake this peculiar delivery. He harbored a premonition that this professional task was of great significance. Failure to complete it could result in substantial loss. Now, another dilemma presented itself. How to deliver this exotic food? He was unaware of both the merchant's address and the customer's location. Just then, the professional task section of the career panel updated with new information. Please proceed to Liguafu's spicy hot pot on Wudong Road. Meal requirements, lonco vermicelli, broccoli, poached egg, black pepper pork fillet, and how to Ania core data. Flavor requirement, extremely spicy and extremely numbing. After picking up the meal, deliver it to Building 8, Unit 2. Room 602 at Sunshine Garden Community on Wudong Road. Time limit, 30 minutes. Task reward, 100 points of universal professional experience. Ah, he even had to place the order himself? What manner of triggering mechanism was at play for this professional task? In his previous life, such tasks existed in games, typically involving NPCs, thus triggering them was commonplace. Yet, this was the realm of reality. Fang Xin inhaled deeply, sensing that his professional panel held many secrets yet to be unveiled. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with the delivery. The prospect of 100 points of universal professional experience was undeniably enticing. Mounting his electric scooter, Fang Xin swiftly made his way to Wudong Road. In this torrential downpour, even with level 3 driving skills and level 3 route proficiency, reaching Wudong Road within 10 minutes was no trivial feat beneath the curtain of rain. He darted through the streets like a fish navigating its watery domain, effortlessly weaving past vehicles. After 8 minutes and 20 seconds, Fang Xin halted his scooter. Boss, I'd like to place an order. Lonco vermicelli, broccoli, poached egg, black pepper pork fillet, how to Ania core data. Extremely spicy and extremely numbing. Please hurry. On the professional panel, the countdown for the exotic food task had already consumed nearly a third of the time. 21 minutes and 40 seconds. This was outrageous. They were even counting the merchant's cooking time against him. He wanted to file a complaint. Was there no sense of justice? Alas, complaining proved futile. The merchant's pace did not hasten. It was peak dining time, compounded by the rain, resulting in an overwhelming number of delivery orders. After nearly 15 minutes, Fang Xin's order was finally prepared. Countdown, 7 minutes and 21 seconds. With the spicy hot pot in hand, Fang Xin mounted his scooter once more, a sense of urgency rising within him. As a seasoned delivery veteran, It had been a long time since he felt this anxious over a single order. In his mind, a map of the optimal route to Yuding Road materialized. However, time was not on his side. At his scooter's speed, even the best route would take 20 minutes. Yet he had only 7 minutes remaining. There was no time to spare. Cursing under his breath, he resolved to take a chance. It was a test of whether he could deliver on time. Activating his core professional skill, timely delivery, an unusual wave of energy radiated from Fang Xin. The raindrops falling within a foot of him began to decelerate, as if ensnared in an invisible barrier. Unbeknownst to him, he twisted the throttle and propelled his scooter forward, navigating through the downpour with urgency. Meanwhile, a brand-new BMW M3 sped through the rain, exceeding 70 miles per hour. Zhou Qing, a wealthy heir, relished the thrill of racing. Unlike other street racers who prefer dry roads, he reveled in the exhilaration of racing in the rain, savoring the moment his prized vehicle pierced through the downpour. Experiencing a sense of liberation and transcendence. Awesome! Zhou Cheng shouted, releasing his pent-up emotions. Just at that moment, a two-wheeled electric scooter suddenly shot out from his right side, overtaking his BMW with lightning speed. Is that an ugly group delivery? Zhou Cheng's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he glanced at his speedometer, 120 kilometers h. This was absurd. He was traveling at 120 kilometers h and yet was outpaced by a delivery scooter. Who would believe such a story? Yet he was certain he had not misread. It was indeed an electric scooter, especially with the bold characters of Ugly Group emblazoned on the back, seemingly mocking him and his BMW M3. How could he tolerate this? As the undisputed king of night racing in Yanpan City, Zhou Cheng was fueled by pride. Gripping the steering wheel, he prepared to give chase, but soon realized the delivery rider had vanished from sight. His speed began to wane as he stared ahead at the rain-soaked road, muttering in disbelief, "What the hell?" At Yuding Road, Sunshine Garden, this community was among the most upscale in Yanpan City. A notable characteristic of many high-end neighborhoods is their strict prohibition against delivery personnel. Fang Xin could understand this. After all, with such exorbitant property prices and maintenance fees, residents expected a secure environment. Under normal circumstances, he would leave deliveries at the designated rack by the security booth. However, today's order was clearly different, as he lacked any contact information for the Rain Blue Clan customer. Moreover, leaving the meal at the rack would mean relinquishing control over the delivery's timing. As Fang Xin pondered how to enter the community, he noticed that the two young security guards at the entrance were entirely oblivious to his presence, seemingly compelled by fate. He twisted the throttle and followed an Audi into the community. It was as if the guards could not see him at all. Their gaze did not waver even slightly. Fang Xin thought little of it and quickly made his way to Building 8, Unit 2. Only after he entered did one of the young security guards appear to regain his senses, scratching his head in confusion. Did something yellow just rush by? Something yellow? You must be seeing things. Maybe. Chapter 10, Completion of Professional Task, Sunshine Community, Building 8, Unit 2. Upon parking his electric scooter, Fang Xin noticed a resident opening the entrance to the building, and he seized the opportunity to follow inside while holding his spicy hot pot. The moment the resident caught sight of Fang Xin, he appeared momentarily stunned. Has the community started allowing food deliveries? Fang Xin merely offered a faint smile, leaving behind an air of mystery as he briskly entered the elevator. While riding the elevator, he opened his professional panel. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of disbelief. How could this be? Fang Xin felt as though he might be hallucinating. The countdown timer on his professional panel had just reached 3 minutes and 35 seconds. He distinctly remembered that when he had accepted this delivery, the timer displayed 7 minutes and 21 seconds. This meant that in less than 4 minutes, he had covered over 20 kilometers. Yet, he felt no sense of speed. To him, his pace seemed unchanged, perhaps even slightly slower due to the rain. Moreover, being skilled did not mean he could surpass the limitations of his vehicle's hardware. His electric scooter had a maximum speed of only 40 kilometers per hour. Thus, there could be only one explanation: timely delivery. The thought of this skill flashed through his mind. Timely delivery LV2. Within your recognized area, the food deliveries you make will not exceed the time limit. Is this skill truly so remarkable? Ding! The elevator doors opened. Fang Xin stepped out. As he approached the entrance, he could almost hear the sound of waves accompanied by falling rain. Yet, when he focused to listen, silence enveloped him. He rang the doorbell. Hello. The delivery is here. He had intended to greet the resident as handsome, but reconsidered, uncertain of the customer's gender, and opted to simply call out. Pitter-patter, the sound of rain surrounded him once more, and soon the door creaked open, revealing a stunning figure. In her early 20s, she donned a flowing water-blue dress, with a raindrop-shaped crystal adorning her forehead. Most captivating were her eyes, reminiscent of water, bright and enchanting. "Oh, it arrived so quickly. I just placed the order. Your efficiency is impressive. It's not as poor as they say." Her voice was soft and melodious, instantly lifting Fang Xian's spirits. Is she not a member of the Rain Blue clan? She appeared no different from an ordinary woman, except for her extraordinary beauty. Indeed, her allure was somewhat excessive. Even after experiencing the entertainment of two worlds, this woman's beauty could easily rank among the top 3. Fang Xian feigned calmness, betraying no signs of surprise as he surveyed his surroundings for anything unusual. The woman, with a radiant smile, accepted the spicy hot pot and expressed her gratitude. As she did so, a notification chimed from his professional panel. Professional task completed. Earned 100 general professional experience. You have completed a professional task. Delivery person, experience 20. Your professional skill, driving, electric vehicle. Experience 18. Your professional skill, route mastery. Experience 12. Your professional skill, timely delivery. Experience 11. And just like that, it was complete. This confirmed that the woman was indeed the Rain Blue clan customer mentioned in the task. Although he was immensely curious about extraterrestrials, having delivered the food, he had no reason to linger further, and thus turned back towards the elevator. Before long, he arrived at the first floor. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, he stepped out, only to encounter a woman clad in a sleek black suit. Yes, she wore a fitted pencil skirt, sheer stockings, and high heels, complemented by stylish sunglasses, exuding an aura of cool sophistication. In her hand, she held a portion of spicy hot pot. He could tell it was hot pot due to his unique physique that allowed him to recognize it by scent. They brushed past each other. The woman in black entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 6th floor. Upon reaching the 6th floor, she promptly rang the doorbell for room 602. Inside the hall, a female creature, distinctly unlike any human, savored her meal. Her skin glistened as though drenched in rain, exhibiting a semi-transparent pale blue hue, with faint blue veins subtly coursing beneath the surface. Perhaps due to the spice of the hot pot, each bite brought forth an iridescent sheen on her skin, reminiscent of mother of pearl. Earth's food is truly delicious. As she ate, she emitted enigmatic sounds. "Miss Hugh, your hot pot has arrived." At that moment, a voice resonated from outside, and she froze, abruptly halting her chopsticks midair. What was the situation with the bowl she was enjoying? The initial professional task was complete. Though he had not seen the extraterrestrial in her true form, Fang Xian had gained a significant reward. The gain, of course, was the 100 points of general professional experience. General professional experience, as the name implies, can be directly applied to all professions. This meant that, should he choose, his warrior, secondary profession could immediately ascend to LV2. However, he refrained from doing so. As a martial arts prodigy, utilizing this general experience on warrior would be a waste. Instead, it would be far more beneficial for his primary profession, delivery person. Gazing at the delivery person interface on his professional panel, it was evident that this profession was not as simple as he had initially perceived, or rather, after being automatically designated as the primary profession. Had this vocation undergone a transformation? The skill of timely delivery was indeed genuine. Even under unfavorable conditions, it had compelled him to ensure delivery. This was undeniably remarkable. The primary profession could continue to evolve. What path his delivery person profession would ultimately take remained uncertain. Yet one thing was clear. There was now a compelling reason for him to persevere in this role. Following this, Fang Xian continued his delivery duties. As the clock struck 1, the volume of orders plummeted, prompting him to return to Guanlan Community on his electric scooter. After a brief rest, he made his way to Linjiang Martial Arts School. The professional classes were held both in the morning and afternoon. The afternoon session closely mirrored that of the morning. First, he was compelled by Chun Jinshan to stand in the bull stance for 20 minutes, followed by an intensive training session on basic boxing techniques. With the conclusion of the class, his primary profession as warrior advanced significantly. Secondary profession, warrior LV1, 78-100. Talent, martial arts prodigy. Basic skill 1. Beginner body conditioning LV1, 95-100. Basic skill 2. Fundamental boxing LV1, 85-100. Basic skill 3. Basic leg techniques LV1, 36-100. Intermediate skill 1. Bull elephant stance LV2, 26-100. Professional task. None tomorrow. His 2 basic skills will likely reach level 2, and at that point, his physical attributes should advance further. The sensation of constant progress is truly exhilarating. Chapter 11. Xiao Chusheng. The little brute at 8 in the evening, having completed his delivery work for the day, Fang Xin returned to the Guanlan Community. Despite a day filled with relentless labor, he felt little fatigue. His physique, rated at 5.6, endowed him with endurance and recovery far exceeding that of the average person. He was even more robust while performing manual tasks. His only regret was that he had failed to trigger a professional task in the afternoon. Professional tasks were immensely rewarding. Triggering them multiple times could accelerate his career progression beyond imagination. As he ascended the staircase, Fang Xin suddenly halted. Someone was approaching. While it was entirely normal for someone to come upstairs, the furtive manner of this individual was anything but. Fang Xin's hearing had become exceedingly acute. Typically, the footsteps of a person climbing stairs would be heavy, particularly in such an old building, where sounds resonated more distinctly. However, this newcomer deliberately suppressed the sound of their steps. A thief. The thought flashed through Fang Xin's mind. In his building, aside from himself, several households were occupied by the elderly, who would be utterly defenseless against an intruder. Fang Xin was not one to act recklessly. Yet, in situations where he could help, he was inclined to intervene. He stealthily made his way to the 4th-floor stairwell and concealed himself behind a wall. The roles of attacker and defender had now shifted. My friend. After a brief wait, the muted footsteps reached the 4th floor. The sound was so faint that it did not activate the motion sensor light in the stairwell, leaving the area shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a sliver of moonlight. A tall figure stealthily ascended from below, moving with such caution that it was clear they were up to no good. As the figure reached the 4th-floor landing, the moonlight illuminated their face, revealing a somewhat sinister expression. What the hell? Xiao Chusheng. Fang Xin recognized him, long ago, when his parents were still alive. They had taken Xiao Chusheng in for a time, treating him to fine meals and enjoyable outings. It could be said that the original owners of this body were truly benevolent individuals. Alas, kindness does not determine fate. In the end, the couple met with a tragic accident, losing their lives in a car crash. Fang Xin narrowed his eyes. While he could not dictate fate, he could certainly exact some retribution. The moment Xiao Chusheng stepped into the stairwell, Fang Xin leapt from his hiding place. Wow! A startled scream echoed, causing Xiao Chusheng to lose his footing and tumble down the stairs. Was he really so easily frightened? And to think he practiced martial arts. On the first day of training at the Linjiang Martial Arts School, Lei Tai had advised them that cultivating courage was paramount in martial arts. Without it, one would be nothing but a failure. Clearly, Xiao Chusheng lacked that courage. Watching him roll down the stairs, Fang Xin followed suit. What a ridiculous situation. Scaring someone could indeed be lethal. Fortunately for Xiao Chusheng, he sustained no serious injuries from the fall and soon rose to curse. Upon seeing Fang Xin's face, however, his words faltered. Are you here to find me? Fang Xin descended the stairs step by step, his expression impassive. The sight of this man triggered a surge of memories from the original owner's past, igniting an overwhelming urge to deliver a fatal blow. It's you. Damn it. How dare you hide and scare me? It hurts like hell. Hurry up and give me the money, or don't blame me for being rude. Truly, he was a little brute, demanding money as if he were entitled to it. What an unfilial son. After a few more curses, Xiao Chusheng noticed Fang Xin's silence and his expression turned menacing. As Fang Xin drew near, he rushed forward and swung a slap at him. I'll teach you a lesson today, so you know your place. He believed that after a year of martial arts training, dealing with a mere delivery man would be a piece of cake. He was determined to obtain the money. It was essential for him to live a good life. Bang! A thunderous collision rang out. Just as Xiao Chusheng's slap was halfway through its arc, a massive fist struck his chest, landing with the force of 100 kilograms. He staggered backward, crashing against the wall at the stairwell entrance. Huff, huff. Fang Xin. Xiao Chusheng gasped. Disbelief etched on his face as the pain in his chest rendered him speechless. You're far too weak. With such meager skills, do you even dare to demand money? Do you feel worthy? While Xiao Chusheng might have had superior martial skills, Fang Xin's physical prowess was leagues ahead of his. He surmised that Xiao Chusheng's strength and physique were barely above a 5. In martial arts, sheer strength often overcomes technique, even without any combat skills. Xiao Chusheng was no match for him. Truth be told, Fang Xin felt a sense of disappointment towards Xiao Chusheng. He had anticipated that this individual might serve as his first opponent after honing his martial skills, a chance to test his progress. Yet, he never expected to resolve the matter with a single punch. This was with him holding back. Otherwise, the force of his 200-kilogram punch could have sent Xiao Chuxing to the hospital. After a year of training, and this was the result, his talent was truly abysmal. Fang Xin, I'll give you credit for being strong, but you can't escape the debt. That money was promised to me by your parents. Xiao Chuxing glared at Fang Xin, his expression defiant even after being pummeled. One must admit, to be so shameless was a unique form of invincibility. Such a person was a waste of air. Indeed, a person like this deserved to die. Gazing at that infuriating face, Fang Xin was suddenly consumed by rage. He stepped forward, his right hand clawing at Xiao Chuxing's throat, lifting him effortlessly. Bang! He slammed the wretch against the wall, triggering the hallway light to flicker on. Gasping for breath, Xiao Chuxing's face rapidly flushed crimson as Fang Xin tightened his grip. He struggled in vain, but Fang Xin's hands were like iron clamps, unyielding. As he stared into Fang Xin's cold eyes, fear and trepidation finally surfaced in his gaze. He truly intends to kill me. Let go of me. Xiao Chuxing's voice trembled with desperation. If you kill me, you'll go to jail. Jail. The mention, oh, why do I feel this urge to eliminate him? What is wrong with me? Chapter 12. Another death in the community. Fang Xin sensed something amiss. Given his temperament, even when confronted with someone as despicable as Xiao Chuxing, he would never entertain thoughts of murder. To beat someone up is a concept entirely distinct from taking a life. Under the law, he should not act so recklessly. However, just moments ago, had it not been for Xiao Chuxing's mention of imprisonment, he might have truly strangled him. Upon reflection, it seemed Xiao Chuxing was also behaving strangely. Previously, when Xiao first requested more money, the original owner had refused him. Yet, that scoundrel resorted to tears and lamentations, recounting tales of familial misfortune, a dismal life, and academic struggles, successfully manipulating the original owner into continuing his financial support. The original owner was inherently soft-hearted and easily swayed, which explained why he fell prey to such a treacherous character. For someone like him, feigning weakness and distress was the most effective tactic. Yet this time, after Fang Xin's refusal, Zhao's immediate reaction was to confront him violently. This was clearly inconsistent with his usual demeanor and logical conduct. Perhaps I am overthinking? Fang Xin shook his head, rising to practice martial arts. His mood was exceedingly tumultuous, and he sought solace in exhausting physical exertion. Damn it, Fang Xin, just you wait. Cough, cough, how is he so formidable? Clutching his chest, Xiao Chuxing felt as though he could scarcely breathe. That punch packed an incredible force. Ironically, being choked did not pose much of a threat. Casting a glance back at the corridor, he spat out some meaningless threats before scuttling away from the community. In pursuit of money, he had rented a room at a nearby hotel, yet instead of receiving funds, he had been beaten. The chilling gaze Fang Xin had cast upon him made him shudder involuntarily, causing his previously bold threats to wane in intensity. Just wait, just wait. Unbeknownst to the rattled Xiao Chuxing, as he turned a corner, two crimson eyes flickered to life from the darkness, mere meters away. Food, food, hungry, eat. A disquieting murmur echoed as the fiery glow vanished. Fang Xin had experienced a breakthrough. No, it would be more accurate to say he had leveled up. Last night, in a fit of frustration, he had practiced vigorously, and perhaps due to his fervor, he inadvertently ascended in rank. Secondary profession, martial artist. Level 2, 12,200. Talent, martial arts prodigy. Basic skill 1. Primary body refinement LV2, 78,200. Basic skill 2. Basic fist technique LV2, 45,200. Basic skill 3. Basic leg technique LV2, 36,100. Basic skill 4. Basic footwork LV1, 85,100. Primary skill 1. Mighty elephant stance LV2, 18,200. Professional task. None. With his level up, not only had his basic footwork improved, but the other three foundational skills had also advanced. This enhancement in his skills brought about a slight improvement in his physical capabilities. Each increment in physical prowess filled Fang Xin with profound joy. However, his speed attribute still lingered in the low fours, which caused him some discomfort due to his mild obsessive tendencies. After careful consideration, he allocated the attribute point gained from his secondary profession upgrade to speed. Strength, 5. 7, 5. 8 Constitution, 5. 6, 5. 7 Speed, 4. 7, 5. 8 Spirit, 5. 2 Now, it looked much more pleasing, as all attributes surpassed 5. Fang Xian's increasingly robust physique seemed to shrink slightly. In the mirror stood a well-proportioned, chiseled young man with strong limbs and distinctly defined muscles. Quite impressive indeed. With such an appearance, he would surely attract the attention of affluent ladies in nightlife settings. Fang Xian was quite satisfied. After admiring his own handsomeness, he took his car keys and stepped outside. However, upon reaching the entrance of the community, he found building number 2 surrounded by a throng of people. What had happened? Curiosity, a natural human trait, stirred within him as he approached. He spotted the police cordon, several uniformed officers, and a stern man clad in black. The man's authority was evident, as the officers listened to him intently. Alas, another death. This community is becoming intolerable. This marks the 3rd this month, if he recalled correctly. It appeared to be another young man. What is the worry? The deceased were all in their 20s or 30s. You're already half buried. Why fear this? Old Li. You're cursing me, aren't you? If I die, you'll follow me to the grave. The cacophony of disjointed chatter filled Fang Xian's ears, providing him with a glimpse of the situation. Having only crossed over 4 days ago, the original owner was quite reclusive and had not even joined the community owner group, remaining blissfully unaware of such matters. He recalled a video he had seen on Douyin that had quickly been taken down, which bore a striking resemblance to the current scenario. A serial killer? Targeting young men? With my looks, isn't that rather perilous? Fang Xian's expression shifted, and he maneuvered through the crowd to the police line. Not far away, a corpse was quietly covered by a white sheet. Everyone, disperse, disperse. After only a brief glance, the stern man in black spoke to the police, after which a male officer approached to disperse the crowd. With no other option, Fang Xian left, enveloped in a thick fog of confusion as he made his way to the martial arts school. Practice. As long as he grew stronger. Even if a deranged killer roamed free, he would remain unscathed. Upon reaching level 2 as a martial artist, practicing the foundational skills yielded even greater experience. This was one of the advantages of having a higher professional rank. The higher one's level, the more efficient their training became. Speaking of which, he had yet to learn about the hierarchical divisions of martial arts in this world. He was also uncertain if they correlated with his professional rank. Due to the incident with Xiao Chuxing, he had not logged on to the website Qin mentioned. Perhaps he could take the time to explore it today. Throughout Fang Xian's training, Qin closely observed him. Basic fist technique, minor achievement. This Fang Xian managed to reach a minor achievement in the basic fist technique in such a short span. How long had it taken me? Yes, 6 months. Qin gaze grew complex. Were Fang Xian a few years younger, he might rival the esteemed senior brother of his past. Such talent must be swiftly drawn to the Dragon Elephant sect. Initially, he had planned to observe for a while longer. For some individuals might deliberately conceal their prior martial arts experiences, in other words, feigning ignorance. Yet, after investigating through some connections over the past couple of days, he could ascertain that Fang Xian had not practiced martial arts before. This implied that Fang Xian could indeed be the martial arts prodigy spoken of by his master. If he hesitated any longer, and something were to go awry, he could not bear the burden of such responsibility. After making up his mind, Qin retrieved his phone, searched for a moment, and dialed a number. Chapter 13. The Dragon Elephant Sect and the 4 major martial arts practices. The morning classes concluded swiftly, and Fang Xian was preparing to depart when Qin called out to him. Fang Xian, would you be interested in becoming an official disciple of our martial arts school? Qin stated directly. Upon hearing this, Fang Xian's brow involuntarily raised. The phrase sounded strikingly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Just the other day, Leitai had mentioned something similar to him. However, an official disciple? I heard from Coach Lei that there is a disciple class above the professional class at the martial arts school. Is that what you mean, Coach Qin? No. The disciple class is merely a method for the school to select disciples, Qin replied earnestly. What I am referring to is the true disciples of the school, or rather, the disciples of our Dragon Elephant sect. Understanding dawned on Fang Xian. Apparently, he was indeed exceptional. As it is said, gold shines brightest when it is polished, and many processes can be omitted. Nevertheless, he still harbored a question. What is the Dragon Elephant sect? He could not contain his curiosity and asked directly. You mentioned the Dragon Elephant sect? Upon hearing this question, Qin realized that Fang Xian had never visited the Tianxia Martial Arts Network. Thus, he elaborated. The martial arts school is a product of the times. Behind every registered martial arts school stands a martial arts faction or sect. Our Linjiang martial arts school is backed by the Dragon Elephant sect. The name Dragon Elephant sect exuded a formidable power. No wonder Qin Jinshan previously stated that the core of their martial arts was strength. After pondering for a moment, Fang Xin inquired, "Coach, there must be requirements to become a disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect, right?" He found it hard to believe that a single statement from Qin Jinshan could elevate him to an official disciple of a sect. "There is an entrance test. If you agree, come to the martial arts school tomorrow morning at 7, and I will take you to participate in the test. May I inquire about the content of the test?" "I cannot disclose that." Qin Jinshan shook his head, pausing briefly before continuing. "Fang Xin, this opportunity for you to become an official disciple is granted because both Old Lei and I believe you possess commendable martial arts talent, qualifying you to become a member of our Dragon Elephant sect. Therefore, your test will solely pertain to your talent. You need not worry excessively. Only concerning talent?" That alleviated his concerns. The glaring title of martial arts prodigy on his professional panel was ample proof of his innate ability. "Thank you, coaches. I am willing to participate in the entrance test." Fang Xin saw no reason to decline. Becoming an official disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect would undoubtedly grant him access to more profound martial arts than those offered in the paid classes. "Good. You shall not regret this decision made today." Although Qin Jinshan was confident that Fang Xin would agree, he still smiled upon hearing his affirmative response. As long as Fang Xin could pass the test, with his talent, he would surely garner the favor of the master. In that case, he and Lei Tai could at least acquire 2 portions of the body-refining elixir, bringing them closer to their dreams. That was the realm he had long desired. After discussing the general arrangements for the next day, Fang Xin prepared to leave. Qin Jinshan invited him to lunch, but Fang Xin politely declined. "Lunch? It's barely past 10. It's too early for that. I still have deliveries to make." Riding his beloved electric scooter, Fang Xin embarked once more on his journey as a deliverman, eager to accumulate experience. After reaching level 3 in his profession, advancing further had become quite challenging. A standard delivery only provided a meager amount of experience, and given that he was not a full-time worker, he could manage only about 30 deliveries a day. At this rate, it would take him over 10 days to reach level 4. "Keep it up, young man. You are the best." By evening at 7:30, after concluding another day of deliveries, Fang Xin returned home. He felt fulfilled, having balanced martial arts practice with his delivery work. However, since leveling up as a deliverman had grown increasingly difficult, the need to activate a secondary profession seemed pressing. Currently, he had 2 skill points remaining, but no attribute points. "I'm broke. I must earn some." Approaching his computer desk, Fang Xin entered the Tianxia Martial Arts Network. Soon, a rather simplistic website interface appeared. Upon seeing this interface, Fang Xin confirmed that this was indeed the authentic official website. "How outdated," he muttered, while beginning his research. He first searched for the term Dragon Elephant sect. In no time, he discovered some information. The Dragon Elephant sect originated from the Xiangxing lineage and bore no relation to the Buddhist dragon elephant he initially envisioned. It was said that during the late Shang dynasty, a fearsome armored dragon army appeared, capable of tearing apart rhinoceroses with extraordinary strength. This dragon army was the predecessor of the Dragon Elephant sect. After 2 millennia of rise and fall, the martial arts system of the Dragon Elephant sect had become remarkably refined, now further divided into the dragon form lineage and the elephant form lineage. He wished to delve deeper into the definitions of the dragon form and the elephant form, but found no relevant information on the official website. Nevertheless, he could ascertain one thing. The Dragon Elephant sect possessed a genuine and complete martial arts heritage. As for the overall strength of the sect, Fang Xin was not particularly concerned. As long as there was a complete martial arts tradition, his professional panel would assist him in reaching the pinnacle. He was determined to join the Dragon Elephant sect. After closing the information on the Dragon Elephant sect, Fang Xin browsed other content on the official website. First, he sought information on the realms of martial arts. Having practiced martial arts for several days, he was still unaware of how the martial arts realms of this world were categorized. Overview of martial arts realms, detailed explanation of the 4 major practices before long. He found the information he sought. In this world, a saying was passed down that closely resembled one from Fang Xin's previous life: train the muscles, bones, and skin externally, and cultivate the breath internally. From this phrase emerged the 4 major directions of martial arts and Blue Star: muscle training, bone training, skin training. and breath training, also referred to as organ training, collectively known as the four major practices. These four major practices had no specific order, differing significantly from the sequential training of skin, then muscle, and finally bone that Fang Xin had learned in his previous life. This was because any martial art, during its practice, would inevitably engage the muscles, bones, skin, and organs to varying degrees. However, due to the diverse characteristics of martial arts mastered by different schools and the individual differences in physique, practitioners often excelled in one particular practice. When a practitioner reaches mastery in one of these practices, they can be referred to as a martial arts master. Throughout the pursuit of mastering a specific practice, martial arts was further divided into three smaller stages: the Mingjin stage, the Anjin stage, and the Huajin stage. When a practitioner attains a certain level, possessing self-awareness and mastery over their own power, they have entered the Mingjin realm. In this stage, their punches are powerful, and the sound of their strikes is thunderous. It is said that any foundational martial art, when perfected, can generate force, allowing the practitioner to become a Mingjin martial artist. Fang Xin, at present, was not far from that goal. With his pace, he would surely enter the Mingjin realm within 10 days to half a month. After reviewing the necessary materials, a look of delight illuminated Fang Xin's eyes. The martial arts of this world were indeed extraordinary. He wondered what realms Qinshan and Lei Tai had achieved. After closing the page on martial arts realms, Fang Xin sought the 5 foundational martial arts that Qinshan had mentioned. He had already learned the basics of fist techniques, leg techniques, and footwork. The remaining finger and palm techniques would have to be self-taught. Clicking on the link representing the foundational palm techniques, a video began to play. After carefully watching it once, Fang Xin promptly began practicing in the living room. Moments later, the foundational palm techniques appeared on his professional panel. The prodigy of martial arts is truly exceptional, mastering the fundamentals in a single attempt. This is undoubtedly linked to his attainment of level 2 as a warrior. Following his initiation into the basic finger techniques, he managed to gather a comprehensive foundation in both striking and kicking martial arts. After practicing these foundational skills for a while, he stood in the menu stance for half an hour, and as the clock struck 10, he was preparing to wash up and rest when a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Chapter 14. Xiao Chuxing has passed away at such a late hour. Who could it be? The original owner had a few close friends, yet they seldom kept in touch, let alone visit at midnight. Peering through the peephole, Fang Xin's heart raced. Outside stood a middle-aged policeman in uniform, accompanied by the cold, dark-clad man he had seen in the neighborhood earlier that day. What could they want with me? Mr. Fang, please open the door. We need to discuss a few matters with you, the middle-aged officer stated. Noticing the door remained closed for an extended period. At that moment, Fang Xin had already reviewed his recent actions in his mind, confirming he had committed no offenses before he finally opened the door. Mr. Fang, here is my badge. May we come in? The officer retrieved his badge from the left pocket of his uniform and briefly displayed it to Fang Xin. Pan Halfeng. Fang Xin glanced at it, verifying the man was indeed a police officer, and stepped aside to allow both men entry. Of course, once they were inside, Fang Xin closed the door behind them. The cold, dark-clad man began surveying the room, seemingly searching for something. After they settled down, Fang Xin moved to pour them 2 glasses of water, but was halted by the dark-clad man. No need for that. We are here simply to gather information regarding Xiao Chuxing. Xiao Chuxing, did he report something? No. Even if he did, the police wouldn't take this long to come knocking at night. Could it be? Fang Xin quickly inquired. Was it Xiao Chuxing who died in our neighborhood this morning? The 2 men exchanged glances, and without any concealment, they confirmed, indeed, it was him. Our investigation revealed that you were the only person he knew in this neighborhood. No, in this city. As he spoke, the dark-clad man pointed downward with his index finger. Fang Xin was not surprised that the police were aware of this information. His parents' financial support for Xiao Chuxing had been registered with governmental departments, making it easy to trace. Yes, that fellow came to ask me for money. When I refused, he left. Fang Xin seized the initiative, inquiring, "You don't suspect me, do you? We are merely here to gather information. There is no need for you to feel anxious." The dark-clad man leaned slightly forward, his gaze locking intensely onto Fang Xin's eyes as he slowly spoke. "We would like to know if you noticed anything unusual after Xiao Chuxing left." Meeting the dark-clad man's penetrating gaze, Fang Xin felt a jolt in his heart, as if an electric current had surged through him, making every hair on his body stand on end. It was as if he were being scrutinized by a predator capable of tearing him apart. I did not notice anything unusual. Upon uttering this sentence, Fang Xin felt the tension in the air dissipate, prompting him to breathe deeply. This man. A single glance had evoked a sense of despair that rendered him powerless to control his own body. He was too formidable, too powerful. Just moments ago, he had been devoid of the courage to act. Thank you for your cooperation. The dark-clad man's tone softened, allowing Fang Xin's heart to gradually settle. Not at all. Maintaining his composure, Fang Xin stood and escorted the two men to the door. Just as they were about to step outside, the dark-clad man suddenly turned back. You practice martial arts, don't you? Fang Xin was puzzled but nodded nonetheless. I've only been training for a few days. A few days? A hint of surprise crossed the dark-clad man's face as he scrutinized Fang Xin from head to toe. You have trained well. You possess considerable talent. Be cautious in the coming days, and remember not to venture out at night. After this warning, the dark-clad man retrieved a black card from his pocket. If you encounter anything unusual, you can call this number. Fang Xin accepted the card, which bore only a string of numbers, devoid of any name or details. Thank you. After seeing them off, Fang Xin finally felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. The pressure exerted by the dark-clad man had been overwhelming, a sensation he detested. Life and death were beyond his control, and he could not even muster the thought of taking action. Martial arts. He would continue to practice. He would train relentlessly. He found himself unaware of when he finally succumbed to sleep. The feeling of helplessness induced by the dark-clad man compelled him to throw punches and persist in his training until he was utterly exhausted, finally drifting off on the sofa. The next day, at 6:30, Fang Xin opened his eyes. Despite the fatigue that had overtaken him, he felt invigorated after a night of rest. His extraordinary physique granted him unparalleled recovery abilities. After a quick wash and a hasty breakfast, he rushed to the martial arts school. His desire to become an official disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect more urgent than ever. Upon arriving at the school, before Chun Jinshan could speak, Fang Xin blurted out, "Please take me to the entrance exam for the Dragon Elephant sect right now. Have you eaten?" "I have. You seem rather anxious." Chun Jinshan sensed something was amiss. "Have you encountered any troubles?" Fang Xin hesitated for a moment, the scene from the previous night flashing through his mind. His eyes flickered before he shook his head. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit excited. Coach, if I successfully join the Dragon Elephant sect, will I be able to learn more advanced martial arts?" His latter question skillfully redirected the conversation. Chun Jinshan smiled confidently. "Of course. What you've learned so far, including the bull stance, is merely the foundation. As an official disciple, you will gain access to superior secret martial arts. Come, I will take you to our Dragon Elephant sect's branch." With that, Chun Jinshan motioned for Fang Xin to follow. "A branch?" "Yes. The headquarters of the Dragon Elephant sect is located in Guanchang City. This site is merely a branch." As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at the underground parking lot. They entered a black sedan, and Chun Jinshan pressed the accelerator, driving out of the parking area. An hour and a half later, they arrived in front of a building named Xiangming. "We're here. I expected it to be in the suburbs. Which floor are we on?" "The entire building. How extravagant." At the entrance of the building stood two security guards, their postures erect and muscles well-defined. As they approached, Fang Xin felt a wave of heat wash over him. Martial artists possessed formidable physiques, radiating warmth beyond that of ordinary individuals. These two guards, he felt he might not be able to take them on. This is a good sign. If the guards possess such strength, it indicates that the Dragon Elephant sect is indeed extraordinary. "Brother Chen, you've arrived." As they passed through the entrance, the two guards greeted Chun Jinshan warmly. Their gazes curious as they fell upon Fang Xin. "Why has our brother brought an outsider here?" Though they were puzzled, both guards refrained from voicing their questions. Chun Jinshan was a recognized disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect, while they were merely gatekeepers. Upon entering the building, Chun Jinshan produced a card, swiped it, and led Fang Xin to the 11th floor. Chapter 15. Exceptional Talent, Martial Arts Prodigy. Follow me, and refrain from speaking. Is it that serious? Fang Xin nodded and followed Chun Jinshan's lead into an office characterized by its minimalist decor. Inside, a man in his 30s, dressed casually, was assuming a rather peculiar posture that appeared to be a form of meditation. To Fang Xin, this posture seemed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Zhuang Gong. The term sprang to his mind, recognizing it as a more advanced form of standing meditation than the basic stance. "Third junior brother, the person has arrived." Shan softly called out. The third junior brother slowly opened his eyes, exiting his meditative state. Fang Xin felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed that this third junior brother was indeed the administrator of this branch of the Longxiang sect. As the third junior brother rose, a towering figure, akin to a massive bear, emerged before Fang Xin. This hulking presence blocked the sunlight streaming through the window, casting Fang Xin into shadow. And an intense aura emanated from him. What a formidable man, Fang Xin realized. Members of the Longxiang sect were all physically imposing. Lei Tai, Shan, the two guards at the entrance, and now this third junior brother, were all undeniably muscular. The strength seemed to correlate with their size, the more robust the physique, the greater the strength. The third junior brother's build was undoubtedly superior to Shan's. It remained uncertain how he would compare to the man in black. You are Fang Xin. I am Du Ze, come with me. Du Ze, clearly a man of action, wasted no time in idle chatter and promptly led the way. The three of them ascended to the 12th floor of the building. This floor had an unusual layout, vastly empty, with only a room occupying the central area, measuring around 50 to 60 square meters. The elevator faced the entrance of this room. Upon reaching the door, a beam of light scanned Du Ze, and the steel door creaked open. Come in. As Du Ze stepped inside, Shan remained outside, gesturing for Fang Xin to follow. Although puzzled, Fang Xin nodded and stepped forward. With a click, as Fang Xin entered, the steel door closed behind him. Observing the tightly shut door, a rare hint of tension flickered in Shan's gaze. Each year, the named disciples of the Longxiang sect were allotted a recommendation quota for direct entry into the formal disciple assessment. Fang Xin was the joint recommendation of both him and Lei Tai, utilizing 2 quotas for this expedited opportunity. Should Fang Xin fail to meet the standards, both men would forfeit their recommendation privileges for the next 5 years. These named disciples were ultimately not true inheritors of the Longxiang legacy. Do your best, Fang Xin. My and Lao Lei's progress depends on you. Upon entering the room, Fang Xin quickly surveyed his surroundings. The interior was starkly empty, no furnishings whatsoever. The walls glimmered with a soft silver hue, unobtrusive to the eyes, and at the center of the floor lay a black area measuring roughly 8 by 8 feet. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Fang Xin, step into the black testing zone, Du Ze instructed, producing a somewhat transparent device from seemingly nowhere. Tapping away at it as he spoke, Fang Xin nodded in silence and stepped into the designated area. At that moment, a crack appeared in the wall above, and a scroll descended gracefully, landing before Fang Xin. He focused intently on the scroll, which depicted a colossal, scaled elephant standing atop a mountain, roaring towards the heavens. The instant Fang Xin beheld the magnificent creature, his mind was utterly captivated. In a daze, he perceived the elephant in the painting as if it were alive. The ground trembled beneath the elephant's weight, and with a thunderous roar, an image of the giant elephant emerged vividly in his mind. Almost instinctively, Fang Xin adopted a stance, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, weight sinking, hands lowering gently, palms inward. A faint, elephantine aura began to emanate from him. As he settled into this posture, the black area beneath his feet illuminated with a soft glow, enveloping his entire being. A few meters away, Du Ze, engrossed in his device, suddenly raised his head, surprise flickering in his eyes. Has he visualized the elephant so swiftly? At this moment, Fang Xion's entire focus was absorbed by the magnificent scaled elephant. Time passed imperceptibly. His movements shifted once more, transitioning into his second action. This lad's talent is indeed remarkable. The scroll, embodying a legacy of several centuries, was created by a prodigious ancestor of the Longxiang sect. It concealed the profound essence of the sect's martial arts and served to assess a martial artist's comprehension and compatibility with the Longxiang teachings. The entire scroll comprised 5 actions, corresponding to 5 levels of talent. A 5th-level individual could grasp the first action within 1 minute, thereby qualifying to learn some of the sect's esoteric martial arts, but not enough to become an official disciple. If one were to draw a parallel, they would be akin to lay disciples in a cinematic portrayal of the Shaolin Temple. A 4th-level talent could comprehend the second action within 3 minutes, thus qualifying for the status of a named disciple. Lei Tai and Shan were both named disciples of the Longxiang sect. Levels 3 and 2 required comprehension of the 3rd and 4th actions in 7 and 12 minutes, respectively, granting access to true discipleship under the sect's lineage master. As for the 1st level, Du Ze shook his head. It had been over a century since the emergence of a first-level talent. Reflecting on this, Du Zhe sighed. Due to the prevailing restrictions, the martial arts community had experienced a steady decline in recent years. Many sects had become mere footnotes in the annals of martial history, unable to find suitable successors. The Longxiang sect, once a premier faction, had deteriorated to a mere third-rate sect in the eyes of the public. Their disciples were few and far between. At that moment, Fang Xin executed a third action. Du Zhe's eyes brightened, a smile of delight gracing his features. It seems I am to gain another junior disciple. Du Zhe felt elated, for this indicated that the Longxiang sect was to welcome yet another gifted disciple, albeit one who was somewhat older. Just as he anticipated the conclusion, Fang Xin struck a fourth pose, one he had only glimpsed in the sect's texts. He grounded himself, sinking his weight, breathing deeply and steadily. His right hand forming a fist and raising it slowly, akin to an elephant's trunk reaching towards the sky. This is. Du Zhe's mouth fell agape, his eyes sparkling with extraordinary fervor. Chapter 16, The Fifth Direct Disciple, the fifth movement of the giant elephant stepping mountain diagram. A talent of the highest caliber, an unparalleled genius. Having already perfected his physical conditioning, he found his breath quickening slightly. Turning to the wall on the right side of the room, he placed his hand against it. With a faint creak, a concealed LCD screen emerged. After a few operations and a wait of several seconds, the spacious room was suddenly filled with a swirling light, and then a towering figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, this figure exuded an ethereal quality. It was indeed a virtual projection. Master, I have encountered. Du Zhe respectfully stepped forward, but before he could finish his sentence, the imposing figure interrupted him. Its gaze immediately fell upon Fang Xin. Dragon elephant, stalwart as a mountain. A voice, tinged with surprise, echoed in the room. Is this the individual you mentioned yesterday, recommended by Xiao Tai and Jinshan? Yes, master. His name is Fang Xin, Du Zhe replied. His eyes also fixed on Fang Xin, who was still executing the fifth movement. Fang Xin. Once the testing concludes, inform him that from today, he is the fifth direct disciple of my dragon elephant sect's elephant form lineage. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot travel to Yanpan City. This junior brother of yours will be entrusted to you and Jinshan for instruction. I will notify you as soon as I return. Understood, master. An exceptional talent. An unparalleled dragon elephant. Ha ha ha. The heavens do not forsake my dragon elephant sect. With those words, the towering figure vanished from the room. Du Zhe exhaled heavily. Observing Fang Xin, who remained engrossed in his training, he realized that this junior brother's future achievements were likely boundless. At that moment, the device in his hand emitted a beep. A form appeared on the screen. Age 23, vitality 5. 7. Punching power 235 kilograms. Estimated days of martial training, 4 days. Gazing at the contents of the form, Du Zhe fell silent. The testing apparatus at their Dragon Elephant Sect branch was equipped with cutting-edge technology, capable of accurately measuring the user's vitality and punching power, as well as estimating their training duration. Vitality represented a martial artist's physical condition in this new era. The average vitality for an adult male hovers around 4. Yet, this junior brother, who had trained for only 4 days, possessed a remarkable vitality of 5. 7. One should not underestimate this one. 7 increase. With some skill, it could translate to a punch capable of slaying a bull. Coupled with Chun Jinshan's assertion that Fang Xin had mastered the foundational boxing technique within 4 days, it was evident that Fang Xin's innate talent was extraordinary, a genuine martial arts prodigy. Du Zhe himself had spent over half a month achieving the same level of proficiency. 10 minutes later, Fang Xin regained consciousness. His mind had been immersed in the painting, yet the movements he had performed remained vividly etched in his memory. Even now, the image of the giant elephant stepping on the mountain occasionally resurfaced in his thoughts. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of incompleteness regarding that painting. Instinctively, he opened his professional panel, and the notification left him momentarily stunned. You have contemplated the true intent of the giant elephant stepping mountain. Successfully comprehending the 6 styles of stepping mountain, true intent. Your martial artist profession experience 43, the 6 styles of stepping mountain. He had only just grasped 5 movements. Thus, this skill, referred to as true intent, must encompass 6 movements in total. No wonder he felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. Upon examining the martial artist profession, a new skill had indeed appeared. Intermediate profession skill, 6 styles of stepping mountain, true intent, LV1, to 100. Remarkably, it was an intermediate skill. one tier higher than the brawny bull stance. Fang Xin clicked to view the skill description. 6 styles of stepping mountain. True intent: the elephant's steps are heavy, breaking through obstacles. The elephant's strength is fierce, suppressing all. The elephant's might is overwhelming, instilling fear in all directions. With a heart like an elephant, unyielding and indomitable. Contemplate the dragon elephant. With the supreme will of the dragon elephant, suppressing the malevolent thoughts of martial arts, cultivating an invincible heart. Fang Xin furrowed his brow. The description was somewhat perplexing. However, the reference to malevolent thoughts and martial arts. He suddenly recalled the intense killing intent that had surged within him when confronting Xiao Chuxing that night. Suppression. Was that the meaning? Before he could ponder further, Duzay's voice interrupted his thoughts. Congratulations, you have passed the test. Passed? Fang Xin came to his senses, a joyful expression on his face. Does that mean I can practice more advanced martial arts? Junior brother, do not be so hasty. Advanced martial arts will certainly be available. However, there are some matters I need to discuss with you. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Duzay, and I am the third in the hierarchy of the elephant form lineage within the dragon elephant sect. You may call me third senior brother. From today onwards, you will be the 5th direct disciple of my dragon elephant sect's elephant form lineage. The 5th direct disciple? Fang Xin was bewildered. Duzay pondered for a moment, but did not directly address Fang Xin's confusion. Instead, he countered, Junior brother, how much do you know about the dragon elephant sect? To my shame, I do not know much about the dragon elephant sect, just some materials I found online about martial arts, Fang Xin admitted. Then you must be aware that our dragon elephant sect comprises the dragon form lineage and the elephant form lineage. Duzay, returning the device to its place, continued. Our master, Luo Jianbai, is the current head of the elephant form lineage. Under our master, including you, there are 5 direct disciples, and you are the youngest. Hence the title of 5th direct disciple. Once our master finishes his current affairs, he will personally conduct your initiation ceremony. Fang Xin nodded. The martial arts sects have a long-standing tradition, and naturally, there are certain protocols to follow. For a direct disciple like him, the initiation ceremony is a significant event, and the procedures are indispensable. By the way, junior brother, let us exchange WeChat. Then please share your home address. I have something to send you. As they were walking out, Duzay suddenly remarked, What is it? After adding each other on WeChat and sending his address, Fang Xin curiously inquired. To his surprise, Duzay merely smiled mysteriously. You will know when the time comes. It's a benefit from the sect. Seeing him so enigmatic, Fang Xin nodded without pressing further. Instead inquiring about the painting from earlier. He did not mention the 6 styles of stepping mountain directly but referred to the painting. That was a true intent diagram from the sect. By the way, you should practice those 5 movements you just comprehended regularly. And visualize that giant elephant stepping on the mountain in your mind. It will be beneficial for your martial arts training. I understand. Thank you for the guidance, senior brother. Fang Xin refrained from mentioning the existence of the 6th movement. He sensed that there was a secret hidden within it. One he would prefer to discuss at a later time. As they conversed, the two exited the room, where Chun Jinshan awaited at the door, smoking a cigarette. As they emerged, he approached eagerly. Third junior brother, how did it go? It was evident that he was somewhat anxious. Duzay smiled. He possesses 2nd-tier talent. The master has already decided to accept Fang Xin as a disciple. Fang Xin raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing glance at Duzay. He clearly possessed 1st-tier talent. Yet Duzay had claimed it was 2nd-tier. How intriguing. Chun Jinshan's face shifted from surprise to delight. He possesses 2nd-tier talent. With 2nd-tier talent, both he and Lei Tai can each receive 2 portions of the secret medicine for inheritance, thus increasing their chances of breakthrough. I have been at the transformation stage long enough. It appears I will have to call Fang Xin 5th junior brother from now on. Fang Xin quickly waved his hand. I haven't formally become a disciple yet. Coach Chun, please just call me Fang Xin for now. Alternatively, we can refer to each other as we see fit. You refer to me as junior, while I call you coach, Fang Xin thought to himself. Due to his brief training in martial arts, as Duzay remarked, he had barely scratched the surface of the fundamentals. Thus, it was sufficient for Chun Jinshan to impart his teachings for the time being. Once Chun Jinshan deemed him worthy of graduation, he could directly pursue his cultivation at the branch. This branch of the Dragon Elephant sect boasts several levels specifically designed for martial training, alongside multiple floors converted into residential apartments for the members of the sect. Prior to the establishment of the Lixiang Martial Arts School, Chun Jinshan and Lei Tai had resided here. However, even if offered the chance to live in the Xiangming building now, Fang Xin would decline. He still had deliveries to make, although deliveries could be made anywhere. He was utterly unfamiliar with this area, which would drastically hinder his efficiency to an appalling degree. Unless, of course, he found himself unable to gain experience from his regular deliveries, at which point he might consider relocating. Chapter 17. The Martial Arts Youngster Group, Fang Xin. Thank you this time. After leaving the Xiangming building, Shan suddenly expressed this sentiment while seated in the car, leaving Fang Xin somewhat puzzled. Coach, I should be the one thanking you. Without your and Coach Lei's recommendation, I wouldn't have been able to join the Longxiang sect. Shan, however, smiled and shook his head. My recommendation to old Lei was driven by a personal motive as well. In our Longxiang sect, there exists a regulation. No, I should say that most sects have such a provision. As long as one can identify sufficiently talented disciples for the sect, they may receive corresponding rewards. Fang Xin, with your second-tier talent, both old Lei and I, as your recommenders, stand to gain at least one portion of the muscle training elixir, and if the master is pleased, perhaps even 2 portions. Perhaps, because of you, my martial arts journey may advance further. As he spoke the latter part, Shan's tone turned solemn. He had been in the transformation stage for 8 years, and now, he was just one step away from achieving mastery in muscle training, a step that had eluded him for many years. His teaching at the martial arts school had indeed been aimed at discovering talented disciples, and now, he had genuinely encountered one. These were words he need not have spoken, as the rewards were rightfully his. However, after much contemplation, he chose to be forthright. He had an intuition that the young man seated beside him was destined for remarkable accomplishments in the future. I see, Fang Xin raised an eyebrow, beginning to understand the urgency behind the recommendations from the 2 coaches. It could be said that their relationship was akin to a transaction. Yet, this realization did not diminish Fang Xin's gratitude towards them. Without their support, he, a commoner with neither power nor connections, would never have been able to join a martial arts sect with a complete lineage after merely 4 days of training. Regardless of the circumstances, Coach, today marks the day you and Coach Lei guided me into this path. That will never change. Fang Xin's words were light, yet a subtle smile graced Shan's face. He had indeed not misjudged this individual. Although they had only spent a few days together, had he not confirmed Fang Xin's character, he and Lei Tai would not have made such a recommendation. After all, the Longxiang sect had endured considerable pain in this regard. Fang Xin, despite having enough inheritance from his late parents to live comfortably, still managed to maintain an optimistic outlook while delivering takeout, showcasing his resilience and perseverance. Furthermore, his continued support for the underprivileged after his parents' demise revealed his benevolence. These qualities were among the reasons he and Lei Tai promptly recommended him for the entrance examination. Perhaps due to the pleasant mood, Shan drove back a bit faster than on their way there. After just over an hour, they returned to the Lijiang Martial Arts School. Checking his phone, Fang Xin noted it was already past 11. Let us go eat. By the way, you haven't had a meal at the school yet, have you? As soon as they got out of the car, Shan remarked. Fang Xin glanced at his phone, contemplated for a moment, and agreed. Delivery man, please bear with me for a midday meal. I will treat you well this evening. The Lijiang Martial Arts School boasted its own dedicated cafeteria, staffed by professional chefs specializing in martial meals. For martial artists, investing in diet can enhance training efficiency, and these chefs prepared meals specifically for them. Thus, it was only natural that there was a cost involved, around 200 yuan per meal for students. Only those with substantial means could afford such luxury. Fang Xin had previously been unable to indulge, but now, as an official 5th disciple of the Longxiang sect, although he had yet to formally apprentice, certain benefits were swiftly put into place. After personally instructing the chef to prepare 2 meals, Shan led Fang Xin to a private dining room. Fang Xin, while your talent is commendable, your martial training has only just begun. The more advanced techniques of the Longxiang sect require a solid foundation. Once you have mastered the basic fist techniques, I will teach you further. Inside the dining room, Shan addressed Fang Xin, recalling the young man's words from earlier that morning. Mastering the basic fist techniques? Fang Xin nodded and then turned to examine his proficiency panel. Basic fist technique LV2, 56-200. In this world, martial skills were categorized according to the practitioner's progress into 4 realms: initiation, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Upon reaching level 2 in the basic fist technique, his understanding of this discipline had significantly deepened, indicating that LV2 corresponded to the minor achievement stage. At this rate, within 3 days at most, he would attain major achievement in the basic fist technique. Not too shabby, he mused. He could afford to wait. Soon, lunch was served. And Fang Xin eagerly dug in. Delicious. The first bite ignited a faint yet palpable sense of craving within him. These martial meals were indeed as beneficial as they had claimed for training. Without hesitation, he finished the entire meal. After lunch, instead of resting, Fang Xin headed straight to the training hall. It was noon, and the hall was deserted. He focused his mind. The entrance examination earlier had merely opened the door to a broader martial arts realm. It was now up to him to explore it step by step. Train. The martial arts would not deceive him, nor would the proficiency panel. With every punch and kick, he could witness his own progress. He practiced the 5 fundamental fist and kick martial arts, honing his skills. His experience continued to rise. Before long, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and students began to arrive at the training hall. Fang Xin, you came so early? The first to enter was Linjiang, the individual he had met during the strength testing. He had thought he was the earliest, only to discover that Fang Xin had already arrived. Observing his sweaty demeanor, it was evident that Fang Xin had been training for quite some time. Linjiang couldn't help but sigh. With such talent and diligence, how are the rest of us supposed to keep up? He momentarily forgot that he himself had arrived an hour early, also seeking to outpace others. Noticing Fang Xin adjusting his breathing, Linjiang suddenly said, Fang Xin, I have a group called the Martial Arts Youngster Group, filled with martial arts enthusiasts and a few disciples from various sections. Would you like to join? Martial Arts Youngster Group? That's an intriguing name. However, the presence of sect disciples intrigued him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Fang Xin smiled. Then please add me. Having added Linjiang as a friend during the strength test, it wasn't long before his phone chimed with a notification. Upon opening it, he found the group Linjiang had mentioned. After setting the group to silent mode, he browsed through the members. To his surprise, most of the members had prefixes indicating their respective martial arts schools, while a few had names starting with their sects. 5 Elements Sect Qin Ming, Flame Serpent Sect Li Qing, Xinhai Sect Zhang Hongtao. Such a small community had so many sects? Contemplating this, he changed his name to Lixiang Martial Arts School Fang Xin. Although he had passed the entrance examination until he formally became an apprentice, he could not be considered a true disciple of the Longxiang sect. Returning to the group chat interface, Fang Xin noticed that the group was quite active. However, the very first message he saw made him sit up straight. Chapter 18. The local virtual network of Blue Star Zhong Yi from Chongfeng Martial Arts School. Let us get serious. Everyone should be cautious lately. My uncle works at the police station, and 2 young martial artists were killed yesterday. Zhong Yi, both were males. Li Jun from Lixiang Martial Arts School. I've heard about this. Brother Qin reminded us in the group earlier. After my training, I drive straight home. Qin Ming from Wuxing sect. Everyone should avoid going out alone at night. If you must go out, at least take 3 people with you. Zhang Hongtao from Xinhai sect. There's no need to worry too much. The murderer should be caught within a week or 2. As he read the messages in the group, Fang Xin's expression grew somber. He recalled the deceased, Xiao Chuxing. The death itself was not significant, but he couldn't shake the memory of the man in black who had accompanied the police that night. Although he was unaware of the man's identity, Fang Xin felt that he was far more formidable than Qin Jinshan, who, according to Fang Xin, was currently at the transformation stage of martial arts. How could such a skilled individual take another week or 2 to apprehend a psychopathic killer? Furthermore, in this technological age, concealing traces after such a large-scale and distinct murder is exceedingly challenging. Or could it be the murderer is not human? Contemplating this, Fang Xin chuckled, only to shake his head, realizing he might be overthinking. In an era approaching the cosmic age, surely there are no gods or ghosts. Regardless, he had to deliver takeout daily, at least until 8 o'clock. Given that several incidents had already occurred in their neighborhood, which was now a designated high-risk area, he felt compelled to adjust his delivery schedule for safety. After afternoon classes concluded, Fang Xin politely declined an invitation from Qin Jinshan and Lei Tai to join them for dinner, opting instead to deliver takeout. He could not afford to waste the evening after spending the entire afternoon in class. As he navigated through the streets on his electric bike, Fang Xin's experience as a delivery worker gradually increased. He felt no fatigue. The mere sight of rising statistics invigorated him. Unfortunately, by 6:30, he had yet to trigger another professional task. This realization underscored that such tasks are serendipitous. Returning home, Fang Xin resumed his martial arts training. While professional tasks may be elusive, his practice was entirely within his control. Halfway through his training, his phone buzzed with a transfer notification. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from Qinjinshan. Qinjinshan, you are now an official disciple of the Longxiang sect, so there is no need for tuition fees. Pondering this, Fang Xin replied affirmatively. Just as he set his phone down, there was a knock at the door. Such trivial matters. Peering through the peephole, he saw 4 individuals standing outside, each adorned with the insignia of the Longxiang sect. Opening the door, Fang Xin noticed they were carrying an oddly shaped large box. Brother Fang, this is your package. Please sign for it. A package? The Longxiang sect seems to have a wide range of services, even including deliveries. After signing, the 4 men brought the box inside, plugged it in, and then departed. Fang Xin was about to investigate the peculiar object when his phone rang. It was his 3rd senior brother, Duze. Hey, 5th junior brother, did you receive the package? Yes, what is it? You'll find out when you open it. We'll meet soon. With that, Duze abruptly hung up. Meet soon? Fang Xin furrowed his brow, perplexed by his 3rd brother's cryptic words. He knelt down to open the box, only to discover it was not merely a box but a cabinet enclosed in a metallic shell, an entire unit. On the upper left side of the exterior, a nameplate read, Micro Virtual Network Pod, Local Area Network of Blue Star. As he read the words aloud, Fang Xion's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Surely, this was what he had anticipated? It must be. Virtual network. In his previous life, he had encountered this concept countless times in online literature. He never expected to witness the real thing after crossing over. Truly, this world was on the brink of the cosmic era. Its technological sophistication was astounding. Fang Xian quickly searched for the user manual, which he soon found affixed to the top of the pod. It read, lie down inside. Excellent, this aligned closely with his expectations. Pressing a blue button on the side, the pod door opened with a hiss. Inside was a space just large enough for a person to lie down, complete with a helmet-like device at the head position. It was exactly as he had envisioned. There was nothing innovative about it. Moreover, he had to wear a helmet while delivering takeout. And now he had to wear it at home too. Quite the irony. After lying down and placing the helmet on his head, the pod lid automatically closed. Fang Xian, this feels oddly like lying in a coffin. First-time user, please enter your identification number. 341011 binding in progress. Please perform iris binding. As Fang Xian opened his eyes, a scanning beam swept across him from above. Iris binding successful. Welcome to the Blue Star Virtual Network, Mr. Fang Xian. With a blink, Fang Xian found himself in a unique space. He immediately checked his status and discovered that his appearance was nearly identical to that in reality. Clenching his fists and jumping a few times, he realized the tactile sensation was nearly indistinguishable. The realism was likely over 90. This could not be the technology of Blue Star. Fang Xian was certain of this. The technological level of Blue Star was roughly on par with that of Earth in his previous life. Often, he found it difficult to distinguish between the present and the past. Given Blue Star's technological capabilities, virtual reality technology was likely still in its infancy. How could such an advanced virtual network exist? The only logical explanation was alien technology. Furthermore, the nameplate of the virtual pod indicated it was part of the local area network of Blue Star. Coupled with the slogans circulating worldwide, the connection from Blue Star to the Cosmic Star Network is still perhaps this local area network of Blue Star would eventually link to the Cosmic Virtual Network. Please enter your nickname. A mechanical voice devoid of emotion interrupted Fang Xian's musings about the virtual network. He could set a nickname? He had assumed real names were mandatory. After a moment's thought, he softly declared, Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Battle God. That nickname is already taken. Fang Xian, someone has already claimed that name? Cosmic Number 1 Handsome. That nickname is also taken. Well done. Ultimate Delivery Worker. Registration successful. Welcome to the Blue Star Virtual Network. Please refer to the user manual. In the next moment, a square panel appeared before him. Comprehensive introduction to the functions of the Blue Star Virtual Network 1. Virtual Martial Arts Arena 2. Virtual Games 3. Social Space 4. Exclusive Personal Housing 10. Alien Landscapes. Yuching Star. Aeon and Clan. Crystal Rock Continent. There were numerous powerful functions. Upon reaching the last function, Alien Landscapes, the mention of Yuching Star piqued his interest. The name suggested a strong connection to the Yuching clan from the exotic cuisine professional task he had previously triggered. Yet, this option was grayed out, indicating restricted access. The prompt indicated that his permissions were insufficient, just as he was about to explore ways to elevate his authority. An unexpected invitation arrived. Duze beckoned you to join the Dragon Elephant sect. Chapter 19. Come, attack me in the virtual realm. There exists a Dragon Elephant sect? Upon confirming his agreement, a portal materialized in the room in the next instant. Stepping through the door, he was greeted by the sight of an immense edifice. The structure exuded a classical charm and was vast in size, reminiscent of ancient, sprawling estates. Such architecture had become a rarity in the modern world, and even if it were to exist, its value would be exorbitant. Duze stood at the entrance. Junior brother, we meet again. It turned out that the meaning behind the third senior brother's mention of a later encounter was this. Following Duze inside, he inquired, Third senior brother, where are we? This is the Dragon Elephant sect, the Dragon Elephant sect within the virtual network. We have very few direct disciples, even with the dragon lineage included. There are no more than a dozen of us. We are usually scattered across various locations, safeguarding our branches. When we wish to discuss martial arts and refine our skills, we gather here. As he spoke, Duze gestured downward and lightly tapped. Fang Xin nodded. One of the main features of the virtual network is its ability to bridge distances, allowing individuals to connect even across vast expanses. Moreover, with a realism exceeding 90. The training experience was only slightly less effective than in reality. Senior brother, this virtual network isn't a product of our Blue Star technology, is it? Unable to contain his curiosity, Fang Xin posed the question. Duze laughed heartily, certainly not. How could Blue Star create such an impressive entity? This is a gift from the guiding ancient civilization to our Blue Star. Then why isn't it widely promoted? A virtual network like this, the more users it has, the more beneficial it should become, right? Fang Xin queried, having pondered this since entering the virtual network. Such remarkable technology seemed illogically obscure, especially in an era where martial arts were being fervently promoted worldwide. The virtual network ought to be disseminated far and wide, significantly enhancing the efficiency of martial arts promotion. However, upon hearing this, Duze merely shook his head with a smile. Junior brother, do you know how much your virtual pod costs? He extended a finger. 1 million? Ha ha ha, add another 0. 10 million. Fang Xin gasped internally. The staggering price explained the lack of promotion. He recalled that the third senior brother had mentioned the virtual pod as a benefit of his sect, a benefit indeed, and it stirred a sense of gratitude within him. He had never encountered 10 million in his life. Wait, is the Dragon Elephant sect this wealthy? He recalled that Duze had mentioned only a dozen individuals had entered the virtual network, which would amount to at least 100 million. So, it turns out martial artists earn quite a lot. Fang Xion's eyes sparkled. That was significantly more lucrative than delivering takeout. Come, junior brother, let's meet second senior brother. He'll be with us tonight. The others are offline. Due to the small number of Dragon Elephant sect members, each occupied with their own affairs. Aside from their regular Sunday meetings, encounters during the week depended on luck. Today was Wednesday. As they conversed, they swiftly arrived at the inner courtyard, where they happened upon a towering figure practicing his punches. The martial arts he practiced were evidently more advanced than basic techniques, as Fang Xin could not comprehend them. Upon noticing their arrival, the giant halted his movements and directed his gaze towards Fang Xin. You must be the new junior disciple taken in by the master? I am Zhuo Chuanhang, the master's second disciple. Should you have any questions regarding martial arts practice, feel free to ask me. I have no pressing matters at the moment and will be online in the virtual network during the evenings. At this juncture, Fang Xin could only be considered an apprentice in martial arts, yet Zhuo Chuanhang showed no hint of condescension, instead radiating warmth. Despite his lack of facial expression while speaking, he exuded a welcoming presence. Thank you, second senior brother. There's no need for formality. We are all brothers here. With that, he gently patted Fang Xion's shoulder, the sound echoing. Ah, junior brother, your physique is quite impressive. I heard you've only been training for less than a week. Zhuo Chuanhang's voice held a note of surprise. As the master's soon-to-be formally accepted disciple, Fang Xion's details had long been shared with Zhuo Chuanhang and others. If memory served correctly, Leitai had mentioned that this junior brother had initially possessed a rather poor physique. Just a few days, indeed. Truly a natural talent for martial arts. Come, junior brother, attack me. Zhuo Chuanhang turned to the center of the courtyard, then glanced back at Fang Xian, his fists colliding together. This. Fang Xian hesitated. What are you afraid of? This is the virtual network. Unleash your full potential. Very well. Fang Xian cleared his throat, pointing a finger at Zhuo Chuanhang, his expression serious. I go for your turtle egg. Duze. Zhuchuanhang. Taking a deep breath, Zhuchuanhang felt as if his forehead might burst. Not a verbal attack. I meant for you to strike me. My apologies, it was instinctive. Fang Xin, accustomed to joking with friends in his previous life, had unconsciously activated his reflexes upon hearing attack me. Realizing this, he quickly shifted into a combat mindset. The moment he finished speaking, he pushed off the ground, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Zhuchuanhang's face. Since the other had invited him to use his full strength, he would not hesitate. With a force of 5.8, his punch sliced through the air, creating a fierce gust ahead of his fist. Before his punch even reached its target, the wind from it ruffled Zhuchuanhang's hair. Hesitation leads to defeat. Testing must also be done with full strength. Good lad, Zhuchuanhang praised, then raised his right hand, effortlessly blocking Fang Xin's heavy punch. Bang! The force of the punch exploded, reminiscent of a firecracker going off near his ear. Zhuchuanhang did not budge an inch, not even moving his right hand. Junior brother, your punch strength is quite impressive. Zhuchuanhang remarked with admiration. Indeed, as the third senior brother had described, this junior brother possessed extraordinary talent. In martial arts, one's aptitude is often represented by their innate capabilities. For instance, those with natural strength tend to progress significantly faster on the path of training. However, this newly accepted junior brother of the master seemed to possess gifts beyond mere natural strength. Fang Xin, at this moment, looked incredulously at his own fist. Although he understood that the second senior brother, Zhuchuanhang, was likely very strong and that he could not inflict any harm, the fact that over 200 kilograms of force could be so easily blocked was beyond his imagination. At the very least, you should have given a reaction. Furthermore, according to the principle of mutual action and reaction, the force he exerted would also affect him. Yet, this second senior brother not only blocked his punch, but also nullified the recoil force directed back at him. This was clearly a sophisticated martial arts technique. Second senior brother, what realm are you in? Fang Xin inquired with curiosity. Chapter 20. The Virtual Combat Arena and the Warrior Profession Quest. I have merely achieved the mastery of muscle training. To attain the second level of mastery is still a distant prospect, sighed Zhuchuanhang. Among the four major disciplines, the Xiangxing lineage of the Longxiang sect primarily focuses on muscle training, with a distinctive style that facilitates the disciple's journey along this path. However, this very prominence necessitates a greater investment of time and effort to master the remaining three disciplines. By the way, my two senior brothers, I previously came across information on the Tianxia Martial Arts Network. It states that upon mastering any one of the four disciplines, one can be termed a martial arts master. But what about after mastering all four? Fang Xin inquired. Zhuchuanhang and Duze exchanged glances, and then Duze chuckled. Once any one of the four disciplines is mastered, the natural progression is to elevate the remaining three to the same level. When all four disciplines are perfected, one can achieve the synthesis of all four, culminating in the ultimate martial prowess. The synthesis of all four disciplines represents the pinnacle of martial arts pursuit. Yet, this journey is fraught with challenges. In the realm of martial arts on Blue Star, not only do the skills have their unique focuses, but the human physique does too. The innate talents of individuals vary significantly. Even within the same martial school, students practicing the same style will exhibit differences in their progress. Such disparities in foundational attributes can result in practitioners advancing swiftly in one or a few disciplines, while their progress in others may stagnate. Take Zhuchuanhang and Duze. For instance, they both commenced their training around the same time, having achieved mastery in muscle training 5 years ago. Yet, even after 5 years, their current capabilities remain at that same level. It is worth noting that both possess exceptional martial arts talent, standing out among thousands. If they remain stuck at this stage for 5 years, one can only imagine the difficulty of achieving the synthesis of all four disciplines. Thus, in the martial arts of Blue Star, this synthesis is often referred to as becoming a martial deity. To transcend into the realm of the divine through martial practice is to attain the status of a martial deity. However, let us not dwell on such lofty goals. Even mastering any one of the four disciplines feels premature for Fang Xin. Despite his robust physique, he has yet to cultivate internal strength, and the aforementioned discussions merely broaden his horizons. The immediate priority is to perfect his foundational martial techniques. Training in the virtual network proves beneficial. With its high degree of realism, he can practice without the burden of physical strain. After just one session of shadowboxing, he found himself enamored with this environment. where he could freely pour forth his sweat. Nonetheless, he recognizes that the virtual world, by its nature, should not be an obsession. Thus, in the ensuing days, he continues his routine, practicing at the martial arts school during the day, delivering takeout, and immersing himself in the virtual Longxiang sect at night, learning from his seniors. His diligence bore fruit, and by the following day, he became acquainted with another senior sister, fourth senior sister, Yanpan. She had joined the sect a few years prior to Fang Xin and currently stood at the dark strength stage. As she guided Fang Xin, her expertise was undeniably sufficient. In this atmosphere of daytime practice and nighttime training, within just 2 days, Fang Xin's warrior secondary profession acquired several foundational skills, elevating to level 3. A stage commonly referred to as mastery by ordinary warriors. Secondary profession, warrior, level 2, 189-200, talent, martial arts prodigy, basic skill 1, elementary body forging technique LV3, 19-400, basic skill 2. Basic fist technique LV3, 45-400, basic skill 3, basic leg technique LV3, 36-400, basic skill 4, basic footwork LV3, 18-400, basic skill 5, basic finger technique LV2, 75-200, elementary skill 1, mighty bull stance LV2, 103-200, intermediate skill 1, mountain treading 6 styles, true intent LV1, 25-100, professional task. None, while his professional level had not yet increased. It was close to doing so. However, Fang Xin remained uncertain about how his warrior profession level corresponded to the martial arts realm of Blue Star. Or perhaps, they were fundamentally different concepts? Not overly concerned, he decided to wait until he leveled up further to gain clarity. Nevertheless, the experience required for skills to reach LV3 had doubled, but he was undeterred. As a martial arts prodigy, he anticipated achieving this within a week. At that point, he would manifest internal strength and truly become a proficient warrior. For now, he could only be regarded as a novice with considerable strength. The thought filled him with excitement. Junior brother, it's time to commence practical training. Today, with your foundational martial arts skills nearing mastery, you're ready for combat training, boomed the voice of his second senior brother, Guanchang, as he arrived at the virtual Longxiang sect. Following this announcement, Fang Xin's professional panel suddenly flashed, revealing a new task. Congratulations. You have triggered the warrior profession task. First opponent. Defeat your first opponent within 10 seconds. Task reward. 100 points of general professional experience, 1 to strength attribute. A task has arrived. Moreover, the rewards are quite generous. However, defeating an opponent within 10 seconds presents a significant challenge, particularly since he lacks any practical combat experience, making victory seem unlikely. Yet, he decided to accept the challenge. Following Zhuo Chuanhang's guidance, Fang Xin selected the virtual combat arena on the panel. The arena essentially comprises 2 types, public and private. The public arena includes various sects, organizations, and even wealthy individuals hosting virtual tournaments, as well as officially organized ranking competitions. Victories in these martial contests yield monetary rewards, not virtual currency, but real cash. The private arena, as the name suggests, allows for clandestine duels between 2 or more individuals, typically inaccessible to outsiders, often referred to as room battles. Although Fang Xin's martial training time is brief, his formidable physique and the body scanned in the virtual network provide a significant advantage. This is why Zhuo Chuanhang is testing Fang Xin's fundamentals within the virtual Longxiang sect. Junior brother, simply select the ranking competition. It encompasses nearly all warriors on Blue Star, Zhuo Chuanhang advised, pausing to add, and includes those with formal martial lineage. The virtual cabins are prohibitively expensive, aside from the elite like Lei Tai and Qin, affluent martial practitioners, and those like Fang Xin with direct mentorship. Most ordinary warriors cannot afford them. The aforementioned 3 types of individuals invariably possess legitimate martial heritage. Thus, without wealth or talent, one's martial pursuits are futile. The ancient adage the rich excel in martial arts, while the poor excel in literature has manifested in this technological era. Following Zhuo Chuanhang's counsel, Fang Xin opted for the ranking competition. Matchmaking initiated. As he observed the estimated matchmaking time, he couldn't help but feel reminiscent of a game from his previous life called Honor of Kings. Expected time, 5 seconds. Actual time, merely 3 seconds to complete the match. In the next moment, Fang Xin felt a shift in space. and he suddenly found himself standing on a 20m x 20m square arena. Chapter 21. The first virtual duel. Before him stood a young man who appeared to be of similar age. Hungdao sect, heavy blade style. Zhou Yunxin, please advise. The young man's expression was exceedingly solemn, and upon seeing Fang Xin, he clasped his hands in greeting. Is it customary to announce one's sect and style at the onset of a match? This was Fang Xin's inaugural experience in martial combat, and being a complete novice. He reciprocated the gesture. Dragon Elephant Sect, Elephant Form Lineage, Fang Xin. Dragon Elephant Sect? You hail from the Linjiang Dragon Elephant Sect? The disciple of Hungdao sect's countenance immediately soured. There existed distinction amongst sects. Hungdao sect was merely a minor sect, while the Dragon Elephant sect, albeit somewhat faded in glory, held a reputation in the martial arts world that Hungdao could not aspire to rival. This marked his first foray into virtual network combat, and his earlier self-introduction was merely emulated from watching online broadcasts. Wasn't it customary for masters to declare their affiliations before a duel? Yet, upon hearing the name of the Dragon Elephant sect, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of trepidation. The match commenced. An official mechanical voice resonated above them, affording no time for further contemplation. Come now, my first battle. Fang Xin's gaze sharpened as he observed his opponent from Hungdao sect charging toward him with sudden vigor. The speed was not overwhelming. In Fang Xin's perception, the man's velocity lay well within his capacity to respond. Images of various fundamental martial techniques flashed through his mind. Planting his feet firmly, he twisted his waist, and as Zhou Yunxin approached, he swiftly dodged to the side and unleashed a left hook, striking Zhou Yunxin squarely in the face. Crack! Zhou Yunxin's neck twisted at an alarming angle, his eyes wide with horror. Such speed! Such force! In the next instant, Zhou Yunxin transformed into a flash of white light and vanished. Fang Xin glanced at his fist. The enhancement of several fundamental skills had elevated his attributes somewhat. Although he had yet to surpass a score of 6, his punching power had increased significantly, and the speed of his strikes far exceeded that of an average person. At this stage, he could be considered a veritable hexagonal warrior. The 200+ kilograms of force concentrated in his fist, combined with the technique from basic boxing skills, was sufficient to obliterate Zhou Yunxin, whose physical prowess was merely slightly superior to that of an ordinary individual. One punch, and it was over, raw power devoid of technique. Yet, this hardly contributed to the accumulation of practical experience. It seemed his martial artist journey was distinctly unique. Professional task completed, gained 100 universal professional experience. Strength 1. You have defeated an evenly matched opponent. Martial artist, professional experience 20. Your professional skill, basic boxing, experience 32. Congratulations. Your martial artist profession level has risen to level 3. Upon opening the professional panel and seeing the notifications, a smile finally graced Fang Xin's face. In this fast world, the significance of the professional panel was paramount. Lacking practical experience, he had nevertheless acquired professional experience. This task had elevated his martial artist profession directly to level 3, granting him additional skill points and attribute points. Moreover, he had uncovered a crucial insight worth noting. Practical combat could also yield experience. At that moment, the arena's announcement echoed. You have decisively won this duel, and your points have increased by 10. Would you like to use your real name to enter the leaderboard? Fang Xin hesitated. Is the leaderboard's credibility so lacking that a single victory grants entry? After a moment's contemplation, he declined. Upon viewing the leaderboard, he discovered that his strongest delivery percentile was ranked over 12,000. This indicated that there were perhaps just over 10,000 martial artists logged into the virtual network worldwide. The numbers seemed scant, with so few participants. The Blue Star local area network had even established ranking tiers: rotting wood, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, radiant moon, and shining Sunday. To his surprise, the individual at the top of the leaderboard, known as Zhang Wui, had only 1083 points, barely crossing the threshold into bronze. According to his 2 senior brothers, this Blue Star local area virtual network had been established for over 6 months. The standard appeared rather low. Whether Zhang Wui was a real name or a pseudonym remained to be seen. He intended to investigate further. After leaving the combat arena, Fang Xin's virtual form dissipated, returning to reality. Inside the virtual pod, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. The slightest increase in strength caused his muscles to swell once more. His thighs, arms, and chest resembled sculpted stone, exuding an aura of power. Strength 5, 9, 6, 9. Clenching his fist, Fang Xin grinned widely. The virtual pod possessed a feature that rescanned the user's physical attributes upon each login, ensuring that martial artists always entered the virtual realm in their optimal state. After logging out and undergoing the rescan, Fang Xin logged back in, materializing within the virtual dragon elephant sect. Junior brother, how was it? Zhuchuan Hang, engaged in his punching practice, inquired upon Fang Xin's return. Quite splendid. Fang Xin's eyes sparkled, his demeanor brimming with exhilaration. Before Zhuchuan Hang could respond, Fang Xin's form vanished once more within the virtual dragon elephant sect. Is this fellow a battle fanatic? Zhuchuan Hang mused, instinctively rubbing his temples as he observed Fang Xin's disappearing figure. A moment later, a mischievous smirk graced his face. Once the senior brother finishes his tasks, I shall have him give the junior brother a proper lesson. Unbeknownst to Fang Xin, he had been sold out. He now faced his second opponent, a woman. To be precise, she was a woman who, at first glance, appeared quite beautiful. However, the reason for this uncertainty lay in her face, which had been obscured, resembling a pixelated image. Yet, perhaps due to her martial training, her physique was undoubtedly top tier. Where it ought to be ample, it was. And where it ought to be modest, he could not discern. Have you gazed long enough? Came a voice laced with irritation. Clearly, Fang Xin's unabashed stare had displeased her. Having seen enough, let us begin, Fang Xin replied with a grin. My experience is at hand. The match commenced. This time, he opted for an aggressive approach. With his extraordinary attributes, he executed basic footwork and swiftly closed the distance to the woman. Without a hint of chivalry, he swung a punch toward her pixelated face. To Fang Xin's astonishment, before his fist could reach its target, the woman unexpectedly advanced, pressing close, raising her right palm. He felt his punch lose its intended impact and involuntarily veer off course as she took advantage of the moment, shoulder checking him in the chest. Fang Xin stumbled back several steps, bewildered. Strangely, he sensed that the woman's strength was significantly inferior to his own. In other words, she was not overpowering him through sheer force, but rather, through technique. This woman's martial prowess far surpassed his own. If one were to equate it to skill levels, she likely reached LV4. Remarkable, his second battle had already escalated in difficulty. Was this matchmaking system akin to that of a popular mobile game? Chapter 22. The victor, the supreme deliverman adversaries do not grant you the luxury of reflection. With a decisive strike, the girl pressed her advantage, her steps a blur as she swiftly approached Fang Xin, her right palm poised to deliver a blow. Perhaps due to her stature, her palm, aimed squarely at Fang Xin's chest, appeared to lack force. Yet, as Fang Xin prepared to absorb the impact, an instinctive chill ran down his spine. With a 98 accuracy of perception and a mental acuity of 5.3, Fang Xin's battle instincts were heightened beyond the ordinary. He could not afford to take the hit. He propelled himself backward with a powerful leap, attempting to create distance. However, the girl closed in with remarkable speed, her chest and abdomen expanding momentarily as her palm grazed Fang Xin's chest. With a sudden sound, he felt a chill at his torso as his clothing tore apart. A formidable internal force. The girl, despite her youthful appearance, was a genuine practitioner of the advanced martial arts known as Mingjing. Furthermore, her technique surpassed the fundamentals of basic martial arts. While he recognized that he could not match her strength, he was acutely aware that her experience paled in comparison to his own. Although nearly devoid of real combat experience, Fang Xin relied on his instincts to make the most astute decision in that fleeting moment. He suddenly spread his arms wide, seizing the opportunity as the girl was momentarily off balance, and enveloped her in an embrace. His shoulder muscles bulged, and his arms felt as solid as iron, ensnaring her like two mighty dragons. If he could not compete with her skill, he would ensure she could not utilize her techniques. What are you doing? Let me go? Wang Lingyue exclaimed, panic-stricken. This was her first experience in virtual combat, and it was also the first time she had been held in such a manner. The grip of his hands felt like iron shackles, rendering her unable to escape. In that moment, however, Fang Xin's mind was devoid of any lascivious thoughts. With a stoic expression, he flexed his arms and raised his left hand, delivering a fierce slap to the girl's masked face. A cry of distress escaped her lips as she dissolved into a burst of white light, signifying her defeat. The supreme deliverman emerged victorious from this duel, earning 8 points. As the announcement echoed, Fang Xin promptly accessed his professional panel. Indeed, his skills in basic palm techniques, footwork, and boxing had all increased in proficiency. The techniques he had employed during the battle were precisely these three fundamental martial arts. This implied that as long as he utilized the corresponding skills during combat, regardless of their effectiveness, he could accrue experience points. The variation likely lay in the amount of experience gained. Meanwhile, at another location within the virtual network, the Mingyu Sect S-base, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. The junior sister has returned. Did she win? Of course she won. Our junior sister is a Mingjing practitioner, and her first opponent could not possibly match her strength. As the figure emerged, a group quickly gathered, chattering excitedly. However, they soon sensed something was amiss. Isn't the junior sister speaking? Did she lose? At that moment, a tall, frosty woman stepped forward. Wang Lingyue, upon seeing her, pouted, tears brimming in her eyes. Senior sister, I lost. The elegant woman furrowed her brow. A loss is a loss. Given my understanding of you, it is unlikely you would be so distressed. Do not cry. Tell me what happened. The surrounding chatter fell silent, all eyes fixated on Wang Lingyue. Since being accepted as a disciple, her charm, intelligence, and innate talent had quickly made her the darling of her seniors. Now, in her first virtual combat, to see their beloved junior sister bullied to tears was unacceptable. Fear not, junior sister. If someone has wronged you, we shall avenge you. Indeed, we will help you seek retribution. Yet, as Wang Lingyue described her ordeal, the group exchanged puzzled glances. Being embraced and slapped in defeat, how devastating must this be for a girl who had just turned 18, trained for less than 6 months, and faced an opponent for the first time? Junior sister, what was that person's strength? The frosty woman inquired, her question laden with significance. If the opponent was indeed powerful, then such actions would constitute blatant humiliation. While the Mingyu sect was not the pinnacle of the Tianxia martial arts realm, they would not stand idly by if one of their own was wronged. Wang Lingyue composed herself, recalling the encounter. A peculiar expression crossed her face. His martial prowess is inferior to mine, but his speed is remarkable. My shattered jade palm merely tore his clothing. Moreover, his strength, it was immense. When he embraced me, it felt as though I were bound by iron. As Wang Lingyue elaborated, the cold woman found herself in a quandary. According to the junior sister, the opponent's lack of martial skill led him to victory through unconventional means. Thus, it could not be deemed intentional humiliation. On the contrary, his ability to leverage his advantages indicated a profound sense of combat experience and intuition. In such a scenario, retaliatory actions would render the Mingyu sect incapable of accepting defeat. Rest assured, senior brothers and sisters, I do not wish for your vengeance. I shall, with my own capabilities, defeat him once more. Wang Lingyue's declaration brought solace to the members of the Mingyu sect. Losing was inconsequential. Every martial artist encounters defeat, particularly for those engaged in martial training. Victories and losses are commonplace. A true martial artist requires not only talent, but also an indomitable spirit, an unwavering resolve that is independent of gender. By the way, junior sister, see if you can discern that person's name. If possible, add him as a friend. Once you feel your strength is sufficient, challenge him to another duel. One senior brother proposed, effectively suggesting that Fang Xin serve as a crucible for Wang Lingyue. If she could conquer this opponent, it would cultivate her courage to surmount all obstacles. Her future martial journey would undoubtedly be smoother for it. Wang Lingyue nodded, opening her match record. You were defeated by the Supreme Delivery Man, losing this match. Wang Lingyue, the one who bested me is merely a delivery man? Chapter 23. The warrior surpasses the delivery person. Fang Xin, you truly exceed my expectations. In the special training hall number 10 of the Martial Arts Academy, Lei Tai watched as Fang Xin demonstrated the 5 fundamental martial arts. Despite having prepared himself mentally, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. All 5 fundamental martial arts had been mastered. He had never encountered a person of such extraordinary talent. According to Old Shin, Fang Xin possessed merely a second-tier talent. If a second-tier talent could achieve this, what heights would a first-tier talent reach? Fang Xin smiled silently, aware of the value of a martial arts prodigy. Moreover, this prodigy was not merely proficient, but had an innate advantage. Coach, may I learn more advanced martial arts? Fang Xin had been longing for this, especially since his recent battle with that pixelated girl who had clearly employed martial techniques that surpassed basic skills and demonstrated immense power. He was eager to learn. Of course, today, I am here specifically to teach you the foundational martial arts of the Dragon Elephant sect, the Barbarian Elephant Fist. Barbarian Elephant Fist? It sounded closely related to the Barbarian Elephant Stance. Sensing Fang Xin's confusion, Lei Tai smiled and explained, you are correct. The Barbarian Elephant Stance can be considered the exclusive foundational stance for the Barbarian Elephant Fist. Every martial art has its corresponding stance to enhance its execution, which is essential for mastering the technique. Naturally, this stance can also be practiced independently to improve physical fitness. Otherwise, the Dragon Elephant sect would not include it in the specialized curriculum. The essence of the Barbarian Elephant Fist lies in strength and ferocity. Before teaching you this technique, I will show you a video of a wild elephant uprooting a tree. In the video, the massive elephant exhibited incredible strength, effortlessly pulling an enormous tree from the ground. The visual impact left Fang Xin deeply impressed. Then, Lei Tai began to teach him the movements of the Barbarian Elephant Fist. As a beginner martial art, its techniques were significantly more complex than the basic fist techniques. Following Lei Tai's movements, Fang Xin felt compelled to engage actively. In a moment of clarity, the image of a colossal elephant, trampling mountains, flashed in his mind. The essence he had witnessed during the assessment now resurfaced. Fang Xin's movements quickened, gradually syncing with Lei Tai's rhythm. By the end, their actions began to overlap. Have you grasped it? Lei Tai pondered for a moment before inquiring. I believe so, Fang Xin replied with uncertainty, then opened his professional panel. Congratulations on successfully comprehending the Barbarian Elephant Fist. Beginner skill, Barbarian Elephant Fist LV1. 5100. He had truly grasped it. The appearance of this martial art on his panel confirmed his entry into mastery. Yet, he had only practiced it once. He remembered spending several hours on the basic fist techniques. Why had he managed to enter the realm of the more advanced Barbarian Elephant Fist after just one practice? After some thought, Fang Xin concluded it was due to several factors. Firstly, undoubtedly, it was his talent as a martial arts prodigy. Additionally, the Barbarian Elephant Stance and the Essence image played crucial roles. Regardless, this was a positive development. Now that you have entered the realm of the Barbarian Elephant Fist, the next step is practice. Once you reach minor proficiency, you may comprehend the Ming Jin, Lei Tai said, patting Fang Xin on the shoulder, only to suddenly pause, feeling as if he had hit a solid iron plate. Wait, have you grown stronger? He recalled that just a few days prior, Fang Xin had not appeared in this manner. Fang Xin scratched his head and chuckled lightly. After completing the first enemy professional task, his strength attribute had increased by 1 point. With a strength of 6.9, his physique had indeed expanded significantly, resembling that of a muscular giant. Before learning the Barbarian Elephant Fist, he had also tested his punching power, 356 kilograms, over 100 kilograms more than with a strength of 5.6. This confirmed his previous suspicion that each additional strength attribute point increased his power by nearly 1.5 times. This was a rather terrifying statistic. Many Ming Jin practitioners lacked such strength. His physical fitness had already surpassed the martial arts realm, making him a unique anomaly within the martial world. Lei Tai did not dwell on this. The changes brought about by martial training were substantial, and he instinctively attributed Fang Xin's transformation to his extraordinary talent. After all, a genius must possess some distinguishing traits. Otherwise, how could one be called a genius? In the days that followed, Fang Xin devoted his primary focus to the Barbarian Elephant Fist, true to its nature as a beginner martial art. The difficulty of advancement was significantly greater than that of the foundational martial arts. However, having previously learned the Barbarian Elephant Stance and raised it to LV2, he effectively reduced the challenges of mastering this technique. With the advent of the virtual network, Fang Xin's life became increasingly structured. He could scarcely find time to pursue a third profession. After much contemplation, he decided to activate his third profession after reaching level 4 as a delivery person, when the routine deliveries would yield minimal experience. Time flew by at this pace, and soon it was October 26th. In the morning at the Lixiang Martial Arts Academy. After practicing the Barbarian Elephant Stance and wiping the sweat from his face, Fang Xin accessed his professional panel. Name, Fang Xin. Age, 23. Strength, 7, 1. Constitution, 7, 0. Speed, 5, 9. Mentality, 5, 4. Main profession, delivery person. Level, 3, 209 400. Core skill, timely delivery LV. 2, 38 200. Fundamental skills, driving skills, electric vehicle LV. 3, 261 400. Route mastery LV. 3, 291 400. Secondary profession, warrior, level. 3, 301 400. Talent, martial arts prodigy, fundamental skills. Beginner body refinement technique LV. For complete Basic Fist Technique LV 3, 398-400. Basic Leg Technique LV 3, 356-400. Basic Foot Technique LV 3, 325-400. Basic Finger Technique LV 3, 125-400. Basic Palm Technique LV 3, 269-400. Beginner Skills Barbarian Elephant Stance LV 3, 103-400. Barbarian Elephant Fist LV 2, 12-200. Intermediate Skills Mountain Trampling 6 Forms Essence LV 2, 19-200. Professional Tasks None. Attribute Points 0 Skill Points 3 General Profession Experience 200 in less than 5 days. His professional panel had undergone a significant update. Through his own efforts, combined with a slight enhancement from his talent as a martial arts prodigy, the progress of his secondary profession, warrior, had far surpassed that of delivery person. This was not entirely a favorable situation. After reaching level 4, leveling up as a delivery person would become increasingly difficult. Once the warrior reached level 7, no matter how strong his talent, it would be of little consequence. During this period, by studying his professional panel, he had also discerned the relationship between the warrior's profession level and the martial arts realm in this world. The professional level did not equate to his martial arts realm, but could determine his upper limit in martial arts. His current profession as a martial artist has reached level 3, corresponding to the dark energy stage. This implies that during his progression to the transformative energy stage, he will encounter no obstacles whatsoever. Chapter 24, Mastery of Basic Fist Techniques. Comprehending the Ming Force. The matter concerning the courier remained unresolved, and Fang Xin could only set it aside for the moment. His gaze shifted back to the secondary profession of martial artist. Upon reaching level 3, he allocated his attribute points to physique, and with the completion of the basic body refinement technique, both his strength and physique experienced a slight enhancement. Presently, his strength and physique had surpassed 7, and he felt an inexhaustible vigor each day. However, one aspect took him by surprise. After upgrading his barbarian elephant fist to level 2, he had not transitioned into the Ming Force stage. After consulting senior brother Duze, he understood that this was due to his exceptional physical condition, which required significantly more strength than the average person to enter the Ming Force stage. This was not a bottleneck, but rather a foundation. Gazing at the basic fist technique, which was merely 2 points shy of level 4, Fang Xin rose and tossed aside the towel in his hand. He resolved to continue training. If one martial art proved inadequate, he would pursue 2, if 2 were insufficient. Then 4. He was determined. Within the training hall, the sound of fists slicing through the air echoed once more. With a strength and physique rating of 7, even a basic fist technique unleashed an extraordinary force. Regardless of the style, each martial art reflected the unique characteristics of its practitioner. Undoubtedly, Fang Xin's current trait was ferocity. Perhaps fueled by a pent-up energy, he threw his punches with utmost effort, akin to a rampaging elephant. This was the raw impact derived from pure physical strength. As he executed the basic fist technique to its conclusion, Fang Xin felt an unprecedented surge of power emerge from deep within his muscles and veins, entirely different from before. This energy intertwined like countless great dragons, compelling him to let out a roar. That punch, consolidating all his muscular force, struck the specially designed punching post weighing over 400 pounds. Bang! An astonishing force erupted, and combined with his own 300-plus kilograms of power, the post was propelled several meters away, leaving a distinct imprint. You have practiced the basic fist technique. Your skill has improved. Experience 3. Congratulations. Your basic fist technique has reached level 4. Success. He approached the fallen punching post and gently traced the imprint left behind. Ming Force. This was Ming Force. It had not been an easy journey. It was only at the 24th chapter that he had finally stepped into the first stage of martial arts. A smile of uncontainable joy crept onto Fang Xin's face. Ming Force, also known as the rigid force, emphasized a connection between upper and lower, mutual support between hands and feet, and movements as orderly as a military formation, with strength that was both transparent and robust. In the realm of the 4 trainings, muscle, bone, skin, and qi, once one entered the Ming Force stage, the cooperation of the entire body was essential to unleash formidable power. The distinction lay in who held dominion over the process. Due to varying training methods, among the 4, excluding a few exceptionally gifted individuals, those who followed the path of muscle training were the strongest, while the practitioners of skin training were naturally the weakest. regardless of the training method. The principle of correctness was paramount. The martial arts scriptures state, the square must be upright within. Training must adhere to established rules, and the body's movements should be harmonious. Avoiding erratic behavior, the rise and fall of limbs must be coordinated, eschewing disarray. This encapsulated the essence of the Ming force in the martial arts community, imparted to him by second senior brother Zhuo Chuanhang within the virtual Dragon Elephant Gate. Previously, he had struggled to grasp this concept, but upon officially entering this stage, he finally experienced it firsthand. In high spirits, Fang Xin decided to indulge in a celebratory feast that evening. After propping the fallen punching post back into place, he prepared to continue practicing the barbarian elephant fist when his phone, resting nearby, suddenly rang. "Hello, Lao Fang," Haven T replied to my WeChat. A booming voice greeted him as soon as he answered the call. "I'm busy. Speak your mind," Fang Xin replied without reservation. The caller was his good friend, Zhou Zhua, along with another friend named Zhang Shang. The three had attended the same high school and university, sharing a friendship spanning over a decade. Their conversations were typically straightforward, devoid of pleasantries. "Nothing much. I'm going out for business with Lao Jiang this afternoon. Want to gather tonight?" Haven T said anything in the group chat. "Gather?" Fang Xin pondered for a moment before agreeing. "Sure, call me when you arrive." Strictly speaking, Zhou Zhua and Zhang Shang were merely friends of his original self, yet he felt a fondness for their personalities based on his memories. Maintaining this friendship seemed worthwhile. After all, he was not a heartless individual. After hanging up, he opened WeChat and discovered a flurry of messages in their group chat, humorously titled the Handsome Men's Club. Browsing through the exchanges, he found them mostly trivial and lost interest. Although they were very close friends, they rarely communicated. The last message in the group chat dated back a month. As adults, they were all busy with their own lives, only reaching out for significant matters or when feeling particularly low. The original Fang Xin had been like this, and the current Fang Xin was no different. That evening, at 8 o'clock, after concluding his delivery journey and changing into fresh attire, Fang Xin walked to the entrance of his community. He and Zhou had agreed to meet at this time. As he arrived, a brand new Cadillac XT5 glided past him, only to reverse several meters later and halt before him. The window rolled down, revealing a buzzcut youth in the passenger seat. "Wow, it's really you. We didn't recognize you at first. Lao Fang, what happened to you?" The youth surveyed Fang Xin in disbelief. "Has it only been 6 months?" At this moment, Fang Xin stood at an impressive height of 1.78 meters, his muscles rippling with power. Even clad in casual attire, his explosive physique was unmistakable, with limbs as sturdy as concrete. The transformation from his pre-training self was remarkable enough to warrant Zhou and Jiang Shang's confusion, if they had come a little later. Once Fang Xin had also enhanced his speed attributes, his physique would have become more compact. In simple terms, he would have appeared more toned. As it stood, his current appearance was a result of unbalanced physical attributes leading to muscular hypertrophy, akin to a second development. "Enough chit-chat. Where are we eating?" he queried as he climbed into the car. "Hey, it's your turf. Are you going to make us take you out to eat?" Zhou retorted from the passenger seat, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Let us go to that barbecue place we used to frequent, Kaijias," Fang Xin suggested, a nostalgic location surfacing in his memory. It was a favorite haunt from their university days, known for its delightful flavors. However, they hadn't returned since graduation. "Sounds good. Lao Jiang, drive," Zhou instructed. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at Yanpan University. Chapter 25. Fang Xin's Friends as a Local University in Yanpan. Yanpan University is merely a second-tier institution, yet it boasts a substantial student population. Upon entering the vicinity of the campus, one is immediately enveloped by the distinctive atmosphere characteristic of universities. The bustling flow of students, the cacophony of animated conversations, and the palpable vibrancy of youth momentarily left the trio in a daze. Once upon a time, they too were part of this lively crowd. However, time is relentless. It never lingers for any individual, but instead sweeps people forward into the vast tapestry known as society. Before long, the three found themselves on the street behind Yanpan University, where they stumbled upon the barbecued delicacies of Sister Kai, a cherished haunt from their school days. "Sister Kai?" Upon entering, Zhou called out loudly. A middle-aged woman, busy with her tasks, paused momentarily upon seeing Fang Xin and his companions, before breaking into a warm smile. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here today?" "We're just passing by, and we happen to be hungry, so we thought we'd come see you," Fang Xin replied. How delightful that you still remember me. What would you like to eat today? Same as usual. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, grilled leeks, grilled mushrooms, and grilled gluten. And add 3 more servings of lamb kidneys. That's all. No need for extra. Josua ordered as soon as they were seated. In the past, Josua often took the lead in ordering when they dined out together. According to Fang Xin and Jiangshang, ordering was simply too cumbersome. However, after Josua finished placing the order, Fang Xin promptly added, Sister Kai, please double everything Zhou just ordered. Josua and Jiangshang exchanged bewildered glances. Are you sure you can eat all that, Fang? We already had dinner, Josua questioned. Don't worry, I'll polish it all off. Since he began practicing martial arts, Fang Xin's appetite had grown exponentially, now rivaling that of 3 people combined. This was naturally due to the enhancement of his physical condition and the increased daily demands on his body. Now that he had stepped into the realm of Mijin, it was essential to consume ample energy daily to maintain his state. Once the order was set, Jiangshang couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. Fang, what have you been up to these past 6 months? Have you been taking something? What nonsense are you spouting? I've been training in martial arts and have made some progress, Fang Xin replied, pouring himself some water, his tone slightly irked. Training in martial arts? Both friends exchanged glances. Given the current popularity of martial arts, they were well aware of its prevalence. Jiangshang himself had enrolled in a martial arts academy named Wenhua in his city, having paid a considerable sum, and had been training for nearly 6 months. Although his talent was average, his wealth was substantial. One of the laws of this world dictates that if you possess wealth, people will gravitate towards you. Consequently, Jiangshang had met several practitioners at the Mingjin and Anjin levels. Yet, none had undergone a transformation quite like Fang Xin's, seeing their disbelief. Fang Xin felt a twinge of helplessness. Indeed, his transformation was rather remarkable. He had grown significantly taller. Let me ask you this. Even if I were using something, could I achieve this effect in just 6 months? After taking a sip of water, he declared, I possess extraordinary talent. Do you know what it means to be a prodigy in martial arts? He punctuated his statement by poking his chest with a finger. Are you implying that you are a rare martial arts prodigy? Indeed. You should be flattering me now. Once I become a martial arts master, I might share a few techniques with you if I'm in a good mood. Oh, a martial arts master. We'll be waiting, they responded, chuckling. As their light-hearted banter continued, the skewers began to arrive at their table. Fang Xin, feeling genuinely hungry, dove into the feast, leaving Josua and Jiangshang in awe. Truly, he was a martial arts prodigy, exceptional in every sense. After consuming half the meal, Fang Xin finally felt a sense of relief in his stomach. At that moment, Josua, having just finished a lamb kidney skewer, suddenly asked, Fang, are you still delivering takeout? Of course. Why would I abandon such a promising job? Fang Xin replied, picking up another skewer. Why put yourself through this? I've told you before, don't engage with that Xiao Zhuxing. As Fang Xin's close friends, they were well aware of the troubles he had faced. In their eyes, Fang Xin's gig as a delivery person was solely due to a leech who had latched onto him. They had advised him several times in the past, yet to no avail. It could only be said that Fang Xin was simply too kind-hearted. Xiaosheng? I'm not delivering for him. Besides, that guy is dead now. Fang Xin replied casually. Dead? Jiangshang's voice rose in surprise. Yes, dead. It's been a few days. He has probably turned to ashes by now. Curiosity piqued. The two pressed for details. Putting down his skewer, Fang Xin contemplated before recounting what he knew without reservation. However, as soon as he finished, Jiangshang frowned. A man in black. Could he be from the Special Affairs Bureau? You know their background? Fang Xin's interest was suddenly piqued, eyes fixated on Jiangshang. Well, I'm not entirely sure. I overheard some rich kids discussing it at a gathering before. They mentioned that there's a special department in the country that handles unique events. Those individuals hold considerable authority and prefer to dress in black. Beyond that, I don't know. I've never encountered them. If the person you encountered was indeed from the Special Affairs Bureau, does that imply that Xiao Zhusheng's death was not natural? Josua immediately connected the dots. Fang Xin had already sensed that something was amiss with Xiao Zhusheng's death. The information circulating within the martial arts community, coupled with the warning from the man in black, only reinforced this notion. However, regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Zhusheng's demise was ultimately a positive development. Jiangshang filled their cups with tea and raised a toast. Come, Fang, let us drink to celebrate that scoundrel's passing. That might be a tad unethical. Fang Xian mused, but he smiled and raised his cup, downing it in one go. After enjoying their late-night feast, the trio stole away to their former school, reminiscing about the past until nearly 11 o'clock, before driving back to Guanlan Community. Upon exiting the vehicle and agreeing to meet again, Fang Xian turned and walked back into the community, watching the car as it gradually vanished from view. Zhou Zhuo and Jiang Shang had pleasant personalities, aligning well with his own. It was no wonder the original owner of this body had maintained a good relationship with them over the years. Has the lighting in this community gone out again? As he strolled along the path, dimly illuminated only by a faint moonlight, he noticed that none of the street lights were operational. In such an old community, the property management's efficiency was abysmally low. He recalled that the lights had been out for nearly half a month, and yet not a single one had been repaired. Fortunately, his physique had improved significantly, granting him superior vision. This level of darkness posed no hindrance. Suddenly, a muffled sound pierced the silence from the darkened area between two buildings on the right, reminiscent of something heavy crashing to the ground. What was that? Chapter 26. The monster. Fang Xian abruptly turned his head, squinting his eyes in an attempt to penetrate the veil of darkness. Yet, nothing emerged. No, two crimson lights suddenly flickered to life. Before Fang Xian could react, a figure surged forth from the shadows, lunging at him with ferocity. What on earth is this? Typically, one would expect a suspenseful build-up before such a frightful apparition. Yet it charged forth without warning. Fang Xian's heart raced as he instinctively recoiled. However, the figure moved with astonishing speed, bursting from the darkness in an instant. Upon glimpsing its visage, Fang Xian's scalp prickled, and his heart felt as though it were being gripped tightly. It was grotesque beyond belief. Its skin, a murky gray, was marred by rotting flesh, resembling a corpse that had decayed for days. The face was contorted beyond recognition, with sunken eye sockets and two eyes that resembled gaping wounds, glimmering with a sinister red glow. Its parched lips clung tightly to jagged teeth, revealing uneven fangs. It appeared both terrifying and repulsive. How could such a creature exist in this world? Food. Hungry. Eat. The monster emitted a chilling sound, its cavernous mouth gaping wide as it lunged towards Fang Xian's neck. A foul stench, reminiscent of putrefied matter left to fester in the sweltering heat, assaulted Fang Xian's nostrils, nearly causing him to faint. In this critical moment, Fang Xian's extraordinary instincts kicked in. There was no time for contemplation. Just as the creature was about to bite, he swung a powerful slap that struck the monster's head, sending it careening backward. The creature was surprisingly light, even lighter than an average human. Yet, it was incredibly solid. Fang Xian felt as though he had struck a concrete pillar. Without needing to look, he knew his hand must be red from the impact. The force of the encounter was mutual. Hungry. Eat. Delicious. The monster's terrifying whispers echoed once more. Despite having absorbed Fang Xian's tremendous strength, the creature seemed unfazed, its blood-red eyes wide open as it lunged at him again. Damn it, how relentless. Fang Xian turned and fled. If it were a human opponent, no matter how superior, he would have dared to confront them. But this was clearly not a human. It was a monster, a malevolent spirit. Who knew what means it possessed? Engaging in battle would be the height of folly. He needed to run, to reach the street where safety awaited. Safety, indeed. Not far into his flight, a rancid wind swept in from behind. Fang Xian's back bristled with alarm, and he instinctively veered to the right. Yet, he was a moment too late, feeling a sharp grip on his left shoulder. The creature's claws were as sharp as blades. That single strike made Fang Xian acutely aware that his defenses had been breached. He had been wounded. After all, once his physique surpassed level 7, his defenses had significantly improved. Even a practitioner specialized in toughness would likely fall short in comparison. He couldn't run. He wouldn't be able to escape. If the monster clawed at him a few more times, it could easily bring him to his demise. Fang Xian halted, and the creature adjusted its stance, lunging at him once more. Its joints creaked ominously, reminiscent of decaying wood, yet it moved with remarkable speed. Fang Xian took a deep breath, his muscles tensed, fists clenched. His gaze locked onto the horrifying creature. Triggered Warrior Class Quest. Eliminate the Fantasy Species, Corpse Demon. Quest Rewards. 200 General Class Experience, 1 free attribute point. The class panel appeared before him, but Fang Xian had no time to pay attention, for the foul wind was upon him again. This time, he chose not to evade. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the monster, his right fist swinging like lightning. Mighty Elephant Fist. Force Break. In a moment of clarity, it felt as though his fist had grown larger. Bang! It struck the creature as if hitting a rubber-wrapped punching post, the recoil sending a jolt through his heart. Damn, it's incredibly tough. Fang Xin pressed on, relentlessly pursuing the retreating figure of the monster, continuing to throw punches, channeling all his might into his fists. Come on, monster, come and devour me. With the strength he had just comprehended earlier that day, combined with his power exceeding 7 points, his fist rained down like a tempest. The creature, seemingly dazed, offered no resistance, allowing its head to be struck repeatedly by Fang Xin's fists. Crack! With a sharp sound, the monster's head could no longer withstand the ferocity of the blows. Its neck twisted at an unnatural angle, snapping. Haha, it's dead. Panting heavily, veins bulging in his neck, Fang Xin watched as the monster slowly sank to its knees, feeling his heart nearly leap from his chest. He had exerted nearly all his strength in those blows, adrenaline coursing through him, causing his arms to tremble slightly. Just as he began to relax, the creature surprisingly rose once more. Its head tilted at a grotesque angle, twisted backward, eerily dangling from its neck. It's still alive. This incomprehensible sight widened Fang Xin's eyes in disbelief. As his mind reeled, the monster spread its arms, its dark claws glinting ominously in the moonlight as it swung at him. Still vigorous, its head was evidently not its weak point. Damn it! Fang Xin's face contorted with rage, his right leg tensed as he leaped, delivering a powerful kick to the monster's chest. Hiss! That robust right leg, like the trunk of a mighty elephant, sliced through the air, striking the monster directly in its heart. Mighty elephant fist, force split. Crack! In terms of human anatomy, the force generated by the thigh will always surpass that of the arm. If Fang Xin's punch had reached over 300 kilograms, then his leg strength had to be at least 400 kilograms. With one kick, the monster's ribcage shattered, its body crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, the creature was not dead. Although it possessed a humanoid form, its structure was clearly distinct from that of a human. Fang Xin would grant it no further chances. Seizing the moment as the monster lay on the ground, he raised his right leg and stomped down hard on its visibly concave chest. Die. Warriors tread. Puff. Finally, accompanied by a sensation akin to bursting juice, a pungent stench of rotten eggs and spoiled tomatoes wafted through the air, causing Fang Xin to stifle a gag. It turned out that the monster's chest had been crushed beneath his foot. Now it must be dead. Stepping back a few paces, he gazed at the green, peculiar liquid staining his shoes, forcing himself to suppress the urge to vomit as he frowned. How disgusting. What on earth is this thing? Ah, the class panel. The panel had just triggered a quest. Congratulations on successfully eliminating the fantasy species, Corpse Demon. Rewards, 200 general class experience, 1 free attribute point. With the confirmation from the class panel, it seemed the creature was indeed dead. Fang Xin finally exhaled in relief. Fantasy species, Corpse Demon. Sitting down heavily on the ground, Fang Xin picked up his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 27. The Special Affairs Bureau. Hello, this is Fang Xin. Yes, it's me. I've encountered the creature, right here in the Guanlan Community. All right, I'll wait for you. On the other end of the line was the same coldly composed man in black. Even if he was from the so-called Special Affairs Bureau mentioned by Jiang Shang, he undoubtedly belonged to some specialized department. Reporting this bizarre entity to the police would be futile. It was far more prudent to contact him directly. As expected, before Fang Xin could finish his sentence, the man on the other side urgently responded that he would be there shortly. After hanging up, Fang Xin gazed at the number for a moment, deep in thought, then rifled through his contacts until he found another number. Dialing it, he quickly briefed the person on the situation before ending the call. The black-clad man arrived with remarkable swiftness, so fast that Fang Xin felt as though he had been observing him from the shadows. Within 5 minutes, a black Ducati V4 roared to a halt in front of him. The man in the black suit dismounted and immediately focused his gaze on the carcass of the creature sprawled on the ground. Upon observing the gaping hole in its chest and its twisted neck, his brow arched in curiosity. Did you kill this? He queried, his eyes locked onto Fang Xin, revealing a keen interest. Clearly, the young man who had single-handedly vanquished the corpse demon was far more intriguing than the lifeless creature before them. If his memory served him correctly, this Fang Xin had only been training for less than a month. Remarkably, in such a brief period, he had managed to defeat an F-grade fantasy creature. Fascinating. It seemed this lad was indeed the talented martial artist referred to by the brash practitioners. Fang Xin glanced at the man in black and, without reservation, nodded. I killed it. Can you tell me what exactly this creature is? That is a corpse demon, came the response, not from the man in black, but from another figure. Following the voice, Fang Xin's face broke into a relieved smile. It was his third senior brother, Duze. The second call he had made was to Duze, as he was uncertain about the identity of the man in black and what actions he might take. For the sake of his own safety, it was wise to be prepared. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I merely dispatched a corpse demon, Duze said, placing a comforting hand on Fang Xin's shoulder. He then turned to the man in black. Wandong, your arrival was quite prompt. Duty calls. I cannot afford to delay, the man named Wandong shrugged, appearing quite familiar with Duze. Corpse demon, just like the name on the professional panel. Fang Xin continued, glancing at the foul-smelling carcass still lying on the ground. What exactly is a corpse demon? Are there many such creatures in this world? His foremost desire was to uncover the origins of this demon. The professional panel labeled it with the prefix fantasy creature. Did that imply the existence of others? How did these beings come to be? Why were there no impressions of them in the original memories? Today's encounter did not shatter his worldview. For having traversed realms, he was prepared to face the unexpected. His heart was quite resilient. However, the emergence of such creatures signified a grave reality. The world he inhabited was not secure. There were entities capable of threatening his life beyond mere humans. Today's corpse demon was physical. He had dispatched it using his physical prowess and martial skills. But what if he faced an incorporeal spirit? How would he contend with that? There aren't many, Wandong replied succinctly. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Fang Xin with a warm smile. Fang, many of the details regarding these creatures are classified, if you truly wish to understand. However, before he could finish, Duze interrupted. Wandong, Fang Xin is a member of my Longxiang sect. My master has accepted him as a fifth direct disciple. Fifth direct disciple? Wandong was genuinely taken aback. Although he followed a different path from these brash martial artists, it did not imply that martial practitioners were weak. Particularly, those of Luo Jianbai's caliber stood at the pinnacle of Jiang Province. He promptly swallowed certain words. To be chosen by Master Luo. It seemed this young man's talent was indeed remarkable. Therefore, your Special Affairs Bureau shall not lay a hand on him. Duze's gaze bore into Wandong, his imposing figure casting a large shadow under the moonlight. If an ordinary person were to meet such a fierce gaze, they would likely feel immense pressure. Yet Wandong laughed heartily. Old Du, what are you saying? We fought side by side before. Am I that sort of person? You are, Duze replied flatly. He was well aware of Wandong's character. Their methods differed vastly from those of martial practitioners, which was precisely why he had rushed over after receiving his junior brother's call. If he were not careful and the Special Affairs Bureau attempted to abduct Fang Xin, he would be unable to withstand the wrath of his master and elder brother. As the two engaged in banter, Fang Xin stood to the side, a perplexed expression on his face. The last time he saw Wandong, he had exuded a chilling demeanor, leaving a profound impression. Yet today, he felt as though he was conversing with an entirely different person. Ah, you're just being stereotypical. I want to discuss this with you. Wandong turned to Fang Xin. You have aided us significantly by eliminating this corpse demon. We will provide some rewards for non-registered personnel, like yourself. Would you prefer to collect it in person, or should we send it to you? Send it to me, Fang Xin replied, indifferent to the reward. His mind racing with questions. He was desperate to uncover answers, but it was clear that Wandong was not inclined to provide them freely. As for the Special Affairs Bureau, he had no interest in it whatsoever. Let us go. First, we need to visit the division. The claws of the corpse demon harbor corpse poison, and if not dealt with promptly, it could lead to significant trouble, Duze remarked. Aware that Fang Xin was likely filled with curiosity. After speaking, he began to walk towards the exit of the community, and Fang Xin could only follow. Just as they departed, two more individuals swiftly entered from outside the community. These newcomers moved with astonishing speed, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye until they stood before Wandong. Captain, we're late. Has it been dealt with? Yes, it's taken care of. Just an F-grade corpse demon. One subordinate replied, and upon noticing the carcass on the ground, he paused. There's also a corpse demon here, including the one we dealt with. That makes 7 corpse demons eliminated over the past 2 or 3 weeks. Captain, doesn't the data indicate they are social creatures? Wandong shook his head, crouching down to release a layer of black energy that gradually enveloped the corpse demon. As he probed with his energy, his expression gradually darkened. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. Bring this corpse demon back and secure the scene. Also, Pull up the surveillance footage from the newly installed cameras in this community for tonight and send it to my office. Understood, Captain. Chapter 28. The Secret Elixir of Alien Technology. Senior Brother. What exactly is that corpse demon? This was the second time Fang Xin posed this question tonight. Duze, however, did not provide a direct answer, instead inquiring, Junior Brother, have you comprehended the Mingjing? Fang Xin nodded. I made a breakthrough in basic martial arts during the day and, by chance, achieved understanding. Although Duze had his suspicions upon seeing the corpse of the demon, hearing Fang Xin's admission still brought a smile of delight to his face. Within merely half a month of training, you have stepped into the Mingjing stage. Indeed, you are a prodigious talent in martial arts. He glanced at the claw marks on Fang Xin's shoulder, where the wound was already beginning to scab. You are fortunate. Had you not comprehended the Mingjing today, dealing with that F-grade phantom entity would have resulted in far worse injuries. F-grade? Phantom entity? Fang Xin queried at the opportune moment. Yes, phantom entities. As we arrived at the community entrance, Duze remarked while opening the car door, do you not find the corpse demon somewhat familiar? Familiar? Hearing his senior brother's words, Fang Xin, who had taken the passenger seat, paused momentarily, as if a spark ignited in his mind. It does seem somewhat familiar. Where have I seen it? Ah, I remember now. I encountered a description of such a corpse demon in an ancient compendium of folklore. The depiction in that compendium was nearly identical to the one he had slain today, if the memories of the original body were not mistaken. The contents of that compendium were derived from various ancient folk tales. Does that corpse demon relate to these legends? Could it be that the tales of monsters and spirits in this world are true? No way, don't joke around, senior brother. The original body was an amateur enthusiast of classical culture, and in his memories, Blue Star was rife with tales of monsters and spirits, especially in Tianxia. With its rich cultural heritage, it was almost on par with the world he previously inhabited. If he were to encounter those large creatures in the future, his small frame would surely be reduced to nothing in an instant. How has this world suddenly become so perilous? Can I go back? Noticing the grave expression on Fang Xin's face, Duze seemed to discern his thoughts and chuckled. Junior brother, rein in your imagination. The presence of those phantom entities has only been established for less than a year. Their overall numbers are still quite limited. What Wandong said was not entirely unfounded. The reason you encountered that corpse demon is due to your vigorous life force, strong yet not overwhelmingly so. The compendium states that corpse demons prefer to feed on the flesh and blood of the strong. Upon hearing this, Fang Xin exhaled in relief. This world is not so bad after all. After a year, if circumstances allow, he would consider relocating to an alien planet to experience its wonders. How delightful that would be. Surely, alien realms would not be plagued by phantom entities. Unexpectedly, Duze continued. What you truly need to be wary of is the dark entity. Fang Xin's expression soured. What now? Another dark entity? Is this world still tenable? Perhaps having traversed dimensions and now experiencing such a vibrant life, with infinite possibilities ahead, he genuinely feared unforeseen changes, particularly those dangers he could not comprehend. What is a dark entity? Fang Xin lifted his eyelids and asked wearily. To his surprise, the previously composed Duze's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Even tinged with anger as he replied, they are the most vile and brutal creatures in existence. Any martial artist who encounters them faces a fight to the death. Fang Xin's countenance changed. Is it that severe? The phrase fight to the death is rather harsh. Duze nodded as he drove. Dark entities have only begun to emerge in the past year, but each appearance results in significant casualties. He exhaled, continuing, casualties among established martial artists. Only emerged in the past year? Fang Xin furrowed his brow. What transpired a year ago? Phantom entities, dark entities, why are they all surfacing now? Is it due to the arrival of the guiding civilization? When Fang Xin voiced his thoughts, Duze merely shook his head. The specifics are beyond our understanding. Just know that when encountering a dark entity, you either kill it or be killed. Fang Xin grimaced. Could there not be a third option? What do dark entities look like? Although the likelihood of encountering them is low, it is prudent to be prepared. What they look like? That is not easily described. There are many resources. Once you access the virtual network, seek out the library in the inner courtyard of the Longxiang sect. Understood. Originally, Duze intended to discuss the matter of phantom and dark entities after Fang Xin comprehended the Mingjing, but unexpectedly, he had already encountered a phantom entity before the discussion could take place. Fang Xin could only smile wryly. Were it not for the personal experience of such matters, he would not be so anxious. Before long, the two arrived at the Xiangming building. As the head of the Longxiang branch in Yanpan City, Duzhe possessed all the authority of the branch and led Fang Xin directly to the top floor. This is our Yanpan branch's pharmacy, which contains not only various healing medicines, but also elixirs for martial arts training. As the steel door opened, a rich aroma of medicine wafted into Fang Xin's nostrils. Now that you have comprehended the Mingjing, it is the perfect time to collect your share of the elixir. Elixir? He had heard of it. During the entrance examination, Shan had mentioned it, but he had not inquired further. Duzhe, aware that his junior brother was a novice in martial arts, sought out healing ointments while explaining. Martial arts involve the excavation of physical potential, pursuing the limits of the human body. Inevitably, this process can inflict damage on the body, and at such times, elixirs are required to mend internal injuries. As he spoke, he retrieved a small glass vial from a shelf and tossed it to Fang Xin. Apply half externally and consume the other half. Use it now. Fang Xin caught the vial and observed the pale yellow liquid within, which, upon gentle shaking, appeared not too viscous. He opened the cap and leaned in to take a sniff. It had a pleasant aroma, while Fang Xin consumed and applied the elixir. Duzhe moved to another shelf, collecting 10 vials of medicine and placing them in a box. This is one of the best elixirs for the Mingjing stage. The Yutai number 2. 1 vial every 3 days. This is a month's supply. Once Fang Xin finished applying the ointment, Duzhe handed him the box. This is alien technology. Alien technology? Fang Xin was somewhat astonished as he opened the box to find 10 deep green vials lying quietly within, exuding a unique glow. Indeed, alien technology is formidable. This Yutai number 2 is suitable for all martial artists in the Mingjing and Darqing stages, unlike our previous unique elixirs, which had significant limitations. The arrival of the guiding civilization's Aeon clan has indeed brought profound changes to Blue Star. Such changes were top-down. As a leading force in Linjiang, the Longxiang sect naturally enjoyed the conveniences brought by alien technology. The new elixir in his hands was evidence of this. However, the lives of ordinary citizens remained unchanged. Apart from the omnipresent countdowns, they remained worlds apart from the aliens and the stars above. Returning home, it was already 2:30 in the morning. Fang Xin felt no drowsiness. The events of the night continued to reverberate in his mind. To the virtual network. Chapter 29. Fantasies and Shadows. Fang Xin's figure appeared at the entrance of the virtual dragon elephant gate, his footsteps unwavering as he made his way to the innermost courtyard. Upon logging into the virtual network for the first time, he was granted certain privileges. This library was one he could access directly. Welcome to the library. What information would you like to retrieve? As he entered, a mechanical voice greeted him, followed by the emergence of a mechanical elephant. Please retrieve information regarding the shadows and fantasies. Also, the Special Affairs Bureau and the Aeon clan. All of it. Identity verified. Command acknowledged. The mechanical elephant swung its trunk, and several books materialized in Fang Xin's hands. Fang Xin. To be honest, he found the design of this library somewhat over the top. Since it is a virtual network, wouldn't it be simpler to provide access directly through the virtual interface? One could only say that this ancient martial arts lineage possesses its peculiar quirks. He opened the first book, Comprehensive Guide to Fantasy Species. The first page elucidated the origins of these fantastical beings. When Blue Star gazes into the cosmos and humanity ventures into the starry expanse, the ethereal energies of the dark side begin to awaken. The legends of Blue Star encapsulate the thoughts and musings of countless individuals throughout history. When the power of thought merges with ethereal energy, fantasies take on a tangible form and begin to manifest in reality. Thus, the essence of fantasy species was explained clearly, devoid of riddles. Commendable indeed. It indicated that the origin of fantasies stemmed from a phenomenon known as ethereal energy. Moreover, the preceding passage hinted at a connection between ethereal energy and the guiding civilization, the Aeon clan. Perhaps they did not bring it forth intentionally, but their arrival was undoubtedly related. Of course, the exact origins of ethereal energy were of little importance to Fang Xin at present. He continued to peruse the text. After flipping just 2 pages, he encountered the depiction of the corpse demon he had slain that day. Name: Fantasy Species, Corpse Demon ID, 219 Power Level, FE Origin, derived from ancient folklore of Tianxia. Upon death, a soul becomes a ghost, which inhabits a corpse. And through the cleansing of moonlight, it transforms into a corpse demon, the lowest tier of ghostly fantasy species. Method of elimination: destroy the heart and brain core with extraordinary energy. Extraordinary energy. Could it be the Mingjing? Fang Xin contemplated. No wonder Duzhe mentioned his good fortune. Had he not comprehended Mingjin, that corpse demon might not have been so easily vanquished. Wait a moment. By this reasoning, a martial artist who formally steps into the realm of Mingjin is considered extraordinary? Extraordinary, such a simplistic term. He shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts that surged in his mind, and continued to focus on the virtual book in his hands. Name, Fantasy Species, Red-Clothed Vengeful Spirit ID, 83 Power Level, DC Origin, based on folklore from Tianxia. It is said that those who don red garments and take their own lives do not receive the guidance of the black and white impermanence and thus become red-clothed vengeful spirits, eternally trapped in a cycle of rebirth. With deep-seated resentment, their malice accumulates, rendering them exceedingly formidable as a fantasy species. Method of elimination. The essence of the spirit must be shattered 9 times with extraordinary energy to achieve complete annihilation. This book documented over 200 types of fantasy species, and it was clear that one could not absorb all this information in a single sitting. After casually reading a few entries, he set that book aside and picked up another titled Records of Anomalous Events in Dark Gaps. Dark gaps serve as a distinct hallmark for the emergence of shadow species, perhaps better referred to as portals. Unlike fantasy species, shadow species are not native to Blue Star. They hail from a mysterious dimension, which the Aeoning clan designates as the cosmic dark side. The name alone suggests complexity. Consequently, shadow species are anything but simple. They possess intelligence and exhibit an insatiable thirst for blood, particularly towards the extraordinary, similar to fantasy species. The initial appearance of shadow species also occurred a year ago, precisely after the Aeoning clan arrived on Blue Star. The book chronicled all known Dark Gap incidents up until the end of September. On November 21st, 2032, a micro-dark gap appeared in a small town in the White Eagle Federation, where a beast-like shadow species slaughtered 305 townsfolk before being eliminated by the Federation's Special Operations Forces. On December 11th, 2032, in the city of Hshui, Yanpan Province, Tianxia, another micro-dark gap emerged in a residential building, where 2 humanoid shadow species devoured 213 individuals before being dispatched by the Special Affairs Bureau. On September 29th, 2033, in Aomori City, Tianzhou Nation, a small dark gap appeared, where 2 anomalous shadow species massacred over 1,000 people. The accounts of dark gap incidents in this tome were not overly detailed, yet they conveyed a wealth of information. Fang Xin noted that as time progressed, the frequency of dark gaps increased. Initially, only a few incidents occurred within months. However, by September of this year, 13 incidents had transpired within a single month. Moreover, despite the numerous incursions by shadow species, each instance concluded with their complete extermination. This indirectly validated the assertion of the third senior brother regarding the inevitability of death or survival. However, what puzzled Fang Xin was the significant casualties incurred during each shadow species invasion, often numbering in the dozens, and at times exceeding 1,000. Such egregious events had not garnered any mention online. Not even a whisper had surfaced. This was decidedly abnormal. No matter how formidable the capacity for information suppression, complete silence was implausible. Unless, of course, there were superior methods at play. A sudden thought struck him, reminiscent of a film he had watched in his past life titled Men in Black. In that film, there was an impressive device known as the memory eraser. If technology of that caliber existed, it could indeed conceal such occurrences. Closing the book, Fang Xin began to grasp why nations around the world had been vigorously promoting martial arts this past year. Aside from Tianxia, other countries also possessed rich legacies of combat disciplines. Yet, prior to the Aeoning clan's arrival, global governance displayed a remarkably consistent attitude towards martial arts, suppression, and restriction. This was, in fact, the norm. He recalled an ancient saying from his previous life: heroes violate prohibitions with martial prowess, while scholars disrupt law with literature. When martial arts flourish and the populace is armed, the likelihood of violent incidents surges dramatically. In essence, this is detrimental to social stability and governance. Now, however, the situation had transformed entirely. Almost all shadow species exhibited a pronounced desire for the extraordinary. Martial artists, especially those who had entered the Mingjin stage, may not be classified as extraordinary, but they at least possessed extraordinary energy. In the eyes of shadow species, they were delectable morsels. Consequently, the authorities aimed to cultivate martial artists vigorously, incorporating those who had reached the Mingjin stage into a structured management system. When shadow species emerged, The self-preservation and response capabilities of martial artists would naturally exceed those of ordinary individuals. Even if they could not confront shadow species, they would be able to promptly notify the Special Affairs Bureau, thus minimizing casualties and swiftly eliminating the threat. It was undeniable that this arrangement left martial artists feeling disgruntled. No wonder Duze bore a grim expression towards Wandong. Chapter 30. A brother's friend is my friend in this perilous world. Fang Xin emerged from the library with an unusually grave expression. He sensed that his martial training had not been sufficiently diligent. With his current abilities, he felt woefully unprepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The following day, after scarcely 4 hours of sleep, Fang Xin awakened. After freshening up, he consumed a vial of the second-generation body-enhancing elixir. The effects of alien technology were indeed remarkable. It dissolved upon entry and took immediate effect. He felt a series of subtle warm currents surging through his muscles, organs, membranes, and marrow, invigorating him. Unable to contain himself, Fang Xin immediately assumed a stance and began performing the elephant stance. As he gradually executed 12 movements, the warm currents within him became increasingly stimulating, causing his subcutaneous muscles to quiver uncontrollably, while his bones creaked with each motion. Fang Xin was struck with a revelation. Although the second-generation elixir nourished every part of his body, different martial arts emphasized different areas, thus directing a majority of the elixir's potency towards those corresponding locations during practice. The elephant stance primarily focused on muscle training, with bone conditioning as a secondary benefit, resulting in the absorption of the most potency in these areas. You practice the elephant stance, warrior, profession experience 35, your skill in elephant stance has improved. Experience 26. Your skill in elephant fist has improved. Experience 18. The results were exceptional. Typically, his practice of the elephant stance yielded only a third of this experience. Thus, the elixir had effectively tripled his training efficiency. Moreover, he glanced at his four-dimensional attributes. Strength, 7, 17, 3, Constitution, 7, 07, 3, Speed, 5, 96, 0, Mentality, 5, 4, 5, 5. His strength increased by 0, 2, Constitution by 0, 3, and both speed and mentality by 0, 1. The efficacy of the elixir was indeed remarkable. With his current physical condition, even a mere 0, 1 increase was significant. However, something felt amiss. Noticing the residual potency within him, Fang Xin furrowed his brow slightly. His senior brother had mentioned that 1 vial of the second-generation elixir could sustain a practitioner at the bright strength stage for 3 days, suggesting that 10 vials could last a month. Yet, from just 1 round of the elephant stance, he sensed that he had consumed a third of the elixir's potency. It seemed unlikely that a single vial would sustain him for even a day, and the prospect of 10 vials lasting a month appeared rather daunting. But there was little he could do. Although he was a direct disciple, he had not formally completed the initiation rites, and the resources of the Dragon Elephant sect were limited. 10 vials represented the highest allocation for a martial artist at the bright strength stage. Any additional supply would necessitate personal expenditure or contributions. Frankly, his finances were insufficient, and contributions were non-existent due to his brief time in the sect. He decided to push these concerns aside for now and focus on consuming the 10 vials. After breakfast, Fang Xin made his way to the martial arts hall. Having entered the bright strength stage, unless faced with martial conundrums, he could train effectively on his own. Chen Jinshan had prepared a small, exclusive training room for him. Recognizing the pressure he faced from the dark seeds and illusion seeds, this pressure transformed into motivation, propelling Fang Xin to train with greater fervor, even ordering extra meals for lunch. In the afternoon, while he was immersed in his practice, Chen Jinshan unexpectedly approached him. "Junior brother, do you need money?" As soon as he entered, Chen Jinshan posed this question. "Yes, how could I not?" Fang Xin instinctively replied, recalling his need for elixirs. Realizing he had inadvertently divulged his financial situation, he quickly composed himself. "I happen to have a way for you to earn some extra cash, provided you're interested." Chen Jinshan continued with a smile. "Of course, I also need your assistance." "What do you need, brother?" "You know I run a security company. Recently, I've taken on a job and would like to enlist your help in protecting someone. The employer is a friend of mine, and you would only need to ensure the safety of his daughter, who is about your age." The notion of protecting someone made Fang Xin hesitate. He was aware that Chen Jinshan operated a security firm named Jinshan Security. However, The task of safeguarding an individual seemed overly burdensome and would severely disrupt his delivery work and martial training unless, of course, the person was a campus beauty. Brother. As you know, I just comprehended the bright strength stage and need to intensify my practice. I may not have the time. Before he could finish, Shan interjected with a raised finger. 10 days, 100,000. Since your brother's friend is also my friend, when do we commence? Fang Xin swore that his motives were not purely financial. The bond of brotherhood transcended all. By evening, Fang Xin returned home to retrieve the elixirs and then rode with Shan to the Sunshine Garden Community on Yuting Road in the Xian district of Yanpan City. Upon arriving at the community, Fang Xin paused momentarily. He recognized this place well. His first task as a delivery person had taken place here. There are aliens here. Shan, evidently familiar with the area, flashed his identification, and the security guard promptly allowed them entry. Navigating past the residential buildings, Shan eventually parked in front of a rather luxurious villa. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Fang Xin sensed something was amiss. The crowd was overwhelming. The villa was expansive, approximately 500 square meters, and within such a vast space, he could distinctly perceive the presence of at least 30 individuals. With his constitution at 7.3, he not only possessed remarkable recovery and endurance, but also heightened perceptive abilities. Approaching the entrance, a robust bodyguard clad in a black suit approached him. Boss, Mr. Su has been waiting for you. Understood, Shan nodded, leading Fang Xin into the villa's grand hall. Old Shin, you've arrived. As they entered, a middle-aged man in casual attire approached them briskly. Old Su, allow me to introduce my junior brother, Fang Xin. Shan said, making the introductions. Fang Xin, this is Su Wangu, a longtime friend of mine. Fang Xin greeted him with a nod. Su Wangu was no ordinary man. He had risen from humble beginnings, starting with a small restaurant, and was now the chairman of a prominent hotel chain in Linjiang Province. In recent years, he had expanded into various industries, with a net worth likely exceeding 100 million. It was no wonder he could offer a daily salary of 10,000. Shan's arrival visibly relieved the seasoned businessman, who eschewed any airs of wealth and instead smiled at Fang Xin. Please. No need to address me as Boss Su. It feels too formal. Old Shun and I are longtime friends, and since you are his junior brother, I shall call you Fang Laudi. Fang Laudi? Fang Xin regarded the middle-aged man, who was approximately the same age as his father, and silently applauded him. How else could one become a successful entrepreneur? A few well-chosen words bridged the gap between them. However, Fang Xin understood that this courtesy stemmed from Shan's reputation within the Dragon Elephant sect. With a smile, he responded, Thank you, Brother Su. After a brief introduction, Fang Xin fell silent, opting instead to observe the villa. He noticed several professionals setting up surveillance cameras throughout the hall, which instilled a sense of tension within him, much like the atmosphere on a film set. Is the situation serious? Shan naturally noticed this, and his tone became unavoidably grave. Alas, it is hard to say. Better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. I apologize for the trouble. Su Wangu sighed. What initially seemed to be a trivial business matter unexpectedly led to offending someone who should not have been offended. Not only was he on edge himself, but he also feared for the safety of his family. Just then, the villa's gate swung open, and a voice tinged with complaint echoed from the entrance. Dad, could you please refrain from sending so many people after me? I'm merely going shopping with Sister Yujia. Nothing more than that, and yet there's a whole crowd. Oh, that voice. It sounds somewhat familiar. Fang Xin turned around and indeed spotted a charming figure that stirred a sense of recognition within him. A fragment of memory surfaced in his mind. It truly is her. Chapter 31. Activation of the second profession. Su Ximian, his university classmate, was someone he had lost contact with after graduation. It was evident that she had noticed Fang Xin as well. Approaching Su Wangu, her gaze remained fixed on Fang Xin, as if searching her memories. Fang Xin. Despite having spoken little during their time in class, she quickly recognized him. It's me, Fang Xin greeted her with a smile. Is that really you? What brings you to my home? Su Ximian asked, surprised. You two know each other? That's wonderful. Before Fang Xin could respond, Su Wangu's eyes lit up. Dear daughter, didn't you just say you didn't want so many people following you? So I invited Brother Fang to come and protect you. Since you know each other, I need to introduce you. Who said I wanted him to protect me? Wait a minute. Su Ximian instinctively began to refuse, but halfway through, she suddenly realized, Dad, what did you just call him? Brother Fang? If her father referred to Fang Xin as Brother Fang, did that mean she was to address him as? No, absolutely not. She felt a surge of panic. Meanwhile, Fang Xin was thoroughly amused. Su Shimian had been quite the prominent figure at university, stunningly beautiful and wealthy, a true campus belle. In contrast, Fang Xin was the kind of person who could easily blend into a crowd, handsome at first glance, but quickly forgotten upon turning away. Now, this campus beauty was expected to address him as Uncle Fang. I must accept this task. With a smile gracing his lips, he said to Su Wangu, rest assured. Brother Su, I will ensure Su Shimian's safety in the days to come. Thank you for your help, Su Wangu replied, feeling a bit relieved. His trust lay not in Fang Xin himself, but in Chun Jinshan and the esteemed Longxiang sect. As a leading force in Linjiang Province, Longxiang sect had a formidable reputation. With Fang Xin being a direct disciple, he felt assured of his daughter's safety. However, Su Shimian was less than pleased. Fang Xin, you are not allowed to call my dad Brother Su. Infuriated, she stomped her foot, forgetting her earlier strong objections to having someone protect her. Yet, Fang Xin was too engrossed in his thoughts to engage with her at that moment. You have been employed by the wealthy Su Wangu. You have met the activation conditions for the profession, bodyguard. Congratulations! You have successfully activated a new profession bodyguard. You have triggered a professional task. Protect the beautiful, wealthy second generation. Task reward, 100 general profession experience points. Unlocking core skills for bodyguard. Task requirement, ensure Su Shimian's absolute safety within 10 days. A series of notifications left Fang Xin momentarily stunned. He opened his profession panel. Subprofession, bodyguard, level 1, 100, core skills, none, basic skills, 1, danger intuition LV1, 100, 2, tracking LV1, 100, to his astonishment. He had activated a new profession. He had initially intended to have the sector range for a coaching position, hoping to activate a profession such as coach. Instead, his visit to the Su family had inadvertently led to the activation of the bodyguard profession, along with a professional task. What a delightful surprise. His lips involuntarily curled into a grin. However, Su Shimian, noticing that Fang Xin was ignoring her and smiling to himself, felt her head might explode. She approached him and tugged at his sleeve. Fang Xin, are you even listening to me? Snapping back to reality, he replied, what did you say? I'm very angry. Hold it together. There are too many people around. I must act like a lady, she thought to herself, reflecting on how she had never realized how annoying Fang Xin could be. She lowered her voice, glancing at her father, who was chatting with Uncle Chin, and said emphatically, I said you are not allowed to call my dad Brother Su and take advantage of me. The distance between them was less than 10 centimeters, and a subtle fragrance wafted into Fang Xin's nostrils, stirring his heart. What an exquisite shower gel, he mused. Realizing their proximity, Su Shimian's fair cheeks flushed crimson. She stepped back, and Fang Xin calmly nodded, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Let us just agree to disagree, shall we? Absolutely not. Su Shimian firmly rejected. If it were someone she didn't know, it wouldn't matter. But Fang Xin was her classmate. She would never willingly lower herself beneath him in seniority. Fang Xin, however, chose not to tease his former campus belle any further. The title was inconsequential to him. He merely sought to gain professional experience. At that moment, Qin Shinshan and Su Wangu concluded their whispered conversation. Brother Fang, I apologize for the inconvenience, but you will need to stay at my place for the next few days. I've arranged a guest room for you. Stay here? Fang Xin hesitated. The task would take 10 days, and if he resided at Su Wangu's home, it would mean he could not deliver takeout for that duration. Wait a minute. He reconsidered. Whether he stayed there or not, he wouldn't be able to deliver takeout. His task was to provide Su Shimian with personal protection, ensuring her absolute safety, which conflicted with his delivery schedule, given that his experience as a delivery person was growing slowly. He thought it wiser to complete the bodyguard task first, and then use the general profession experience to level up. Yes, he had intentions to upgrade his delivery person profession with the experience he earned. His martial artist profession, bolstered by his innate talent and enhancements, would likely continue to progress rapidly until reaching level 6, so he need not worry about that. He nodded in agreement to Su Wangu's proposal. Su Shimian, however, was taken aback. Why was she suddenly expected to host him? She opened her mouth to protest, but caught sight of the bustling security personnel around them and swallowed her words. Su Shimian was a very sensible person. She had no idea what had transpired in the family. No matter how she inquired, her father remained tight-lipped. Yet, the gravity of the situation was palpable, even to the unseeing. To avoid becoming a liability for her family, she resolved to comply with her father's arrangements. Moreover, considering that Fang Xin had been her classmate for 4 years, albeit their relationship being merely average, it was certainly preferable to having a multitude of strangers following her around. With that thought, she found the arrangement somewhat agreeable. Chapter 32. The expired campus bell's bodyguard in the Su family villa, on the 2nd floor, in Su Wangu's study. After dinner, Su Wangu summoned Fang Xin to this place. Brother Fang, during this time, I hope you can closely protect Xiaoman. Once I have resolved my matters here, I will notify you. Su Wangu rubbed his forehead, his expression revealing signs of fatigue. It seemed that the affairs of the Su family had indeed left him in a state of distress. However, this was of no concern to Fang Xin, whose sole responsibility was to safeguard Su Shiman during this period. Uncle Su, please just call me Fang Xin or Xiao Xin. It feels quite odd to be addressed as brother since I am a classmate of your daughter, Fang Xin remarked. All right, I will call you Xiao Xin then. Su Wangu smiled and continued, since you and Xiaoman are classmates, many things will be easier to handle. I will not be coming to this villa for the time being. With that, he picked up a tablet from the desk and pushed it towards Fang Xin. This is the control panel for all the surveillance cameras in the villa. It is now in your hands. Fang Xin took the control panel, and the screen displayed multiple images corresponding to the villa's front door, back door, and several other vulnerable points. By the way, Xiao Xin, I hear that martial arts training requires daily dedication and cannot be neglected. I have specially built a gym on the 1st floor of this villa. It should be sufficient for your training. You may use it any time. All right, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Su. After discussing the general matters ahead, Fang Xin took the control panel and rose to leave. As he reached the door of the study, he paused for a moment, chuckled, and then suddenly pulled open the door. Oh! A startled exclamation accompanied a staggered figure that nearly fell to the ground. Su classmate, what are you doing? Looking down at the embarrassed Su Shiman, Fang Xin couldn't help but smile. I was just wandering. Su Shiman, flustered, glanced at Su Wangu, who had just stood up, shot a glare at Fang Xin, and quickly fled the scene. Watching her retreating figure, Fang Xin shook his head. He had long anticipated that Su Shiman was eavesdropping at the door. He had refrained from inquiring about the enemies of the Su family, considering that Su Wangu likely did not wish to burden his daughter with such troubles. Many individuals, particularly men, tend to shoulder dilemmas alone rather than share them with their families. Whether this choice is wise or foolish is beyond Fang Xin's judgment, for he has always resolved his own issues without the opportunity for choice. As night fell, Fang Xin did not return to the guest room prepared for him by the Su family, but instead intended to head downstairs to the gym mentioned by Su Wangu. However, as he approached the staircase corner, a melodious yet cautious female voice called out to him. Hey, Fang Xin. Fang Xin halted, turned around, and saw a stunning beauty leaning against the staircase corner, stealthily waving at him. A peculiar sensation stirred within him. It felt strangely overwhelming that Su Shiman was behaving this way in her own home. Su classmate, what do you need me for? My dad. Su Shiman stepped forward, took Fang Xin aside, and asked, what on earth is happening at my house? The study was too spacious, despite eavesdropping for a while. She had heard nothing. Knowing that asking her father would yield no answers, she opted to inquire directly with Fang Xin. I don't know. Your father hasn't told me. Fang Xin replied, shaking his head. All right. Su Shiman observed Fang Xin's calm demeanor, deciding to trust his words. What did he say to you? Nothing much. Just that I should closely protect you, Fang Xin stated. Who wants you to protect? Su Shiman instinctively started to refuse, but midway through, she halted. Given the current state of affairs at home, she could not afford to be willful. Observing the enchanting former campus belle, Fang Xin felt a sudden urge to jest. Have you ever read a certain novel? What novel? It is a legendary tale in the annals of literature. A milestone in web fiction that has garnered the reverence of millions of readers and the embarrassment of countless authors. Its title is The Bodyguard of the Campus Belle. Su Shiman rolled her eyes. Though she did not read novels, she understood Chinese. Having been the campus belle herself, she recognized the implication in his words. Before she could respond, Fang Xin added, but you, as the campus belle, are now expired. Thus, we should refer to ourselves as the expired campus belle's bodyguard. Huh? Su Shiman exhaled deeply. Fang Xin, why do you speak so harshly? Expired campus belle? I graduated, not expired. She turned to leave but paused after taking a few steps. Glancing back at Fang Xin. How come you become so muscular? She remembered Fang Xin as an ordinary person in school. How could he have transformed into a muscle-bound figure in less than 2 years since graduation? Training in martial arts, he replied. Is your martial skill impressive? As she asked. A hint of expectation crept into Su Shimon's voice. Fairly average, Fang Xin responded, uncertain of how to gauge his own prowess. By the standards of martial arts. He was merely a novice, yet in terms of physical condition, he surpassed most practitioners at the dark strength stage. He had confirmed this with Qinjinshan. His punching power ranked among the top even among those focused on developing their physicality. To put it in perspective, an average healthy adult male would likely find it difficult to withstand his strikes, while he could easily endure the blows from ordinary individuals. Could you teach me martial arts? Su Shimon looked at Fang Xin with a glimmer of hope. She would obediently follow her father's arrangements, knowing they were for her benefit. Yet, deep down, she detested this feeling of helplessness, of being unable to assist and potentially being a burden. She yearned to contribute, and perhaps learning martial arts would render her more capable. Huh? Me? Fang Xin was taken aback, shaking his head repeatedly. I've only been training for less than a month. I have no qualifications to teach you. There are many martial arts schools with skilled practitioners. Your family is wealthy, so why not hire a talented instructor? I'm not planning to go out much anymore. Since you live in my house, why not teach me? Su Shimon resolved not to venture outside, recognizing the perilous situation at home. Although her father had not imposed restrictions on her, she had decided to stay in. It would be foolish to roam about carelessly when danger lurked. Undeniably, Su Shimon was a remarkably normal beauty. Even Fang Xin felt as though he was seeing her in a new light. Are you certain you won't go out? Yes, certain. That's splendid. This way, he would only need to remain within the villa, allowing him to focus on his martial arts training without interruption. Chapter 33, Skill Fusion in the Gym. As a billionaire with assets exceeding 100 million, even a gym that is rarely used is constructed with great opulence. The floor is adorned with rich crimson rubber mats, and various fundamental fitness equipment is arranged in an orderly fashion. Indeed, it surpasses the training hall of a martial arts academy. At this moment, the gym, which has seen almost no visitors, reverberates with crisp sounds akin to firecrackers. Fang Xin is practicing martial arts. Su Shimon stands nearby, her gaze somewhat dazed, although Fang Xin is 4 to 5 meters away from her. The fierce wind generated by his punches still sends her hair flying. How formidable. This is her most immediate impression, even more so than the instructor who taught her at the Martial Arts Academy over half a year ago. Having dabbled in martial arts herself, or rather, having paid for the lessons, she only attended a few classes before finding it too exhausting to continue. To this day, she has yet to master even the basic palm techniques, and her 2,000 yuan tuition has gone to waste. Today, if it weren't for the genuine pressure she feels, she wouldn't be considering asking Fang Xin to teach her martial arts. However, is such a vigorous style suitable for her? She possesses a fundamental understanding of martial arts. Different disciplines demand varying physical attributes. It is said that practicing certain styles can dramatically alter one's physique. She glances at her slender, fair arms, and then at Fang Xin's arms, which are as stout as her calves. A flicker of fear crosses her face. No wonder he has grown so robust after merely a month of training. Su Shimon turns and leaves the gym. Fang Xin remains oblivious to her concerns. Even if he were aware, he would not be inclined to pay them any mind. Many people's thoughts are fleeting, once the crisis facing the Su family passes. Su Shimon is likely to forget what transpired between them today. After completing another set of the Manxiang fist, Fang Xin's body is enveloped in warmth. His powerful chest rising and falling as he emits a deep, weary breath. You have practiced the basic palm technique, gaining 3 professional experience. Your basic palm technique has improved, gaining 6 experience. Your Manxiang fist has improved, gaining 4 experience. A series of notifications on his professional panel meticulously records every increment of his progress. He glances at the clock hanging on the wall, 12:37 p.m. After practicing for over 2 hours, he has made some gains. Exiting the gym, Fang Xin makes his way to the 3rd room on the left on the 2nd floor. To ensure adequate protection, Su Wangu arranged for his room to be adjacent to Su Shimon's. Upon opening the door, he finds fresh change of clothes neatly placed on the bed. Su Wangu's arrangements are quite meticulous. For the sake of that 100,000 yuan, along with my professional experience, I shall serve as the guardian spirit here for 10 days. Fang Xin is not foolish. His identity as a disciple of the Longxiang sect is his greatest assurance in this role as a bodyguard. Strength? That is secondary. After a shower, Fang Xin settles down for a peaceful sleep. The next morning, he wakes up on time. The first thing he does upon rising is to consume a bottle of body-nourishing potion number 2, followed by breakfast. It is worth mentioning that the food at the Su residence is exquisite, reportedly prepared by a chef from a star-rated hotel. Fang Xin devours 4 large bowls of breakfast, leaving Su Shiman at the dining table utterly astonished. After satisfying his hunger, he heads to the gym to practice martial arts. Currently, he has perfected the basic fist technique, allowing him to enter the Mingjin stage, yet he still requires more practice for the other 4 foundational martial arts. The display on his panel is rather unsightly. Fang Xin, who possesses a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency, has resolved to elevate all his foundational techniques, such as the basic palm technique, to LV4, achieving perfection. Tom quietly slips away. 3 days later, in the Su family village gym, a robust figure moves swiftly, executing various high-difficulty evasive maneuvers. Suddenly, the figure halts, revealing a visage as sharp as a blade. Gasping for breath, Fang Xin cannot suppress a smile. At last, he has succeeded. You have focused on footwork training for 1 hour, gaining 20 warrior professional experience. Your basic footwork has improved, gaining 12 experience. Congratulations. Your basic footwork has reached LV4 perfection. Among the 5 foundational martial arts, the basic footwork proved the most challenging, only achieving perfection at the end. He opens the professional panel in the warrior section. Subprofession, warrior, level 4, 92,800, talent, martial arts prodigy, basic skills, basic body refinement LV4 perfection. Basic fist technique LV4 perfection, basic leg technique LV4 perfection, basic footwork LV4 perfection, basic finger technique LV4 perfection. Basic palm technique LV4 perfection, initial skills, Guanchang posture LV3, 321,400. Guanchang fist LV3, 92,400, intermediate skills, 6 styles of mountain treading, true meaning LV2, 182,200, professional tasks, none. Now, it looks much better. Fang Xin suddenly notices that at the end of each of the 5 foundational martial arts, there appears an option for fusion. Skills can be fused? As his gaze lingers, the text representing the basic fist technique, basic palm technique, basic footwork, and the others begins to dim gradually. When they become nearly transparent, the 5 basic skills shatter like glass into countless fragments. These fragments then begin to reassemble, ultimately forming a brand new skill. Foundation of martial arts, fist and foot LV4 perfection. Fang Xin's eyes brighten at this newly manifested skill. He never anticipated that skills could indeed be fused. Moreover, there is an upward arrow following this new skill. His gaze shifts to it, and he quickly comprehends that this signifies the ability to use skill points to enhance the skill's level. LV4 is not the ceiling for martial arts skills. In other words, beyond perfection, there exists another tier of martial arts. He still has 3 unused skill points. After a moment of contemplation, he resolves to utilize one of these precious skill points. Level up for me. With this thought, the upward arrow following foundation of martial arts, fist and foot, suddenly leaps, and the skill's level transforms from LV4 perfection to LV5 breaking limits. Entry, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, breaking limits. So, beyond perfection, there exist breaking limits. Does it mean breaking through limitations? Before he can ponder further, a surge of sensation, akin to what he experienced when enhancing Guanchang posture with skill points, overwhelms him. It is the memory of practicing those 5 foundational martial arts. The elevation of skill points not only enhances the outcome but also imbues him with the experience of the improvement process, enabling Fang Xin to master the upgraded skill flawlessly. Even his physical attributes experience a slight enhancement during this skill upgrade. Strength increased by 0. 1. Constitution by 0. 1. Speed by 0. 3. And surprisingly, spirit by 0. 5. As Fang Xin absorbs all the memories from this skill upgrade, his gaze lands upon the professional panel, his eyes burning with intensity. Chapter 34, The Alien Rangi. Which clan do you belong to? Foundation of Martial Arts, Fist and Foot LV5, Breaking Limits. Effect, the foundation of Fist and Foot Martial Arts. Upon reaching the Breaking Limits realm, further practice of other fist and foot martial arts can enhance comprehension and allow the martial arts to adapt to oneself. Upon reading this description, Fang Xin was astonished to discover that the effect of this foundation of martial arts, fist and foot, was, in fact, a passive buff. He decided to give it a try. Immediately, Fang Xin executed the fierce elephant fist, a technique he had mastered to a significant degree. This mastery indicated that he had grasped its essence. Normally, his strikes displayed considerable might. However, due to learning this technique from Qinjinshan and Duzhe, the overall style of the fist technique had become somewhat rigid. Yet in this moment, Fang Xin's movements underwent a transformation. His arms swung forward and downward, resembling the robust and powerful trunks of an elephant, shattering and disturbing the air in their wake. His muscular arms stirred up gusts of wind within the gym. If Duzhe and the others were present, they would undoubtedly recognize that Fang Xin's fierce elephant fist had begun to break free from the confines of fixed forms, becoming more attuned to his own body. Most individuals, or rather, the vast majority, when practicing martial arts, strive to conform to the techniques. Even if they reach a state of perfection, the power of their martial arts cannot achieve its utmost potential, as the practice style does not fully adapt to their physique. Now, with every swing of his fists, each step he took, and the rise and fall of his chest, Fang Xin's movements, postures, and momentum were in a state of continual adjustment. The adjustments were minuscule but directed towards what best suited his physique. This session of the fierce elephant fist consumed far more time than any previous attempts. He was genuinely transforming this technique into something that belonged to him. You have earnestly practiced the fierce elephant fist, gaining 40 points of warrior profession experience. You have entered a state of enlightenment. Your skill, fierce elephant fist, has been enhanced, gaining 102 points of experience. Your skill, fierce elephant fist, has undergone changes. Impressive. The effect of the foundation of martial arts, fist and foot, exceeded his expectations. He had gained 40 points of profession experience in one go, along with over 100 points of skill experience. Under normal circumstances, even with a talent for martial arts, it would require several days of effort. At this rate, he might perfect the fierce elephant fist before the conclusion of his protective task, leading to a significant enhancement of his strength and an increase in his sense of security, an excellent outcome. Mr. Fang, lunch is ready, a voice called from outside the gym. It was the maid of the villa, responsible for Su Shimian's daily needs, and currently attending to Fang Xin as well. Su Shimian was indeed unlike typical young women. When she declared she would not leave the house, she remained within the villa for a full 3 days. The following day, when her company called to inquire about her absence, she fired them on the spot. Indeed, the wealthy can be quite capricious. You've been practicing martial arts all morning? Su Shimian inquired as she sat across from Fang Xin in the dining room, feeling the waves of heat emanating from him. She had never encountered someone so passionate about martial arts. For 3 days, he practiced in the morning, afternoon, day, and night, resembling a tireless machine. She felt as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. Though they shared the same roof and were old classmates, they hardly interacted. Fang Xin merely nodded in acknowledgement and continued to enjoy his meal. This food is delicious, he remarked. Su Shimian, accustomed to Fang Xin's demeanor, picked up a cucumber and said, "A friend of mine is coming to meet me later. We had previously arranged to go to the music plaza." She seemed a bit shy as she added, "Is it all right if you come along? Can I?" Fang Xin lifted his eyelids and replied, "Yes. Provided you remain within my line of sight and do not stray more than 5 meters away from me." "That seems a bit excessive." Su Shimian rolled her eyes. Yet she did not refuse, saying, "Fine, you can come with us." In truth, Su Shimian was not particularly eager to visit the music plaza. It was for her friend. She had previously mentioned canceling her outing plans, citing potential dangers. However, Ranji insisted on going, assuring her not to worry about safety. For reasons unknown, Su Shimian, who was typically adept at declining invitations, found herself unable to refuse Ranji. After lunch, Fang Xin took a shower, changed into comfortable clothing, and then left the villa alongside Su Shimian. Upon stepping through the villa's entrance, he immediately laid eyes upon a stunning figure, clad in a flowing, ethereal dress. She moved gracefully with the breeze. For a moment, the sound of crashing waves accompanied by rain echoed in his ears. Upon recognizing the woman, Fang Xin's heart skipped a beat. It was her, the woman from the Ranjing clan, with whom he had previously engaged in a professional task while delivering food. "Ranji," Su Shimian called out, and the woman smiled and nodded before her gaze fell upon Fang Xin. She remembered him. Despite wearing a mask at the time, her ability to recognize individuals did not solely rely on vision. "Shimian, won't you introduce me?" Ranji inquired, appraising Fang Xin with a slight furrow of her brow, before smiling at Su Shimian. "Ah, this is my university classmate, Fang Xin. He is joining us for the trip to the music plaza," Su Shimian replied. Ranji smiled at Fang Xin and extended her right hand, saying, "Hello, I am Ranji. It is a pleasure to meet you." At that moment, Fang Xin stood less than a meter away from Ranji, and the sound of rain grew clearer in his ears, gazing at her delicate hand. He hesitated and refrained from grasping it, merely greeting, "Hello, Fang Xin. It is a pleasure to meet you. Can one casually shake hands with an alien?" He had researched the Ranxin clan, and even within the virtual networks, no information was available. Such a mysterious extraterrestrial race warranted caution, and it was best to avoid physical contact. Noticing Fang Xin's hesitation, Ranji's lips curled into a subtle, intriguing smile, and she unobtrusively withdrew her hand. Then, a voice only they could hear whispered in Fang Xin's ear, "The flavor of the spicy hot pot is quite delightful. Which clan do you belong to?" Fang Xin was taken aback. Chapter 35, The Abilities of the Rain Blue Clan. Which clan? I am undoubtedly a pure, 100% human from Blue Star and body. However, the alien known as Yuji, questioning her own clan, suggests that she considers herself akin to other extraterrestrials. Could it be due to that spicy hot pot occupational task? This was the only reason Fang Xin could fathom. The occupational task was assigned by the career panel, and the triggering mechanism remains ambiguous. Yet, it is undeniably mysterious and somewhat daunting, particularly for the task's target, from the perspective of the parties involved. To receive a command to indulge in hot pot and within 3 minutes have an unfamiliar individual arrive under one's command is unsettling. Does this imply that one's every move is under surveillance? Such a feat could only be executed by someone with a similar intent. Feeling the scrutiny in Yuji's gaze, Fang Xin maintained a stoic expression and refrained from answering. At this moment, speaking too much could lead to errors, while silence would be prudent. Maintaining an air of mystery was undoubtedly wise. Furthermore, he was curious about the intentions of this rain-blue alien named Yuji. It is quite normal to encounter extraterrestrials on Blue Star. After all, as a planet progressing towards an era of cosmic exploration, it would be rather disappointing if there were no aliens present. Yet, why would an alien choose to befriend Sushimon? Fang Xin's gaze remained indifferent as he observed the two figures before him, engaged in lively conversation, their charming presence evoking a plethora of questions within him. Sushimon was merely a wealthy young lady, and at most, she was an extraordinarily attractive one. If only I could access information about the Rain Blue clan, he mused. Suddenly, a name surfaced in his mind, Wan Dong. Among those he knew, Wan Dong was undoubtedly the one who could provide insights into extraterrestrial groups. Fang Xin. Can you drive? Just as he contemplated sending Wan Dong a message, Sushimon tossed a car key his way. Naturally, Fang Xin knew how to drive. Having obtained his license during his sophomore year at a driving school adjacent to the university, he took the key and proceeded to Sue's garage, where an array of luxury vehicles greeted him. A cursory glance revealed that even the most modest of these cars represented a fortune beyond his means. Pressing the key fob, he entered the vehicle and, through the windshield, gazed at Yuji at the entrance of the villa, delaying the ignition as he pulled out his phone to dial a number. 5 minutes later, he finally drove out of the villa. The music square that Sushimon mentioned was a well-known venue in Yanshan and even across Linjiang Province. Originally named Fuda Square, it was rather mundane. However, 3 years prior, a famous singer had held a street performance there, inspiring many to follow suit, thus coining it the Music Square. 3 months ago, it was officially renamed, with numerous celebrities and internet personalities invited for the occasion. The reason Sushimon and Yuji chose this location was due to a large music event featuring the renowned male singer, Shun Xiuqing, who would be performing. Sushimon was an ardent fan of Shunlinger. While Fang Xin felt indifferent towards celebrities, he was aware of Shun Xiuqing's name, his only impression being that of his striking good looks. As traffic came to a standstill, with the two ladies beside him, they had yet to reach the music square. The weekend, coupled with Shinlingo's presence, had caused a traffic jam extending a kilometer around the venue. "Shall we walk?" Sushimon suggested, peering at the sluggish flow of traffic. After nearly 15 minutes, they finally arrived at the nearest open-air parking lot, having covertly used 2 tickets to secure a spot occupied by staff. Another 20 minutes elapsed before they reached the music square. The crowd was overwhelming. Was this the influence of a top-tier star? It was indeed formidable. Fang Xin began to regret agreeing to accompany Sushimon, as he despised bustling, noisy environments. Especially now that his physique had enhanced, his heightened senses were agitated by the cacophony. The downside of his improved condition was evident, for him. The foulness of the crowd felt magnified. Such a throng, he thought, observing Sushimon as she clung to Yuji's arm, struggling to advance through the masses. Ahead lay the expansive terrace of the music square, where the event was to take place. The throngs surged, with numerous police officers maintaining order. Yuji cast a gentle glance at Sushimon before surveying the clamorous crowd. A gemstone on her forehead glimmered with a faint red light. Then, she slowly raised her right hand, and as if a stone had been cast upon a tranquil lake, invisible ripples began to spread outward. To Fang Xian's astonishment, the throng of people surrounding Yuji and Sushimon began to part swiftly, as if pushed aside by an imperceptible force. Despite the crowd's fervor, no one dared to encroach upon a radius of 50 centimeters around the two, as if an invisible barrier had been erected to deter their approach. What further surprised Fang Xian was the fact that the surrounding individuals appeared oblivious to this peculiar occurrence. It was as though the two existed in a different realm. An unsettling dissonance in Fang Xian's perception. Was this sensory obfuscation? Cognitive alteration? Or perhaps a semi-conceptual ability akin to his core skill of timely delivery as a delivery person? Fang Xian pushed through the crowd, closely tailing Sushimon and Yuji, his brow furrowed with concern. Wait a moment. This doesn't add up. If others cannot perceive what is happening, why can I? His mind was a chaotic jumble. Extraterrestrials were truly bothersome. Unbeknownst to him, ahead, Yuji radiated a subtle energy. The gemstone on her forehead emitting a barely discernible white light, akin to ripples on a sunlit water surface. This phenomenon signified surprise among the Rain Blue clan. What clan was this Fang Xian from, to be impervious to the illusions of the water mirror? Those capable of resisting and discerning the illusions of the Rain Blue clan were not uncommon. Even martial artists on this planet, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, could rely on their formidable life force to counteract the distortions of perception. However, to directly disregard such effects, that would require either overwhelming strength or a unique talent. Which category did Fang Xian belong to? Chapter 36. Disturbing the alien nest. As the trio leisurely made their way to the terrace square, they were greeted by the dazzling appearance of a man wearing sunglasses, flanked by several bodyguards. It must be said that Shen Xiuqing was indeed quite handsome. Seeing him up close, he appeared even more striking than on television. The arrival of this superstar sent the gathered fans into a frenzy. Shen Xiuqing, I love you. Wow, so handsome. I can't take it anymore. Shen Xiuqing. Shen Xiuqing, Shen Xiuqing. The shouts and cheers crashed against Fang Xian's face like relentless waves, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. So this is what it means to be among the so-called 3 most fanatical groups in the world? Indeed, it lived up to its reputation. Blue Star bore a striking resemblance to the world he once knew, with fanatical supporters behaving in a manner that mirrored his previous experiences. No. These fans seemed even more unhinged than those from his past life. Fang Xian surveyed the crowd and noticed that the expressions on the faces of nearly all the fans were somewhat distorted. Yes, a kind of frenzied distortion. This fervor, for some inexplicable reason, made Fang Xian's heart feel a little uneasy. He glanced at his old classmate, Sushimon, and breathed a sigh of relief. She appeared quite normal, albeit with a starry-eyed expression, yet she was not shouting hysterically and seemed relatively composed. Hello everyone. I am delighted to be in Yanquan and to see you all, Shen Xiuqing said as he removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of exceptionally charming eyes. His voice gentle like a spring breeze. However, this very breeze, instead of calming the fans, only intensified their uproar. Fang Xian even suspected that some among them might have reached a state of ecstasy. At that moment, a faint chuckle reached Fang Xian's ears. He turned to see Yuji with a mocking smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Sensing Fang Xian's gaze, she glanced at him and, using an untraceable method, whispered words meant only for him. I never expected that the Liuguang tribe, struggling to survive among the stars, would find such comfort on this planet. Fang Xian. Liuguang tribe? Another alien race? He had indeed disturbed an alien nest. Fang Xian looked at Shen Xiuqing, who was singing on stage. The melody was enchanting, imbued with a unique rhythm that even he found himself nodding along to. The once rambunctious fans now appeared entranced, their faces showcasing a blissful rapture. Invisible waves of fervent emotions gathered around Shen Xiuqing, enhancing his allure. This planet seemed to be an untapped treasure, he mused. After a lengthy contemplation, Fang Xian softly spoke. This planet is indeed a treasure trove yet to be discovered. Yuji, upon hearing this, had a gem-like droplet on her forehead glimmer. And she nodded in agreement. You are correct. A planet that has yet to officially join the Cosmic Alliance indeed harbors countless treasures. Alas, for us stowaways. The true riches will forever elude our grasp. Stowaways? Upon hearing this term, Fang Xian's heart stirred. So that was her objective. Stowing away must have a purpose. Otherwise, why would one venture here for mere leisure? It seemed that Yuji considered herself an interstellar stowaway with similar intentions. Fang Xin chose to remain silent. The information was too scant, and speaking too much could lead to errors. He would not, or rather, did not dare to admit to Yuji that he was merely an ordinary Blue Star citizen and a delivery worker at that. Previously, Fang Xin had asked his senior brother Duze to investigate the surveillance footage from the time of the exotic cuisine mission. The results revealed no anomalies. His presence was conspicuously absent from the recordings. The credibility of on-time delivery was indeed rising. This was why Fang Xin decided to enhance his primary profession of delivery worker by utilizing universal occupational experience, intending to allocate future attribute points accordingly. The role of delivery worker was proving to be quite formidable. Returning to the matter at hand, it was precisely the peculiar capabilities of the delivery worker that made him even more reluctant to reveal the secrets of his occupational panel. Now that Yuji had attributed the misunderstandings from his previous mission to his race, he felt a sense of relief. As for how to maintain the guise of an alien, once his mission concluded, he would no longer need to interact with Yuji, alleviating his concerns. For now, he would play the part cold and taciturn. This would likely convince Yuji. Across the street from the musical square, 3 individuals were observing the event. That Xin Xiuqing has been hosting concerts everywhere lately. He seems to be relishing it, one remarked. Indeed, our kind, encountering the mindless fans of Blue Star, is truly a match made in heaven. Thankfully, this won't have much impact on ordinary people. Otherwise, he would have long been invited for tea. What's wrong? Are you envious? Another chimed in. Such stowaways with clear motives are far preferable to those lurking in the shadows. When encountering such individuals, we might as well take pleasure in it. True enough. Wait for me. I'm going to ask for an autograph. My sister is also a fan of his. What began as a musical event transformed into a fan meet and greet. However, Su Shimon's expression seemed somewhat off. Man, what's wrong? Yuji inquired with a smile. Concern lacing her voice. Nothing. It's just that Xin Xiuqing feels different from how I perceived him before. I suddenly don't like him as much, Su Shimon pouted, feeling quite perplexed. As a renowned singer who had skyrocketed to fame in the past year, Xin Xiuqing's exceptional vocal talent, striking appearance, and gentle persona had left Su Shimon utterly captivated. She had seen him perform live before. He appeared even more handsome and sang even better this time. Yet she felt no trace of the previous fervor. Today felt as if she were merely observing a star she somewhat admired. Perhaps I have grown up? Su Shimon shook her head, dismissing the strange thought. Her words, however, delighted Yuji, causing the gem on her forehead to emit a soft, iridescent glow. Fang Xin observed the two with a sense of unease. Something was off. Something was very off. This Yuji seemed. At that moment, Su Shimon excused herself to use the restroom, leaving Fang Xin and Yuji outside waiting. Fang Xin, is it? Yuji initiated. Is there something you need? Keep your distance from Su Shimon. Our matters are unrelated to her. She knows nothing. Yuji's gaze bore into Fang Xin, her tone grave, even tinged with a hint of warning. Fang Xin? Chapter 37. So it turns out she's a lesbian, you say that as if those are my words. He replied. Wait a moment. Let me ponder how to respond. Fang Xin's mind raced. Suddenly, he recalled the phone call with Wan Dong in the garage of the Su family villa. Although the matter concerning extraterrestrials fell outside the jurisdiction of the Special Affairs Bureau, Wan Dong had still provided him with basic information about the Yuqing tribe. The Yuqing tribe, an entirely female, exquisitely beautiful humanoid cosmic race that reproduces through the sacred lakes of their ancestral planet. Entirely female. Keep your distance from Su Shimon. Oh my, could it be that I have encountered a mirror polisher? Further contemplation led him to consider that perhaps the entire Yuqing tribe was comprised of mirror polishers. But could interspecies relations be permissible? Images of Su Shimon's graceful visage and form flashed through his mind. Indeed, she was quite beautiful, aligning with the aesthetic standards of the Yuqing tribe. No, am I going insane? An extraterrestrial smuggler arriving on Blue Star solely to pursue women? And a woman at that? I am merely fulfilling a contract to protect her for a time. Once the time is up, I shall depart. Ultimately, Fang Xin expressed his thoughts candidly, for she could directly inquire of Su Shimon regarding such matters. He harbored no romantic inclinations towards Su Shimon. Women merely served to expedite his professional advancement. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the extraterrestrial, Ranji, which was one reason he was eager to engage in this guessing game of identities. However, Fang Xin's words evidently failed to convince Ranji. This mysterious individual masquerading as a blue star inhabitant belonging to an unknown race dared to provoke her and must surely have ulterior motives. It was highly probable that her interest lay in the dark rift. As this thought crossed her mind, the droplet gem on her forehead began to shimmer with various faint hues, as if weighing some considerations. Please provide me with your contact information. Not the Alliance network, but a contact method on this planet. If you have access to Blue Star's virtual local area network, that would be even better. What is she plotting? Fang Xin glanced at her, and then relayed his virtual network number. Once Rain Ji noted the account, Fang Xin suddenly remarked, "You were the one who took action at the music plaza, weren't you?" The droplet gem flickered, and Rain Ji smiled. "I merely wished to prevent her from being bewitched. Those were illusions." Indeed, Fang Xin was now even more convinced that this Yuching woman was a lesbian, and a possessive one at that. Su Shimon's anomaly was likely a result of her interference in dispelling Shun Xiuqing's abilities as a Liuguang clansman. When Su Shimon emerged from the restroom, Fang Xin and Rain Ji immediately ceased their conversation. Unbeknownst to the inexplicably uneasy Su Shimon, she sensed nothing amiss. After returning home, perhaps uneasy about Fang Xin's credibility, Rain Ji accompanied her to the villa. As a bodyguard, with the owner's consent, he had no objections. However, it was fortuitous that Rain Ji was present. Ensuring Su Shimon's safety was no longer a concern. Thus, he proceeded to the gym to practice martial arts. With the foundation of martial arts training, his experience points surged at an accelerated rate. "You can actually learn the martial arts of this planet?" A voice of surprise echoed from the gym's entrance. Fang Xin ignored her, remaining focused on his training. Once he finished, the distant sound of rain mingled with the tide echoed in his ears once more. "Have you seen enough?" Fang Xin's tone was tinged with annoyance. This woman had no sense of boundaries. "Ah, I am merely curious," Rain Ji replied, slowly stepping closer and scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if attempting to perceive every facet of his being. He can actually practice martial arts. It was well known that in the vast cosmos, countless races and life planets existed, each with its distinct evolutionary pathways. Each race that had not interacted with the outside world possessed a unique method of evolution. For instance, the Yuching tribe, before venturing into the cosmos, evolved purely through water manipulation techniques, given their affinity for water. Similarly, the Liuguang clan derived their strength from collective worship and emotional resonance. She had researched the martial arts of this planet prior to her arrival. Even the most basic physical training methods were of no use to her. Among the stowaways she knew, only one race, the Yingu, bore a striking resemblance to Blue Star inhabitants and had managed to learn their strength through special means. Yet, that was the extent of it. No matter how hard the Yingu worked, they made no further progress in martial arts. In essence, each race's evolutionary methods were derived from their physical adaptations. As an outsider, without the corresponding physical prerequisites, how could he practice? Unless, of course, he was indeed a Blue Star inhabitant. Rain Ji seemed to have an epiphany, stepping back swiftly as streams of transparent water began to swirl around her. "Are you from the Spirit Host tribe or the Spore tribe?" Her tone bore an unprecedented seriousness, even tinged with fear. These two races were notoriously despised within the Galactic Alliance, known for their parasitic and usurping nature. This Fang Xin, capable of practicing Blue Star martial arts, must have been possessed. At that moment, Fang Xin was utterly bewildered. Spirit Host tribe? Spore tribe? What are those? They appeared to be rather fearsome races. After some contemplation, he shook his head. "I am simply a Blue Star inhabitant, neither from the Spirit Host tribe nor the Spore tribe." "Blue Star inhabitant? I hardly believe you." Rain Ji scoffed, rolling her eyes, her disbelief palpable. She had investigated him thoroughly. When this Fang Xin delivered takeout, it was as if he had appeared out of nowhere, with no surveillance footage to trace his origin. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of Blue Star inhabitants, and even the official representatives of the Tianxia nation. Those adept in ethereal energy could not accomplish such a feat. Only certain races endowed with special abilities could operate undetected. The Spore tribe excelled in this regard, utilizing spores imbued with cosmic energy as their eyes and ears. They were adept at gathering intelligence. However, if he insisted on identifying as a Blue Star inhabitant, then she would accept that for the sake of their plans. This could be advantageous for them. Parasitic races typically had corresponding weaknesses, as long as they remained vigilant. Countering him would be easier. The Spore tribe's vulnerability lay in the fact that once they possessed a host, their strength relied solely on the body they had usurped. Aside from their racial abilities, the Fang Xin before her possessed a vitality level roughly equivalent to a newly awakened novice adept. a far cry from formidable. With only 3 months remaining until the Dark Rift fully opened, how much could he possibly grow by practicing Blue Star martial arts within that time frame? He would serve as the perfect bait to lure out those lurking in the shadows in the Special Affairs Bureau. A sense of smugness filled Ranji. Blue Star, indeed, was quite delightful. Chapter 38. Martial Arts Exchange Competition. To Fang Xian's surprise, Yuji had taken up residence at the Su family's villa. This unexpected turn of events was compounded by the fact that Yuji was particularly vigilant regarding Su Shiman, almost to the point of shadowing her. It was as if Fang Xian were plotting something nefarious. Nevertheless, this arrangement suited Fang Xian well. Over the past few days, during his conversations with Su Shiman, he had subtly inquired about Yuji's background. They had met during a morning run, and from their very first encounter, Su Shiman found Yuji to be incredibly amiable, leading to a rapid blossoming of their friendship, which had persisted for 6 months. In other words, if Yuji truly intended to bring harm to Su Shiman, Fang Xian would be powerless to prevent it. Professional task: protect the beautiful heiress. Task requirements: ensure Su Shiman's absolute safety within 10 days. Current protection days: 5-10. Task rewards: 100 points of general professional experience, unlocking core bodyguard skills, with 5 days remaining for this professional task. Fang Xian felt assured that with Yuji around, Su Shiman was unlikely to encounter any danger. Thus, he no longer felt the need to follow her closely at all times. Where are you going for dinner? Su Shiman's voice drifted from the living room as Fang Xian opened the villa's grand door. In the days since Fang Xian's arrival, there had been no dramatic incidents. On the contrary, her presence had instilled a sense of comfort, to the point where she had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Noticing Fang Xian preparing to leave, she instinctively inquired. Delivering takeout, Fang Xian replied before stepping outside. Su Shiman remarked, "You truly are dedicated to your job." Fang Xian spoke the truth. He genuinely intended to deliver takeout. It had been 5 days since he last did so, and his delivery person, professional bar had remained stagnant, causing him considerable anxiety. The immobility of his professional panel felt akin to a matter of life and death. At that moment, the sky was clear, and the populace was hungry, an opportune time for him to showcase his skills. Returning to his modest abode, Fang Xian inhaled deeply, relishing the comfort of home. Donning his yellow uniform, he re-emerged onto the streets after a 5-day hiatus. Riding his electric scooter, he navigated the bustling thoroughfares, delivering meal after meal. "Allow me to safeguard your appetite," he mused. Remarkably, there was a sense of purpose in his delivery work. During this round of deliveries, Fang Xian also experimented with a new strategy. With his experience in food delivery dwindling, he began deliberately accepting orders that were likely to exceed the time limit. He then employed on-time delivery, transforming tardiness into punctuality. To his astonishment, it proved effective. Both his professional experience and skill experience doubled with each completed order. In essence, he could elevate his delivery person status to LV4 in a short span without utilizing general professional experience or skill points. This stroke of insight was, in part, thanks to Yuji. Had he not encountered her, he might not have conceived this idea. You successfully delivered on time. Delivery person, professional experience 22. Your professional skill, on-time delivery, has been enhanced. Experience 18. Your professional skill, driving electric vehicle. Experience 30. Your professional skill, route mastery. Experience 31. Feeling accomplished. Fang Xian stopped by a noodle shop outside his community for a hearty bowl of noodles. However, instead of returning to the Su family villa directly, he intended to log into the Blue Star virtual network. As he settled onto the sofa, he heard a notification chime. Ding. It was not the activation of the system. Rather, it was a group message. Fang Xian propped his feet on the coffee table and opened WeChat. The message was from the martial arts group. Wuxing Min Qinming. Everyone, next week, all martial arts schools in Yanpan City will hold a martial arts exchange competition. Everyone is encouraged to sign up. Chanfeng Martial Arts School Zhongyi. Is registration open to everyone? Lixiang Martial Arts School Lujian. There must be some requirements. Don't be foolish. Zhenhai Sect Wang Ming. The only requirement is that participants must be under 35 years old. For further details, please check with your respective schools. This group frequently engaged in lively discussions, and Fang Xian occasionally gleaned useful information from their exchanges. However, he had never contributed, remaining a silent observer. As for the martial arts exchange competition mentioned today, before he could delve deeper, his phone rang. It was his third senior brother, Duze. Junior brother. There's a martial arts competition. Do you wish to participate? A competition? Fang Xian's heart raced. The martial arts exchange competition? Yes, that's the one. It was uncanny how he had just seen the announcement in the group, and now the call had come. Did they have surveillance on his phone? Contemplating briefly, Fang Xian inquired, what does the sect think? The sect believes you should participate. Hearing the seriousness in Duzay's tone, Fang Xian sensed that this was more than just a friendly sparring match. Before he could respond, Duzay continued, this competition is actually at the national level. The city-level event serves as the preliminary, followed by provincial and national rounds. The rewards are quite substantial. Achieving a commendable rank would be immensely beneficial for you. Your fourth senior sister will also be participating. Upon hearing this, Fang Xian replied decisively, all right, I will heed the sect's arrangements. Since you are an official disciple of the sect, you need not participate in the preliminary selection. You will proceed directly to the preliminary round. After exchanging a few more words, Duzay hung up. A national martial arts competition. Fang Xian placed his phone down, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Given its national scale, it could not possibly be organized solely by the various martial arts schools as suggested in the group. It must be spearheaded by an official body. Martial arts practice necessitates not only diligent training, but also the guidance of esteemed masters and exchanges among peers. In essence, practitioners are meant to compete and challenge one another. Otherwise, the culmination of their efforts would merely result in empty posturing. This was also why, upon entering the Blue Star virtual network, Zhuo Chuanhang and others had encouraged him to engage in virtual combat. Curiously, however, Fang Xian had not encountered much information about martial arts competitions online. Officially sanctioned events had eluded him entirely. Upon reflection, although the state had vigorously promoted martial arts for nearly a year, the public enthusiasm for practicing the discipline had yet to gain traction. For many ordinary citizens, martial arts remained an unattainable aspiration. The push for compulsory martial arts education had only begun at the school level. This national event marked a historical first and was the largest initiative since the promotion of martial arts commenced. The implications behind this competition were undoubtedly significant. He pondered how far he might progress. While he held confidence in his innate abilities, his actual strength remained unrefined, as his training period was still short. All he could do was give it his utmost effort. Thus, it seemed he would need to revise his plans moving forward. Chapter 39. A virtual duel for relaxation. A robust figure emerged in the virtual realm of Longxiangmen. Upon accessing the virtual panel, a flickering icon in the upper right corner signaled a friend request. After clicking to accept, Fang Xian perused the stranger's profile. Apart from the name Tingyu, there were no other details to be found. The individual had opted for privacy. It was likely that this was Yu Ji. The audacity of a stowaway to utilize the official virtual network was unexpected. Dismissing the virtual panel, Fang Xian's figure vanished. Having been offline for 5 days, he sought a virtual duel to unwind. Within the virtual combat arena, he engaged in free matchmaking, with the stipulation, punches and kicks only. The speed of the process was swift. With a chime, the match was successful. Fang Xian materialized on the fighting stage. Facing a lean elderly man clad in simple gray leisure attire, with remarkably spirited eyes, Fang Xian was taken aback. It was an elderly martial artist. The old man, upon seeing Fang Xian, was similarly astonished, not anticipating a youthful opponent as his first encounter in the virtual network. He had anticipated meeting some old acquaintances instead. The matchmaking mechanism of this virtual network was indeed intriguing. Young man, how old are you? The elder inquired with a smile, refraining from initiating combat. 23, Fang Xian replied, shaking his hands. Sir, perhaps we should refrain from fighting. If I were to inadvertently harm you, it might have some psychological repercussions. In the virtual network, death was not without its costs. Given the realism of the Blue Star virtual network, a fatality could result in a period of mental fatigue. The older one was, the greater the chance of being affected. Upon hearing Fang Xian's words, the old man paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Youngster, you speak with such bravado. Come then. Try to defeat me. As he spoke, he slowly extended his right hand, his left resting behind his back. Your stance is rather audacious, sir, Fang Xian chuckled, finding the martial artist amusing. Without further hesitation, he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Determined to give his all, he aimed to strike with maximum force, regardless of age. One punch should suffice. Whether the elder would have trouble sleeping that night was not Fang Xian's concern. With remarkable speed and a powerful physique, Fang Xian charged forth. Akin to a charging bull, the old man's eyes brightened, He did not even attempt to evade. A resounding thud echoed through the arena. Unsurprisingly, Fang Xian's straightforward jab landed solidly against the elder's chest. Fang Xian's expression shifted. It felt as though his punch had struck a dense membrane of water, all his force dissipating upon contact with the elder's body, vanishing without a trace. What in the world? I've encountered a formidable opponent. Despite employing a specialized technique that generated over 450 kilograms of force, he could not even budge the elder. Ah, well, at least I managed to wrinkle his clothing. He mused. You possess considerable strength, young man, the elder remarked with a chuckle, seemingly unfazed by the blow. However, if you intend to defeat me, it appears you still have some way to go. Fang Xian's lips quirked. He had deduced the truth. The water and fire immortal garment, a hallmark of perfected skin training, was one of the 4 great achievements of martial arts. This elder was undoubtedly a martial arts master, even standing still and allowing Fang Xian to strike without any weapon. He remained unscathed. Damn this matchmaking system. I merely sought relaxation, yet I was paired with a martial arts master. Fine, you have my respect. Nevertheless, to forfeit the opportunity to spar with a master would be a tremendous waste. Sir, since I cannot defeat you, how about you take a turn and try to defeat me? The elder raised an eyebrow, surprised. It had been many years since a younger individual had dared to speak to him in such a manner. This young man intrigued him. Feeling the near indistinguishable sensation of his virtual body, a playful spirit ignited within him. He beckoned with his right hand. Come here. Fang Xian obliged. In the virtual realm, many individuals became bolder and more audacious. Fang Xian was no exception. So what if he is a martial arts master? True warriors must dare to confront those stronger than themselves. With newfound resolve, Fang Xian soared forward, his right leg sweeping toward the elder's head like a mighty elephant. Ah, this young lad shows no respect for his elders, the elder thought, raising an eyebrow as he effortlessly blocked the strike with his left hand. Fang Xian, utilizing the rebound force, retreated swiftly. The impact had felt as though he had struck a steel column. Once more, Fang Xian charged again, unleashing a flurry of punches with fierce intensity. The elder, with his right hand behind his back, extended his left index finger. Despite appearing slow, each time Fang Xian's fist descended, the elder would deftly counter it with a precise jab. This left Fang Xian feeling stifled, as if he were unable to draw a breath. His frustration began to manifest on his face, and his movements became erratic. The elder shook his head internally, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The young man lacked composure, forgetting that a martial artist must avoid arrogance and impatience. Succumbing to emotions would hinder one's journey in martial arts. At that moment, Fang Xian abruptly altered his approach. The fierce aura surrounding him dissipated, and his prior vexation vanished. The mighty elephant fist? Perhaps I should rely on my foundational techniques. Fang Xian's most potent skill was, in fact, his foundational boxing technique. Now at LV5, a simple straight punch cleaved through the air, breaking past the elder's middle finger. Interesting, the elder noted, intrigued. Fang Xian's eyes brightened as he prepared to land a blow on the elder's face. However, as his massive fist neared its target, the elder's left hand unexpectedly appeared beneath it, flicking his finger. Fang Xian felt his strength drain away, and he instinctively withdrew his punch. Indeed, it is still insufficient. The gap between them was vast. Young man, how long have you practiced martial arts? The elder's gaze shifted to Fang Xian, now imbued with a hint of delight. He had not encountered a young individual who had dedicated such effort to foundational martial arts in nearly a decade. This is intriguing. About a month, Fang Xian replied, waving his hand. I concede, sir. As his words echoed, his figure vanished from the arena. Ah, young man, do not be so hasty. The elder watched as Fang Xian departed swiftly. He claims to have trained for only a month? The elder shook his head, his expression turning serious. If that were true, the upcoming national exchange competition could be quite fascinating. Congratulations on winning your first match. Due to your strength exceeding the current point tier, the system will automatically grant you an additional 1,000 points. Congratulations on your promotion to the bronze rank. In the arena, the system's announcement resounded. The elderly man was initially taken aback, then he opened the leaderboard, where a familiar name occupied the top position. At that moment, his own name appeared in third place. Chapter 40. Advancement through defeat. Fang Xian opened his eyes in the virtual chamber, having suffered a crushing defeat. You have undergone a battle with a significant disparity in strength. Warrior, profession experience 200. Your skill, Savage Elephant Fist, has been enhanced. Experience 302. Congratulations, your skill, Savage Elephant Fist, has reached LV4, with a stoic expression. Fang Xin exited the virtual chamber. To be so thoroughly bested by a mere finger, yet his Savage Elephant Fist had ascended to perfection. Information regarding the Savage Elephant Fist surged through his mind, as his muscles throbbed, and waves of heat began to course through them. Strength 788. 1. Constitution 798. 2. Speed 626. 5. Mentality 575. 9. His physical attributes had further improved, particularly his constitution and strength, both surpassing 8. His punching power now approached 500 kilograms, a true force to be reckoned with. Furthermore, the ascendance of his Savage Elephant Fist to LV4 afforded him an additional skill point, bringing his total to 4. He suddenly unleashed a punch, his bones creaking in unison, as an inner strength, distinct from the overt force, surged from his meridians and blood, erupting at the tip of his fist and creating a shockwave. Boom! A dull thud resonated through the air. Dark force, subtle yet powerful, compared to overt strength. It was more destructive and infinitely more covert. After a month of steady practice, he had seamlessly entered this realm, as simple as consuming food or drink. Mastery of foundational martial arts could lead to the comprehension of dark force. His LV4 Savage Elephant Fist, though not entirely forged through his own efforts, had gained substantial experience. Akin to self-practice, it was a natural progression. He had grown stronger. Secondary profession, warrior, level 4, 376 800, talent, martial arts prodigy, basic skills, beginner body refinement LV4, perfection. Foundation of martial arts, fist and feet LV5, limit break, beginner skills, Savage Elephant Fist LV4, perfection, intermediate skills, mountain treading 6 techniques, true intent LV2, 196 200. Professional tasks, none. The Savage Elephant stance was inherently a part of the Savage Elephant Fist. After his skill ascended to LV4, these two skills merged into one. Henceforth, practicing the Savage Elephant Fist would simultaneously refine his physique. However, once the Savage Elephant Fist reached perfection, further advancement through regular practice would likely prove challenging. In retrospect, he owed a debt of gratitude to that elderly man. Without him, it would have taken several more days to break through to dark force. Fang Xin stroked his chin thoughtfully. That elderly man was undoubtedly more than just a practitioner of the water and fire immortal garment. In the preceding days, he had frequented the Dragon Elephant Sect's library, absorbing a wealth of martial knowledge. According to some references, given the elderly man's age, if he had merely mastered the water and fire immortal garment, his physical faculties would have severely deteriorated. It was improbable that he could withstand Fang Xin's punch without budging. Such a scenario defied the principles of physics, biology, and martial arts. The alterations in the data on his professional panel confirmed this notion. Now that he reflected, he found the elderly man somewhat familiar. Yet the source eluded him. He exited the virtual chamber, picked up his phone, and casually scrolled through a short video app. Suddenly, his finger halted, and he abruptly looked up. He recalled where he had seen that man, on the Tianxia Martial Arts Network. Fang Xin swiftly set down his phone, opened his computer, and navigated to the Tianxia Martial Arts Network. Soon, he encountered a familiar photograph. Indeed, it was him, Yu Qiancheng, the renowned figure known as the Sound of 1,000 Mountains. He had not been mistaken. That elderly man was not merely a martial arts master, but a grandmaster of martial arts. The title of grandmaster is bestowed upon those who have mastered all 4 disciplines of martial arts, truly the pinnacle of martial prowess. His own master, Luo Jianbai, belonged to this exalted echelon. In ancient times, such individuals were revered as terrestrial immortals. Presently, in Tianxia, there were but a few grandmasters. Yu Qiancheng was lauded as a figure akin to the North Star of martial arts, honored with the title Sound of 1,000 Mountains. One man traversing 1,000 mountains, leaving a resounding legacy in martial arts. Such was his esteemed status. Fang Xin never anticipated he would encounter such fortune, crossing paths with him in the virtual combat arena. If only he could engage in a few more bouts with that elderly man, his warrior, secondary profession would surely soar. Alas, it remained but a fleeting thought. Now that he had broken through to dark force, it was imperative to learn new martial techniques. The martial arts of Blue Star, categorized by tier, each had its limitations. The beginner martial arts on his professional panel, deemed third-rate by Blue Star practitioners, could only reach the level of dark force. Regrettably, his mentor, Luo Jianbai, still seemed entangled in some matters, unable to attend to him. Otherwise, he would not have been limited to practicing the Savage Elephant Fist alone. This predicament was likely the burden of a martial arts prodigy. In the capital, within a tranquil courtyard, Yu Qianchong emerged from the virtual chamber. The virtual network indeed possessed remarkable technology, yet it remained but a simulation. As a figure who had achieved the zenith of martial arts, with his vitality and energy harmonized, he felt that something was lacking within the confines of the virtual realm. In the future, he could indulge in spirited duels with old friends within the virtual combat arena. Master, Qian Kuan has arrived and brought along two young individuals. At that moment, the voice of Yu Qianchong's young disciple broke through his thoughts. Qian Kuan? He truly brought people along. How eager. Yu Qianchong stepped outside, gazing up at the stars. In a year's time, a blue star would leap into the sea of stars, becoming one of the celestial bodies adorning the heavens. Yet, even life-bearing planets are ranked in tiers. What identity would Blue Star assume in the cosmos? The outcome was beyond his foresight. All he could do was strive to the best of his ability. Take them to the training hall. Let us see the caliber of those they recommend. Perhaps he truly had no other choice. Suddenly halting, Yu Qianchong turned to his young disciple and said, "Oh, Xiao Yuan, tomorrow. Please inquire whether the Dragon Elephant sect has recently accepted any exceptionally gifted disciples." Dragon Elephant sect? Understood, Master. Damn it. I can't sleep. At 1 o'clock in the morning, in the Su family's villa, Fang Xin abruptly sat up in bed. His mind was uncontrollably replaying the image of Yu Qianchong's finger, which always seemed to strike at an incredible angle, effortlessly dismantling his offense. Even when he concealed his intentions, employing foundational martial arts at the limit-breaking level, it merely yielded a marginal advantage. That finger seemed to embody some profound truth of martial arts. Yet, he could not comprehend or grasp it. Curiously, his mind persistently wandered back to it. Unbeknownst to Fang Xin, this was a manifestation of his innate talent. The martial arts prodigy bestowed upon him an extraordinary speed of martial cultivation, but such advantages came with drawbacks. When confronted with martial arts techniques beyond his comprehension, he would involuntarily seek to understand them. At times, an insatiable thirst for knowledge is not always a boon. Since sleep eluded him, he resolved to practice martial arts instead. Fang Xin donned his clothes, and as he extended his right foot to the monitoring controller at the bedside, it emitted a beep. There is a situation. Fang Xin is unexpectedly exhilarated. The tranquil life of a bodyguard has finally stirred with a hint of excitement. The plot can now advance. A series of classic scenarios reverberates in his mind. Swiftly grasping the controller, Fang Xin merely glanced to discern the location of the alarm. A cat. He recognizes this blue tomcat, nurtured by Su Shiman. Well, it appears to be a false alarm. I shall have you neutered another day. However, after this brief diversion, his mind is no longer plagued by disarray. He peacefully drifts into slumber. Chapter 41. The Great Elephant Technique. The next day, Fang Xin rose early. Fang Xin, where are you off to again? Su Shiman, cradling her blue cat named Xingxing, blocked his path. Having emerged from her earlier disappointment of chasing stars, she was now bored to the point of explosion. I'm heading to the martial arts school. What's it to you? You really are irresponsible. My father entrusted you with my protection, yet you frequently wander off. It makes me feel like the money is wasted. Su Shiman's expression was one of discontent. What do you propose we do? Fang Xin appraised the temporarily caged canary before him, inquiring. I'll go with you. Su Shiman's intentions were clear. What about your friend? Fang Xin did not notice Yuji's absence. If this extraterrestrial girl was not around, he felt uneasy about leaving Su Shiman alone at home. Although the chances of encountering trouble in the affluent villa district during the day were exceedingly slim, there remained an inherent risk. She's out on an errand. It's just me. All right then, let us go. Driving the wealthy lady's luxury car, they soon arrived at the Li Xiang Martial Arts School. He had arranged to meet Xinjinshan to learn new martial arts techniques. After parking in the designated area, they had barely taken 2 steps when a surprised voice called out from behind. Fang Xin. Turning around, Fang Xin saw Lu Jian's car parked nearby. You haven't been here for several days. I thought you had given up on training. Lu Jian approached, glancing at Su Shiman and the luxury vehicle beside them. His expression shifted to one of realization. This woman is quite stunning. No wonder you stopped coming to practice. It seems you found yourself a wealthy companion. Kudos to you. He silently gave Fang Xin a thumbs up in his mind. There is a notable distinction among wealthy individuals. The difference between a carefree socialite and a delicate queen is akin to that between 2 entirely different species. Undoubtedly. This little heiress beside Fang Xin was the epitome of the elite. Lu Jian, observing Fang Xin's physique that inspired envy in men and admiration in women, felt a renewed determination to train in martial arts. Fang Xin could easily discern Lu Jian's thoughts. Who could blame me for my undeniable charm? He couldn't be bothered to explain, simply greeting Lu Jian before leading Su Shimon to find Qinjinshan. However, after just a few steps, Lu Jian caught up again. Hey, are you participating in the upcoming martial arts exchange competition at Yanpan? Lu Jian remembered Fang Xin's impressive display during the last power test. Given the time that had passed, he was undoubtedly stronger now. Of course, it's always lively to join in, Fang Xin replied casually. The other students at the martial arts school were unaware of his acceptance as a formal disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect. As he was not particularly close to these individuals, he naturally refrained from broadcasting such news. I'll be participating as well. However, I've heard that many formally initiated students will also join. With our skill level, it's best to just experience it. Participation is what matters. After a brief chat, Fang Xin and Su Shimon arrived at Qinjinshan's private training room. Senior brother, Uncle Qin. After greeting, Su Shimon understandingly stepped aside to the resting area, allowing space for Fang Xin and Qinjinshan. Have you truly comprehended the hidden strength? Qinjinshan said, his disbelief evident. It's not that I doubt you, but it's just so rapid. It's only been a few days. I haven't even adjusted my state or taken the breakthrough elixir. And you've already stepped into the realm of hidden strength. In a month, won't you be on par with me? Qinjinshan felt as though all his years of martial arts training had been wasted. Fang Xin remained silent, moving to the nearby punching post, establishing his stance, and delivering a punch. This punch, though lacking in force, still produced a resounding thud upon impact. From the sound alone, Qinjinshan confirmed that his junior indeed grasped the hidden strength. What do you wish to learn? After a moment of silence, Qinjinshan inquired. The Great Elephant Technique. Fang Xin answered without hesitation. In the virtual library of the Dragon Elephant sect, he had already determined the secondary martial art he wished to study. The Dragon Elephant sect boasts an extensive heritage, with the elephant form lineage encompassing a complete legacy. The mighty elephant fist serves as the foundational martial art, upon which several secondary techniques are built, including the Elephant Power Burst Fist, Elephant Power Breaking Fist, Elephant Grappling Palm, Great Elephant Technique, and Elephant Armor Technique, among others. Among these, the Great Elephant Technique is the most comprehensive and powerful, representing the pinnacle of secondary martial arts within the Dragon Elephant sect. However, its complexity and difficulty are notable challenges. Naturally, one should always strive for the best. As for difficulty, Fang Xin was unperturbed. In truth, had he not yet formally apprenticed, and his name not inscribed in the Dragon Elephant sect's roster, he could have directly pursued the primary martial arts techniques. Regrettably, Luo Jianbai was currently unavailable. Given Fang Xin's exceptional talent, Du Zhe and others hesitated to report to the sect, fearing the dragon form lineage might intervene. The Dragon Elephant sect is not solely governed by their elephant form lineage. This explains why, even as a direct disciple, Fang Xin's daily life remains unchanged. Once he formally becomes a disciple, that will no longer be the case. Upon hearing Fang Xin's desire to practice the Great Elephant Technique, a hint of embarrassment crossed Qinjinshan's face. Well, junior brother, the Great Elephant Technique is rather difficult to master. Perhaps we should consider an alternative? An alternative? Fang Xin regarded him with a perplexed expression. Senior brother, you can't possibly be saying you can't teach it? That is not what I meant. Qinjinshan, feeling slightly guilty, rubbed his nose. I primarily focus on the Elephant Grappling Palm and Elephant Armor Technique. My proficiency in the Great Elephant Technique is somewhat lacking. Just a notch. So you truly cannot teach it. After all, human energy is finite. Following his stagnation at the transformation stage, Qinjinshan gradually shifted his focus toward the sect's enterprises. While he earned a considerable sum, his understanding of other martial arts naturally diminished. If he were an ordinary disciple, he could still teach the Great Elephant Technique, but with Fang Xin, he felt hesitant. If any issues arose from his instruction, he could not bear the consequences with the master brother and master. Fang Xin was speechless. Then why did you ask me what I wanted to learn earlier? I assumed you were well versed. How about this? I'll first teach you the techniques. The essence of this martial art lies in its momentum, which you can later learn from the second senior brother. He specializes in the Great Elephant Technique. Momentum? Fang Xin was puzzled. In secondary martial arts, mastering momentum is crucial. If the momentum is misaligned, one can never fully realize the technique. Follow me. Xiaoman, please wait here for a moment. All right, Uncle Qin, you both take your time. After speaking briefly to Su Shimon, Qinjinshan led Fang Xin into a larger training hall. With a swift leap, he landed in the center of the rubber mat. The Great Elephant Technique is not merely a punching or palm technique. It is a comprehensive martial art that incorporates both hand and foot techniques, consisting of a total of 24 forms. Observe closely. Chapter 42. What do you think of Fang Xin? Chen Jinshan's feet firmly planted on the ground. The entire training room trembled subtly, his low growl resonating like the roar of a mighty elephant, captivating and awe-inspiring. Pay attention to my breathing rhythm. First form, elephant's trunk shatters the mountain. Fang Xin remained transfixed, diligently memorizing each move executed by Chen Jinshan. Although Chen Jinshan claimed to be unfamiliar with the elephant technique, as a master who stood on the brink of achieving great mastery, he had undoubtedly attained a commendable level in this martial art, making it easy to guide Fang Xin into the fundamentals. 24th form, the enraged elephant collapses the mountain. Chen Jinshan bellowed, his abdomen vibrating, suddenly turning towards Fang Xin, his fist resembling a charging elephant, unleashing a torrent of power and wind. Fang Xin, facing this punch, felt a fleeting blur before instinctively retreating a step. Chen Jinshan's strength and physique likely reached a remarkable level of 9. Your turn. All right. Fang Xin responded, leaping onto the platform, recalling Chen Jinshan's movements as he commenced practicing the elephant technique. The second-rate martial arts indeed differed from third-rate ones, as the difficulty escalated significantly, especially given the requirement of specific breathing techniques. Fang Xin recalled how Chen Jinshan's breathing during the demonstration was markedly different from his usual rhythm, possessing an impressive cadence. As he began to practice, he distinctly felt the difference. Martial arts are an exploration and development of the body's potential. Sharing a common characteristic, they unleash a specific point of the body with enhanced efficiency and power. For instance, the unique explosive techniques of the elephant technique could amplify Fang Xin's inherent strength by an astonishing 200%. Of course, such results would only manifest upon achieving mastery. But even in these early stages, he sensed nearly a one-third increase in his punch's power. I must practice diligently until I reach perfection. Is the little junior brother's physique truly so formidable? While Fang Xin was immersed in his training, unraveling the mysteries of the elephant technique, Chen Jinshan observed the formidable aura emanating from Fang Xin's movements, the winds generated by his punches stirring something within him. Physical quality correlates with martial prowess. Yet it is not an absolute relationship. His extraordinary physique was the result of years of arduous training, the struggles he alone understood. But what of Fang Xin? How long had he been practicing martial arts? It was normal to possess high innate talent and rapidly break through martial levels. However, the speed of his progress was quite extraordinary. Yet, he could at least comprehend that. But why was his physical quality advancing so swiftly? Could it be that he had consumed some rare treasures? Indeed, such treasures exist. Many sects possess unique elixirs crafted from precious materials, some having declined into obscurity due to the extinction of certain rare resources. If that were the case, it would explain much. However, everyone harbors their own secrets, and Chen Jinshan had no intention of prying. He only knew one thing. Fang Xin was his disciple in the Longxiang sect, his junior brother. That was sufficient. This elephant technique requires not only the forms but also a unique breathing rhythm. It seems you have already grasped it. Chen Jinshan was at a loss for words. To have entered the basics in just one attempt made him feel somewhat inadequate as a teacher. Congratulations. You have comprehended Elephant Technique LV1. 3100, the professional panel, under the Warrior Vocational Interface, unveiled a new skill. Intermediate skill. Elephant Technique LV1. 3100, next. It was time to grind. By the way, the elephant technique primarily cultivates muscle and secondarily skin, making it an exceptional holistic martial art. When you have the opportunity, visit the Xiangming building to apply for the elephant elixir. It can expedite your breakthrough to the first layer of skin training. I understand. Thank you, senior brother. Then continue your practice here. With that, Chen Jinshan returned to his office. Su Shimon was on the phone. No, I can't make it tomorrow night. I have matters to attend to. It's not that I don't want to go. I genuinely have something. I miss you, and Xiaoting too. But Watching the call end abruptly, Su Shimon let out a sigh. This Taiyu is really something. Xiaoman. Once Su Shimon finished her call, Chen Jinshan stepped in. Uncle Chen, I accidentally overheard your phone call. Chen Jinshan took a seat and inquired. Do you have plans for tomorrow night? A high school friend called, saying a few close friends are gathering tomorrow night. Su Shimon replied candidly. Tomorrow night. Chen Jinshan pondered. The crisis facing the Su family had largely subsided, with only some loose ends remaining to be addressed. He believed these could be resolved in the coming days. Thus, he said, your father's situation will soon be resolved. If you wish to go, then go ahead. Let Fang Xin accompany you. By the way, Xiaoman, what do you think of Fang Xin? Shan inquired casually. Huh? Su Shiman was taken aback, then quickly responded. I think he's fine. Memories of their university days flickered in her mind, but there was hardly anything substantial. Fang Xin was not unattractive. But he had always been somewhat introverted, a mere shadow among peers. Her recollections of Fang Xin were scant, even during these days of close protection, as he spent most of his time training, leaving little opportunity for interaction between the two residing in the same villa. For Su Shiman, the term fine was the most accurate assessment of Fang Xin, as she applied this judgment to all individuals she did not dislike. However, Shan was unaware of this, mistakenly believing Su Shiman held a favorable impression of Fang Xin. He smiled and remarked, Fang Xin is my junior brother, honest, steady, and reliable. Since you were classmates, you should get to know him better. Su Shiman. She was no fool and could easily discern the underlying implication in Shan's words. Vigorously shaking her head, Uncle Chen, Fang Xin and I share nothing more than a purely platonic classmate relationship, at most adding the dynamics of employer and employee. There are no such thoughts between us. The nature of relationships can indeed change. Fang Xin is a commendable individual, Shan chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. His intention in enlisting Fang Xin's assistance to protect Su Shiman was partly to foster a connection between them. After all, why let good fortune go to waste? He was acutely aware of Fang Xin's potential. Even when launching ascended to the stars, those proficient in martial arts would hold elevated positions. All right, I understand, Uncle Chen. Su Shiman had her own approach to the earnest counsel from her elder. That was to agree first and figure out the implementation later. Chapter 43. Have you taken a liking to her? The notifications flashed before Fang Xin's eyes. You have diligently practiced the Great Elephant Technique. Warrior, profession experience 35. Your skill. Great Elephant Technique has been enhanced, experience 25. This series of panel updates constituted Fang Xin's gains for the morning. Although the rewards were significant, his expression remained grave. The issue did not lie with the Great Elephant Technique, but rather with his own physique. Discrepancy. His constitution and strength had reached a commendable 8 points. Yet his speed languished at 6, with willpower failing to even meet that mark. The disparity among his attributes had become glaringly imbalanced. The four-dimensional attributes of the human body are not independent. They are intricately connected. Most martial artists develop their physical prowess gradually over time, as their bodies adapt to the enhancements brought by martial arts. Even those endowed with exceptional talent merely adapt more swiftly and effectively. However, Fang Xin's situation was different. In addition to martial arts, he possessed a professional panel. With direct attribute allocation, his physique could be elevated in mere moments. A straightforward yet brutish method devoid of any nuanced reasoning. Yet, this approach also led to an imbalance in his body. During his recent training session, he felt an unwieldy heaviness. Should a confrontation arise, this could very well become a critical vulnerability. The solution was simple: either earn attribute points to equalize his physical attributes or practice body techniques. In theory, the former was a swift and uncomplicated method. However, Fang Xin currently lacked surplus attribute points. Although the Delivery Man class was on the verge of leveling up, the subsequent point gained post-upgrade was still insufficient. Given his innate talent, he would fare better honing corresponding martial arts instead. Without hesitation, Fang Xin sought out Shan. Body techniques? Shan remarked, noting the remarkable transformation in Fang Xin's physique since he had first known him. You certainly ought to practice body techniques. However, our Dragon Elephant sect is not particularly proficient in such skills. Our only secondary technique is the elephant crossing the river. Fang Xin, accompany me to a gathering tomorrow evening. Su Shiman stated as they drove. Who? Me? You want me to join your friend's gathering? Is it permissible to bring a +1? Fang Xin queried, bemused. He had never heard of classmates' gatherings allowing outsiders. Yet, his casual remark caused Su Shiman to become agitated. Recalling what Uncle Chen had mentioned at the martial arts hall, she quickly retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? +1? I meant for you to accompany me. You are still my bodyguard. If something were to happen to me, could you take responsibility? Wow, I certainly cannot bear that responsibility, Fang Xin replied. All right, what time should I come after delivering the orders? 7. Wait. You still have to deliver? Su Shiman looked at him incredulously. Hey, what kind of question is that? I'm a delivery man. What else would I be doing? Fang Xin's tone was resolute. The delivery man class was on the cusp of leveling up. Nothing could hinder his commitment to making deliveries. Well, You truly are dedicated, she remarked. Hey, one must love their profession, he replied. Time slipped by, and soon it was the following evening. You have completed a delivery on time. Deliverman, profession experience 15. Your skill on delivery has been enhanced, experience 10. Ever since discovering a method to increase his experience points, Fang Xin had been delivering with renewed vigor. He was now merely a delivery or two away from leveling up. Main profession, Deliverman, level 3, 382 400. Fang Xin checked the time. It was not yet 7. I still have time. Initially, Su Ximian, the exceedingly bored little heiress, had planned to accompany him on deliveries, but Fang Xin had decisively declined. His deliverman status was anything but ordinary. The remarkable punctuality of his deliveries could not afford to be discovered lightly. Ding! You have a new order. A new task had arrived. Fang Xin donned his helmet, flipped the ignition switch, and joyfully sped off. 20 minutes later, after completing his final order, he excitedly rode his electric scooter to the Su family villa. Are you taking this to drive me? Su Ximian stood at the entrance, staring at Fang Xin's vehicle in bewilderment. You have quite the imagination. This ride is not for just anyone, Fang Xin replied nonchalantly. This piqued Su Ximian's curiosity. So who qualifies as not just anyone? As Fang Xin parked the scooter in the villa's courtyard, he casually remarked, This is my girlfriend's exclusive ride. You needn't ponder it. You have a girlfriend? Su Ximian expressed surprise. Not really. Then you were saying. Su Ximian abruptly halted, the last word unspoken. She was a lady, after all. Just then, her phone rang. After tapping a few buttons, she turned to Fang Xin. Let us go. My friend is urging me. Got it, boss. Fang Xin was in a jovial mood and promptly acknowledged her request. Once in the vehicle, Su Ximian observed Fang Xin's broad back from the rear seat and curiously inquired, Have you encountered some good fortune today? Fang Xin chuckled but offered no response. His joy was not meant for public discourse. Why should he divulge his professional panel to her? He was content to revel in his own delight. What about your friend? He deftly shifted the topic. At the mention of this, Su Ximian's attention was effectively diverted. Her brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of skepticism. Why was this fellow so intent on inquiring about Yuji? Did he perhaps harbor feelings for her? Indeed, it was highly plausible. As a woman, and a beautiful one at that, Su Ximian was acutely aware of Yuji's allure. Without exaggeration, Yuji could easily rank among the top 3 in terms of appearance and charm among those she knew in reality. Moreover, Yuji was currently single. Are you interested in Sister Yuji? Su Ximian asked directly. Upon hearing this, Fang Xin laughed. Me? Her? I wouldn't dare. I was merely asking out of curiosity. After all, he had yet to ascertain what she truly looked like. He lacked the courage to become an extraterrestrial knight. He wasn't surnamed Ning. As the two conversed, the vehicle exited the neighborhood, heading towards Yunjinggu, a renowned upscale restaurant in Yanpan, where the average expenditure exceeded 1,000. Fang Xin recalled having visited once, during a family reunion while his parents were still alive. By the way, Fang Xin indeed had other relatives. After all, his parents did not simply materialize in this world. However, after their passing, certain unpleasant incidents had strained his relationships with those relatives. Upon arriving in this new world, he expressed immense satisfaction with his new familial circumstances, as they had alleviated numerous complications. Soon, they arrived at Yunjinggu. After parking in the underground lot, Su Ximian's phone chimed once more before they even exited the vehicle. Chapter 44. What is your temperament like? I have arrived and am currently parking. All right. You say. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Su Ximian glanced at Fang Xin, hesitated for a moment, and unexpectedly posed a question that took Fang Xin by surprise. Fang Xin, what is your temperament like? Why the sudden inquiry? Fang Xin responded, perplexed. Is this related to that phone call? With his keen hearing, he had naturally caught the contents of Su Ximian's earlier conversation. However, out of politeness, he had chosen to disregard it. Reflecting on the incident with Xiao Chuxing, the surge of murderous intent that had once overwhelmed him still lingered in his memory. Yet, since practicing the 6 styles of mountain treading and with life recently settling into a tranquil rhythm, such violent emotions had not resurfaced. After careful consideration, Fang Xin earnestly replied, My temper is quite poor. Is that so? Well, that's rather good, Su Ximian remarked. Did I mishear you, or did you misspeak? Fang Xin inquired, momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he added, Then I shall maintain it. With that exchange, they proceeded to the lobby. At the front desk, a man dressed in a professional suit was busy with arrangements. Upon spotting Su Ximian, his eyes lit up, and he approached with a warm smile. Miss Su, you have arrived. As the daughter of the affluent Su Wangu, and with her family engaged in the hospitality industry, the manager of Yunjinggu was certainly familiar with her. Shall I arrange a private room for you? Manager Wang, Su Shimon gently shook her head. No need for trouble, I have made plans with a friend. Entering the elevator, she pressed the button for the third floor. Yunjinggu was a 3-story, antiquated-style restaurant, with luxurious private rooms on the upper floor, each with varying minimum consumption standards according to their class. Soon, they arrived at a private room named Cloud Summit. As the doors swung open, Fang Xin swiftly surveyed the spacious interior, exquisitely decorated and undeniably fitting of a top-tier establishment in Yanpan. There were not many patrons inside, 5 in total, 2 women and 3 men. The women were all strikingly beautiful, while the men were remarkably handsome. 2 of the men were well-built and impeccably dressed and tailored, high-end attire, clearly of affluent backgrounds. However, the last man appeared somewhat less impressive, stout and rugged. With a mature visage, he was the least attractive among them. Yet, the other 4 seemed to regard him with an air of subtle deference, indicating he was the group's focal point. As the door to the private room opened, the sight of Su Shimon caused an immediate halt to their conversations, and they all turned to greet her. Upon noticing Su Shimon accompanied by a robust, muscular young man, the stout fellow's demeanor shifted, his eagerness tempered by a hint of caution. Su Shimon had brought a male companion. Who could he be? The 4 individuals instinctively cast their gazes toward the stout man, Zhang Hongtao, who had long harbored feelings for Su Shimon. The implications of her bringing a male guest to a gathering were all too evident. Man, you finally made it. I've missed you so much after more than 2 years, one of the women suddenly exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Su Shimon affectionately. I've missed you too. Su Shimon smiled warmly. This woman, Tao Yu, hailed from a wealthy family herself, with assets in the tens of millions, and was Su Shimon's close friend since childhood, at least. That was how Su Shimon perceived their relationship. Among the 5 present, aside from the stout man, the others had all previously socialized with Su Shimon. Who is this friend of yours, man? Why not introduce us? The stout man inquired, his gaze fixed on Fang Xin, his expression revealing an unmistakable scrutiny and hostility. Fang Xin felt a stir within him, not due to the man's gaze, which was to be expected from someone vying for Su Shimon's affection, but because this man, despite his unrefined demeanor, was evidently a martial artist who had achieved a degree of proficiency. This is my good friend from university, Fang Xin, Su Shimon introduced. Noting the disdain in Zhang Hongtao's eyes, a flicker of annoyance crossing her own. Fang Xin, these are my friends, she gestured to the group. And Fang Xin learned their names, Tao Yu, Shu Ting, Qi Jia, and Zhao Yi. Unsurprisingly, the 4 were all offspring of Yanpan's elite. In stark contrast to the stout man, whose crude behavior stood out, yet was oddly tolerated by the others, Fang Xion's memory stirred. He recognized the name Zhang Hongtao from somewhere, but he dismissed it, acknowledging that many people shared the same names in the world. After a brief round of introductions, they were all acquainted. They were of similar ages and, with Su Shimon as their common link, conversation flowed relatively smoothly, or so it seemed. The reality was that each of them was of privileged lineage, while Fang Xin, despite his imposing physique, was dressed in clothes that barely totaled 1,000 yuan. The adage clothes make the man rang true. From a mere glance at their attire, one could discern the disparities in their social standings. Fang Xin seemed too ordinary, a stark contrast to their world. However, the others were not children. Even if they held reservations, they would not overtly express them, especially since he was brought along by Su Shimon. After some idle chatter, a waiter knocked on the door, inquiring if they were ready for their meal. The excellence of Yunjinggu was not merely due to its lavish decor but also its exquisite cuisine. Fang Xin savored every bite. Such a brute. Eating with such disregard, just like Zhang Hongtao, Tao Yu remarked, her expression betraying her disapproval of Fang Xin. I wonder why Maman brought him along. Could it be a shield? Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization. Of course, a shield. Maman has always been indifferent toward Zhang Hongtao, and now she has brought a man of a similar ilk. How amusing. Her gaze shifted discreetly to Zhang Hongtao, noting the displeasure etched on his face. She was well aware that he was not a man to be trifled with. Known for his volatile temperament and penchant for resolving disputes with his fists, especially given his formidable backing. This promises to be entertaining, she thought to herself. By the way, Fang Xin, we have yet to learn what you do for a living, Qi Jia suddenly inquired amidst the meal. Chapter 45. Is what you just said true? I am a delivery person, Fang Xin replied nonchalantly, chewing on a dish in the cloud box. Delivery person? The others except for Su Shimon, were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Such an unremarkable job. How could Su Shimon possibly have a friend like this? Much less bring him to their gathering? Surely, it must be intentional. Yes, it must be a deliberate act, a shield. Zhang Hongtao, realizing this, wiped the anger from his face and smiled, saying, "So you're just a delivery person. You must earn quite a bit in a month, right?" His words dripped with sarcasm. Tao Yu and the others could not help but chuckle. A delivery person might barely earn a few thousand a month, while their meal today would exceed 20,000. Fang Xin, seemingly oblivious to the mockery in Zhang Hongtao's tone, replied earnestly, "Not much, around 3,000 to 4,000 a month." 3,000 to 4,000? The group was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. That barely covers meals. I can spend more than that on a single piece of clothing. Even this dish of braised sea cucumber on our table costs more than 3,000. Amid the sarcastic remarks, Fang Xin nodded seriously. Indeed, it's not enough. So I occasionally take on part-time work. Part-time work? What kind? A girl named Shu Ting asked. As a bodyguard, Fang Xin said, picking up a piece of sea cucumber and eating it casually. I am currently Su Shimon's bodyguard. Bodyguard? The group instinctively glanced at his robust build and bulging muscles, which indeed suggested strength. With such a physique, he could certainly be a bodyguard. However, being a delivery person and a bodyguard seemed rather lowly. Aside from Su Shimon, the others looked at him with unabashed scorn. Zhang Hongtao's expression was one of disdain. A bodyguard, merely a servant. How could he possibly have any relation to Su Shimon? Zhang Hongtao's gaze fell upon Fang Xin, thinking that this superficial fellow could be knocked down with a single punch. As a master of Mingjin, he could easily handle a dozen ordinary people. A bodyguard, who could he protect? Seemingly unworthy of his attention. Zhang Hongtao decided to show off his generosity. As a delivery person, how will you establish yourself? How about this? Tomorrow, go to the Jinhai Martial Arts School and say I recommended you. I'll arrange an 8,000 monthly salary for you. His expression was arrogant, as if bestowing a favor. As a formal disciple of the Jinhai sect, arranging a job for someone was a trivial matter. At that moment, Fang Xin began to understand why Su Shimon had inquired about his temperament before heading upstairs. Yet, he felt little concern. When one possesses confidence, they can often remain indifferent or even dismissive in the face of ridicule. Having lived a second life, endowed with a professional panel and a talent for martial arts, his future would not be altered by the words of a few. Instead, this gathering felt amusingly reminiscent of classic web novel plots. Before Fang Xin could respond, Su Shimon suddenly burst into laughter. Swish. All eyes turned to her, a peculiar feeling rising in their hearts. How could she laugh when others were deriding the friend she brought? What kind of person is she? Yet they knew this was not Su Shimon's character. Her laughter must have stemmed from another reason. Indeed, she quickly composed herself and said to Zhang Hongtao, if you truly wish to introduce Fang Xin to a job, make it one with a monthly salary of 300,000. If it's below that, don't bother to speak. She was unaware of other matters. But she knew her father had hired Fang Xin to protect her, offering a salary of 10,000 a day. 300,000? Zhang Hongtao's voice turned sharp. Him? He is not worth that even if sold. The others could not help but snicker. How could a mere delivery person demand 300,000 a month? Su Shimon replied coolly, not worth it? My father pays him 10,000 a day. That totals 300,000 a month. As her words settled, a clear electronic notification rang through the private room. 10,000 yuan received via Alipay. To Tao Yu and the others, 10,000 was nothing. However, in light of Su Shimon's earlier statement, it took on a different significance. Before anyone could react, Fang Xin's phone rang. Hello, Uncle Su. I've received it. All right. Shimon is with me, you can rest assured. After hanging up, Fang Xin smiled and opened his professional panel. Money was not the most important thing. Well, perhaps it was quite important, but not the top priority. The arrival of the bodyguard fee indicated that he had successfully completed his protection task for Su Shimon's father. However, upon opening the professional panel, the smile on Fang Xin's face faded. The task for the bodyguard profession had not marked as completed. Was there still a twist to this task? Or would it only conclude after midnight? Fang Xin couldn't comprehend this and decided to close the professional panel, turning his gaze to Zhang Hongtao. Excuse me. Was what you said earlier true? Zhang Hongtao's face darkened. Moments ago, he had been condescendingly offering Fang Xin a job. And now the latter had just received 10,000 directly from Su Shimon's father. As someone who had recently grasped Mingjin, Zhang Hongtao had keen hearing and had clearly understood their conversation. Su Shimon was not exaggerating. It truly was 10,000 a day. Even if he became a formal disciple of Jinhai sect and served as a junior instructor at the martial arts school, he would only earn 30,000 a month. His earlier remarks now seemed utterly ridiculous. Attempting to show off had backfired spectacularly. Zhang Hongtao felt the stares of the others in the room upon him, and a wave of humiliation washed over him. Noticing Zhang Hongtao's silence, Fang Xin frowned. The more activated professional tasks he had, the better. Although Zhang Hongtao's intentions were malicious, he had inadvertently touched upon Fang Xin's urgent needs. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Thus, Fang Xin asked once more, "Was what you said true? About that job?" Zhang Hongtao's face turned pale with rage as he glared at Fang Xin. "Is it true or not? Speak up." Fang Xin grew anxious. "You're not going back on your word, are you?" Fang Xin. "That's enough." Zhang Hongtao slammed the table, his eyes reddening. "Are you insulting me?" Fang Xin was taken aback. Why was he suddenly slamming the table? It appeared that his earlier claims of arranging a job were merely posturing, ignoring the failed show-off. Fang Xin took a tissue to wipe his mouth and turned to Su Shimon, saying, "I'm full. Shall we head back?" Chapter 46. You should converse with my fist instead. Su Shimon had long desired to depart, and at this moment, she rose to her feet. She had initially anticipated a simple gathering with a few friends, but to her dismay, an individual she detested had also arrived. Consequently, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards her friends for knowingly bringing along someone she disliked. Perhaps these acquaintances were not worthy of the title of friends. Man, we haven't finished eating yet? Tao Yu and the others stood up, attempting to persuade her to stay. "I'm full. You all continue," Su Shimon stated. Turning to leave the private room. "My apologies for coming up earlier," she expressed, her countenance tinged with melancholy. Her circle of friends was limited, and the wealthy often found it harder to forge genuine friendships than ordinary people. Those who were less affluent might be drawn to her wealth, while those of equal standing had disappointed her today. "It should be I who apologizes," Fang Xin remarked with a smile. "Why do you say that?" "Because my temper was not as bad as it seemed earlier." Despite facing mockery and derision, his demeanor remained unchanged, even bordering on amusement. It was Zhang Hongtao's refusal to acknowledge his actions that truly irked him, as he had potentially jeopardized his career. But you cannot merely retaliate because someone boasts. That would be quite uncivilized. Alas, having a good temper can also be a source of frustration. "Fang Xin, stop right there." A furious shout echoed from behind, followed by a sudden gust of wind. Fang Xin tilted his head, narrowly avoiding a clenched fist that whooshed past his ear, creating a rush of air. A sneak attack. He pivoted on his right foot, launching his left leg backward like a steel whip. Bang! A figure was sent staggering back several meters. "You are also a martial artist." Zhang Hongtao's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands trembling. However, not every practitioner of martial arts could be deemed a true martial artist. Only those who had formally embarked on the 4 paths of martial arts could earn the title. His arrogance stemmed from having comprehended the principle of Ming Jin and thus considered himself a martial artist. Previously, he had single-handedly taken on 10 adversaries, aiding Tao Yu and others in dealing with a group of unwanted gangsters. Otherwise, how could these privileged individuals, who held themselves in high regard, have befriended him and sought to matchmake him with Su Shimon? In truth, despite living in a society governed by law, the reality often dictated that might makes right, especially with the backing of the Jinhai sect. As a legitimate martial arts faction, Jinhai held significant power in Yanpan, compelling even certain official departments to show them respect. This influence had fostered Zhang Hongtao's inclination to resort to violence. "Why did you ambush me?" Fang Xin inquired with a cold expression. Zhang Hongtao gasped for breath, the pain in his arms diminishing the fury in his eyes. He opened his mouth to retort, but Fang Xin interrupted. "Forget it. Let your fist do the talking." Having engaged in combat, there was no need to endure his incessant prattle. With a powerful stride, Fang Xin charged forward, extending his massive hand and delivering a punch squarely to Zhang Hongtao's chest. Zhang Hongtao raised his trembling hands in a futile attempt to shield himself. Crack! A sound akin to splintering would echoed from his forearm. His robust physique was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A moment later, agonizing screams filled the room. "Ah! It's broken! It's broken! My hand! My hand!" One punch, a shattered bone. Fang Xion's strength exceeded 500 kilograms, truly formidable. While that blow lacked the finesse of martial arts techniques or hidden strength, the sheer force alone was insurmountable for someone like Zhang Hongtao, who had just grasped the principle of Ming Jin. If not for Zhang's quick reflexes in attempting to block, the injury would have been far worse. "Fang Xin, you went too hard." Qi Jia and the others rushed to assist Zhang Hongtao, vociferously chastising Fang Xin. Too hard? Cruel? Fang Xin couldn't help but chuckle at their accusations. Had a different individual been on the receiving end of Zhang Hongtao's earlier ambush, they could easily have sustained a concussion or worse. The severity of his attack showed a complete disregard for human life. Fang Xin merely returned the favor, yet somehow, he was the one at fault in their eyes? He would not coddle such individuals. Striding towards Tao Yu and the others, Fang Xin cast a towering shadow over them. If you wish to avoid a similar fate, keep your mouth shut. As a martial artist with exceptional physical prowess, his aura was enough to silence even the most boisterous. Qi Jia and the others felt as though a colossal beast was advancing upon them, its fierce presence rendering them unable to utter a single reproachful word. Seeing their reaction, Fang Xin shook his head. Some people only learn through confrontation. My hand. Damn it, Fang Xin. I curse you. Zhang Hongtao, having regained some composure, was helped up by Qi Jia and the others, his voice dripping with venom. Fang Xin's expression hardened. He suddenly seized Zhang Hongtao by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Even with a broken hand, you still have the audacity to speak ill? He tightened his grip, slowly raising Zhang Hongtao off the ground. Dare utter another word I dislike, and I shall break your legs. Care to test me? Zhang Hongtao's face flushed crimson as he prepared to retort. But the icy glare from Fang Xin made his heart quail, and the words died on his lips. Fang Xin shook his head and delivered a swift kick to Zhang Hongtao's calf. Ah, my leg. Zhang Hongtao cried out. What did I say? My apologies. But that phrase was not to my liking. I am from the Jinhai sect. I know, and then what? Fang Xin recalled hearing the name of the Jinhai martial arts school before, associated with Zhang Hongtao. But what of it? If he were to falter today, would Zhang Hongtao's earlier aggression have spared him? In the end, it all boiled down to strength, the might of his fists. Nothing more, nothing less. Zhang Hongtao fell silent, realizing he had encountered someone who was impervious to intimidation. As he ceased to protest, Fang Xin casually tossed him aside, contemplating whether to await the arrival of others. The soundproofing of the private room was indeed remarkable. Despite the commotion, no one had come to intervene. At that moment, Su Shimon approached. Let us leave. I will have my father handle the rest. Her words were not solely directed at Fang Xin. Upon hearing her, Tao Yu and others slowly lowered their phones. After all, it was not their hands that were broken, and there was no need to jeopardize their relationship with Su Shimon over this incident. Chapter 47. Group Chat, Illegal Immigrants Seeking Warmth. Thank you, classmate Fang. Upon entering the vehicle, Su Shimon suddenly exclaimed this phrase. It's merely a trivial effort, Su. Fang Xin replied with a smile. It was evident to anyone with sight that Su Shimon harbored a particular sentiment towards Zhang Hongtao. Moreover, her silence during Fang Xin's intervention revealed her thoughts. Given that the man had foolishly offended her, he had no qualms about aiding his employer in resolving this predicament, considering it a complimentary task accompanying his 10-day bodyguard assignment. Your temper is quite poor, indeed, Su Shimon remarked, her tone laced with an indescribable nuance. Fang Xin chuckled. It seems I have not disappointed you. As he spoke, he ignited the engine and swiftly departed the parking lot. After escorting Su Shimon back to the villa in the residential complex, Fang Xin mounted his electric scooter and rode away. Midway, he glanced back at the Su family villa. The interface of his professional panel regarding the bodyguard occupation resurfacing in his mind. The task remained unmarked as completed. Regrettably, since Su's father had already disbursed his salary, he had no reason to linger at the villa, lest others misconstrue his intentions. He hoped he was merely overthinking. Arriving home, it was already past 9. After logging into the virtual network, he intended to engage in a couple of rounds to accrue warrior experience when an invitation for a connection suddenly appeared. User UD invites you to join a real-time group chat, Illegal Immigrants Seeking Warmth. Fang Xin? The name of this group chat was rather blunt, exuding a sense of desolation. Contemplating for a moment, he pressed the confirmation button. In the next instant, his figure materialized in a room imbued with a striking sci-fi ambience. An oval table sat at the center, encircled by 7 chairs. Fang Xin surveyed the surroundings and was taken aback. Except for the last chair, occupied by him, the other 6 were filled with peculiar beings. Among them, he immediately noticed a stunning entity with a translucent appearance. Her skin resembled jade drenched in rain, with faint blue veins coursing beneath. Embedded in her forehead was a raindrop-shaped gem. Fang Xin felt a sense of familiarity. This must be the true visage of a member of the Yuqing tribe. Indeed, she was quite beautiful. In addition to this Yuqing member, The virtual room housed 4 other distinctly featured extraterrestrial species. One was a humanoid covered in a coating of brown rock. Another was a being resembling a gorilla, entirely unclothed and cloaked in dense black fur. A third possessed 4 arms, horns atop its head, and was adorned with gray scales. The last 2 had hair like tree vines and green skin akin to tree bark. Although these alien species varied greatly in appearance, they shared a commonality. They were all humanoid. As soon as Fang Xin arrived, their gazes converged upon him. "You must be the spore erosion individual that Yuji mentioned?" inquired the rocky being with a low hum. "Heh, it's quite a novelty to see parasitic beings engaging in new star smuggling." The gorilla-like creature banged on the table, its voice resonating loudly. "I thought only those from the slave stars would dare to come here. Please, take a seat. Since we're all here to reap benefits from this planet, we are, as they say here, in the same boat." Feigning profundity, Fang Xin nodded, refraining from uttering a word as he settled into the chair prepared for him. He was eager to discern the intentions of these illegal immigrants on Blue Star. Should their motives be nefarious, he wouldn't hesitate to report them. If there were profits to be made, well, that was another matter. However, it was likely that these extraterrestrial beings were far from benevolent. Aligning with them could prove perilous. Yet, it also promised excitement. In his former life, he never encountered such an array of bizarre extraterrestrial species. An opportunity not to be missed. Of course, he had not come unprepared. He had taken precautions and ensured his safety. After Fang Xin took his seat, Yuji cast a glance his way and initiated the discussion. Her voice, reminiscent of falling rain, resonated through the room. "Now that everyone is present, let us address the matter at hand. I have thoroughly investigated the micro-rift in Yanpan City. In 3 months, it will fully manifest, and it may expand into a small rift." "A small rift? Is this true? Are you certain?" The voices of several extraterrestrials rose in pitch, seemingly astonished by the term small rift. Fang Xin observed silently, noting their expressions of surprise, gravity, and greed. Were these beings drawn here for the rift? The information he had encountered about rifts merely outlined their connection to the dark species. Evidently, the rift concealed immense benefits unknown to him, compelling these aliens to undertake such a perilous journey to Blue Star. "Can we intervene in the small rift?" The 4-armed scale being interjected. An immediate silence enveloped the room, as the flames of greed within their hearts were significantly dampened. Indeed, a small rift differed from a micro-rift. Once formed, it would create considerable commotion. The Auna tribe and the Tianxia Special Affairs Bureau would not remain passive observers. Among them, the most formidable was the large gorilla-like being. Yet he was merely equivalent to a second-tier warrior on this planet. They were merely failures of the cosmos, incapable of achieving true transcendence. How could they contend with official forces? The gorilla-like creature, displaying a volatile temperament, struck the table forcefully. "What shall we do? Should we simply give up?" They had invested substantial resources to acquire information about Blue Star and expended significant effort to smuggle themselves here. Relinquishing their pursuit was intolerable. Seeking new rifts was an option. But time was of the essence. The rift in Yanpan City, which was not recorded by the authorities, had taken them 6 months to locate. The prospect of searching for another rift was uncertain, unless they secured official support. Dream on," a voice interjected. "As clandestine immigrants, it suffices to remain inconspicuous and occasionally seize opportunities. But to brazenly reveal ourselves is akin to lighting a lamp in a toilet, a surefire way to court disaster." "I haven't finished speaking yet. Why the rush?" Yuji seemed to sense the atmosphere was ripe for discussion. The gem on her forehead emitted a faint red glow as she slowly continued. "I have already laid out our clan's secret methods around the rift to obscure the dark energy fluctuations." At her words, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. "Excellent, excellent. Yuji, well done. Haha, we are in for a windfall. A small rift can only exist on planets that have yet to ascend into the cosmos." Observing the excitement of the others, Yuji revealed her ulterior motive. Therefore, her tone elevated, drawing the attention of all present. "I demand half of this rift." "Half?" The room fell into silence. "No way, half is too much." The 4-armed scale being immediately protested. "Indeed, half is unacceptable. If you take half, how are the 6 of us supposed to divide the rest?" "At most, a quarter." "Impossible. The secret method consumed a significant amount of my energy and resources. I must have half." As the room devolved into a chaotic dispute over the division of spoils, Fang Xin remained silent, unsure of how to interject as the newcomer in this scenario. He remains utterly oblivious to what lies within the shadows. Yet, curiously, there are those who do not wish for him to remain an outsider. "Fang Xin, what is your perspective?" Yuji suddenly gazed at him, her slightly translucent bluish-gray skin shimmering with a liquid-like luster. Chapter 48. Fang Xin, save me Fang Xin, what is your opinion? Fang Xin raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. Indeed. This woman was not of good character. Observing her intently, he narrowed his eyes and rose to his feet. Everyone, deliberate at your leisure. Should anything arise, do call for me. Farewell. With that, his figure vanished without a trace. Once he departed, the previously heated argument among the crowd abruptly ceased. The burly man from the Brown Rock clan let out a chuckle. Hee, Yuji, are you certain that fellow is truly from the Spore Erosion clan? Given the nature of those curs, he would not react in this manner. The gem on Yuji's forehead shimmered with shifting iridescence. I cannot be certain. Then what do you propose? This fellow is elusive, and even in the virtual network, he presents as a human from Blue Star. Are we certain about including him in our plans? But did we not already state that we require a scapegoat? Let him draw the attention of the Special Affairs Bureau and the Aeonin clan. Whether he is from the Spore Erosion clan is of little consequence. We declare him to be, and thus he is. Besides, did Yuji not assert that this man is certainly not a Blue Star human? That alone suffices. The Aeonin clan, with their domineering nature, would never permit a parasitic race to ravage this planet. I fear we may be inviting the wolf into the fold. Oh. You uncouth brood have even learned idioms upon arriving at Blue Star. What do you have to fear? The six of us should not be intimidated by a solitary individual. Indeed, anyone reduced to smuggling cannot be formidable. They come here solely to attain the extraordinary, do they not? Very well, then it is settled. Fang Xin remained oblivious to the scheming of those fallen extraterrestrials. However, as a Blue Star inhabitant on a planet yet to officially ascend into the cosmos, he possessed a distinct advantage over these clandestine figures. With 3 months until the next dark passage, he had ample time to devise a plan. Exiting the group chat, Fang Xin activated his virtual screen and clicked on the virtual combat arena. Hey, why are there so many people? He glanced at the leaderboard, discovering he had plummeted to the 27,600th position. How absurd. Although he had engaged in few matches, he did not expect to fall so swiftly. The only explanation lay in the influx of numerous warriors into the Blue Star virtual network, perhaps due to the sheer volume of participants. A new feature illuminated on the virtual screen, Virtual City. Let us take a look around. Fang Xin reappeared, finding himself in a city nearly indistinguishable from the real world. Shadows flitted past, with many exuding vigor and confidence, their presence unmistakably that of martial artists. This place was evidently a hub for warriors. However, after exploring for a while, he left in disappointment. Damn it. This virtual city requires currency and only accepts virtual coins. I am broke. Forget it. I'll engage in a few virtual fights to gain some professional experience. Yet before he could secure an opponent, a virtual notification shined. You have an urgent message. An urgent message? The virtual network could connect to his mobile phone, and urgent messages could only be sent by special contacts he had designated. Currently, he had but one special contact, Sushimon. Awakening from the virtual pod, Fang Xin rose and grasped his phone resting nearby. Fang Xin, save me. Fang Xin's expression shifted. He immediately accessed his professional panel. Professional task, protect the beautiful rich second generation. Task requirement, ensure Sushimon's absolute safety within 10 days. At that moment, the task flickered incessantly, radiating a crimson light, indicating a perilous situation. Yet, Fang Xin exhaled in relief. The task's existence meant Sushimon was still alive. There was still time, though he wondered if he could succeed. He seized a bottle of mineral water he had prepared earlier and opened the Cho Tuan Rider app. An order was flashing on the screen. Accept the order. He quickly descended the stairs and activated the fully charged electric scooter. The route was familiar and straightforward. A map materialized before his eyes. On Yanpan City Road, outside the Sunshine Garden community, a golden van sped frantically towards the southern outskirts of the city. Inside the van, aside from the driver and co-driver, all other seats had been removed. Sushimon lay quietly with her eyes tightly shut, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Beside her, a bald man clad in a black trench coat fixed his gaze upon her with unabashed lust. Damn, Su Wangu's daughter is truly stunning. Even more captivating than the last girl I had the pleasure of. He had never encountered a woman of such caliber in his life. I must indulge myself later. Don't even think about it. This is a sacrifice for the god of wealth. You dare not lay a finger on her. The co-driver, wearing a pig-faced mask, turned and slapped the bald man on the back of the head, warning him sternly. I must insist. He may be obedient, but his lustful tendencies are troublesome. The last girl we captured nearly suffered a dire fate at his hands. This Sushimon has significant value. We cannot afford any mistakes. Boss, what god of wealth? That's merely a toad. The bald man rubbed the back of his head, confusion etched on his face. But he clearly feared the pig-faced boss and dared not entertain any further thoughts, sitting obediently to the side. The pig-faced boss chuckled. You know nothing. Do you think Boss Ma became prosperous within just 6 months by mere chance? It was all thanks to that toad. Is that true? Both the bald man and the driver wore expressions of astonishment. Their boss had never divulged such information. The pig-faced boss, clearly pleased, replied, Of course it's true. Boss Ma told me himself. Su Wangu killed Boss Ma and seized our enterprises, forcing us to flee. Today, we will offer his daughter to the god of wealth as a form of vengeance against Boss Ma. Then we shall venture to another city. As he spoke, the pig-faced boss cursed, damn it, if not for that formidable individual by Su Wangu's side. Using him as a sacrificial offering to the god of wealth would have yielded even greater results. Remember, do not touch this woman. Boss Ma said the god of wealth prefers clean, affluent individuals. As they spoke, the van turned a corner, leaving the main road and entering a cement path in the southern suburbs. Understood, boss. The bald man grumbled in response, reluctantly shifting his gaze away from Su Shimon's alluring figure to lean against the door, casually glancing towards the back of the vehicle. Soon, his eyes widened in surprise as if he had spotted something perplexing. No way. Gradually, the confusion in his eyes transformed into astonishment. He abruptly crouched down. Boss. There's a scooter behind us. It seems to be pursuing us. Damn, it's fast. The startled exclamation irritated the pig-faced boss. What nonsense are you spouting? He glanced at the rearview mirror, momentarily stunned, then suddenly turned around to look behind the vehicle. Illuminated by the taillights, a somewhat weathered electric scooter followed closely. Less than 10 meters away, on it sat a man wearing a helmet, his features obscured. Chapter 49. If I catch you, you will suffer greatly. What is this? The pig-faced boss was equally bewildered. He nervously glanced at the speedometer of the van. 97 km/h. Goodness. Has the electric bike been modified to such an outrageous extent? Accelerate. Shake him off. The pig-faced boss forcibly removed his mask, revealing a face of excess flesh, and shouted fiercely, No problem, boss. Watch me leave his taillights in the dust. The driver, a slender man, flashed a confident smile and once again increased the speed of the vehicle. His van had been modified, though it appeared unremarkable. Its performance was undoubtedly comparable to that of some luxury cars. Within seconds, the van's speed surged past 110 km/h and continued to climb. This secluded road in the southern outskirts had scarcely any traffic at this hour, making it all the more convenient for him to showcase his exceptional driving skills. Under the moonlight outside, the trees along the roadside rushed by in a blur. The fleshy-faced man also grinned. His subordinate had once been an adept street racer in Yanpan City. Just a modified electric bike? He could easily leave it far behind. However, as he closed his eyes to relax, the panicked voice of the bald man in the backseat erupted. Not good, boss. That electric bike is still behind us. No, wait. It seems like he is about to overtake us. The bald man didn't understand why he felt alarmed, but he couldn't help it. What? The fleshy-faced man turned to look, and his mind exploded in disbelief. Good heavens, that wretched electric bike was less than 5 meters away from them. How are you driving? You can't even shake off an electric bike? Hurry up. This situation felt uncanny. Even if it were modified, it shouldn't be able to exceed 130 km/h, boss. I'm pressing the accelerator down to the floor. The slender man was on the verge of tears. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Xin was also growing increasingly irate. The van ahead was quite impressive. After all this time spent pursuing it, he was certain that Su Shimon was inside that very vehicle. The endpoint of the route in his mind pointed directly to this van, nearly causing his mission to fail. If I catch you, you will suffer greatly. While pondering, Fang Xin had the time to glance at his phone. There were still 2 minutes left before the delivery would be late. There was still time. Having activated the bodyguard profession earlier and taken on the task of protecting Su Shimon, he had thought long and hard about how to ensure her safety. It was impossible to provide constant close protection. After much contemplation, he thought of the delivery person, main profession, specifically the core skill of on-time delivery. Sometimes, the key to protection is to appear by the side of the protected individual in critical moments. And on-time delivery could undoubtedly achieve that. He had even set up 2 shortcuts on Su Shimon's phone, one for sending a distress message with a single tap, and the other to generate a delivery order with just a couple of taps. This order was for a bottle of water, with the destination set right next to Su Shimon. Such an ambiguous order would typically be impossible to generate. But the Chotuan delivery app had a feature that allowed for a designated rider. As long as a rider was specified, an unclear delivery location could be set. Fang Xin set the delivery time to 10 minutes, worried that a shorter time might render on-time delivery ineffective. If Su Shiman couldn't hold on for those 10 minutes or failed to operate her phone in time, it would simply be her misfortune. Regardless, he had done his utmost. Clearly, Su Shiman's luck was holding out. His method was effective, and her captors had not eliminated her on the spot. As for how Fang Xin was sure that Su Shiman was still alive, it was simply because the mission had yet to display a failure. The current dilemma was how to rescue Su Shiman. He had already caught up to the van. The effects of on-time delivery exceeded his expectations. However, the van was moving swiftly. Though it seemed slow to him, he understood that was merely an illusion during the skill's application. Engaging in combat with unidentifiable assailants while moving at high speed? Apologies, but he lacked the capability for that. Moreover, he feared provoking the assailants into taking drastic measures. Damn it, shoot. The fleshy-faced man, realizing he could not shake off the mysterious electric bike, made a bold decision. He pulled out a black handgun from his waist. As an aide to the notorious mob boss, he was certainly equipped with some weaponry. He rolled down the window and extended his arm outside, aiming carefully. Hey, this is too close to aim accurately. Drive faster. Boss, this is as fast as I can go. Damn it. Just then, the battered electric bike suddenly surged from the right side, seemingly attempting to overtake them. I'll show you who's boss. The fleshy-faced man's expression hardened as he raised his gun and fired. At this moment, the distance between them was less than 7 meters. Within 7 meters. The gun was both quick and accurate. Die. Bang. The furious bullet erupted from the muzzle. Then goodness, that wretched electric bike was still tailing them. And the person on it appeared unharmed. Bang. 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 He fired 3 more shots in disbelief. The electric bike drew closer, and the rider remained unscathed. This is impossible. I clearly hit him. At such a close range, I couldn't have missed. The fleshy-faced man wore an expression of utter disbelief. Fang Xin was equally incredulous. When he had seen someone pull out a gun earlier, his heart had skipped a beat. He was merely a practitioner of internal strength, possessing greater physical power and stamina. But he could not withstand a bullet. Yet, he hadn't had time to break before the gunfire rang out. And then, nothing happened. The bullet halted just an inch away from him, as if losing its momentum, and dropped to the ground. The value of on-time delivery was clearly on the rise. The delivery profession was truly remarkable. Boss, I'm feeling a bit uneasy. What if there's a ghost behind us? The bald man in the backseat watched everything unfold, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Various ghostly rumors surged uncontrollably from the depths of his mind. Originally furious and ready to stop and confront the electric bike, the fleshy-faced man felt a chill at the bald man's words. As someone who had been a confidant of the deceased mob boss, he possessed more knowledge than his 2 subordinates. He understood that there were indeed supernatural phenomena in this world. The deity of wealth accompanying him was none other than Right, the deity of wealth. The fleshy-faced man suddenly felt relieved at the thought of that toad. Quick, head to the house. A minute later, the van turned left, entering a dirt path, and came to a sudden stop in the courtyard of a 3-story building in the countryside. There were no other houses nearby, and the location was quite secluded. As soon as they parked, the fleshy-faced man yanked the door open and rushed into the house, disregarding Su Shiman still inside the vehicle. Fang Xin halted the car, ignoring the 3 bandits who had rushed out, and immediately dove into the van to place a bottle of mineral water into the hands of the unconscious Su Shiman. You have successfully completed a delivery person, experience 3. Your skill on delivery has improved, experience 2. Your skill route mastery has improved, experience 4. Fortunately, he made it in time. Fang Xin removed his helmet and, after confirming that Su Shiman was merely unconscious, closed the car door and strode toward the house. Next, it is your turn. Chapter 50, The Fantastical Species. The 3-legged golden toad within the confines of a 3-story building, the burly man commanded his companions, you too. Shut the door and guard it. I shall seek out the wealth god. He charged up the stairs without delay, knowing that the deity was enshrined on the 3rd floor. This establishment had been acquired by Boss Ma specifically for the worship of the wealth god. Ah, boss, what about us? The bald man and the slender fellow exchanged glances. But, intimidated by the bald man's usual authority, they quickly secured the heavy door. Let us hope it is not a ghost. Hey, the door is closed. Fang Xin remarked as he reached the entrance, halting before the solid steel door. Raising his hand into a fist, he slammed it down. The energy of the giant elephant technique surged within him, fueled by the rage he had ignited. With a thunderous punch, the door was shattered with a resounding crash, accompanied by 2 terrified screams. The steel door was sent flying, the force of his blow exceeding 1,000 pounds. Was he jesting? As Fang Xin entered, 2 thugs struggled to crawl out from beneath the door. Upon raising their heads, they were met with the sight of a young man clad in short sleeves. Initially taken aback, they soon exhaled in relief. It's a person, not a ghost. Thank goodness. Who fired at me just now? Fang Xin pressed his foot against the chest of the bald thug, applying slight pressure. Ouch, it was our boss, Knife Brother. He shot the gun, it was him. The bald man, lacking loyalty and with a soft disposition, easily betrayed his leader upon the slightest exertion from Fang Xin. Very well, where is Knife Brother? On the 3rd floor, he went to find the wealth god. Ah, please, brother, I beg you, do not press down so hard. I feel I may die. Fang Xin's strength was not something the bald man could withstand. He felt as if his ribs would snap under the pressure, and in a desperate rush, he divulged all he knew. The wealth god? What kind of deity is that? Fang Xin inquired curiously. A toad that Boss Ma raises. It is quite formidable. The woman from the Su family captured us with its assistance. A toad? The wealth god? Although he still did not comprehend the nature of this creature, it resolved a small mystery in his mind. With such a useless individual at his feet, it was apparent that something more powerful was behind the abduction at Sunshine Garden. And who is Boss Ma? Boss Ma is dead, killed by Su Wanggu. We used to work for him. Fang Xin understood then that Boss Ma was indeed the source of the trouble with the Su family. The individuals before him were merely remnants. With this thought, he raised his feet and struck both thugs at their necks. Their eyes rolled back, and they slumped into unconsciousness. As he prepared to ascend the stairs, Fang Xin paused, glancing back at the 2 thugs. Forget it, I shall eliminate them. Should the matters above remain unresolved and they awaken, they would pose a threat to himself and Su Shimon. Furthermore, these 2 were surely no innocents. The gravity of their crimes was not his concern. With another swift kick, he struck both in their temples, ensuring their silence. Having dealt with them, Fang Xin ascended to the 3rd floor. As he walked, he sent location information to Duze. After a moment's hesitation, he also sent a message to Wan Dong. The toad referred to as the wealth god must surely be classified as a special event. Putting away his phone, Fang Xin opened his professional panel. Attribute points. 1. Skill points. 4. This should suffice. When skills are upgraded, not only is their power increased, but physical attributes are enhanced as well. Let me see what manner of creature you are. On the 3rd floor, there was but one room. Inside, a long offering table was adorned with a plump, golden toad. The toad held a copper coin in its mouth, its form rotund, with 3 short legs and a round belly, yet it possessed only one hind limb. At that moment, the window was wide open, and the moonlight cast a chilling glow upon the toad's figure. With a creak, the door swung open, and the burly man rushed in. Wealth god, something is amiss. Upon entering, Knife Brother prostrated himself, pressing his forehead deeply against the floor. While others might not recognize the gravity of the situation, he was acutely aware that this toad was a genuine monster. It consumed humans, particularly those of wealth. Even to meet it, one had to kneel and bow low, lest they provoke its wrath, which would result in becoming its meal. Such were the teachings imparted to him by Boss Ma. Quack the golden toad, bathed in moonlight, opened its eyes, revealing a wild and cruel glint. Food, food. Knife Brother trembled uncontrollably. The toad could speak. Would you not be frightened? Yet this toad could bestow upon them riches. Food, below, just below. Boss Ma was correct. This toad was indeed not very bright, unable to comprehend human speech. However, that was of no concern as long as it could act. He stood motionless, afraid to lift his gaze. Quack quack just as the golden toad began to croak. The door was suddenly smashed open with great force. Bang! The sound was deafening. Knife Brother's heart raced as he turned to see a formidable figure standing in the doorway. The moment that figure appeared, before he could react, it lunged forward and delivered a kick to his forehead. Despite Fang Xion's severely unbalanced attributes, his speed far exceeded the norm. Knife Brother had no chance to react and was instantly met with a fatal blow that shattered his skull. The reason for his immediate assault was that Fang Xion recalled this man possessed a firearm. Earlier, due to the timely arrival, he had felt no fear of bullets. But now, without the protection of skills, a gun posed a significant threat. Once Knife Brother was dealt with, Fang Xion's attention turned to the most peculiar entity in the room. Ah, the 3-legged toad. No, the 3-legged golden toad. No wonder it is dubbed the wealth god. Quack Food the golden toad extended its crimson tongue, which still held the copper coin. It bore no reaction to Knife Brother's demise, as its sole concern was its own hunger. Fantastical species, three-legged golden toad. It possesses the ability to sense the aura of wealth on humans. By consuming those infused with such energy, it can grow rapidly and even attain wisdom. At this moment, it sensed a delectable morsel in the courtyard below, one that was both tender and affluent. The figure before it was deemed unappetizing. The three-legged golden toad, wild and cruel, regarded Fang Xin with a glimmer of intelligence, preparing to unleash something from its maw. Yet, someone was swifter. Fang Xin lunged forward to the offering table, his powerful arms crashing down like a giant elephant's trunk. Technique 24. Angered Elephant Crashing Mountain. He unleashed the most potent strike of the giant elephant technique. The first to act would be the victor. Why should he wait for this monster to make its move and then engage in a courteous turn-based game? Did it think him a fool? The three-legged golden toad, startled, emitted a croak, summoning a whirlwind of red, green, brown, and purple illusions of currency that swirled around it, forming a protective barrier. Oh dear, a financial shield, Fang Xin mused. It seemed even this creature had kept pace with the times, employing modern currency. Nevertheless, it was futile. After dispatching Knife Brother, Fang Xin had already allocated his skill points into giant elephant technique. This was a mark of respect for such an ancient legendary creature. 3 skill points. Giant elephant technique, perfected. Chapter 51. The profession material, the golden toad with coins often. Things are inexplicable. In the blink of an eye. The notoriously challenging second-rate martial art of the dragon elephant sect, the giant elephant technique, reached perfection. No specialized medicinal baths? No matter. Skill points shall suffice. No profound martial teachings imparted? No matter. Skill points will directly instill the knowledge. No grasp of the technique's essence? No matter. Skill points will generously bestow it upon you. In my mind, the myriad principles of the giant elephant technique, previously uncommunicated by Qin reverberated ceaselessly. Vivid images of my arduous practice became indelibly etched into my body, forming muscle memory. Strength, 8, 19. 1. Constitution, 8, 29. 3. Speed, 6, 56. 9. Mentality, 5, 96. 7. My strength and constitution surged dramatically. With a resounding crack, the air split, heralding the force of my punch. As I struck, the sinews and muscles of my body reverberated, exuding a power capable of shattering stone and steel, enveloping my entire arm. Behind me, a shadowy figure of a colossal elephant emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura. I had effortlessly achieved the transformation of power. Furthermore, the meridians and muscles throughout my body, under the influence of this unique energy, became more resilient and robust, akin to steel forged in fire. The third step of muscle training, steel muscle. Even my bones grew denser, emanating a faint metallic quality. The third step of bone training, iron bone. Each of the 4 trainings, muscle, bone, skin, and organs, possesses distinct characteristics at every stage, alongside the common principles of bright, dark, and transformative energies. Thanks to the skill points, the rapid advancement of the giant elephant technique propelled my physique to a level even surpassing that of Qin. Martial arts fundamentally drive the evolution of the body, and I merely evolved at a slightly accelerated pace. Reasonable. Thus, perish. The protective layer of paper money on the surface of the three-legged golden toad shattered like fragile paper, dispersing like fireworks. Its rotund, corpulent body crumpled, and the offering table beneath it splintered into fragments. It's still alive. Remarkable vitality, though reduced to an M shape, with the coin pattern lines on its back ruptured. The third leg beneath still stubbornly attempted to leap. Yet, I had intended for it to perish, and it defied my will. Was it not an affront to my authority? With a cold expression, I enveloped my fists in energy and struck down fiercely upon the three-legged golden toad's head. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. My fist stained with golden blood, the air filled with the scent of wealth. With a final kick, it ceased to breathe. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the professional task, protecting the beautiful rich second generation. Reward, 100 points of universal professional experience, unlocking the core skill of bodyguard. A notification from the professional panel resonated. I felt a wave of relief. It seemed this creature was the ultimate boss of this professional task. However, it was rather weak, wasn't it? The legendary three-legged golden toad, a fairy transformed into a symbol of wealth, posed no threat against my recent breakthrough. Little did it know. As a fantasy creature, a three-legged golden toad requires the absorption of sufficient wealth energy to ascend to the status of a fairy. This particular toad having existed for only 2 months, was already comparable to a practitioner of transformative powers, its speed astonishing. Moreover, some of its inherent abilities offered little advantage in combat. I crouched down, intrigued to examine this somewhat notorious entity among the populace. Honestly, despite its toad-like appearance, as a manifestation of humanity's simple desires, the three-legged golden toad was not unattractive, perhaps even endearing, barring its current bloodied state. Had I not learned from the bald man that it devours humans, I would have considered waiting for the Special Affairs Bureau to arrive and attempt to capture it alive. The coin can be removed. The three-legged golden toad had been clutching a golden coin in its mouth. As I lifted the coin, an unexpected notification sounded. Congratulations! You have obtained new profession activation materials. New profession activation materials? This was my first encounter with such a notification from the professional panel. Upon opening the panel, I discovered a new section. Professional materials, golden toad with coins, contains abundant wealth energy, can be used to activate the profession, money merchant. Money merchant. The name of this profession was quite appealing. There was no rush to activate it. After all, such materials could be stored in the professional panel, ensuring they wouldn't be lost. I resumed my search of the three-legged golden toad's remains. To my surprise, I unearthed a new item, a golden orb that shimmered like a pearl. This time, the professional panel remained silent, leaving me somewhat disappointed. After pocketing it, I thoroughly dissected the toad, confirming there were no other items. I then retrieved the handgun from the bald man's waist, which still contained 3 bullets. It was wiser to keep it on hand until the official authorities arrived. Leaving behind a scene of golden blood and dismembered limbs, I descended the stairs. First, I washed the blood from my body, then I roused Su Shimon, who had been drugged into unconsciousness. Wake up, don't sleep. Ugh, my head. Su Shimon awoke groggily, and upon seeing me, her senses returned completely. She had been kidnapped. Now, she surveyed her surroundings. Am I safe? Thank you for saving me. No need for thanks. Although your father has already paid. Our employment relationship lasts until midnight tonight. I assisted Su Shimon down from the van. All right, I know you're dedicated. Su Shimon shot me an exasperated glance, then turned to find herself in a rural courtyard, bewildered. Where is this? Nanjiao, Shaolin Village. I handed her a bottle of mineral water I had brought from home. Here, drink. I brought it just for you. As she accepted the water, Su Shimon gradually calmed down. In truth, she hadn't been overly frightened. The bald man and his accomplices had easily taken her due to the protective aura of the three-legged golden toad, and she had remained unconscious throughout. Awakening to see me brought her immediate comfort, as though she had merely wandered through a dream. What time is it? Su Shimon asked, unscrewing the cap of the water bottle as she drank. I checked my phone. 10:36. Oh. After sipping the water, Su Shimon suddenly paused. Chapter 52. Arriving late 10:26? If her memory served her correctly, the time of her abduction must have been just past 10 o'clock. As she had been engaged with her phone at that moment, Nanjiao Shaolin Village was not far from the city, merely over 20 kilometers away. This implied that in less than 20 minutes, Fang Xin had reached here and even managed to rescue her. Such efficiency seemed almost implausible. She felt that even the police, who controlled the city's surveillance, would struggle to achieve such rapidity. She glanced at the water in her hand, a laboriously carried item from home. Suddenly, she recalled a day when Fang Xin had asked her to set up a quick delivery for a bottle of water on her phone. Why did he request that? Moreover, he had actually brought a bottle of water. Was there a connection? Su Shimon's eyes gleamed with realization. She sensed that she was on the brink of uncovering a significant secret. However, she refrained from inquiring further of Fang Xin. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and sometimes knowing too much is not beneficial. All she needed to comprehend was that Fang Xin had risked danger to save her. Then it struck her. What about the people who had kidnapped her? You're quite bold to only be asking this now, Fang Xin chuckled. Don't worry. It's all taken care of. Oh, Su Shimon nodded, her gaze landing on 2 motionless figures lying on the floor of the room. They seemed dead. Although she was a person capable of restraining her curiosity, she did not go inside to investigate. Did you kill them? Self-defense, he replied. Su Shimon inhaled deeply and stated, You did this to save me. My family will take responsibility for it. She could attest to her abduction. And given the Su family's influence, resolving the situation should not pose a problem. Fang Xin smiled but did not respond. He was not particularly concerned about that. Previously, when he encountered the corpse demon, he had discussed the handling of such incidents with Du Zhe. As a law-abiding citizen of Tianxia, it was entirely reasonable and justifiable to inadvertently eliminate a few wrongdoers during an emergency. with the corpse of the three-legged golden toad present. It would suffice to validate his claims. It was that straightforward. Otherwise, how could he have sent a message to Guanchang after dealing with the two bald men? Speaking of which, why hadn't the personnel from the Special Affairs Bureau arrived yet? It was hardly ideal to be guarding a few corpses. But, one must admit, this man was somewhat susceptible to the whims of thought. Just as Fang Xin contemplated the Special Affairs Bureau, a black SUV abruptly stormed into the courtyard. 4 individuals clad in black emerged from the vehicle, 3 men and 1 woman. Perhaps due to an enhancement in his abilities, Fang Xin's perception had sharpened, allowing him to notice more details. The 4, including Guanchang, were enveloped in a peculiar aura, especially Guanchang, whose presence was most pronounced. However, Fang Xin pondered, why did the personnel from the Special Affairs Bureau favor black attire? Guanchang approached Fang Xin, wearing an expression of resignation. You again. Hey, you. He scrutinized Fang Xin from head to toe, bewilderment crossing his face. How did you become so muscular? Although not a martial artist, he understood that transforming one's physique required years of arduous training. Yet, it had only been half a month since their last encounter. And this fellow now appeared robust enough to rival 2 of him. The change in physique clearly indicated one thing. He had grown stronger. Dragon Elephant Sect had indeed acquired a fine talent. What about that god of wealth you mentioned? Fang Xin tilted his head. Upstairs, Guanchang instructed. You all stay here. We'll go check it out. The 4 swiftly entered, immediately spotting the 2 corpses on the ground. They merely cast a glance and lost interest. After all, they were dead. It was nothing of significance. The muscular guy you mentioned is the newly accepted disciple of the Dragon Elephant Sect? One of the younger Special Affairs Bureau agents remarked, noting the brutality of the 2 corpses, whose heads were nearly pulp. He is formidable. I sense he is on the verge of mastering his skills, the only female agent among them added. She possessed a rare talent for martial arts and had acquired perceptive abilities during her training in the realm of ethereal energy. In her eyes, the muscular man resembled a blazing furnace, a testament to the strength of a martial artist. Upon hearing Yushio's assessment, Guanchang abruptly halted. Did you just say he is on the verge of mastering his skills? Indeed. My perception is infallible, Yushio affirmed. Guanchang fell silent for a moment. If memory served, during their last encounter with the corpse demon, Fang Xin had only just begun his journey into the realm of Mingjing. This was troubling. Suddenly, Guanchang's pace quickened, dark ethereal energy swirling around him, making him appear almost serpentine. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he gazed at the corpse of the 3-legged golden toad and slapped his hand in frustration. Damn it, we arrived too late. The Special Affairs Bureau had received intelligence about this fantastical creature a few days prior. However, recent occurrences in Yanpan City, and indeed, across the entirety of Tianxia, had been increasingly frequent. The 3-legged golden toad, by its nature, did not actively hunt but sought offerings instead, compared to other fantastical creatures like zombies or mountain demons. Its danger level was relatively low. For this reason, he had planned to address other pressing incidents before attending to the 3-legged golden toad. Yet, Fang Xin's report forced him to drop everything and come here. The outcome was that Fang Xin was unscathed, while the 3-legged golden toad was in peril. Upon hearing Yushio assert that Fang Xin was nearly at mastery, he sensed something was amiss. The strength of the 3-legged golden toad was comparable to that of an average martial artist. Boss, that muscular guy is impressive. The 3-legged golden toad was killed with a single punch, remarked the somewhat handsome agent as he crouched to inspect the mangled corpse of the toad. However, his statement was immediately met with dissent from the others. 1 punch? Lao Jin, your eyesight must be failing. It looks like he pummeled it repeatedly. Another agent, Fan Feiwen, pointed out, gesturing at the battered body of the golden toad. Please, you know nothing. The 3-legged golden toad perished with the first punch. Look. Jian Fan traced the obvious imprint left by a powerful strike along the toad's back. That move was fierce. It was instantly rendered lifeless. TSK. This creature's strength is roughly equivalent to a level 3 ethereal energy apostle. Are you saying that the muscular man downstairs killed a fantastical being equivalent to a level 3 ethereal energy apostle with a single punch? And after that, he desecrated the corpse? What is so surprising about that? Martial artists are inherently strong. They merely lack a path forward. As for desecrating the corpse, that might just be a personal quirk of his. That's because you can't compete. I refuse to believe any martial artist could surpass us ethereal energy apostles. Indeed. Your words are sharp, yet I recall someone losing to Team 3's Chao Yuan recently. Damn it, can you compare? Chao Yuan possesses dual mastery of ethereal energy and martial arts. He cannot be considered a pure martial artist. How stubborn. Chapter 53. Are you interested in joining the Special Affairs Bureau? Enough. Stop the chatter. First, notify the police department and have them handle these 3 corpses. Wandong commanded, silencing the crowd. Captain, the energy core of the 3-legged golden toad is missing. It's certainly with that martial artist downstairs. Let's go find him. Yanpan declared, rising to descend the stairs. However, as he took a step, Wandong grasped his arm. What do you want with him? To get the energy core, Yanpan replied. On what grounds would he give it to you? He single-handedly defeated the 3-legged golden toad. If it's useless to him, why would he hand it over? Wandong shook his head, realizing his team had grown too accustomed to relying on the Special Affairs Bureau, taking certain things for granted. It was time to teach them a lesson. But, Captain, I was planning to buy it, Yanpan protested, feeling aggrieved. Wandong sighed, nearly forgetting that this fellow was a super-rich heir. Fine, let's go together. As investigators of the Special Affairs Bureau, any spoils they acquired during missions belonged to them personally. Downstairs, Fang Xin was grappling with a dilemma, whether to explain to Su Shimon why he had bulked up so much in just a few hours. Initially, she was still processing the danger they had just escaped, but upon Wandong's reminder, she became aware of the transformation. Fang Xin's arms were thicker than her thighs, and she noticed he had grown at least 5 centimeters taller. The thought of someone achieving such physique through martial arts filled her with a hint of fear. Nevertheless, having someone like him by her side provided a sense of security. Stealing a glance at Fang Xin, she saw his muscles glinting like bronze under the moonlight, causing her cheeks to flush suddenly for reasons unknown. Fang Xin, a voice called from within. Yanpan rushed to Fang Xin's side and quickly asked, Did you take a bead or a crystal from the 3-legged golden toad? A bead? Fang Xin immediately recalled the golden orb. Is this what you mean? As he produced the golden bead from his pocket, its dense aura of ethereal energy made Yanpan's face light up with joy. Yes, that's it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yanpan, an official investigator from the Special Affairs Bureau's 4th team. I would like to purchase that ethereal energy core from you. State your price. So this thing is called an ethereal energy core, he mused. It must be something extraordinary. Yet before he could inquire further, Yanpan's teammates interrupted. Hey, Jian, we agreed to come together. Why did you jump the gun? Do you have the money I do? Fan Feiwen. Ugh, so frustrating. But it was true. He didn't possess the wealth Yanpan had. Coming from the esteemed Jian family in Quanhai, Yanpan was among the affluent elite of Linjiang Province. Damn rich kid, he muttered, falling silent. Wandong then explained to Fang Xin, the ethereal energy core is a core that is birthed within some ethereal species. For us practitioners of the ethereal energy system, it is immensely beneficial. However, he paused to add, it is of little use to martial artists like you. Understanding this, Fang Xin was not worried about being deceived by Wandong. Such knowledge was common sense, and he could easily verify it later with Duze. You want to buy it? What price can you offer? Since it held no value to him, he was open to selling it for the right amount. Currently, as a transformative martial artist, his next step was to consider reaching the level of muscle or bone mastery. According to Qinjinshan, this required not only sufficient talent, but also ample financial resources. The old adage wealth from martial prowess was not merely a saying. Without money, how could one practice martial arts? 5 million. How does that sound? Yanpan slowly proposed. Huh? Did you say how much? Fang Xin almost thought he misheard. 5 million. Is this thing truly worth that much? The 3-legged golden toad was rather ordinary. However, Yanpan misinterpreted Fang Xin's surprise, assuming he found the offer insufficient. This price is quite fair. I can go as high as 6 million. After all, this is merely a level 3 ethereal species core. Any higher would not justify the cost. 100,000 more. After some contemplation, Fang Xin extended his right hand. Deal. Yanpan's expression brightened. With the acquisition of this ethereal energy core, supplemented by some treasures he could exchange at the Bureau, and after accumulating a bit more contribution points, he would be able to apply for the ethereal energy transformation ritual, thus securing his breakthrough to the rank of level 4 ethereal apostle. Give me your account number. I will arrange for the transfer immediately. After providing his account details, Fang Xin prepared to leave with the now somewhat dazed Su Shimon, but Wandong called out to him again. Are you interested in joining the Special Affairs Bureau? Wandong's opening line caught Fang Xin off guard. He looked at him oddly, half smiling. My master told me to steer clear of you. There's no need to be so blunt. Such honesty won't serve you well in society, young man. Wandong smiled. In truth, That is merely Duze's stereotype of our bureau. We are dedicated to discovering, nurturing, and cultivating talent. Not only do we offer generous salaries, housing, and vehicles, but if you have needs, we also take care of your lifelong commitments. Moreover, the camaraderie among our investigators is strong. We share fortunes and face challenges together. Most importantly, our bureau possesses the celestial cultivation methods. Once you join, you will have the opportunity to practice ethereal energy. Martial arts are merely the local cultivation method of Blue Star. Once you reach the level of integrating the 4 practices into one, the path ahead is blocked. However, the ethereal energy system is different. It genuinely allows one to tread into the extraordinary realms of the cosmos. What a grandiose pitch, Fang Xin thought, while Jian Fan and his companions looked on in astonishment. They had never seen their captain so eloquently woo a potential recruit. Yet, if they knew Fang Xin had transformed from an ordinary person into a transformative martial artist in just over a month, they might understand Wan Dong's enthusiasm. The Special Affairs Bureau actively sought to absorb talented new blood. Fang Xin undoubtedly belonged to that category of individuals with remarkable martial potential. Despite Wan Dong's earlier remarks seemingly belittling martial artists, their status within the Bureau was not low. To put it bluntly, there was currently not a single practitioner of the ethereal energy system in the entire Tianxia nation who had achieved the level of integrating the 4 practices into one. Thus, talented martial artists were also key targets for recruitment by the Special Affairs Bureau. Fang Xin fell into deep contemplation. To be honest, it was quite tempting. The talk of cars, houses, and wives held little appeal for him. However, he was genuinely interested in the ethereal energy system mentioned by Wan Dong, as it represented a profession that, at least on the surface, seemed superior to that of a martial artist. Chapter 54, Bodyguard, Core Skill. Come at me. Upon observing Fang Xin deep in thought, Wan Dong discerned that Fang Xin was intrigued. His words were indeed truthful. The benefits offered by the Special Affairs Bureau were quite commendable. However, there were 2 critical points he omitted. The workload was demanding, and the dangers were palpable. According to the higher-ups, the cosmic energy on Blue Star had been intensifying over time, leading to an incessant emergence of various incidents involving fantasy creatures, dark entities, corrupted martial artists, and extraterrestrials. The expansion and recruitment efforts of the Special Affairs Bureau were thus imperative. The most suitable candidates for recruitment were undoubtedly the trustworthy local martial artists. The Longxiang sect of Linjiang had always maintained a positive collaborative relationship with the local authorities. Moreover, within the Longxiang sect, there existed authentic martial arts capable of suppressing malevolent thoughts, minimizing the risk of internal discord. Talent, strength, and background constituted the primary criteria for the Special Affairs Bureau's recruitment of new members. For Wan Dong, aside from talent, he placed considerable emphasis on Fang Xin's character. As evidenced by the 3 corpses within the room, Fang Xin exhibited decisiveness and resolution in his actions, qualities that were exceptionally fitting for the Bureau. I will contemplate this thoroughly, Fang Xin replied, refraining from making an immediate decision. He understood the adage that one could find comfort beneath a grand tree. Yet he was also aware of the strict regulations that accompanied such shelter. The more benefits the Special Affairs Bureau offered, the greater the responsibilities one would inevitably shoulder. At times, public service was not as gratifying as it seemed. For Fang Xin, the choice of joining the Bureau boiled down to a matter of weighing the pros and cons. All right, you may also discuss this with your sect, Wan Dong acknowledged, sensing the need for patience in such matters. By the way, should we offer you a ride back with Miss Su? No, I arrived on my own motorcycle. Fang Xin declined Wan Dong's kind offer and turned to Su Shiman, saying, you should go with Captain Wan and the others. My vehicle may not be very convenient. No. I want to ride with you, Su Shiman replied, casting a glance at Wan Dong and the others. Despite their official capacity, she felt a greater sense of security accompanying Fang Xin. Fang Xin regarded her with a calm demeanor, advising, do not rush your decision. Wan Dong and the others assumed that the nearby van belonged to Fang Xin and prepared to move it, only to be halted by Fang Xin's voice. No need for that. You all carry on with your business. My vehicle is right here. With that, he revealed a battered electric bike that had clearly seen better days. You rode this here? One of them asked, astonished. Indeed. Is that a problem? Not necessarily, but does it have enough battery? Absolutely. I've modified it. The battery outperforms all other electric bikes on the market, Fang Xin boasted. Su Shiman, glancing at the now-muscled Fang Xin and then at the diminutive electric bike beside him, suddenly envisioned herself atop it and shuddered at the thought. Perhaps I should take Captain Wan's vehicle, she reconsidered, suddenly feeling that the official entourage offered more reassurance. Fang Xin could only shake his head in resignation. His newfound physique clearly outmatched the small bike that had been his faithful companion for so long. It appeared he would need to enhance his speed attributes to achieve a better balance in his physical capabilities, thereby restoring his normal stature. After mounting his beloved electric bike and instructing Su Shimon to message him upon reaching home, Fang Xin departed from the small courtyard. Once he had traveled a mile, he pulled out his phone and opened the Rider app. The distance to his home was over 20 kilometers, and his bike's battery would not suffice. Thus, it was indeed quicker to utilize the app. He had now mastered the skill of on-time delivery. Upon returning home, he also managed to deliver a takeout order. It had been a fulfilling evening. After a refreshing shower, Fang Xion's phone rang. Su Shimon was calling. "Hello, I've arrived home." "Good. That's all that matters," Fang Xion replied. Ready to end the call when Su Shimon's curiosity resurfaced. "Were those 4 individuals who came tonight part of that special department mentioned online?" Her voice brimmed with curiosity. Fang Xion pondered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, they belong to a special department. It's called the Special Affairs Bureau, which stands for the handling of extraordinary events." He found it somewhat peculiar that Wan Dong and the others had not tried to conceal their actions or words from Su Shimon, given that the Bureau had previously operated in secrecy from the general populace. The shift in their operational approach signaled a significant change. Perhaps the authorities were no longer inclined to hide the existence of fantasy creatures and similar extraordinary occurrences. If that were the case, the days ahead could herald a resurgence of interest in martial arts. "What exactly are these fantasy creatures you mentioned? And what about the 3-legged golden toad? Isn't that a legend from our Tianxia?" In the Su family villa, Su Shimon tossed and turned excitedly on her bed. She felt she was stepping into a world entirely different from her previous experiences, akin to the realms depicted in films and novels. This realization filled her with both novelty and exhilaration, reminiscent of the alien videos that had circulated online a year prior. Her barrage of questions crashed over Fang Xion like waves, interrupting his thoughts. This girl was far too enthusiastic. With so many inquiries, their conversation could easily stretch indefinitely. And he had pressing matters to attend to. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "Your questions cannot be answered in haste. We shall discuss them face-to-face when time permits." At this juncture, he recalled something important. "Have your father purchase you a virtual pod for the Blue Star Virtual Local Network?" "What is that?" "A virtual network. With the wealth and connections of the Su family, I am certain it can be procured with relative ease." After ending the call, Fang Xion did not log into the virtual network, but instead lay on his bed and opened his professional panel. A series of notifications flashed before his eyes. "You have excellently protected the task target. Bodyguard profession experience 121. Your skill, danger intuition, has been enhanced. Skill experience 103. Your skill, tracking, has been enhanced. Skill experience 133. Congratulations, you have activated the core skill of Bodyguard. Come at me, congratulations. You have gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. After 10 days of dedication to the bodyguard profession, he finally reaped rewards. Another attribute point and skill point had been added to his tally. He was on the path to becoming stronger, which was truly commendable. As for the core skill of bodyguard, come at me LV1. You are the most steadfast shield for the protected target. Simply shout come at me at the enemy to forcibly alter their target assessment. Chapter 55. Fantasy Profession, Money Merchant. Charge at me LV1. You are the most formidable shield for the protected. Simply shout charge at me at the enemy to forcibly redirect their target. Is this not a form of taunting? Fang Xion immediately thought of this classic skill that is circulated through various games. The description of charge at me LV1 remarkably mirrors the effect of taunting. Upon further reflection, it indeed complements the bodyguard profession well. The primary objective of a bodyguard is, of course, protection. With the skill, one can boldly declare, if you wish to harm him, you must first step over me. It must be said, it sounds rather foolish. This skill does not align with Fang Xion's values. He would never put himself in danger simply to protect another. Even today, should he discern that the situation is untenable, Fang Xion would turn and leave. At worst, he could burn a little more paper for Su Shimon later. Of course, from the outcome, today was undoubtedly a success. Yet there is one caveat. Now that the task of protecting Su Shimon has concluded, advancing in the bodyguard profession would prove exceedingly difficult. Or perhaps, could he persuade Su Shimon to hire him once more? He speculated that the experience gained in the bodyguard profession is calculated based on the duration of protection tasks. Just like this current professional assignment, which has a 10-day limit, No experience is accrued in the first 10 days, and upon completion, the experience is granted all at once, elevating him a level. Thus, if he could get Sushimon to hire him for one more day, would he gain professional experience? It is worth exploring. He returned his gaze to the profession panel. Name, Fang Xin, age, 23, strength, 9, 1, constitution, 9, 3, speed, 6, 9, mentality, 6, 7, main profession, delivery person LV4, 6800, core skill, on-time delivery LV3, 15400, basic skills, 1, driving skills, electric bike, LV4, 31800, 2, route mastery LV4, 12800, secondary profession 1, martial artist LV4, 476,800, talent, martial arts prodigy, basic skills, primary body refinement LV4 complete. Foundation of martial arts, fists and feet LV5, limit break, primary skill, mighty elephant fist LV4 complete, intermediate skills, mountain treading 6 styles, true meaning LV2, 198,200. Great elephant technique LV4 complete, elephant crossing river LV1, 35,100, secondary profession 2, bodyguard LV2, 22,200, core skill, charge at me LV1, 1,100, basic skills, 1. Danger intuition LV2 for 200, 2. Tracking LV2, 34,200, professional tasks, none, professional materials, golden toad with money, attribute points, 2 skill points, 2 universal profession experience, 400 in the next moment, a golden ancient coin appeared in Fang Xin's hand. To use or not to use? This is a grave question. Does activating a profession from something derived from a fantasy creature entail hidden dangers? Upon reconsideration, what is there to fear? This is merely a fantasy creature akin to a martial artist. Even if it harbors some risks, what could possibly go wrong? Moreover, his hesitance is a blatant affront to the profession panel. Do it. He clicked to use it. In an instant, the golden coin transformed into countless specks of light, gradually merging into Fang Xin's body. You have used the golden toad with money. You sense the aura of wealth and prosperity. You have gained insight. Congratulations. You have activated the new profession, money merchant. With a series of panel prompts, a third secondary profession appeared on his profession panel. Secondary profession 3, money merchant, fantasy, core skill, continuous fortune LV1, 1,100, basic skill, money guardian LV1, 1,100, derived attribute, money malevolence, 65 points, fantasy? Fang Xin gazed at the word fantasy following money merchant, falling into contemplation. This is the first instance of a suffix appearing in a profession name. Is it because this profession originates from a fantasy creature, or is it because this profession does not exist in reality? The information available is too scant to ascertain. Thus, Fang Xin ceased to ruminate and began to examine the money merchant, fantasy, profession skills. First, naturally, is the core skill, which is essential to any profession. Core skills are nearly as crucial as talents. However, not all professions possess talents. One must possess special abilities or meet specific conditions to awaken them. Therefore, core skills often represent the most significant components of a profession. Continuous fortune. Blessed by the god of wealth, you possess unparalleled fortune. Is it truly so? Fang Xin's immediate reaction was disbelief. Fortune, this surely touches upon the realm of rules, does it not? Upon further reflection, his on-time delivery also seems to involve concepts and powers at the level of rules, though its effectiveness has not reached an exaggerated degree. He could test it tomorrow. Money malevolence. Money can connect with the divine, and it can also inflict harm. The power of money breeds malevolence. For every 100,000 units of valid currency you possess, you can condense 1 point of money malevolence. A flurry of coins, 5 Mao coins, 1 yuan coins, 10 yuan notes, 100 yuan notes, flashed through Fang Xin's mind. Then, he slowly extended his hand, gray mist emanating from his palm, coalescing into a phantom of a coin. Rising to his feet, he flicked his fingers, and the coin phantom shot forth like a projectile, corroding a hole the size of a coin into a book resting on the table. What immense power! Fang Xin's eyes brightened. Is this the power of money? Indeed, it cannot be underestimated. In Fang Xin's view, this money malevolence is akin to the spiritual energy of cultivators or the true chi of martial artists. It is a special energy that can be infused into strikes and weapons. As for how this energy accumulates, it certainly aligns with the money merchant profession. Currently, he possesses 65 points of money malevolence, of which 5 points are his original funds, while the remaining 60 points naturally stem from his transaction with Yanpan. It must be said, the people from the Special Affairs Bureau are impressively swift in their transactions. He had just returned home, and before he had even finished washing up, the money had already transferred to his account. It seems he must earn more money in the future. As the number of activated professions continues to grow, the tasks he must undertake will inevitably increase. Presently, with only 4 professions, he already feels a tinge of anxiety. Once he reaches 10 or 100 professions, what will he become? Fang Xin involuntarily shuddered and quickly dispelled this terrifying thought from his mind. He then forcibly shifted his focus back to the basic skills of Money Merchant Fantasy. Money Guardian LV1. The wealth you possess will transform into your strongest shield. This is reminiscent of the skill that the 3-legged golden toad employed when he was heavily struck. Although it could not withstand a single punch, that was a temporary boost. Under normal circumstances, the defensive capabilities of this skill are indeed formidable. Excellent, he has grown stronger once more. The sensation of constantly growing stronger is truly exhilarating. Finally, glancing at the 2 remaining attribute points on his panel and then at his robust physique, Fang Xin contemplated and allocated 1 point to speed. Speed, 697. 9. A refreshing stream of air circulated through his limbs, organs, and marrow. The sensation of enhanced physique and strength is utterly distinct, offering a subtle exhilaration. Accompanied by this delightful feeling, Fang Xin fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 56, Senior Brother. You must uphold the prestige of our Jinhai sect as Fang Xin slipped into a comfortable slumber at the first hospital of Yanpan City in the special care unit. Zhang Hongtao, his limbs encased in plaster, lay on his hospital bed, groaning incessantly. Before his bed stood a tall, dark-skinned man with a somewhat fierce countenance. Senior brother, you must avenge me. Upon hearing the deep resentment in Zhang Hongtao's voice, along with his tragic state of broken limbs, the man couldn't help but furrow his brow. What a worthless fool. Who did this to you? His tone was chilling. One must be mindful of their master even when punishing a dog. Despite his lack of affection for this junior, as the eldest disciple of the Jinhai sect, he could not simply stand by while his fellow disciple was so brutally harmed. His name was Shi Chang. Zhang Hongtao quickly sat up and replied, It's Fang Xin. My senior brother Shi Chang is the strongest in the Jinhai sect. Second only to our master, a master of the transformation level. Once he takes action, he will surely teach that Fang Xin a severe lesson. At that moment, he will also experience the excruciating taste of broken bones. The resentment within Zhang Hongtao had begun to fester into something more twisted after being thoroughly beaten by Fang Xin. Meanwhile, Shi Chang was frantically searching his mind for any recollection of the name Fang Xin. Fang Xin? I haven't heard of him. He likely isn't from the Yin Shi sect or the Five Elements sect. These 2 sects, like ours, are local martial arts factions. And if they had accepted a formal disciple, we would have been informed. Seeing that Shi Chang remained silent, Zhang Hongtao assumed his senior brother was unwilling to help him. With a flash of cunning in his eyes, he groaned, Senior brother, you must understand that Fang Xin is utterly arrogant. When I claimed to be from the Jinhai sect, he actually scoffed, saying, What Jinhai sect? I've never heard of it. He even demanded that anyone from our Jinhai sect address him as master upon meeting him. I couldn't stand it. And he broke one of my legs. What did you say? Shi Chang's brow tightened, a true anger rising within him. Zhang Hongtao's beating did not genuinely anger him. But the insult to their sect was a slap in the face to all disciples of Jinhai. Moreover, how dare a non-disciple act so brazenly, if they did not retaliate? How could the Jinhai sect maintain its standing in the Yanpan martial arts community? What is this Fang Xion's strength? Shi Chang asked, his voice icy. Feeling the tension rise, Zhang Hongtao hesitated, his gaze shifting. He truly did not know Fang Xion's exact strength, for he had been utterly defeated in an instant. Unable to retaliate. Moreover, it seemed Fang Xin had not even used any martial arts, relying solely on his physical prowess, leaving Zhang Hongtao unable to gauge his skill level. Damn it, just thinking about it makes me furious. I must exaggerate, he resolved. If he downplayed Fang Xion's strength, it would only prove his own inadequacy. Though battered and broken, he still had a semblance of pride. He was about to claim that Fang Xin was a master of the transformation level, but he paused. No, I cannot say that he is at the transformation level. Senior brother is at that level. If I say Fang Xin is too, what if he shrinks back? He was counting on Shi Chang for revenge and could not afford any mishaps. Thus, with a clenched jaw, Zhang Hongtao seethed that Fang Xin is a hidden strength practitioner. But he possesses great strength. That day, I was caught off guard and was ambushed, resulting in a broken hand. When I revealed the name of the Jinhai sect, he broke my leg. All right, I will handle this Fang Xin, Chang stated decisively. Thank you, senior brother. I have a small request. Could you record a video while you teach that Fang Xin a lesson? I want to witness him beg for mercy under the might of our Zhenhai sect's martial arts. Only then can my anger be assuaged, Zhang Hongtao said bitterly. Chang regarded him with a deep, penetrating gaze. Were it not for Zhang Hongtao's decent talent, he would not have wished for his master to accept such a character into the sect. A hulking figure who was both a bully and vindictive. Fine. Focus on your recovery. I will send you the video once it's done. Chang waved his hand, unwilling to linger any longer. Senior brother, you must uphold the prestige of our Zhenhai sect. Watching Chang depart, a sinister smile crept across Zhang Hongtao's face. Fang Xin, just wait for your demise. Unbeknownst to Fang Xin, someone was plotting against him. He slept soundly. The next morning, Fang Xin awoke. Even before gazing into a mirror, he sensed a change in his physique. He had become smaller, more agile, after perfecting the giant elephant technique the night before. Both his physique and strength had surpassed 9 points, rendering his movements clumsy. This was no mere illusion. It was the result of an imbalance in his bodily attributes. He was fortunate that he had chosen the giant elephant technique, a martial art that harmonizes bones and tendons, allowing his physique and strength to progress in tandem. Had he opted for a technique that emphasized only one aspect, like the elephant power fist, the imbalance would have been far more pronounced. Now, his speed was tantalizingly close to 8 points, greatly alleviating the sensation of imbalance in his body. However, when he suddenly threw a punch, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, toppling a nearby rack 2 meters away. His control remained somewhat unwieldy. It appeared that his speed needed to match his strength for him to fully realize his potential. And what of his mental fortitude? Should he enhance that attribute as well? Although it may seem less prominent, it was, in fact, crucial, especially as he progressed further. Only a resilient spirit could harness extraordinary strength. To simplify, if his mental strength was too feeble, the most direct consequence would be an overwhelming burden on his brain during intense physical exertion, potentially leading to a mental breakdown. There was also another significant reason for this. His second senior brother, Zhuo Chuanhang, had informed him that martial artists must temper their will, suppress malevolent thoughts. Without a strong spirit, they risk becoming enslaved to the extraordinary power of martial arts, a fate known in the martial world as becoming a demonized practitioner. Fang Xin's mental fortitude had reached 6.7, partly forged through his arduous training and partly derived from his prolonged practice of the mountain-treading 6 forms. Suddenly, it dawned on Fang Xin that his mountain-treading 6 forms was on the verge of an upgrade. He slowly assumed a stance in the living room. The image of a scaled dragon elephant emerged vividly in his mind. Half an hour later, you have earnestly visualized the mountain-treading 6 forms. Your will has been enhanced. Your skill mountain-treading 6 forms has improved. Experience points 3. Congratulations, your skill mountain-treading 6 forms has reached LV3. In the moment of this skill upgrade, a refreshing current surged from an unknown source, filling his mind with clarity. The image of the scaled dragon elephant became even more vivid, as though a deity now resided in his consciousness. Mental fortitude, 6.7.8. 2. Chapter 57. The giant elephant herbal bath. Fang Xin felt that he had gained some intellect. The 6 styles of mountain stepping indeed lived up to its reputation as an intermediate skill, elevating his mental attribute slightly upon reaching the advanced realm. This was, of course, partly due to his initially low mental attribute. Comparatively, the intermediate skill giant elephant technique only provided a modest increase in physique and strength when it progressed from LV1 to LV4. When converted, the benefits of both skills were quite similar. However, this realization extinguished Fang Xin's notion of merely grinding for attributes. The enhancement of physical attributes through martial arts was not an unrestrained affair. Given his current strength and physique, even if he practiced numerous inferior martial arts, the improvement in attributes would be negligible. Only through the mastery of higher-level martial arts could one's physical quality be further enhanced and evolved. This underscores the significance of martial heritage. A systematic and progressive lineage is crucial for a martial artist to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Setting aside those thoughts, Fang Xin's current mental attribute of 8 was sufficient for him to manage the surge in strength and physique. It sharpened his senses, even quickening his thoughts. A sharp mind is indeed a boon. After preparing a bowl of noodles for himself, he called Su Shimon while eating. "Are you asking me to continue employing you?" Came Su Shimon's voice on the other end, laced with 8 parts curiosity and 2 parts delight. However, engrossed in slurping noodles, Fang Xin failed to notice this. "Yes, just for one day." As for the payment, you can transfer me $1 later, with a note stating it's for protection fees. Ah, all right. Sushimon's tone shifted to a formal note. Henceforth, I officially appoint you as my exclusive bodyguard, and I hope you will serve faithfully. Protection fee, $1. Henceforth, you shall refer to me as young lady. Why the sudden role-playing? And what does Xiaoxinzi mean? Despite his confusion, Fang Xin found himself obliged to appease her since he needed her assistance. Yes, young lady. I promise to fulfill my duties impeccably. Ha ha ha. After ending the call, Fang Xin promptly opened his professional panel. No response. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow to see the research results. If all went well, Sushimon might become his long-term source of experience as a bodyguard. It felt akin to having a steady source of support. After finishing his meal, he tidied up the dishes and set out for the Dragon Elephant Sect's branch building. He had an experiment to conduct. The rapid upgrade of the giant elephant technique piqued his curiosity about the specially formulated giant elephant herbal bath and whether it would still yield enhancement effects. LV4 was not the endpoint of martial arts. There existed a realm beyond called breaking limits. However, to ascend to LV5, merely utilizing skill points was insufficient. A certain opportunity was also required. He had only triggered the option to elevate his skills to the limit of LV5 after perfecting 5 foundational martial arts. He estimated that if the giant elephant technique could surpass LV5, he would likely achieve the realm of great bone training or great sinew training. It is worth mentioning that in the realm of martial arts on Blue Star, one could not forcibly attain the 4 great achievements solely by practicing higher-level martial arts. This means that even if one practiced top-tier martial arts, without sufficient comprehension, one could not break through to a certain level of mastery. Your strength may increase. Your skills may sharpen, yet you would remain unable to achieve a specific martial arts accomplishment. Each of the 4 great achievements represents an evolution of the body. This step necessitates that the martial artist excavate their physical potential and comprehend the mysteries of martial arts. Therefore, the 4 great achievements may manifest with slight differences among various martial artists, attributed to their innate talents. In essence, the 4 great achievements of martial arts predominantly reflect the individual's insight and physical endowment. However, this places heavy demands on talent, which is why the Breaking Limits secret medicine was created. The term breaking limits signifies the hope that martial artists can transcend their limitations, akin to the martial arts they practice. Yet, even with such secret medicine, it merely enhances the probability of a breakthrough. Otherwise, how could Shinjinshan remain immersed in the transformation stage for so many years? Do you think he did not wish to break through? Now, with the aid of skill points, Fang Xin had perfected the giant elephant technique. If the giant elephant herbal bath still proved effective, it might present the opportunity for him to break through this martial art, as well as a chance to achieve a martial arts accomplishment. Additionally, he was keen to conceal his martial arts progress. It would be too exaggerated to claim that a genius could perfect a second-tier martial art in just 2 or 3 days. Thus, using the herbal bath as a guise seemed a prudent choice. Having such exceptional talent can indeed be a burden. Ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom such challenges, let alone endure them. Upon arriving at the Dragon Elephant Sect's branch building, Duze was practicing martial arts. Since Fang Xin had previously communicated with him, the giant elephant herbal bath was already prepared. By the way, how did that fantasy creature from last night fare? Duze inquired upon reaching the 10th floor. Initially, he had intended to rush over upon receiving news, but after witnessing Fang Xin dispatch the 3-legged golden toad, he no longer felt the need. The Special Affairs Bureau has taken action, Fang Xin replied. By the way, what do you think of the Special Affairs Bureau? Duze paused, then asked, Did Wandong invite you to join the Special Affairs Bureau? Fang Xin nodded. He anticipated that his senior brother would vehemently oppose this, condemning the Bureau, particularly Wandong. Surprisingly, after some contemplation, Duze responded, Joining the Special Affairs Bureau could be beneficial. Wandong is someone you can trust. However, if possible, it would be best for you to apply as an external investigator. External investigator. Oh, so it's akin to a temporary worker? I understand. Like the kind of temporary worker who gets the blame when things go awry, Fang Xin mused. Yet, Duze's explanation suggested that being an external investigator in the Special Affairs Bureau was quite distinct. As he elaborated, Fang Xin grasped the advantages of this temporary role. The most significant benefit was freedom. Official investigators were required to be stationed in one location. Whenever a special incident arose within their jurisdiction, they were obligated to respond. External investigators, in contrast, only needed to complete one task each month and were not bound to a fixed schedule. Duze himself was an external investigator. Naturally, being an external member meant foregoing certain benefits, but Fang Xin was unconcerned. He merely desired access to the methods of cultivating spiritual energy. Before long, the two arrived at the 10th floor, entering a room labeled Herbal Bath. Step inside. Everything has been prepared. Upon entering, Fang Xin's gaze was immediately drawn to 3 gigantic white objects resembling eggs. Notably, the leftmost egg was bubbling with steam. I had assumed they would use a barrel, Fang Xin remarked. We used to, but with advancements in technology, traditional herbal baths have lower absorption efficiency. This device was specially developed with funding from our martial arts community, enhancing absorption efficiency by 50. Truly, technology transforms martial arts, Duze explained as he approached the egg and pressed a button nearby. With a soft hiss, the giant egg opened, revealing a bed lined with tiny, sharp spikes. Are you certain you want me to lie in there? Fang Xin stared in disbelief. Chapter 58. Strengthened once more. Fang Xin turned around, intending to flee. The dense array of sharp spines was simply too terrifying. Lying in there would surely leave him with hundreds of puncture wounds. He had come for a medicinal bath, not to risk his life. Third senior brother. I believe that martial arts is a traditional pursuit, and we should uphold our customs. Why don't we opt for a traditional medicinal bath instead? Enough of the nonsense. Get in. Duze abruptly seized Fang Xin and tossed him into the colossal egg. Crack. The giant egg sealed shut. Fang Xin gritted his teeth, bracing himself for the onslaught of countless sharp points, only to discover, it doesn't hurt. Those spikes seemed to serve merely as support, causing him no harm. It was all fade. At that moment, several mechanical arms emerged, swiftly stripping Fang Xin of his garments. Soon after, an opening appeared at the top of the giant egg, from which a new set of clothes was thrown out. What the hell? I thought I would need to undress for the medicinal bath. Suppressing the urge to destroy the device with a punch, Fang Xin could only endure in silence. He had come this far. He couldn't possibly turn back now. Once stripped of his clothing, Duze manipulated the controls, and an abundance of fine needles emerged from the surrounding spikes within the egg. These needles were, in fact, the true essence of the medicinal bath. They appeared to follow a certain rhythm, embedding themselves beneath Fang Xin's skin with each breath. Well, in an instant, a sharp, intense pain surged through Fang Xin, causing every muscle in his body to tense involuntarily. Before he could utter a sound, the needles began to ooze a copious amount of brown medicinal liquid. This liquid seemed to contain a special energy substance, and the moment it surged into Fang Xin's body through the needles, he felt his entire being awaken. He could distinctly sense an overwhelming desire emanating from every inch of his skin, muscle, and marrow, akin to a famished traveler gazing upon a lavish feast. His body transformed into a glutton, ravenously absorbing the medicinal liquid. Those observing the intricate arrangement of the tiny needles piercing Fang Xin's body would undoubtedly discern a unique pattern. Different martial arts styles corresponded to different movements and energy flows, each involving distinct acupoints in the human body. This innovative medicinal bath apparatus housed 12,600 acupuncture needles, aligned with 12,600 acupoints in the human body. During the medicinal bath, as long as the medicinal liquid was prepared in advance and the martial arts program was inputted, it could stimulate the relevant acupoints for various martial arts, elevating the efficiency of the bath to an astonishing level. The giant medicinal liquid possessed the ability to fortify the body through tempering. Fang Xin's body began to heat up, waves of warmth washing over him, causing his skin to redden like that of a cooked shrimp. The dual effects of sharp pain and intense heat were somewhat uncomfortable. The sensation of the medicinal bath was not entirely pleasant, especially given that this technological version amplified both the effects and the body's reactions. Inexplicably, Fang Xin recalled the breathing techniques associated with the giant elephant technique. At the perfected level of the giant elephant technique, which transcended ordinary physicality, Fang Xin's nostrils echoed with the trumpeting of an elephant, and his chest rose and fell rhythmically like a drum. With a rush, the consumption of the medicinal liquid surged. Outside the apparatus, Duze's brow furrowed in concern. Why is the medicinal liquid depleting so quickly? It's not even been 10 minutes. And the giant medicinal liquid is nearly gone. Under normal circumstances, a disciple of the dragon elephant sect, having just begun to practice the giant elephant technique, would take at least an hour to exhaust that amount of liquid. If he wasn't mistaken, the junior disciple had only learned the giant elephant technique a few days prior. Unable to fathom this phenomenon, Duze could only attribute it to Fang Xin's exceptional talent. A genius, undoubtedly extraordinary. With no other recourse, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Bring me 3 more. No, 10 more jars of giant medicinal liquid. as quickly as possible. The first session of the medicinal bath yielded the best results. If interrupted midway, it would certainly impact the progress of his martial arts training. Soon after, a disciple clad in the attire of the dragon elephant sect arrived, carrying a large jar of medicinal liquid. Third senior brother, this is far too much. Fang Xi's allocation isn't sufficient. The disciple hesitated. As a reputable martial arts sect, and one of the foremost in Tianxia, the dragon elephant sect had a set of regulations. This included stipulations regarding the allocation of martial arts resources for its disciples. Fang Xin had not contributed significantly to the sect, and his share was purely due to his high innate talent. Although Duze was the administrator of the Rockpile branch, he could not openly contravene the sect's rules. Fine, deduct it from my share, Duze replied, taking the jar. After pouring the medicinal liquid into the apparatus, Duze activated the real-time vitality monitoring feature. Vitality, 9. 1. Duze's pupils contracted in disbelief. He glanced at the virtual image of the measurement form projected above his wrist, revealing the vitality reading of 5. 7 from Fang Xin's initial entrance test. Seeing the current reading of 9. 1, Duze inhaled sharply. Reaching a vitality of 10 points signified the pinnacle of foundational training. How long has the junior disciple been practicing martial arts? A month? Impressive. Observing the gradually depleting giant medicinal liquid, Duze chose not to linger by the apparatus any longer and exited the room. Time flowed slowly. Fang Xin felt his skin, muscles, and bones gradually growing resilient and powerful. The previously explosive muscle mass, having reduced slightly due to some speed enhancements, began to contract once more. Although the muscle volume had diminished, his physical endurance had significantly increased. To put it simply, he had become sturdier. The giant medicinal liquid had indeed served to temper his physique. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a signal of satisfaction resonated through Fang Xin's body. Whoosh! The giant egg apparatus opened. Fang Xin emerged, completely unclothed. His physique had returned to a slightly robust state, with every muscle contour firm and well-defined. Truly a sight to behold. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed through the air. His arms' muscles tensed, the skin taut, gleaming with a faint gray hue. Having trained in the second layer of skin conditioning, stone skin, akin to bone and sinew training, skin conditioning also comprised 3 levels: cowhide, stone skin, and copper skin. Although he had not primarily focused on skin conditioning, he had attained the stone skin realm, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Coupled with his exceptional sinew and bone strength, he no longer regarded ordinary strikes with any concern. Strength, 9. 19. 5. Constitution, 9. 39. 9. Speed, 7. 98. 1. Mentality, 8. 28. 3. His 4-dimensional attributes had once again been augmented. As the giant medicinal liquid primarily functioned to temper the body, the most considerable enhancements were naturally in his resilience and constitution. However, this was not the primary benefit of his medicinal bath. Upon opening his professional panel, a satisfied smile curled upon Fang Xin's lips. Chapter 59. No, senior brother, please help me agree to him on the career panel. Behind the manicore fist and the giant elephant technique, an upward arrow appeared. His guess was indeed correct. To achieve the 4 great accomplishments of martial arts, one relies on innate talent. This talent is divided into comprehension and physical endowment. As a prodigy in martial arts, he naturally possesses ample physical aptitude, being innately suited for the majority of martial arts. As for comprehension, while it cannot be quantified, it is of little concern, for he has a cheat. As long as he meets certain conditions, the career panel will resolve the ensuing issues. All he had to do was exert himself. The rest could be entrusted to the career panel. Indeed, after absorbing an excess of the giant elephant elixir, it felt as though a small opening had been created in his body. Now, he simply needed to utilize skill points to forcibly expand this opening. However, whether elevating the giant elephant technique to LV5 would assist him in achieving a martial arts accomplishment remained uncertain. Regardless, he resolved to try. Of course, not at this moment. After picking up the clothes on the ground and donning them, Fang Xin let out a resigned sigh. His physique had undergone drastic fluctuations these past few days. Even with the purchase of exceptionally elastic garments, they still felt ill-fitting. Last night, during the battle with the 3-legged golden toad, his clothes nearly tore apart. And now, they were once again oversized. Where could one procure clothing made from the same material as the Hulk shorts? Urgent request. Please contact if available. Just as Fang Xin finished changing, the door to the medicinal bath opened, and Duze stepped inside. Junior brother, how do you feel? I feel invigorated. Fang Xin extended his fingers and clenched them tightly, a resounding crack echoing from his palm. Excellent. Your physical prowess is likely no less formidable than that of senior brother Chen, Duze remarked, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. The extraordinary martial talent of this junior brother was truly unparalleled in his experience. Yet, amidst his admiration, a flicker of concern crossed his gaze. Master, please return swiftly. If this continues, our junior brother may be snatched away. Just yesterday, in the Blue Star virtual network, Mo Feng had sought him out with indirect inquiries regarding whether their lineage had recently accepted a new direct disciple. Mo Feng, a direct disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect's dragon lineage, was aware that while the two lineages belonged to the same sect, they were also rivals. He had, of course, denied any such claims. Within the Dragon Elephant sect, only a handful were privy to Fang Xin's situation. Even those at the branch who had encountered him believed him to be merely a registered disciple, aside from a select few direct disciples. Only Lei Tai and Qin Jinshan were aware of Fang Xin's true identity. He trusted that these individuals, being the core of the elephant lineage, would not leak any information. Furthermore, based on Mo Feng's words, it was highly likely they remained unaware of Fang Xin's existence. However, they surely knew that their master had recently taken on a new direct disciple. If they discovered the junior brother's talent, he could wager that Xue Longyi would undoubtedly attempt to snatch him away. Those from the dragon lineage are a shameless lot. The pressing issue was that Fang Xin had not yet formally entered the sect. In strict terms, he did not yet qualify as a disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect. Thus, there was little they could do if the dragon lineage sought to claim him. More critically, they were unlikely to succeed against the dragon lineage. Historically, the prowess of the dragon faction has always been unequivocally supreme among various martial sections. The Dragon Elephant sect was no exception to this rule. Although their master, Luo Jiebai, was not weaker than the dragon lineage's leader, Xue Longyi, the overall strength of the elephant lineage was considerably inferior to that of the dragon lineage, perhaps by 1.5 tiers. Especially since the dragon lineage had controlled the dragon elephant armory for over a century, which housed the sect's most formidable martial arts. While no one could truly master that ultimate technique today, disciples of the dragon lineage at least had hope. Whereas those of the elephant lineage probably wouldn't even get a chance to touch it. With the junior brother's obsession with martial arts, he truly had doubts about whether Fang Xin might switch allegiances. The human heart is not immune to trials and temptations. Shaking his head, he suppressed the worries in his mind. Regardless, as long as Fang Xin was still a member of their elephant lineage, he would wholeheartedly assist him in growing stronger. The rest could be addressed later. By the way, junior brother, how is your practice of the giant elephant technique coming along? Duze inquired. It's going well. I seem to have a high degree of adaptability to the giant elephant technique, Fang Xin replied, contemplating not to reveal the true extent of his progress. He deemed Duze trustworthy, yet his own training advancement was rather extraordinary. To be a step ahead is to be talented. To be 2 steps ahead is to be a genius. To be 3 steps ahead is to be a prodigy. To be 10 steps ahead might lead to being sliced apart. As a transmigrator, Fang Xin harbored a sense of paranoia. At the very least, he needed to wait another 10 days to half a month. Duze nodded, not suspecting anything amiss. The essence of the giant elephant technique lies in comprehending the might of the giant elephant. Senior brother Chen, after all, falls slightly short in this regard. Today, I happen to have the time to guide you. Thank you, senior brother. Fang Xin was tempted to say, your giant elephant technique may not be superior to mine. But out of respect for his seniors, he refrained from refusing. The two ascended to the 6th floor of the building, the training area for the disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect. There, Duze patiently explained the profound intricacies of the giant elephant technique to Fang Xin, occasionally demonstrating a few moves with passion and clarity. Fang Xin stood beside him, nodding in agreement, his face reflecting comprehension and approval. Then, Qin Jinshan called. Junior brother Fang, may I ask you a small favor? Did you offend the Zhenhai sect? The Zhenhai sect? Oh, I remember now, Fang Xin replied. Yes, there was an incident. A fellow, presumably a disciple of the Zhenhai sect, ambushed me, and I broke his limbs in response. What's the matter, senior brother? Have they come to complain? On the other end, Qin Jinshan chuckled lightly, sort of. The Zhenhai sect's eldest disciple, Shi Chang, asked me if you were a disciple of our martial hall. He wishes to resolve this grievance with you. Resolve? How does he intend to do so? Quite simply. According to martial arts customs, he proposes a duel in the arena. Qin Jinshan paused before continuing. He means to challenge you to a secondary duel. What is a secondary duel? Fang Xin inquired, intrigued. A secondary duel allows everything except for killing your opponent on the spot. It is a martial contest just below the deathmatch category. Duzé interjected, having honed his hearing through rigorous training in the golden skin and jade veins technique. He had overheard the conversation between Fang Xin and Qin Shan. Fang Xin was somewhat taken aback. This Shirchang seemed rather ruthless. He switched his phone to speaker mode and asked, "What is this Shirchang's strength?" Outwardly, he claims to be at the dark strength level, but to my knowledge, he broke through to the transformative strength level last month. Although he has yet to fully cultivate his steel muscles, Qin Shan replied, a hint of disdain in his voice. A transformative strength practitioner daring to challenge a dark strength practitioner to a secondary duel is rather embarrassing. Only a lowly sect like the Zhenhai sect would stoop to such measures. Despite his disdain, Qin Shan acknowledged Shirchang's status as a transformative strength practitioner and added, "Junior brother, I suggest you decline. A minor sect like the Zhenhai sect is not worth your attention. No, senior brother, please help me agree to him. Just say that I, Fang Xin, accept." With a mobile phone in hand, Fang Xin's lips curled into a faint smile. Chapter 60, Mastery of Muscles. Golden skin and jade veins at present, Fang Xin's most pressing dilemma lies in the absence of having engaged in a genuine duel among warriors. The virtual network does not count. He was also eager to assess his current prowess, and unexpectedly, an opportunity arose. The mastery of transformation was just sufficient. Moreover, there exists a saying that while one may steal for 1,000 days, there is no guarantee against being robbed for 1,000 days. Since the enmity with the Zhenhai sect has already been forged, it would be prudent to deal them a decisive blow. Otherwise, if they harbor thoughts of revenge, one can only imagine the consequences. After hanging up the phone, Duzé glanced at Fang Xin, his expression betraying a mix of hesitation and concern. "Junior brother, are you confident?" The Zhenhai sect is a minor faction, with their strongest member being merely the sect leader, who is at the level of transformation. Duzé naturally looked down upon such small sections. However, Shirchang, after all, is at the level of transformation. Although there is no strict hierarchy of realms, overcoming a stronger opponent when one is weaker is no easy feat. If it were merely a friendly spar, it would be one thing. But now it is a second-tier arena. Should anything untoward happen to Fang Xin, the elder brother and master would surely be furious. Contemplating this, Duzé's resolute features grew more troubled. Fang Xin, perceiving Duzé's indecision, chuckled, "Third senior brother, if I dare not ascend even this platform, how could I possibly participate in the upcoming Yanpan martial arts exchange? How could I ever join the Special Affairs Bureau? If I tremble at the thought of a minor character, how can I ever hope to tread the pinnacle of martial arts?" Fang Xin's series of retorts left Duzé momentarily taken aback. He regarded Fang Xin deeply, sensing a profound confidence radiating from him. That unwavering belief in his inevitable rise to the zenith of martial arts momentarily conjured the image of another figure in Duzé's mind. A smile crept onto Duzé's face. "Well said. I was indeed short-sighted. A mere transformation practitioner from the Zhenhai sect shall serve as my junior brother's touchstone." Touchstone? Fang Xin chuckled, as the professional panel only he could perceive appeared before him. Giant Elephant Technique LV4, Perfection, Attribute Points. 2. He wondered how much power he could muster against the Shirchang. He hoped not to be disappointed. Approaching noon, Fang Xin declined Duzé's invitation for lunch, swiftly returning home with on-time delivery. He then ordered takeout for the afternoon, garnering some experience. In the evening, he practiced martial arts, and later, delivered takeout. By nightfall, he arrived at a nearby park. The sky had completely darkened. In the park, there was a rocky hill, perfectly suited for clandestine training. Do not misunderstand, he was there to cultivate his martial skills. Though he believed he could handle Shirchang with his current strength, caution is always prudent. He resolved to level up first. Opening the professional panel, he found the Giant Elephant Technique had been waiting for him. "Can't wait any longer, my dear," he thought as he unhesitatingly invested a skill point. Giant Elephant Technique LV4, Perfection, LV5, Breaking Limits. The sensation is exhilarating. As per usual, he began to absorb the memories associated with his diligent practice of the Giant Elephant Technique. Fang Xin had long harbored a question regarding the mechanics of skill point allocation. For all his skills, regardless of being foundational, primary, or intermediate, whether ascending to LV2 or LV5, only a single skill point sufficed. This was, in fact, exceedingly illogical. Setting aside other considerations, each advancement in martial arts typically correlates with a rapid enhancement of physical attributes. For instance, when elevating the Giant Elephant Technique to LV2, his physique improved by approximately 0. 1, while advancing to LV5 yielded a boost of 0.6. The energy required for both was of entirely different magnitudes. Yet both demanded only a solitary skill point. From this perspective, it was clear that skill points become increasingly valuable with each subsequent use. However, for Fang Xin, aside from retaining a necessary reserve, he employed his skill points liberally. One should not forsake immediate enhancement for the sake of distant benefits. Just like now, he relished the act of upgrading. The giant elephant technique had long since reached perfection. He had mastered its numerous techniques, the application of strength, and the overwhelming might of the elephant. Yet now, he found himself with a newfound comprehension of this martial art and the essence of martial energy. The so-called transformation is, in essence, a special energy that naturally emerges within the body after it evolves to a certain extent. It is formless and elusive, yet its power far exceeds that of dark energy. One who comprehends transformation has energy flowing harmoniously throughout their body, allowing them to unleash formidable strength from any part at will. Each of the four major practitioners has distinct characteristics in their transformation, which subtly interact with one another. However, these interactions are not absolute. The human body is a cohesive unit. Pulling one thread can affect the whole. Every martial art is a refinement of the entire body, albeit with varying emphases. To achieve the four great accomplishments in martial arts, one must deeply grasp the underlying principles and sense the energy coursing throughout their body, guiding and subduing it to coalesce at specific points until they break through their limits. Practitioners of skin refine their energy to rotate seamlessly, adept in neutralizing their opponent's power, achieving unparalleled defense, culminating in the water and fire immortal garment. Practitioners of muscles unleash explosive energy, excelling in overcoming their adversaries with unmatched force, culminating in the golden skin and jade veins. Practitioners of bones generate strength from their very bones, their might cascading like a torrent, proficient in defeating foes through sheer hardness, culminating in the jade bones and silver marrow. Practitioners of energy cultivate their internal organs and spirit, their vitality enduring and remarkable, culminating in dining on wind and drinking dew. The difficulty in achieving these four great accomplishments stems from the unique journey each warrior must undertake, as every individual's body is one of a kind. Martial arts can transform the body, while the body, in turn, influences martial arts. This necessitates practitioners to seek their own understanding, with the experiences of predecessors merely serving to illuminate the path. Fang Xin, however, is exceptional. He possesses the finest mentor in existence. At this moment, countless insights regarding the giant elephant technique, secrets even the founder never comprehended, flowed through his mind. The professional panel is reconstructing this martial art, steering it toward the most suitable direction for Fang Xin. Transformation through skill, manifestation through understanding. At this instant, the giant elephant's energy within him began to boil. An abundance of energy surged into his body from an unknown source, and his internal force rapidly converged throughout his muscles and veins. Thump thump, his heart raced violently, propelling blood and energy throughout his being. In a fleeting moment, Fang Xin envisioned a colossal elephant, a creature that subdued all. The elephant trumpeted toward the heavens, its mighty trunk sweeping the skies, radiating an indomitable aura, while its sturdy limbs, akin to massive pillars, struck the ground, sending waves of earth cascading. Roar, his veins bulged, exuding a lustrous sheen, muscles swelled, shimmering with golden light, as countless strands of internal energy entwined like golden silk around his muscle fibers and blood vessels. At this moment, it appeared as though Fang Xin was clad in a resplendent armor of gold and jade. With each breath, thunder resonated, his chest heaved like a howling tempest. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. Mastery of muscles, golden skin, and jade veins achieved. Chapter 61. Warriors also require certification after traversing Blue Star for 37 days and practicing martial arts for 35 days. Fang Xin achieved the status of golden muscles, jade tendons. His speed was mediocre. Under the moonlight, Fang Xin stood motionless, the gentle breeze lifting his sleeves. He continued to savor the unprecedented sensations coursing through his body. His physique had become more symmetrical, almost perfect, with muscle lines resembling those meticulously sculpted from fine metal, exuding a texture akin to tempered steel. He felt as though he had shed a layer of restraint. In the past, he had been shackled, but now, having broken free, he understood his true self. Opening his profession panel, a dazzling array of information cascaded before him like a waterfall. You have used skill points to enhance Giant Elephant Technique. Your skill, Giant Elephant Technique, has been upgraded to LV5 Limit Break. You have gained a deeper understanding of the warrior profession. Your warrior profession has been elevated, gaining 432 experience. Congratulations, your warrior profession level has risen to LV5. Your internal energy is undergoing transformation. Your body is changing. Congratulations, you have achieved one of the 4 great accomplishments of martial arts on Blue Star: golden muscles, jade tendons. Strength, 9. 510. 8. Constitution, 9. 911. 9. Speed, 8. 18. 9. Mentality, 8. 38. 8. Though his physique had further diminished, his constitution astonishingly increased by 2 points, nearing 12. His strength also rose by 1. 3 points, approaching 11. Based on his previous calculations of the boxing power enhancement formula, his current punching power should now be approximately 1,200 kilograms, a force of 1 ton, exaggerated indeed. Clenching his fist, the flawless muscle lines that ordinary people could not possess compelled him to demonstrate the LV5 giant elephant technique. With a thunderous sound, a fierce wind howled around him. The 24 forms of the giant elephant technique were executed with wild abandon. As he moved his fists and feet, gusts of wind whipped around the surrounding rock formations, reaching levels 4 to 5 in intensity. That was the power of his fist. Bang! A large hole suddenly erupted in the nearby rock formation, debris flying and dust swirling. Internal energy released, striking foes from a distance. Mastering a martial arts achievement resulted in a qualitative change in his internal strength. If the level of transformed energy could be likened to a wooden sword, then Fang Xian's current energy equated to a steel blade, specifically one of high quality. Not only had he evolved from a wooden sword to a steel one, but he could also project his energy outward, inflicting damage on enemies over a distance of 4 to 5 meters. Such prowess was beyond the imagination of the average person. This was also the reason he had not made his breakthrough at home. With the commotion he caused, even a mere practice session would have leveled his house. Fang Xian composed himself, releasing 2 jets of white vapor from his nostrils, akin to 2 undulating serpents. In many respects, he could now be regarded as superhuman. His third senior brother had once mentioned that after reaching mastery, a warrior would require at least half a month to acclimate to their drastically increased power. Fang Xian examined his palm, feeling strands of energy weaving like fine threads around his hand, yet he sensed he required no such time. He had flawlessly mastered the strength that came with his achievement. Upon reflection, Fang Xian understood. Other warriors hone their skills through personal practice, but individual talent is inherently limited, leading to an unstable foundation and superficial strength. Hence, they required extensive time to adapt to their surging power. However, he was different. His martial arts prowess was not solely the result of his efforts, it was also bolstered by the incremental enhancements from his profession panel, providing a solid foundation and robust strength. Each upgrade propelled his comprehension of the martial art to its utmost perfection. The comparison was stark and clear. Excellent. He now could indeed be considered a master of martial arts. So, it was time for a confrontation, was it? Are you prepared? The following day, in the heart of Yanpan City, at the Martial Arts Association Center. Since the public unveiling of martial arts a year ago, cities had hastily constructed official martial arts association centers. This center primarily served to showcase stories of notable figures in the martial arts community and historical anecdotes. Additionally, given that many martial artists possessed lethal skills and volatile tempers, often resorting to violence, the center also featured a fighting arena dedicated to resolving martial disputes. It must be noted that since its establishment, instances of violent assaults had indeed diminished significantly. Moreover, a crucial aspect was that this location ensured confidentiality. Upon arrival, Fang Xian immediately spotted Xinjiang. As the head of the Yanpan Longxiang sect branch, Duze naturally had no time to accompany him. In truth, Xinjiang had little time either. His application for the limit-breaking elixir had already been approved, and he could head to the Longxiang sect headquarters at any moment to utilize their specialized equipment for elixir absorption and break through to the mastery stage. However, this any moment had been postponed for over half a month. Lei Tai was still enduring the arduous process of refining his physique as he had yet to fully attain the level of transformed energy, thus avoiding his breakthrough. Yet, Xinjiang, for reasons unknown, continued to procrastinate. If Fang Xian recalled correctly, when he initially accepted the task of protecting Su Shiman, Xinjiang had mentioned preparing for his breakthrough to the mastery stage. Now, over 10 days later, while Fang Xian had successfully achieved golden muscles, jade tendons, Xinjiang remained at the stage of transformed energy. Fang Xin had a nagging feeling that Chun Jinshan seemed to have lost his unwavering martial spirit. He had taken on the role of coach at the Lijiang Martial Arts Hall merely for the sake of the elixir, yet now that it was within reach, he appeared to hesitate. To be honest, Fang Xin found it difficult to comprehend Chun Jinshan's mindset, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Everyone has their own way of living. Martial arts are not the sole pursuit of a warrior. Upon seeing Fang Xin, Chun Jinshan waved him over. Fang Xin's physique, slightly augmented by Chun Jinshan's bone-altering techniques, went unnoticed. Come, junior brother, let us first go for certification. Chun Jinshan spoke as Fang Xin approached. Indeed, before engaging in combat, one must obtain certification. Chun Jinshan had informed him of this the previous day, so Fang Xin was not surprised and nodded in agreement. To battle within the Martial Arts Association Center, one must meet certain prerequisites, the requirement being that one must be a warrior. Ordinary individuals engaging in fights are merely brawling, which is illegal. In contrast, warriors fighting under a signed contract are merely resolving social conflicts reasonably. Now, the question arose, how does one prove they are a warrior? It's not enough to simply display a few martial forms. An official certificate is necessary to validate one's status as a warrior. All displays of force must occur under governmental oversight. Otherwise, they are deemed unlawful. Of course, this is the official rule. Fang Xin had not previously considered any potential conflicts, coupled with his rapid progress, leading him to overlook obtaining a warrior certificate. Today, however, he had no choice. Without certification, he could not engage in combat. Chun Jinshan appeared to hold considerable clout within the Martial Arts Association Center, bypassing the usual paperwork and identity verification, directly leading Fang Xin to a side hall on the left side of the third floor. Upon seeing Chun Jinshan, the two guards on duty did not even divert their gazes, allowing them immediate entry. Oh, quite a crowd here, Fang Xin remarked as he stepped inside. Noticing a gathering of spirited young individuals in the hall, presumably there to obtain their warrior certificates. Chapter 62. Truly frustrating with Fang Xin's current mental state and physique. A swift glance around the hall revealed the number of individuals participating in the martial artist certification assessment. Are there really this many martial artists in Yanpan? It seems that the Tianxia government's martial arts promotion initiative has proven quite effective. The number of martial artists in society today has multiplied exponentially compared to the times of martial arts suppression. However, compared to Tianxia's vast population, it still seems negligible. The two made their way to the registration desk at the center of the hall. Yet, after only a few steps, Chun Jinshan appeared to spot someone and halted. Addressing Fang Xin, "Junior brother, you go ahead and take the test. I have everything arranged. Once you've obtained your certificate, you can head straight to the fourth floor without waiting for me. I have some matters to attend to." Fang Xin nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, senior brother. You handle your business." After a reassuring pat on Fang Xin's shoulder, Chun Jinshan promptly exited the hall. Approaching the registration desk, Fang Xin merely provided his name, and the staff's previously impassive expression brightened into a smile. "Ah, you must be Mr. Fang Xin. We've received instructions regarding you. Your information has already been recorded. You may proceed to the assessment now. Is there no other procedure?" Fang Xin inquired. "Oh, there is," the staff member replied while manipulating a device on their wrist. Immediately, to Fang Xin's mild astonishment, a winged orb suddenly soared from the desk, hovering behind him. "What is this?" Fang Xin asked curiously. The staff member, seemingly accustomed to such inquiries, grinned and explained, "This is an intelligent recorder that will document your assessment results in real time. You can head to the evaluation area now. The results will be transmitted directly to this device." They gestured towards a rectangular instrument beside the registration desk. "Just perform well, and you can collect your certificate right afterward." "Quite convenient," Fang Xin remarked, glancing back at the orb before striding toward a square area located on the left side of the hall. The martial artist assessment was remarkably straightforward. There were no classifications of ranks for the martial artist certificate. If one passed, they were deemed a martial artist. If not, they were not, with no subsequent higher-level assessments. The stipulation was simple. As long as one's punching power reached 200 kilograms or they could emit internal force, they qualified as a martial artist. Upon arriving at the punching power testing area, Fang Xin waited for the individual ahead of him to finish before stepping up. He pondered momentarily, then delivered a light punch. 296 kilograms. Result qualified. Completed. The orb behind him recorded the entire event. When Fang Xin approached the certificate issuance machine, a crimson light scanned him, and within 10 seconds, a small blue certificate was dispensed. So fast. Technology truly transforms life, he marveled. Upon inspection, it bore his photograph and the word martial artist. The seal above was intriguing. Tianxia Martial Arts Administration. What department is this? Stowing the certificate in his pocket, and seeing no sign of Xinjiang, Fang Xin proceeded to the 4th floor alone. As he walked, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he noticed a notification. A payment of 1 yuan had arrived. Sushimon's protection fee has come through today. Sushimon, this young lady's protection fee for today. He clicked to claim it. Funds 1. You have successfully completed a protection task. Bodyguard, profession experience 15. Your skill, danger perception, has been enhanced, experience 8. Your skill tracking has been enhanced, experience 7. Your skill, come at me, has been enhanced, experience 2. This is truly beneficial. Fang Xin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The bodyguard profession is simply splendid, but the progression feels a tad slow. It takes 14 days to reach LV2. Contemplating, Fang Xin replied to Su Shimon. Fang Xin. Thank you, Miss Su. We shall continue tomorrow, but the protection fee will increase to a higher rate. Su Shimon. By how much? Fang Xin. Just 100 yuan. Su Shimon. Oh. With the conversation concluded and his phone secured, Fang Xin's spirits soared. His intention to raise the protection fee to 100 yuan was an experiment to discern any correlation between the protection fee and experience points. If the protection fee could indeed dictate experience points, it would mean he could essentially exchange money for experience, significantly accelerating his growth. Upon reaching the 4th floor with a beaming smile, Fang Xin discovered that Xinjiang had yet to arrive. His busy senior brother seemed to have encountered someone of interest. Never mind, he would finish his business and depart. Today, Fang Xin was no longer the person he had been yesterday. The anticipation he once felt regarding the confrontation with Shi Chang had dissipated. His rapid rise in strength had diminished much of the thrill. Yet, at the very least, his martial arts, secondary profession would progress more slowly now. He had nearly exhausted his reserves over the past 2 days. With only 2 skill points and 2 attribute points remaining, gained from leveling the martial artist profession to LV5. Such scant resources were hardly sufficient for substantial improvement. To attain mastery in the 2nd level of training, one must first determine a direction. For instance, Duze pursued the path of harmonizing muscles and bones, a method within the dragon-elephant sect's symbolical lineage that was relatively easier to master at the 2nd level. Following that would be selecting suitable top-tier martial arts and attempting to break through the constraints of the human body. And then, suddenly Fang Xin halted. Top-tier martial arts. His current martial arts progress remained obscure, yet top-tier martial arts evidently pertained to the core inheritance of the dragon-elephant sect. As a new disciple without formal apprenticeship, still at the stage of latent energy, it was utterly impossible for him to learn top-tier martial arts. Damn it. How could I have overlooked this? Fang Xin's earlier smile vanished in an instant. He was now truly frustrated. The 4th floor of the Martial Arts Association Center was a restricted area. Only those holding a martial artist certificate could gain entry, presenting his freshly minted certificate. The staff in blue uniforms merely glanced at it before granting him access. Upon stepping into the 4th floor, Fang Xin immediately sensed a multitude of gazes converging upon him. A quick glance revealed a considerable number of spectators already seated in the viewing area. Is he Fang Xin? He seems rather unremarkable. Shi Chang certainly had the audacity to bully the weak. He must have no fear of disgrace. Disgrace? If he fails to show up for the duel today, that would be the true disgrace. Did you know that a fellow named Zhang Hongtao from the Jinhai sect had his limbs shattered by this Fang Xin? Is that so? I was wondering why the Jinhai sect suddenly stirred up trouble. Turns out they were the ones who got hurt. Huh, you know nothing. They merely wish to leverage this incident to assert their dominance. Shi Chang has already entered the transformation stage. What? Transformation stage? Then this Fang Xin is surely in for a tough time. You think so? Shi Chang has trained since childhood. He is 34 this year. Ah. The Jinhai sect is poised for significant action in this martial arts exchange competition. Martial artists speak through their fists. Among the throngs present, including disciples from the Jinhai sect, no one pondered why Zhang Hongtao had been injured. They only recognized that the disciples of the Jinhai sect were outmatched. Some attendees were there to witness the spectacle, while others aimed to gauge the situation. A nameless novice might not capture their interest. But Shi Chang was a key contender in the upcoming martial arts exchange competition next week. This was the crux of the matter. Fang Xin furrowed his brow. His hearing was remarkably acute, allowing him to catch fragments of conversation. To his surprise, He had even summoned others to observe. Fang Xin was a person of modest demeanor, disinclined to be the center of attention. Moreover, the fact that these individuals were familiar with him indicated that a portion of his personal information had undoubtedly been leaked and widely disseminated. Surrounding him, the crowd chattered animatedly, their faces betraying their excitement as if they were eager spectators at a performance. This sensation of being scrutinized and observed was, quite frankly, quite displeasing. Fang Xin's expression gradually turned colder, and a blazing fire ignited within him. In the realm of martial arts, as one ascends in rank and experiences the evolution of life, one's will must also be fortified to tame the restless heart. Fang Xin's strength had surged with remarkable swiftness. It seemed as though two flames flickered in his eyes. They sought to play, to seek the limelight, to preserve their egos, did they? Very well, today he would bestow upon them a taste of his might. He resolved to drop the facade. As long as he remained alive, that was all that mattered, wasn't it? Excellent. Chapter 63. The first strike aimed at the mouth. To prevent pleas for mercy, the second strike targeted the legs, to avert any attempts at escape. At that moment, a gaze, chilling and unmasked, fell upon Fang Xin. Fang Xin exhaled, following the direction of the stare. He beheld a tall, robust man with dark skin striding toward him. Are you Fang Xin? Shi Chang's expression was cold, imbued with an air of superiority. He had already dispatched someone to investigate this Fang Xin. A student of the Strength Symbol Martial Arts School, his specific capabilities were unclear, but he had not been formally accepted by the Dragon Elephant sect. The records indicated he had only been practicing martial arts for a little over a month. Shi Chang scoffed. Impossible. To become a dark energy practitioner in just over a month is a feat reserved for the rarest of geniuses. Even the Dragon Elephant sect would be tempted to recruit him as a formal disciple. This Fang Xin must have learned some martial arts in his youth and now wishes to join the Dragon Elephant sect. But such a prestigious sect dominating the Linjiang Province would never allow a skilled individual to join their ranks without prior apprenticeship. Thus, he could only remain a student of the Strength Symbol Martial Arts School. Shi Chang believed he had seen through Fang Xin's pretense. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Xin was amused by Shi Chang's initial words. It is curious how some individuals reveal their intellect through their speech. Are you suffering from dementia? If you intended to challenge me to a martial duel, wouldn't you have already verified my identity? Now you dare to ask if I am Fang Xin. Should I declare I'm not Fang Xin but your father, would you believe me? Shi Chang was momentarily taken aback by the insult. He had merely inquired, yet found himself on the receiving end of a tirade. Many individuals in this world behave in such a manner. They exhibit arrogance and disdain, looking at others from a condescending perspective, oblivious to how abnormal their demeanor truly is. Shi Chang quickly regained his composure, his face flushing with anger as he gritted his teeth. You dare insult me. Not only are you senile, but you are also exceedingly self-righteous. What do you think you are? You want a duel? I'm here. Let us sign the duel contract and meet on the arena. At this moment, Fang Xin could no longer suppress his fury. All he desired was to incapacitate this detestable individual before him. The martial arts of the Blue Star have issues. He was acutely aware that his current emotions were askew, much like when he faced Xiao Chusheng. Yet so what? He resolved to follow his heart, and whatever transpired afterward would be dealt with then. Fang Xin's imposing presence caused Shi Chang to hesitate. Despite his facade of indifference, he was, at his core, an individual who relished the limelight and pretentiousness. His agreement to assist Zhang Hongtao in seeking vengeance stemmed from a desire to uphold the honor of the Zhenhai sect. More importantly, after understanding the transformation into the essence phase, he had yet to showcase his prowess before others. Experiencing significant advancement in martial arts without a chance to flaunt it left him feeling unfulfilled. However, as a fellow practitioner of the essence phase, he was too intimidated to seek guidance. He feared defeat. Thus, upon learning that Fang Xin was merely a dark energy practitioner without a substantial backing, he felt emboldened. He believed that defeating a dark energy practitioner with overwhelming force would provide the validation he sought. Shi Chang, in truth, was no different from Zhang Hongtao in his inclination to prey upon the weak. Upon arriving at the notary office and verifying their martial artist credentials, the staff, adhering to protocol, asked, "Are you certain you wish to proceed with the duel?" It seemed they feared the possibility of the two men having second thoughts. Without waiting for a response, the staff produced a contract stamped with the seal of the Tianxia Martial Arts Administration, along with an ink pad. Confirmed. Sign your names and affix your handprints. Fang Xin took the contract, signed it, and without a glance at Shi Chang, strode directly to the center of the expansive 20-meter square arena. Upon witnessing Fang Xian's resolute demeanor, Chang suddenly felt the pin in his hand grow heavy. He was beginning to feel anxious. Some individuals, when confronted with assertiveness and fearlessness, would shrink back and hesitate. Their pride and courage were as ephemeral as flowers blooming in water, shattering with the slightest touch. Chang lifted his gaze and saw his junior brother recording the scene with his phone from the spectators' area. Surrounding them were not only members of the three major sects of Yanpan City, but also numerous disciples from various martial arts schools, all eyes fixed upon him. Realization dawned upon Chang, igniting a surge of anger following his humiliation. Was this truly the way to express his fearlessness? To be intimidated by Fang Xian? He hastily signed the contract and pressed his handprint. Chang had resolved to ensure Fang Xian understood what true suffering entailed. Soon, he would learn the stark difference between dark energy and essence. Arrogance. I shall teach you a lesson. Chang climbed onto the high platform, preparing to unleash a torrent of fierce words fueled by his rage, attempting to mask his earlier anxiety. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, a blur caught his eye. Fang Xian had vanished. In the next blink, Fang Xian reappeared before him, raising his hand for a slap. You wretched fool. Still wish to speak? Fang Xian could anticipate the empty threats that would follow. What purpose did they serve? Who had the time for such meaningless exchanges? Thus, the first strike aimed at the mouth, to prevent pleas for mercy. Bang! Chang's mouth twisted, his head tilted as he staggered backward. Fang Xian advanced 2 steps, executing a sweeping kick. Though he did not exert his full strength, his leg still struck like a steel whip, creating a gust of force that swept through the air. The second strike targeted the legs, to prevent escape. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed in the air. Chang fell to the ground, wailing in agony. His leg was shattered, just like his junior brother's. You were too weak. Frankly, I have lost interest in you. Yet you chose to provoke me. Fang Xian's eyes blazed like flames, while fear mingled with pain twisted Chang's features. Too powerful, this Fang Xian is far too formidable. He is undoubtedly more than just an essence practitioner. Chang opened his mouth, wishing to speak, but the earlier slap had shattered his jaw. He raised his hand, attempting to signal his surrender, but was met with yet another fist. The third strike aimed at the head, to prevent contemplation. Chang's eyes rolled back as he foamed at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. Regrettably, he could not be killed. Fang Xian exhaled, feeling a significant portion of his anger dissipate. Half satisfied. There was no challenge. Chang's physique and strength appeared to be around 8, not even comparable to Shan. Meanwhile, Fang Xian's speed, his least proficient attribute, was nearly 9. He had tested it, with a speed of 8. 9. He could sprint over 20 ms in a straight line. Chang had not even been afforded the opportunity to retaliate. Chapter 64. Though you are impressive, there are those even more exceptional. As Fang Xian approached the entrance on the 4th floor, Shan arrived, albeit belatedly. Junior brother, you've made it. Let us head to the notary office. No need, senior brother, it's already over. Shan halted in his tracks. At that moment, he noticed a throng of people had gathered on the platform, their cacophony of voices reaching his ears. Senior brother, how are you? Wake up. This is bad. Senior brother is drooling. Goodness, his mouth is crooked, his jaw seems shattered, and his leg is broken. For heaven's sake, call a doctor. Doctor, where are you? Hurry. Curiously, Fang Xian turned back to see 2 individuals in white lab coats emerging from a nearby room. Indeed, in such martial battles, resolving grievances among warriors inevitably leads to injuries. It is only prudent to have doctors on standby. Junior brother, you've acted rather swiftly. Shan, merely glancing at the commotion on the martial platform, could surmise what had transpired. As he remarked, it was indeed too quick. Including the time taken to acquire a martial artist certification, no more than 20 minutes had elapsed. That duration was hardly sufficient for a meal. Yet, Fang Xian had already subdued Chang. This was truly... Wait, something feels amiss. Shan suddenly lifted his head. Chang had clearly reached the level of transformation, and although he had only recently broken through, Fang Xian's ability to inflict such damage suggested he must be at least at that same level. However, hadn't you only been at the hidden strength stage just days ago? Sensing the astonishment and curiosity in Shan's gaze, Fang Xian felt a twinge of helplessness. Revealing one's prowess was inevitable. Yet, he anticipated it would occur so soon. Nevertheless, he bore no regrets. Just moments ago, he had relished the victory. This was significant. If he had to endure and remain meek despite having such abilities, then what was the point of his hard-earned skills? If circumstances were beyond his control, that would be one thing. But to suppress oneself when capable of acting freely was simply not in his nature. To Fang Xin's surprise, although Chun Jinshan was intensely curious, he refrained from directly inquiring. In his view, if his junior brother was willing to share, he would learn eventually. If not, asking would only strain their relationship. He could intuit Fang Xin's thoughts, likely fearing that rapid advancements in martial arts might draw undue attention. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Jinshan suddenly asked, "Junior brother, have you heard of Song Tianwui, Zhang Qi Tian?" Song Tianwui, Zhang Qi Tian? Fang Xin softly repeated, indicating he had some recollection, but could not quite place it. Huh, it's understandable that you wouldn't know. Your time as a martial artist has been too brief. Qin Jinshan chuckled. Zhang Qi Tian is a true prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent. He began training at the age of 30, achieving bright strength in a day, hidden strength in 5 days, and transformation in 15 days. Within a month, he reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation, entering the realm of martial masters, astonishing the entire martial world. His voice brimmed with palpable awe. Moreover, after mastering the first level, Zhang Qingtian's momentum did not wane. 2 months later, he attained the water and fire celestial garment, and 6 months hence, he achieved the jade bone and silver marrow. A year later, he reached the golden flesh and jade veins, thus becoming a grandmaster of martial arts, all by the age of 33. That is indeed impressive, Fang Xin remarked, genuine admiration in his tone. He understood well that, without the aid of a professional panel for skill enhancement, it would take him at least 2 months to achieve transformation, let alone mastering the first level within a month. Such an accomplishment seemed nearly impossible. If Zhang Qi Tian could achieve the pinnacle of qi cultivation in a month, then if he had access to a professional panel, his martial talent must be of an extraordinary caliber, a true prodigy. Noticing Fang Xin's contemplative expression, Chun Jinshan felt that his junior brother did not appear as astonished as he had anticipated, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to provide his exceptionally gifted junior brother with a slight jolt of martial inspiration. Shaking his head with a smile, Chun Jinshan patted Fang Xin on the shoulder. Come on, junior brother, we should leave. Otherwise, we might not be able to. Fang Xin turned to see several individuals from the audience approaching them. Following the recent battle, Fang Xin had gained considerable notoriety within the realm of martial arts. With the martial exchange competition approaching, many had begun to regard Fang Xin as their foremost rival, eager to gauge his capabilities. The two moved swiftly, and those individuals could only lament their failure to catch up. However, the disciples from the Five Elements sect and the Flame Serpent sect silently resolved to investigate this young man named Fang Xin upon their return. The Rock and Cliff Martial Arts Exchange was no trivial affair. Upon exiting the Martial Arts Association Center, Fang Xin bid farewell to Qin Jinshan. On the bus, he pondered the matter of Zhang Qingtian. He was well aware of the implication in Qin Jinshan's words, a reminder not to overly concern himself with the potential repercussions of rapid martial advancement, for there were those who surpassed him. In other words, he should not assume himself to be unparalleled, for there exist individuals far more exceptional. Curiously, after hearing those words, Fang Xin found his mindset lightening. He took out his phone and typed in the name Song Tianwui, Zhang Qingtian. Before long, the results appeared. As he scrolled through, his astonishment grew. This individual was indeed remarkable. Prior to turning 30, he had merely been an ordinary computer programmer. By mere chance, he had crossed paths with an elderly man, the master of a martial arts sect known as the Six Harmonies sect, who believed Zhang Qingtian's temperament was ideally suited to practice their martial arts. Thus, he made an exception and accepted him as a disciple. Consequently, Zhang Qingtian seemed to have been endowed with extraordinary abilities, achieving the highest realm of martial arts in merely 3 years. He resembled the protagonist of a web novel. Fang Xin couldn't help but wonder if this man had some sort of system aiding him. Under Zhang Qingtian's leadership, the Six Harmonies sect had risen to become a premier sect in Tianxia. After closing the webpage, a smile graced Fang Xin's face, one he had not experienced since his arrival in this world. Since his arrival, Fang Xin had harbored a deep-seated sense of insecurity. He was not a native of this world. In a strict sense, he was an invader, akin to the Spore tribe mentioned by Yuji. He remained wary of this world, distrustful and yearning for a power strong enough to genuinely protect himself. Thus, whenever the opportunity arose to enhance his martial skills, he seized it, not for any other reason but for his own safety. This was also the motivation behind his desire to join the Special Affairs Bureau, hoping to engage with the ethereal energy cultivation system. Becoming stronger was his singular objective. Yet, advancing too rapidly would inevitably attract attention, heightening his sense of crisis, which was a profound contradiction, leaving him feeling oppressed. A martial artist must possess a clear mind. One may wield formidable weapons without harboring a murderous intent, but one cannot stifle their own spirit. This was, in part, the reason behind Fang Xin's sudden outburst earlier. Now, learning of Zhang Qingtian's achievements indeed provided him a measure of relief. At the very least, he need not fear the exposure of his professional panel. Talent could explain everything. I am but a person endowed with exceptional talent, much like Zhang Qingtian. What can you do about it? Upon alighting from the bus, Fang Xin felt an invigorating lightness envelop him. The gentle breeze caressed his face, refreshing his spirit. As he returned home, delivering takeout, Fang Xin's suave figure once again graced the streets and alleys. The delivery speed of takeout today has improved by a few minutes compared to usual. Chapter 65. Mo Fang's speculation in the city of Qianhai, the capital of Linjiang Province, prosperity reigns, placing it among the most illustrious cities of the entire Tianxia. Only two martial arts sects have truly established themselves in Qianhai, one of which is the Longxiang sect. At this moment, within the premises of the Longxiang sect, a grand courtyard imbued with an ancient aura sprawls across a vast area, with a plaque inscribed with the characters Longxiang Men prominently displayed at its entrance. Inside the courtyard lies the Martial Arts Hall, a dedicated space for the sect's direct disciples to hone their skills. It measures over 20 zhang in length and width, housing 12 Iron Man dummies. Amidst these dummies stands a man clad in black training attire, his eyes tightly shut. A palpable force of energy envelopes him, creating a small whirlwind within the hall. Suddenly, his spine erupts with a series of cracks, reminiscent of thunder reverberating through the skies. His right foot shatters a steel plate beneath him, and in a blur, he transforms into a fleeting shadow, his left hand clawing out 5 visible streams of white energy, carving 3-inch deep furrows into the chests of several Iron Man dummies. Following this, his right leg sweeps around, and a continuous indentation appears on the 12 iron dummies. 3 meters away. 7th brother, there's a video you need to see. Suddenly, a young man, no more than 20, rushed in, brandishing the latest model of a smartphone. Bang! One of the iron dummies exploded, shards of steel whizzing past the youth's hair, crashing to the ground and leaving a basketball-sized crater. I've told you countless times not to disturb me while training. Your skills are far too weak. What would you do if you got killed? The man referred to as 7th brother frowned and pressed a button on the wall. Yet, it was evident that the youth shared a close bond with him, for he merely chuckled and shrugged off the admonition. Mo Fang could only shake his head in resignation. His junior possessed exceptional martial arts talent, having reached the level of transformation within 3 years of training, yet his temperament was erratic and overly exuberant. Such a disposition would undoubtedly lead to hardships in martial practice in the future, potentially even causing him to be unable to suppress malevolent thoughts. What did you say about a video? The youth took 2 or 3 steps closer to 7th brother and handed over his phone. Mo Fang glanced at it, noticing it was a video of a martial arts sparring match, initially indifferent. However, his brow soon furrowed, and his expression became more focused. Great elephant technique. Mo Fang slowly uttered a few words. In the eyes of a master, one could discern the origins of a martial art from just a single move or stance. Isn't that right? I told you it was the great elephant technique, just like that guy named Du Zhe from the same lineage. Their stances are identical. The youth exclaimed excitedly. 7th brother, do you know the person in the video? Not familiar, Mo Fang replied, shaking his head. The video quality was quite good, and it was evidently edited, allowing him to see the appearances of the 2 combatants clearly. He was certain he had no recollection of the young man depicted in the video, but it shouldn't be the case. Although he was not from the form-based lineage, he was well acquainted with those disciples of the Longxiang sect who qualified to learn such top-tier martial arts as the Great Elephant Technique. Who is this fellow? Mo Fang's expression grew increasingly solemn. Despite the fight lasting only a brief 10 seconds, he could glean a wealth of information. For instance, the young man's proficiency in the Great Elephant Technique was profound, at least at a perfected level. Additionally, his speed was commendable, rivaling that of adept agile martial artists. Yet, the Great Elephant Technique is characterized by its strength and horizontal training, with speed being its weak point. Unless he had mastered another agility-based martial art to an exceptionally high level. When did the form-based lineage recruit such a disciple? As they conversed, a person dressed in a servant's uniform approached to replace the damaged iron dummies. Mo Feng pondered for a moment, then turned to the youth and inquired, "How? Who sent you this video?" "A friend of mine from Yanpan. He is a disciple at the Five Elements sect." The video was filmed at the Martial Arts Association Center in Yanpan City. The youth, Guahao, quickly replied. "I asked him, and he said the person in the video is named Fang Xin from the Power Elephant Martial Arts Hall, not a formal disciple of the Longxiang sect. He was sparring with a local disciple from a minor sect in Yanpan City, the eldest disciple of the Jinhai sect, named Shichang." As he said this, he pursed his lips, seemingly hesitant about revealing the next part. "Speak plainly, why are you hesitating?" Mo Feng frowned. "Well, I feel like he might be exaggerating. My friend said this Shichang has already reached the transformation stage," Guahao stated. In an instant, Mo Feng grasped his implication. His gaze fell back upon the video. The combat process appeared overwhelmingly one-sided, akin to a muscular man standing at 180 centimeters and weighing 180 kilograms mercilessly beating a 3-year-old child demanding to play with toys. The vast disparity in martial prowess made it challenging for him to accurately assess the strength of a young man named Fang Xin through the video. However, according to Guahao's friend, Fang Xin had likely achieved some martial arts accomplishment. This, in itself, was not particularly noteworthy. In the martial arts world, numerous practitioners began training from a young age and attained certain achievements in their 20s. It merely attests to decent talent. Yet, Fang Xin was practicing the Great Elephant Technique. The form-based lineage could not possibly harbor a disciple of reasonable talent for so many years without recognition. This was against sect rules and served no purpose, unless he was the illegitimate child of Master Luo. But that was implausible, as Master Luo had always been single, and even if he had children, there would be no reason to hide them. The Longxiang sect did not concern itself with such personal matters. If one possessed the ability to sire numerous offspring with several women, that was entirely their prerogative. Thus, Fang Xin was either a disciple who had illicitly learned martial arts from a direct disciple, or he was a recent recruit of the form-based lineage of the Longxiang sect. At that moment, a thought struck Mo Feng. 7 days ago, Lu Yuan from the Xingyao sect in the capital had sought him out, inquiring if the Longxiang sect had recently admitted any exceptionally talented disciples. His response had been negative. Neither the dragon lineage nor the elephant lineage had accepted any formal disciples in the past month or two. However, being prudent, he even consulted Duze, only to find no revelations there either. But now it seemed Duze had not spoken a single truth. Trust among individuals is so easily shattered. "You mentioned this video is from Yanpan City," Mo Feng queried. Guahao nodded affirmatively, certain of his information. Mo Feng took out his phone, searched through his contacts, and made a call. After a brief conversation, he hung up. Half an hour later, Mo Feng's WeChat notification chimed. Upon opening it, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 66. Let us proceed to the rock cliff, to the secluded courtyard of the Dragon Elephant sect. This courtyard belongs to Shui Longyi, the master of the dragon lineage. Typically, disciples of the dragon lineage seldom visit this small abode, as most sect affairs have been entrusted to his many direct disciples. Within the courtyard, a robust elder clad in a blue robe, reminiscent of an ancient Confucian scholar from the celestial summer, is enjoying a meal. In his youth, Shui Longyi harbored a violent disposition. In combat, he would sever limbs and, at times, leave opponents with shattered skulls, nearly succumbing to the malevolent allure of martial madness. His retreat to this courtyard serves as a means to cultivate both his martial prowess and his temperament. "Master," came the voice of Mo Feng from the entrance, interrupting his meal. "Come in," Shui Longyi replied, setting down his chopsticks and regarding his zealous seventh disciple with a calm demeanor. "After all these years, you remain as hot-headed as ever." Having dedicated years to self-cultivation, he believed he had developed a certain depth of character and hoped his disciples would similarly cultivate such qualities. "Master, it's urgent," Mo Feng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Today's discovery could potentially redefine the future of the two main lineages of the Dragon Elephant sect. "What is it?" Shui Longyi inquired, resuming his meal with a piece of medicinal snake meat. "Let us not overlook the arrival of those extraterrestrial beings. Their impact on martial arts within Blue Star is substantial. Take these medicinal dishes, for instance, which utilize alien extraction technology, enhancing their efficacy manifold. Regrettably, these extraterrestrials are elusive, providing only a modicum of obsolete technology outside the virtual realm, claiming they must not influence Blue Star's planetary assessment. It's utterly incomprehensible. Had they shared more advanced technology, my martial cultivation might have long surpassed its current limits. Master, please, hold off on eating. I believe I've discovered a martial genius that rivals Zhang Qi Tian, Imofeng continued, brimming with enthusiasm. What did you say? Xuelong's head snapped up. In an instant, a cloud of dust swirled within the courtyard, an invisible pressure enveloping the space. Imofeng felt as though he faced a legendary dragon, instinctively retracting his neck as he handed over a document, saying, Master, take a look at this. Fang Xin, training for 1 month and 9 days. Suspected to have achieved initial mastery, potentially breaking through the limits of the giant elephant technique. Xuelong's brow furrowed deeper with each line he read. Why is everything merely suspected? Can't we have any concrete information? Master, look at this. Imofeng presented his phone, displaying a high-definition video of Fang Xin's duel with Shi Chang, where the opponent was clearly a formidable martial artist. After a brief observation, Xuelong shot to his feet. As a 4th-level master who had immersed himself in this realm for a decade, his perspective far surpassed that of the newly initiated Imofeng. Despite Fang Xin executing only 3 moves over a mere 10 seconds, he gleaned the information he sought. The video revealed that this young man, Fang Xin, had indeed reached the realm of advanced muscle training, achieving the golden skin and jade veins. A revelation struck him as he revisited the document, which clearly stated 1 month and 9 days of training. If the information was accurate, he was indeed a prodigious talent akin to Zhang Tian. Could this be the further hope bestowed upon him by the heavens? Having achieved mastery in the 4 primary techniques a decade prior, Xuelong had retreated into this courtyard to contemplate martial arts, aspiring to unify all 4 techniques within himself. Unfortunately, his relentless pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts had rendered the breakthrough increasingly elusive. Years passed without him finding that crucial opportunity for advancement. Thus, in recent years, he altered his strategy. If he could not achieve a breakthrough, he would seek a disciple capable of unifying the 4 techniques and assist him in his quest for enlightenment. After all, as a 4th-level master, he could live a healthy life until the age of 150, quite impressive, indeed. Strangely enough, this approach might be viable. He mused. This idea was inspired by none other than Zhang Tian, the most gifted martial artist of the past century. After attaining the rank of Grandmaster, he personally aided a senior figure on his path to achieving the unification of the 4 techniques. This revelation caused a stir in the martial arts community, with no one knowing the means by which he accomplished it. Rumors began circulating that if a martial artist could break through to the unification of the 4 techniques before the age of 35, they would possess the potential for further advancement, with only exceptional talents capable of aiding others in their breakthroughs. The credibility of this information remained uncertain, yet it ignited a fervor among many 4th-level masters, prompting the various sects in Tianxia to seek out gifted disciples. It is widely acknowledged that martial artists, influenced by the malevolent thoughts of martial prowess, often possess volatile temperaments. Consequently, the search for disciples led to numerous conflicts among martial arts factions. During that time, the business of martial combat arenas flourished, with the Martial Arts Association experiencing an influx of life and death challenges, as if wholesale transactions were taking place. The situation escalated, drawing the attention of the public, with snippets of information circulating online. It is crucial to remember that during this period, nations worldwide maintained strict controls over martial arts as a force. Ultimately, the authorities prepared to intervene against those sects that had crossed the line. Yet, before they could act, the Aeon clan arrived on Blue Star, heralding a new era. Consequently, official policies shifted dramatically, with various sects now establishing martial arts academies to scout for disciples with innate talent. However, finding such gifted individuals proved exceedingly difficult. The Dragon Elephant sect opened 37 martial arts academies in Linjiang Province, yet only welcomed 20 disciples, of whom 18 were merely nominal, with only 2 being direct disciples. This starkly illustrates the rarity of exceptional talent. Today, a true genius may be within reach. Xuelong turned to Imofeng. Are you suggesting this individual has not yet been accepted by the elephant-shaped lineage? Indeed, Master. I have investigated thoroughly. Although Fang Xin has been taught several techniques of the elephant-shaped lineage, due to Uncle Luo's recent commitments to the authorities, he is yet to return. I was concerned and checked the Ancestral Hall records. No names have been entered in the past month. It appears that Uncle Luo's absence has prevented Fang Xin from formally apprenticing and being recorded. At this point, Imofeng cast an oddly scrutinizing glance at Xuelong. noting that the first person the higher-ups sought about Uncle Luo was indeed him. Xuelongyi paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Is that so? Ha. It seems fortune has not favored Luo Jianbai. How amusing. Let us go to the rock cliff. Yes, master. Chapter 67. Let's discuss later. I am quite busy. I sense that something is amiss. In the city of Yanpan, at the Xiangming building of the Longsheng sect, Duze wore a troubled expression. Just 2 days prior, he received a call from Chunjinshan, revealing that Fang Xin had defeated Hua Jing in 10 seconds with 3 punches. After a moment of shock, he immediately attempted to contact his master, Luo Jianbai. No one answered. He tried reaching out to his senior brother, but again, there was no response. Thus, he fell into a state of melancholy. One can only hope that news has not reached them on that side. A month to cultivate a body of golden muscles and jade tendons. What a prodigy. If this information were to spread, it would not only attract the Longsheng sect, but also the likes of the Xingyao sect and the Bairing sect, all vying to recruit such talent. After all, the example of Zhan Qitian looms large. While most might believe that martial arts would lose significance after a year, given the plethora of cultivation methods in the vast universe, Duze could only scoff at such notions. What the average person does not comprehend, he, as a direct disciple of a major sect, understands all too well. The martial arts of Blue Star will not fade into obscurity in the cosmos. Rather, they will shine even brighter. Even in the vast expanse of space, a complete cultivation system akin to Blue Star's, which allows ordinary individuals to reach the threshold of the extraordinary, is exceedingly rare. This is one of the reasons why governments worldwide have fervently promoted martial arts over the past year. In this context, the martial arts genius that is Fang Shidi is immensely sought after, a fact that Duze is acutely aware of, just as he was lost in thought. Too preoccupied to practice his martial arts, a voice that filled him with trepidation suddenly echoed in his ear. Duze, come out and see me. It was Xuelongyi. How could he arrive so swiftly? Duze thought as he picked up his phone, attempting once more to contact Luo Jianbai. Still, there was no answer. Master, I wonder if I can withstand this. With heavy steps, he descended the stairs, only to find a venerable elder radiating an aura akin to a dragon. Seated in the lobby, flanked by 3 disciples. It is said that Xuelongyi had once consumed a dragon-scale fruit in his youth, a remarkably rare exotic fruit, granting him a physique surpassing that of ordinary martial masters. Each encounter with him filled Duze with awe and fear. Master Xue, Duze approached respectfully, bowing deeply. Despite the competitive nature between the Xiang and Long lineages, one must always show deference to senior members of the sect. Imofeng and the others did the same upon seeing Luo Jianbai. Where is Fang Xin? Xuelongyi's first question caused Duze's expression to change dramatically. As expected, he had come seeking Fang Shidi. He longed to utter a vague response, but meeting Xuelongyi's gaze rendered him speechless. Fang Shidi is delivering takeout. What did you say? Xuelongyi furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback. Fang Shidi works as a delivery person. Duze hesitated before adding, he is quite passionate about his job. Very dedicated indeed. He delivers every day without fail. Duze did not quite understand this, but he respected it. In his view, geniuses often have peculiarities. At times, he even pondered whether delivering takeout contributed to martial arts training, prompting him to consider doing the same. Xuelongyi, however, was uninterested in Fang Xin's occupation. He simply wished to meet this exceptionally gifted disciple at the earliest opportunity. Regardless of what he is doing, summon him to see me now, Xuelongyi commanded. Yes, master. Upon escorting Xuelongyi to the 11th floor of the building, Duze stepped aside and dialed Fang Xin's number. At that moment, Fang Xin, racing through the streets, suddenly slammed on the brakes. Checking his phone, he saw it was Duze. Hello, senior brother. What do you need? Duze, Shidi. Are you free right now? Duze's voice carried an air of despondency, though Fang Xin remained oblivious to it. He still had several deliveries pending, and time was running out. His current work as a delivery person was already pushing the limits, providing him with invaluable experience. I am delivering takeout. Fang Xin frowned. What's up with third senior brother today? Calling me and speaking so hesitantly, asking questions that lead nowhere. This is not like him. Duze, Shidi. Our master uncle has arrived. No matter what you are doing, you must come to the division to see him. Master uncle? Who is that? Fang Xin, being a wild disciple, was unfamiliar with the members of the Long lineage. Duze and the others had not introduced them. Fearing that Fang Xin might flee upon realizing the superiority of the Long lineage over the Xiang lineage, Thus, he had no idea who this so-called master uncle was. However, he surmised it must be someone of high status. Well, this should possess formidable martial skills. But what does that have to do with me? It's just a meeting. It's not a significant matter. Right now, delivering takeout is my priority. Let's discuss this later, senior brother. I am quite busy. Several customers are waiting with empty stomachs. With that, Fang Xin hung up the phone. The 4 deliveries he had, which he had planned to time perfectly for on-time delivery, were now at risk of being delayed due to this interruption. If it were Luo Jinbai calling, he might have considered setting his task aside, but even that was merely a possibility. What? You say this is disrespectful to elders? Spare me the lecture. He scoffed. A mere phone call demanding that Fang Xin drop everything to meet him was an overreach. Who did this self-important elder think he was? Master uncle? My apologies, but you shall have to wait. Such was Fang Xin's character. In the Longxiang sect division, Duze stared in disbelief as he lowered his phone, his heart swelling with joy. Well done, Fang Shidi. I shall treat you to a grand feast at Quanhai. Master uncle, I apologize. My junior brother has a rather peculiar temperament. I assure you, he is incredibly dedicated and passionate about his work as a delivery man. Duze cautiously explained to Xuelongi. Perhaps we should wait a moment? What an audacious temperament. Xuelongi remained silent, but one of the tall, imposing men behind him was visibly displeased. A wild disciple, not even listed in the sect's roster, dared to keep the lineage head waiting. With that, the man, Lu Long, stepped forward. Where is he? I will personally bring him here. Duze's expression shifted. Lu Long, Xuelongi's 5th direct disciple, was slightly more powerful than him and was on the verge of reaching the 2nd level of mastery. Lu Long held immense respect for Xuelongi, even going so far as to change his name to Long. Seeing his master disrespected by a mere junior disciple ignited his ire. Lu Shixiang, is it really necessary to argue with my junior brother? He is indeed occupied with pressing matters, Duze said in a low voice. Lu Long snorted disdainfully. Pressing matters? Delivering takeout is pressing? Are you implying that my master, the head of the Long lineage, is less important than a delivery made by someone not yet recognized as a disciple? That is not what I meant. Duze grew anxious. The Longxiang sect valued its rules, and one of those rules was respect for elders. Fang Xin's behavior was a serious matter. Enough with the excuses. Where's that Fang Xin? Lu Long fixed his gaze on Duze, his words deliberate and pronounced. Chapter 68. The distinctiveness of Fang Xin. Lu Long, be silent. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a gentle reprimand from Xuelongi alleviated the tension in the entire office. Lu Long said nothing further and quietly returned to stand behind Xuelongi. Duze glanced at his master uncle's expression, noting that he exhibited no signs of anger. This was peculiar. Wasn't it said that Xuelongi had a terrible temper? He was not angry. Rather, he smiled. A genuine smile, not one of those strange laughs. This man, who had practiced martial arts for over 50 years and had once rampaged through the countries of the South Seas, leaving a trail of blood and earning the title of slaughterer of 10,000 households in the local martial arts community, now had a temperament that even Duze found difficult to comprehend. Fang Xin was rather intriguing. Very well, I shall wait for him here, hoping he does not disappoint me. However, this action made Lu Long feel as though he had been insulted. His bones seemed to emit a series of crisp dragon-like murmurs. Master, that Fang Xin is too arrogant. Xuelongi replied with a smile. What of arrogance? Is it not essential for a martial artist to possess a certain boldness? You, Xiaofeng, Xiaoxi, who among you is not bold? He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling street below. The distinction lies in the nature of that boldness. The capable are bold, while the incapable are merely foolish. The martial way demands one to have their own will. Lu Long, you must cultivate your temperament. Otherwise, you will inevitably become a slave to the malevolent thoughts of martial arts. Yes, master, I acknowledge my error, Lu Long replied, lowering his head. Yet, Xuelongi shook his head. Among his 12 direct disciples, Lu Long ranked 5th, but in terms of strength, he was among the weakest, save for the 2 newly accepted disciples. This was due to his problematic will and temperament. In the realm of Blue Star martial arts, one may kill, release, be malevolent, or be benevolent, but one must adhere to their true heart. Failing to do so will lead to being burdened by martial arts. Martial arts is the key to the evolution of life, yet it is also a kind of curse. Those with weak wills who practice martial arts will find that the deeper their cultivation, the more susceptible they are to demonic influences, especially among modern university students. Many exhibit a mentality as if they are merely playing. This is one of the reasons why the Longxiang sect does not recruit disciples from high schools or universities. Although Lulong was not young, his martial arts temperament was the poorest among his disciples, easily agitated and quick to anger. Xuelongi feared that one day he might inadvertently succumb to darkness. In the past, he had strayed from his true heart and was affected by the malevolent energies within martial arts, leading to excessive bloodshed and nearly falling into demonic practices. After returning to his homeland, he spent most of his time focusing on cultivating his will and temperament. Martial arts is not something to be practiced lightly. Hence, Fang Xian's demeanor not only failed to anger him, but instead made him appreciate Fang Xian's character. Fearlessness is a vital quality for a martial artist. However, one wonders if this Fang Xian, having progressed too rapidly, has fallen under the influence of malevolent martial energies. Patience. The truth shall soon be revealed. With a sudden screech, Fang Xian's newly purchased electric scooter came to a halt. A 100 yuan bill lay clearly in his line of sight. Just a meter away, he stopped the vehicle and picked up the money. Congratulations, you have encountered a stroke of financial fortune. Money merchant, profession experience 4. Your profession skill, continuous financial fortune, has improved, experience 2. Once again, he had found money. Ever since acquiring the money merchant profession, although he had yet to engage in business dealings, his financial luck had indeed improved. After a year of not seeing cash, he had remarkably picked up money for 3 consecutive days. Though the amounts were modest, it was undeniably intriguing. Currently, of his 4 professions, only the martial artist seemed somewhat normal, the others all involved, to varying extents, extraordinary powers. He decided to try his luck at the lottery store at the community entrance. The first pot of gold for a money merchant need not exclusively come from business ventures. After parking his scooter downstairs, Fang Xian took out his phone. Today's protection fee had already been credited. 1 yuan. Fang Xian guessed incorrectly. The experience for the bodyguard profession was not influenced by protection fees. Previously, when he had Sushiman give him 100 yuan, his experience had not increased at all. This posed a bit of a challenge. It seemed that to quickly enhance the bodyguard profession, he either needed to encounter a previous job task or handle intense situations. Protecting an expired rich second-generation school beauty is not the same as guarding an international tycoon. The experience gained from both scenarios would certainly differ. Furthermore, in the process of protection, whether one had to engage in combat or merely stood by, the experience gained would also vary significantly. Unfortunately, both international tycoons and adversaries worthy of being eliminated were not easy to come by. Unless he possessed his own influence, engaging in such activities would make things considerably easier. As customary, he sent a message of thanks to the young lady, then casually opened his profession panel. Currently, the experience gains for all 4 professions had hit a bottleneck. For the martial artist profession, progress would necessitate the study of top-tier martial arts. Otherwise, his physical attributes, without utilizing attribute points, would remain stagnant at their current level. It must be noted that Fang Xian's martial arts training bore a crucial distinction when compared to other martial artists. He had an advantage. The moment Fang Xian awakened his profession panel, his body began to exhibit signs of datization. Strength, constitution, speed, spirit. These were the classifications of his physical attributes on the profession panel. These 4 attributes do not equate to the 4 primary practices of martial arts. Strength is primarily influenced by muscle and bone training. Constitution is affected by muscle, skin, and bone training. Speed is mainly influenced by bone and energy training. While spirit is particularly unique, currently only significantly enhanced by the 6 steps of mountain treading. To illustrate, if other martial artists primarily practice skin, their muscles and bones would also strengthen, but the enhancement would be minimal. Fang Xian, however, focused on skin, and thus, the attributes he improved on the profession panel pertain to his constitution. Once he mastered skin training, his progress in muscle and bone training would surpass that of ordinary martial artists. In other words, after achieving mastery in one area, he could swiftly attain the remaining martial arts accomplishments. This speed would be remarkable. As it stands, Fang Xian categorized his martial arts progress into 4 tiers: muscle, 100, bone, 90, skin, 70, energy, internal 40. According to his estimation, if he were provided with a top-tier martial art, he could swiftly reach mastery in the 2nd tier without even utilizing skill points. It appeared he needed to pay a visit to that master uncle. Duze had mentioned that to practice the top-tier martial arts of the Longxiang sect, one must be formally registered in the sect's roster. Registration, however, requires a personal transmission ceremony held in the Ancestor Hall, necessitating the presence of the two primary lineage heads. The rules were overwhelmingly numerous. When Fang Xin first heard this, he was utterly bewildered. No wonder they were considered a major sect. He first visited the lottery store, randomly purchasing a ticket for the Sunday draw, which he tucked into the back of his phone case before leisurely making his way to the Longxiang sect's branch. Chapter 69. Are you unwell? So, has Fang Xin truly only practiced martial arts for a little over a month? In the Dragon Elephant sect's branch, Imo Feng whispered to Du Zhe. Du Zhe glanced at him and nodded helplessly. Indeed, he had cultivated the golden skin and jade veins. A glimmer of excitement crossed Imo Feng's face. Du Zhe sighed softly in response. Imo Feng clapped Du Zhe on the shoulder. When I inquired about whether the shape-form lineage was recruiting formal disciples, you said there were none, but that was incorrect. Fang Xin has yet to formally apprentice. The moment he uttered this, Imo Feng's words faltered. If Fang Xin had already joined the shape-form lineage, why would his master, Xuelongi, come here today? Although there were tensions between the dragon and shape-form lineages, it was merely a factional issue. He and Du Zhe shared a good personal rapport. Or rather, aside from individuals like Lu Long, who had somewhat problematic temperaments, the relationships among the core disciples were not as strained as one might think. Numerous factors contributed to the deterioration of relations between the two lineages. One major reason was the imbalance of power between them. For instance, when the Dragon Elephant sect opened 37 martial arts schools in Linjiang Province, they accepted 20 disciples, 18 named disciples, and 2 core disciples. In contrast, the shapeform lineage received only 5 named disciples, with not a single core disciple. This disparity led the shapeform lineage to react vehemently, seizing exclusive operational rights to 10 of the martial arts schools. Some things must be contested. However, this rivalry did not affect the camaraderie among disciples of both lineages. Even Luo Jianbai and Xuelongi did not wish for a complete severance of ties between the dragon and shapeform lineages. By the way, why did you suddenly ask me last week about whether the shapeform lineage was recruiting disciples? Du Zhe casually inquired. A friend from the Xingyao sect asked me to inquire. Imo Feng replied. The Xingyao sect? What does that have to do with them? Du Zhe's brow furrowed. The Xingyu sect was a top-tier sect in Tianxia, led by the formidable Yu Qianchong, whose strength far surpassed that of the Dragon Elephant sect. Who knows? Regardless, the information regarding Fang Xin must remain confidential until he officially joins the sect. Imo Feng and Du Zhe exchanged glances, reaching a consensus on this matter. Just then, Du Zhe's phone rang. Third senior brother, I've arrived. Come to the 8th floor. Okay. At the entrance of the building, Fang Xin hung up the phone with a scoff. The 8th floor was designated as the practical combat training area. Fang Shidi, you've arrived, greeted 2 named disciples responsible for security that day upon seeing him. Although they were not closely acquainted with Fang Xin, they were aware that he might very well become a core disciple of the shapeform lineage in the future. Courteousness was prudent. Fang Xin smiled and entered the room. Did the Grandmaster come just now? Was it for Fang Shidi? Not sure, but likely. I heard Fang Shidi has exceptional talent. Perhaps he's here to recruit him. Recruit? Damn, that dragon lineage has no shame. They have so many disciples already. Yet they still want to poach ours. Hey, why are you worrying about that? Just train hard, and you can apply to become a core disciple. It's not that simple. Chen Shixiang is the most talented among us named disciples, yet he still hasn't cultivated the golden skin and jade veins. Just keep at it. By the way, I've run out of my 2nd-tier energy elixir. Do you have any left? Lend me some, and I'll return it next month. Forget it. I'm waiting for you here. No negotiations. Fang Xin soon arrived at the 8th floor. Stepping out of the elevator, he noticed a tall, robust man, approximately 40 years old, standing at the entrance to the combat area. This man emanated a unique aura, his vitality radiating so powerfully that the air around him felt somewhat viscous. At that moment, he was regarding Fang Xin with an unsettling gaze, as though Fang Xin owed him millions and he intended to consume him. Fang Xin approached. Do we have a grudge? Or do I owe you money? The man, evidently taken aback by Fang Xin's abrupt question, paused for a moment before coldly replying, no. Fang Xin furrowed his brow. Then are you unwell? He asked with utmost seriousness. What did you say? The words seemed to provoke Lu Long, who indeed had issues of his own. His eyes widened, and a sharp vortex of energy began to swirl around him. A manifestation of internal force circulating within him after reaching a certain level of mastery. Fang Xin hesitated. This man's internal strength was not superior to his. Wait a minute. You're not stronger than I am, so why the arrogance? I won't repeat myself. If your hearing is poor, perhaps you should visit an ear specialist, though I suspect your condition may require a neurologist instead, Fang Xin retorted, brushing past him toward the combat room. Stop. Lu Long's anger flared. Upon hearing this, Fang Xin actually halted. Then, he swiftly pivoted and executed a spinning kick, his right leg striking toward Lu Long's head like a steel pillar. Lu Long was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Fang Xin's sudden aggression, more volatile than himself. He raised his left arm to meet Fang Xin's attack. Boom. A shock wave erupted from their collision, the force causing their garments to billow. In the astonished gaze of Lu Long, he found himself involuntarily stepping back 3 paces, each step leaving a web-like crack in the ground beneath him. Before he could regain his footing, Fang Xin leapt, channeling his energy into his right leg, executing a mountain-splitting kick aimed directly at Lu Long's head. Fang Xin was unaware of concepts like restraint or moderation. He only knew that if he inflicted pain, the opponent would yield. After all, this person was not stronger than he was. His internal strength was less profound, his physical power inferior, and his constitution weaker. At most, he was older. Though he had a rough idea of the identity of his opponent, it made no difference. Why should he endure this condescending gaze? Lu Long wished to call for a halt, but Fang Xin's relentless assault surged like a tidal wave, leaving him no opportunity to even speak. The corridor trembled with the residual force of their confrontation, shattering numerous panes of glass and leaving deep marks upon the walls, ravaged by the tempest of their clash. Lu Long's complexion flushed with disbelief. Where did this freak come from? Young yet stronger in vigor, physique, and power. He contemplated using dragon-splitting palm, a premier technique of his dragon lineage. However, facing someone who had reportedly practiced for merely a month, he found it difficult to stoop to such a level. Meanwhile, Fang Xin, frustrated by his inability to overpower Lu Long, felt a surge of determination. If 11 o'clock's strength and 12 o'clock's physique were insufficient, he would amplify them further. Let's see if you can withstand it. A professional interface materialized, and 2 attribute points flickered before vanishing. Fang Xin felt his muscles swell, a tremendous energy surging from deep within him. Take this punch and see for yourself. Fang Xin clenched his right hand, the air cracking with the sound of an explosion. Stop! A voice resonated through the corridor like a dragon's roar. Chapter 70. This is his true purpose. Lu Long halted his movements. For the speaker was none other than his master, the person he revered most in his life. Fang Xin also ceased, recognizing that the individual before him possessed formidable strength, one he could not contend with. As he turned to enter the combat chamber, Fang Xin's gaze immediately fell upon the elder. Although clad in casual attire, his robust muscles were unmistakable. The elder exuded an overwhelming aura, making Fang Xin feel as though he were facing a fearsome beast. Apart from Yu Qianzhong, this was the most imposing figure Fang Xin had ever encountered. Without a doubt, this formidable elder was Xuelongyi, the master of the dragon form lineage of the Dragon Elephant sect and a 4th-level master. At that moment, Xuelongyi observed Fang Xin with keen interest, a hint of admiration sparkling in his eyes. His gaze was piercing. Just moments ago, he had sensed a surge of even greater power emanating from the young man before him. Had Lu Long not employed his exceptional martial arts, he would surely have faced defeat. Indeed, a prodigious talent. Rising to his feet, with a gentle expression and a smile, he addressed Fang Xin. Young man, I am Xuelongyi, the head of the dragon form lineage of the Dragon Elephant sect. You are quite impressive. Feeling the overwhelming force radiating from the elder, Fang Xin smirked slightly and replied nonchalantly, Old master, I have been waiting for you for several days. Since you are aware of my identity, it seems we can have a proper discussion. Xuelongyi's gaze was as intense as the blazing sun. Through the brief skirmish in the corridor, he had confirmed the veracity of the rumors surrounding this young man. Achievements in martial arts cannot be fabricated. Those who have mastered the golden skin and jade veins possess incredible strength and unparalleled power. Having recognized Fang Xin's extraordinary talent, he directly proposed, Fang Xin, would you be willing to join us? Join you? Not a chance, came a thunderous interruption, echoing in the ears of everyone present. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of Lu Long and the others in the combat chamber changed dramatically. They were all too familiar with it. Tuashan Li Xiang Luo Jianbai. Everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, where a burly elder with a buzz cut strode in, his face clearly marked by anger. Fear not, my dear disciple. Your master has arrived. Do not be afraid of him. After giving Fang Xin a reassuring smile, the intimidating elder turned his attention to Xuelongi. Old Shui, you already have 12 direct disciples in the dragon form lineage, and now you seek to claim even those nurtured by my elephant form lineage. Do you truly believe I have no temper? The last words were nearly shouted, unleashing an invisible wave that swept through the entire combat chamber. Save for Xuelongi, who remained unfazed. Everyone else felt a momentary halt in their breathing, as if a furious elephant were looming before them. A fourth-level master is indeed a terrifying presence. The distinction between first level and fourth level is not merely one of addition, but of multiplication. 31st level masters cannot match a single fourth-level master. This has been tested in combat. At this moment, the fourth-level master was seething with rage. He had gone out to eliminate a fantasy only to find his own home threatened. How can I endure this? He muttered. Luo Shidi, do not slander my integrity without basis. You are well into your 40s. Do you have any evidence for your claims? Xuelongi, stronger than Luo Jianbai, was unperturbed. Evidence. The truth is self-evident. Does it require proof? Luo Jianbai retorted, stepping forward to confront Xuelongi. In the combat chamber, no one dared to utter a word. To them, the figures of Xuelongi and Luo Jianbai seemed to manifest an ethereal dragon and elephant, clashing in a silent confrontation. This phenomenon occurs only when the martial spirit reaches its zenith, symbolizing a master's lifelong dedication to martial arts. It is said that once this ethereal form becomes tangible, one can ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, achieving the unity of the fourth level. Alas, the path to manifestation varies for each martial grandmaster, making it impossible to provide a standardized answer. This is why the assistance of Zhang Qitian in aiding others to attain the status of grandmaster has driven the martial world into a frenzy. As the atmosphere in the combat chamber grew increasingly tense, and as Du Zhe, Lu Long, and others swallowed hard in anticipation, Xuelongi suddenly laughed. The ethereal forms behind him dissipated, along with the oppressive aura that had enveloped the chamber. Do not be hasty, Luo Shidi. When did I ever say that Fang Xin should join the dragon form lineage? Xuelongi's calm voice resonated among the crowd. What I mean is for Fang Xin to become the young master of our dragon elephant sect for this generation. Young master, exclaimed Du Zhe, Lu Long, and Mo Feng. And Lin Bao, another direct disciple of Xuelongi, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. The title of young master signifies the heir and leader of the next generation of the dragon elephant sect. According to the sect's hierarchy, the young master ranks just below the sect leader, comparable to the two lineage heads. However, this title had not been used in nearly 50 years. Since the unexpected passing of the previous sect leader, the dragon elephant sect had been divided into two factions, the dragon and elephant lineages, neither yielding to the other. Though the dragon lineage was more powerful, their top-tier combat strengths were roughly equivalent, resulting in a prolonged vacancy for the sect leader position. Without a leader, the young master title naturally ceased to exist. Now, Xuelongi intended to designate Fang Xin as the young master, a proposition that would undoubtedly cause seismic upheaval within the dragon elephant sect. Even Luo Jianbai was taken aback, falling into deep contemplation. He held Fang Xin in high regard. Upon receiving news from Du Zhe that this disciple, whom he had never taught, had mastered the golden skin and jade veins within a month, he had even gone so far as to return, indebted to a significant favor. Yet, he had never considered promoting Fang Xin to the position of young master. Now, however, he began to seriously contemplate the possibility. It seemed quite feasible. Fang Xin's martial talent was unparalleled, rivaling even the legendary Zhang Qitian. Under his guidance, the dragon elephant sect could become the foremost sect in Tianxia within 3 years. More critically, in a year, Blue Star would ascend into the starry skies. The cosmos is a stage for the extraordinary, and only those like Fang Xin and Zhang Qitian, possessing exceptional martial prowess, have a greater chance of elevating Blue Star's martial arts to an extraordinary level, even if such hope is faint. Luo Jianbai was intrigued. The eyes of Du Zhe and the others were now fixed on Luo Jianbai. Currently, with the dragon elephant sect divided into two factions, if both Xuelongi and Luo Jianbai consented, Fang Xin's position as young master would be solidified. After a long pause, Luo Jianbai lifted his head and gazed at Xuelongi. Very well, I accept this suggestion. With that, he turned to Fang Xin, who had remained silent since his entrance. Fang Xin, do you wish to become the young master of the dragon elephant sect? Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Fang Xin's face. Everything he had done in recent days was for this very moment. A direct disciple? His true aspiration had always been the position of young master of the Dragon Elephant sect. As a disciple, I wholeheartedly accept, Fang Xin replied softly. Chapter 71. Everything is for the best arrangement. The sunlight cascaded like a waterfall upon the earth. Within a spacious training room, two figures were engaged in a relentless clash. Bang! Their iron fists collided, unleashing a terrifying force that rippled through the air like a violent wave. Mo Feng staggered back several steps, each footfall resonating like a hammer striking the ground. The specially designed rubber cushioning beneath him yielded to the immense force, creating several indentations. With his right hand clawed, he reached out and grasped a nearby iron training dummy. A roar erupted from Mo Feng's mouth, his body swelling with explosive energy. The several 100-kilogram iron dummy, imbued with a formidable presence, was hurled forward with great force. Yet, in the next moment, boom! The iron dummy flew back at a speed surpassing that at which it had approached. Mo Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he leapt away like a soaring dragon, narrowly avoiding the fearsome iron dummy. Before he could fully react, an arm resembling a bulging elephant's limb shot out from behind the iron dummy, pressing against his chest. Accompanied by a resounding thud, Mo Feng was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the wall. Gasping for breath, Mo Feng clutched his chest and gazed at the figure not far away, his face a canvas of astonishment. Junior brother, are you even human? Are you complimenting me? Fang Xin chuckled, bemused. Just a day prior, at the Longxiang sect's branch in Yanpan City, Fang Xin had answered Luo Jianbai's query with unwavering confidence. Following that, he accompanied Xue Longyi and Luo Jianbai to the headquarters at Quanhai. Although he had yet to become the young sect master, he was already recognized as a junior brother among both factions. Naturally, if he were to successfully complete his assessment and ascend as the young sect master, his status would be equal to that of Xue Longyi and Luo Jianbai, and Mo Feng and others would then address him as young sect master. As Mo Feng approached Fang Xin, his gaze was complex. This unexpected quasi-young sect master was truly a prodigy. After practicing martial arts for over a decade, he found himself outmatched. Although he had not utilized all his techniques, in terms of sheer strength, he was inferior. It was no wonder his master had made such a suggestion. Perceiving the complexity in Mo Feng's eyes, Fang Xin smiled gently. There has never been pure coincidence in this world. Every outcome is the result of prior arrangements. Beyond his martial talent and professional aptitude, Fang Xin was merely an ordinary individual, and one hallmark of the ordinary is curiosity. Upon becoming the fifth direct disciple of the Longxiang sect's symbolic lineage, he discovered a peculiar phenomenon while chatting with his peers online. The sect was divided into two branches, dragon and elephant, yet lacked an overarching leader. This was quite abnormal for a martial arts sect, as such a structure could not sustain longevity. The outcome of a two-branch standoff would lead either to the demise of one faction or a schism into two separate sections. The rivalry between the Sword and Chi factions and the Huashan sect from the Smiling, Proud Wanderer serves as a prime example. Upon further investigation, Fang Xin learned that there indeed existed a sect master within the Longxiang sect's hierarchical structure. However, this position had remained vacant for many years. For years, the Dragon and Elephant factions had vied for control, with the Elephant faction evidently at a disadvantage. Should Luo Jianbai pass, the Elephant faction would quickly disintegrate. What a predicament! He had yet to formally apprentice and had not yet mastered the sect's pinnacle techniques. If the Elephant faction were to collapse, it would be a tremendous loss. Moreover, if he were to be ensnared by factional disputes, his current strength would render him incapable of contending against the Dragon faction. At that moment, Fang Xin acknowledged a flicker of panic within himself. However, he quickly devised a plan. If the Elephant faction lacked sufficient strength, he could simply align himself with the Dragon faction. Though it sounded somewhat unscrupulous, it was indeed a pragmatic solution. Yet, he could not approach this matter directly. He needed the Dragon faction to seek him out. Just then, Shi Chang emerged. How to subtly showcase his talent? The answer was simple: through combat. A martial artist must let their achievements speak for themselves. Did he truly believe that his confrontation with Shi Chang was merely a result of anger? While that was part of it, Fang Xion's mental attributes were indeed somewhat lacking. The more significant factor was his desire to demonstrate his talent and prowess. Thus, in a show of overwhelming strength, he intentionally employed the Great Elephant technique. This was, admittedly, a risky move. As previously mentioned, Fang Xian harbored a distrust of this world. However, showcasing his martial progress would not only attract the attention of the Dragon faction but also expedite his mastery of higher-level techniques. This slight risk was worth taking. Even if the Dragon faction members were not entirely rational and instinctively inclined to violence rather than recruitment, the protection from the Elephant faction would mitigate his safety concerns. At worst, he could lay low until he became invincible and then eradicate the Dragon faction. Of course, switching allegiances was not without its shame. Moreover, the members of the Elephant faction had treated him well, diligently imparting their martial knowledge. Soon, Fang Xin conceived an even more seemingly perfect solution. If becoming a direct disciple of the Elephant faction posed risks, he could strive to become a disciple of both factions. Upon further research into the Longxiang sect's records, he discovered that this approach had tangible feasibility. Within the sect, two titles existed that were shared by both factions: the Sect Master and the Young Sect Master, referred to as the successor of the Longxiang sect. Once he became the Young Sect Master, wouldn't all issues be resolved? He truly was a genius. Especially after learning about the remarkable Zhan Qitian from Qinjinshan, he felt confident in his prospects for success. Zhan Qingtian's rapid growth and extraordinary talent paved a smooth path for him in the martial arts realm. During his early days in martial arts, after just half a month of training, his original sect, the Liuhe sect, was on the verge of collapse. However, Zhan Qingtian's emergence and his displayed talents instilled hope in the Liuhe sect, allowing it to endure. Now, the Liuhe sect had ascended to one of the top sects in Tianxia. This exemplified the significance of a prodigious disciple. Fang Xin was confident that his own growth rate would not be inferior to Zhan Qingtian's. Besides possessing the talent of a martial arts prodigy, he also had a professional aptitude. Provided he had sufficient resources, his rate of advancement would astonish all. In recent days, aside from Mo Feng, he had also engaged in combat with Lin Bao and others. Setting aside the growth of his martial artist experience at the very least, these individuals should not oppose his ambition to become the young sect master. This was the confidence derived from talent and strength. Chapter 72. The obstruction. After exchanging a few brief words with Mo Feng, Fang Xin departed from the training room and returned to his residence. His dwelling was situated at the innermost part of the Longxiang sect, adjacent to the small courtyard of Xueloni. Once he left, Mo Feng silently approached the Iron Man dummy that had been smashed against the wall and crouched down. The back of the dummy bore 5 claw-like indentations, the result of his earlier application of the Dragon Claw technique. Without the power of the Dragon Claw, it would have been impossible for him to leave such marks on the Iron Man dummy using mere physical strength. Upon inspecting the dummy, he uncovered a circular depression the size of a soccer ball, nearly 10 centimeters deep. Although the dummy was not made of pure iron, its material was incredibly hard, weighing 200 kilograms, yet it had been dented by a single punch. His strength must exceed a ton. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from behind Mo Feng. He nodded, seemingly having sensed someone's presence, and stood up, exclaiming, "I truly wonder how he practices. If you say his martial arts progress rapidly, I can comprehend. But can physical strength really grow to such an extent in just over a month? One cannot generalize human physiques." Another voice chimed in. "I once experienced a surge of strength during a fit of rage that doubled my power. That was merely an adrenaline rush. It has nothing to do with physical constitution." Mo Feng retorted with a roll of his eyes. Turning around, he saw 3 individuals behind him. Among Xueloni's 12 direct disciples, there existed natural cliques, and Mo Feng was closest to these 3. The 3rd disciple, Sun Guang, the 6th disciple, He Shuahai, and the 8th disciple, Wu Dingbang. The first to speak was Sun Guang, the disciple with the highest martial prowess among Xueloni's students, now at the pinnacle of his training. "Huh, you know nothing," he scoffed. Wu Dingbang retorted, "I want to argue with someone ignorant of physical constitution." Sun Guang interjected, "Regardless, his talent is undeniable. I visited Yanpan and spoke to his former classmates, teachers, and colleagues. He indeed first encountered martial arts at the Lixiang Martial Arts School in Yanpan just over a month ago. Many people only believe what they see, and the more confident they are, the more so," he continued. After personally investigating Fang Xin, he had genuinely come to believe that he was an extraordinary prodigy far surpassing himself. "I admit Fang Xin's talent is exceptional and his strength is commendable. However, aspiring to become the sect's junior master, it's not that simple." Suddenly, He Shuahai, who had been silent, spoke up. Upon hearing his words, Mo Feng and the others exchanged glances before Wu Dingbang remarked, "Both our master and Uncle Luo have agreed. Even with the master in office, the 2 main lineage leaders hold significant sway, not to mention the current circumstances." He Shuahai smiled gently, implying something significant. Our Longxiang sect does not only boast two fourth-level masters. Excuse me? The trio's expressions shifted, and a figure appeared in their minds simultaneously. Are you referring to the junior master? As a sect with a legacy spanning a millennium, the Longxiang sect remained formidable despite facing a monumental upheaval. Aside from Shui and Luo, there were still 8 individuals of their generation, 7 of whom were inconsequential, likely inferior to the 4 direct disciples present. However, one of them held a pivotal position within the sect, being a 4th-level master just like Shui and Luo, and possibly even more formidable. In the martial arts world, strength dictates authority. Iron Arm Dragon Fist, Jiang Yiqiu. Even as a lineage leader, one could not overlook his stance. Technically, Jiang Yiqiu belonged to the dragon lineage, but in reality, he existed as a third faction, independent of the 2 main branches. The junior master hardly concerns himself with these matters, does he? Mo Feng inquired. Shuai smiled faintly, as if privy to some undisclosed intelligence. The junior master typically remains uninvolved. However, a few years ago, he took on a gifted disciple. He paused, casting a glance at the dent in the Iron Man dummy, then continued, he accepted an heir. Upon hearing the term heir, Mo Feng finally grasped the implications of Shuai's words. So, you are siding with the junior master? What does it matter? I have met that disciple of the junior master. Fang Xin undoubtedly possesses greater talent, but his short practice time renders him no match. Well, it seems we shall have an intriguing spectacle, one replied. Though unspoken, none among them desired to have someone suddenly overshadow them. Opening his professional panel and ignoring a series of experience gain notifications, Fang Xin's gaze fell upon the warrior subprofession. A new martial skill appeared among the intermediate skills, Deep Dragon Body, LV1, 7100. This was the first martial art his master, Luo Jianbai, recommended after becoming his mentor, which he had learned only that morning. Then, let us practice. While it was not the top-tier martial art he had longed for, it was undoubtedly profound given the master's recommendation. His small courtyard, spacious enough for training, was ideal for this purpose. After reaching level 5 in the warrior profession, his comprehension of martial arts accelerated further. However, to achieve level 6, the required experience had risen to 1600. The Deep Dragon Body, reputed as the pinnacle of second-tier martial arts from the dragon lineage, bore similarities to the giant elephant technique. Yet, while the former primarily cultivated bones and internal organs, the latter emphasized skin, thus complementing each other. With his progress in bone cultivation nearing completion, mastering this martial art would prove swift. The Deep Dragon Body consisted of 24 forms, and with continuous practice, he began to sense the distinct essence of the dragon power emerging from his bones, gradually filling his being. Each martial art naturally produced different energies. The giant elephant energy was robust and heavy, while the deep dragon energy, as Fang Xin discerned, bore an enduring and indomitable quality. As Fang Xin became increasingly absorbed in the deep dragon body, the nascent dragon energy manifested across his body, stirring gentle currents of wind. In a nearby courtyard, Shui Longi and Luo Jianbai were enjoying tea. Sensing something, they exchanged smiles. What a prodigy indeed, Luo Jianbai remarked casually, lifting his cup. Naturally, there will be a confrontation, Shui Longi replied, a smile playing on his lips, pondering something unknown. Damn, isn't that just bullying the honest? Even if my disciple possesses extraordinary talent, he still requires time to grow. I recall his disciple has already achieved the pinnacle of the 2nd level, correct? Luo Jianbai's expression darkened. The two had reached a consensus to cultivate Fang Xin to become the junior master, yet they could not ignore Jiang Yiqiu's opinions. Given his significant contributions to the Longxiang sect, with only one disciple of his own, it was only natural for him to plan for his heir. In that moment, both Shui Longi and Luo Jianbai fell into deep contemplation.